ball.
This ISS video is telling me that it is orbiting the Earth.
Okay, so that means therefore the Earth must be a ball?
Therefore, it must be a ball, but that's not proven until this video is proven to be true.
No, that's not even true.
What do you mean? One has to come before the other. I can't jump from.
Your claims about the video will need to be true, I guess, for it to follow that the Earth is a globe. But the video itself, we don't need a globe to exist in reality for that video to exist.
But this video helped prove the existence of the ISS.
That's a video, okay? Not of curvature of the Earth or any ocean. That's not demonstrating gas pressure without a container. Neither of the two core claims that you're making here, right? So, if the Earth is a ball, and this video exists because it's a ball, then we can just look at its surface and it will have curvature.
I think you're kind of missing my point.
No. I think you're trying to get off the point. Look, if the Earth is a ball, and that video exists because it's a ball, therefore the Earth's surface must necessarily have curvature.
I think you're kind of getting it backwards. I'm trying to ask you how this video would be fake, and this video is relevant because of the path it takes. It does matter.
How it would be fake? I don't have listen.
Because this is a piece of evidence.
I don't
very
have
easy
a
to understand
claim about how they produce their video. I don't have a claim, and I don't care. You have a claim about the Earth. What you've provided as evidence is this video, right? The video is your claim, right? So I'm saying if your claim about that video is correct, and therefore your claim about the Earth, then the Earth will have demonstrable surface curvature. Let's go to that.
All I'm claiming is that this video is it's not fake. I'm claiming this video is not fake and that the ISS is real. That's all I'm claiming. That's all I'm trying to get to.
That video is exactly what those people tell you it is, and therefore it must have been filmed inside of a space station orbiting a ball, right?
I encourage you to tell me why this video and how it's fake.
I'm doing that. I'm telling you how your claim about it is false.
Wait.
Yes. No, wait. If the Earth is a globe and that's how that video exists, right? Long story short, then the Earth has demonstrable surface curvature, correct?
Sure.
No, not sure. It's yes, absolutely, of course.
Well, but you're taking a different path.
Let's go to that. And if we do not find demonstrable surface curvature, then your claim and your story about the video is shite. It's false, just like the globe itself.
But we have to start at the video. We can't start anywhere else because then it takes away the evidence of the video.
We started at the video. Now we're going to the Earth. You got to claim about the Earth, right?
So how is the video fake? Let's start. I mean, you said we started, but let's start the video.
Confused. How is the video fake? Again, you're turning this around on me, trying to make this about me having a claim about your video. The video is your claim, right? We're going to test that claim by looking at the surface of the Earth that you're trying to prove something about the video. Stop.
You're making a big jump.
No, I'm not. No,
yes, you are.
You are.
My claim.
No, I'm not. You are. You're making the jump that the Earth must be a ball because of that stupid video that you linked. That's the jump.
My claim is that the video is not fake. The video is actually proving that the ISS is real. That is my claim.
Who gives a shit?
All I've claimed.
What you believe about where that video was recorded.
But I've provided evidence. I've provided a claim, and this evidence needs to be refuted. And if it is,
there's nothing. You don't have any evidence, soy boy.
It's right there.
What's your listen? What is your claim with the video? That the ISS is what it's claimed to be. That it's a tin can flying around in a thermodynamics violation around a ball. Is that it?
My claim is that it is the ISS is real, and that it is not fake. The videos aren't fake. That is my claim, and that the ISS is
not fake. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Not fake. So to clarify, does that mean that that's real video shot in a tin can that's falling around a ball?
If you want to put it that way, yes.
Yes. Okay. Therefore, the Earth must be a ball, and it has demonstrable surface curvature. If what you just said there is true.
Therefore, it is orbiting the Earth.
No. If the Earth, which is a ball, like you just said it is, like you just are trying to say that this video is proving, then it has demonstrable surface curvature, yeah?
It has curvature, yes.
Okay, now let's take a look and see if it does.
Yeah, that's why he was originally here.
Dude, if your claim is about the orbit, I've posted it twice. The ISS mapped above a flat plane, above a flat Earth. It works perfectly fine. It doesn't take an Earth shape to be curving to have the same flight path over a flat surface, dude. Scroll up. My name's
But it also doesn't have any issues.
I know you have seen pictures from Narnia. I could watch Aliens and claim that that was real too. But the math of the ISS maths out perfectly over a flat plane orbit. And also the math to get the ISS there is claimed on a globe, therefore curve. So if you're going to claim pictures from Narnia, go to the math, figure out how it was built, let's take it all apart, and that demands a globe, therefore Earth curve. So where is this Earth curve?
This Earth curve?
Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to get to that. I don't have any direct examples of Earth curve, but by proving that this ISS is real, we can deduce that there's orbit and there's curve.
Well, actually,
it's on a screen real, bro. How's that evidence that pictures on a screen are anything? Come on, tell me that.
A video, it's not cut. It's an uncut video of the ISS, 50-minute tour, and that would be impossible, nearly impossible to fake.
About a minute.
Man.
And it's no evidence of anything other than people floating around on a television, bro.
But it shows that there's no wires, that it's no forgery, and that it's not falling, because you can't fall in an airplane for 50 minutes.
How do they do it in Hollywood then? How do they do it in Hollywood?
That's irrelevant because it's not the length, it's not the duration.
It's absolutely not.
So,
no, hold on a second, bro. How can you use this to demonstrate what you say, but then I give you a scenario or a theory and you just shoot it down?
I'll tell you why. It's because the duration of this uncut video, the duration is much longer than any sort of scene in a movie. In the movies,
it's not uncut.
So cut at 1 minute, and we already got to the logical conclusion that you're trying to take this to already, which is that the Earth is a ball, right? So that we're just going to look at the surface now and see if that's true.
Well, I'm trying to find the cut. Where are you guys?
Oh, okay. Yeah, focus on anything other than the crux of your whole argument.
Well, it kind of diminishes.
Yeah, let's look at anything. Yeah, looking at the surface of the Earth diminishes everything that you say about it. That's the thing. That's why you have to do goofy stuff like this. Point to NASA videos and movies and say, they couldn't have done it unless the Earth is a ball. That's how pathetic and weak your case is. You can't just look at the Earth and directly demonstrate that it's a ball. You have to show us movies and go, guys, no way this
must be real too,
couldn't be for real.
What the fuck, dude?
That's pathetic.
Pretty sad.
Let's go straight to the surface of the Earth and see if it's a globe.
Okay, in 1 minute and 7 seconds, and there is a cut, but that is briefly and for a very long time. I'm at 4 minutes, almost 5 minutes, and there's not been a cut since.
This is what trend with you. There's no cut. Yeah, you just watch 5 minutes of footage in the last 20 seconds.
But I'm getting there. I'm 6 minutes.
Something. You get proven wrong, and then you go, oh, well, yeah, but it's just that one thing.
Even if he goes into multiple not rooms, he goes into his bed area, goes through a thing, it's just impossible for any wires to be there.
Okay, look, but you started out already. It's impossible for that to be the case. That's already been falsified. It's not uncut. Your whole claim, the premise, everything is completely flawed.
There is one cut at the beginning, and he wasn't even really moving around that much.
Why don't you watch your footage before?
I am. I'm watching it right now.
And actually, why don't you just try to find some actual evidence of the curve instead of pulling the gimmick? It's a pathetic gimmick. You haven't even watched it. You don't know what it shows. And you're avoiding the surface because obviously that doesn't show what you're trying to use this stupid video to argue it does. Yeah, uncut except for all the small cuts. And he said the same thing earlier about gas pressure and gradients. He said
Gaslighting
gradients
at
don't
this
form in
point.
small containers. Oh, well, they do, but it's just a small
He's
gradient.
gaslighting now. He's gaslighting now. It's got to that point. And then there's also you got the 0G plane.
We got Beta whining in my DMs about how Soy Boy. We got Beta and Soy Boy. Yeah, he's whining about how we're attacking Soy Boy.
It's like, does he? I mean, the 0G plane just crushes it too. I mean,
but that's only obtained for a short duration.
why would they even have it, dude? Are you kidding me, man? Are you like really that like gone? Like what?
Are you just denying it? Like that just sounds like
denying what?
Okay, I denied it. You just denied it.
Let's hear from the other guy now who's crying in my DMs about our unfair handling of you.
Because now you finally unmute me, mate.
I never muted you to begin with, but cool.
Whoever the fuck did.
Yeah, there. Go take your meds maybe before you try this conversation.
Yeah, see, that's all you can do, mate. Just do ad hominem attacks, eh?
No, that's not all I can do. Those are insults. Ad hominem.
I'm sure you can do way more than that, mate.
Right? Show me where I did
You're
that.
fucking rude little shit, aren't you?
Can we just have like a?
Okay, so there's an app. Do you have an argument?
Yeah, I just fucking threw one back at him because that's what he fucking does. If you want to play those shitty little games, mate, I'll fucking play them for you.
I took you off mute for this. All right, do you? Look. Is he back on mute? No. Okay. Please. So, Beta, who measured the curvature of the Earth? How? Most importantly, how was it done? Any ideas? No, now he's going to keep himself on mute. Now that we've gotten to the point, he's going to keep himself on mute. Interesting.
Oh, I thought you guys muted me.
Go take your meds.
No, you know. Yeah, there you go. Come on, say it again.
Okay, I'll say it again. So who measured curvature of the Earth, and more importantly, how?
I mean, the first documented mention, or what?
Any.
Let's go with the first one. I think it was like 5th BC or something. Greek guy.
What did he do?
Aristophanes or something, I think.
What did he do?
He lived in Egypt.
What did he do?
More than 2,000 years ago, I think it wasn't it?
Didn't ask when. What did he do?
You mean what did he do? Like you mean
what did he
how
do?
He did it?
Yeah. What was the method?
There you go.
Earth curvature measured how? That was the question. Is it really that difficult?
What did he do 2,000 years ago was the response.
Yeah.
Exact the way he did it, like the method he used.
Well, I don't know about exact because so far it doesn't sound like you know anything about what he did. So don't worry too much about being exact. Just try to give me the gist.
Wow.
Oh. Didn't he know that there was a summer solstice and the sun was like directly overhead in the city, and then it was like moon in another city or something like that?
Okay.
And he then he measured like the shadow of the wells, depending on where they were and which cities they were in.
Okay. So it sounds like he has
illuminated the water on the bottom and stuff like that.
Yeah, two different angles to the sun.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore, the Earth's a ball?
I don't know, man. I don't know what the fuck it is. Go back to fucking tell us what the fuck the ISS is, mate.
Well, so how is that a curvature measurement, though?
Let's fucking talk about what the ISS is and like.
Because what was actually?
Can we just finish up here with Eratosthenes?
Yeah. What was actually directly measured? Yeah, 1 sec, flying height. What was actually directly measured? Shadow angles. That's what was
he was measuring the shadow angles. Yes.
Right. So that's not a measurement of Earth curvature, because we can have diverging shadows, obviously, on flat or curved surfaces. You're certainly not measuring any kind of curvature. What you're doing is inferring curvature from shadow angles, along with a bunch of assumptions. about
That's right.
the
He
one of
assumed that the Earth was a sphere,
globe in the first
that
place.
the sun's rays were parallel.
Exactly. Assumptions.
Yeah, that's right. But we don't have to make assumptions these days, mate, because we've got fucking satellites. Now, I know you guys don't believe they exist. You call them satellites.
Nobody said that.
Satellite.
I don't know. I fucking know what you guys think. You think that they're bloody satelloons. They're fucking floating around up there. Giant balloons.
There's other things that could be too. That's one. That's one.
Right.
Okay, well,
But
now
there's
we're
What
trying
else
to
are they?
And it's
Hey,
not
what
a
else
thing.
are they?
That's one, but that's not a thing. We saw the balloons.
All right,
Calm down.
Einstein.
I'm
What
not.
are
Listen
they?
to me, Busta. I'm not heretic of the other guys. I was being very whatever. You can talk to him.
What are they then, mate? What's a satellite?
No,
Yes, he's trying to
It's
get
not
you.
floating around in space. What is a satellite?
Yeah, so satellites are your claim, right? That's what satellites are.
I'm not making any.
So you think that
what are
satellites
those
fall
things?
around the
What are those things that you see floating?
Yeah, so
around,
those are
flying
that's
around?
that would be your claim because you just said a minute ago we got satellites now. Satellites measure
Oh,
the
well,
globe.
you guys say
right?
that they're satelloons, right? They're
No,
attached
you're trying to
big
say
balloons.
that we say that. I don't care what they are. I'm asking you how we know that the Earth is a ball. Is satellites the direction you want to go?
That's the modern way, yeah.
Okay. All right. So, in order to have orbital mechanics of a globe, you'll need to have a measured globe radius. So, who did that to begin with?
Doesn't matter who did it at the beginning.
Okay, well, how did they measure the Earth to be a globe in the first place in order to derive the orbital mechanics necessary for satellites?
The L.
Globe
Well,
satellites.
fucking, I don't bloody know that question, mate. So fucking there you go. Does that mean I'm wrong?
No, that's
'Cause I don't
fine.
know the answer to
That's
that
fine.
question.
Great. That's actually awesome.
Well, why don't you tell me what a fucking satellite is then, mate?
Don't have a clue. I don't have a claim as to how a satellite
Right,
actually.
there you go. Good. You don't know that either. So we're even.
Yeah, so there are people who have yeah, but the thing is if I don't know something, I don't make a claim about it. We talk to people every
I'm not
single
making
day.
no fucking claims either, mate.
Claims about what satellites are. They have very specific claims about what they are, contingent on a ball Earth, and they can't tell us how any of that is known.
Buster,
Ball
just
Earth
quickly,
my ass,
I don't know
mate.
how
I don't
much
know
you've
what
had.
fucking size it is. I don't know what shape
If
it
you,
is.
hey Buster, just some advice. Like, I don't know how much you've had to do with debates or around these sort of topical of flat Earth debates. But, you know, when you make a statement and say, well, today we have satellites that measure the Earth and show us the Earth, well, then in a debate forum, that's a positive claim. And then when you make that positive claim, you need to be coming up with some sort of evidence supporting that claim and not just sort of speculating about it. That's why Heretic's bringing you back to, well, first they had to have the curvature of the Earth. So where did that come from to begin with? So, you know, if it's a bit different having a discussion than actually making some of these claims, and I just don't feel like you quite understand with that in that context of debate that when you make those statements that there are claims.
Look, I appreciate the level-headedness, AJ. But me making, like, me saying satellites exist is not a claim, right? They exist. But if you guys don't believe they exist, then what are they?
Well, stuff
What
in
are
the
those
sky.
things?
It depends on what your definition of a satellite is, I suppose.
Yeah.
Because if your definition is that it's something that's orbiting around a sphere out in space.
No,
well, then-
because I've said that already. I've said they have satelloons. You guys know what a
Yes.
satelloon is, right?
Yes, and we've seen them come down. There's photos, there's evidence
Yeah.
of that. We also
So
know that
let's
NASA's
just
the
stick
biggest
with that.
user of helium.
Yeah, so let's just stick with that.
They might
Forget the
not
fucking
be just,
space. Forget the fucking satellites floating in bloody orbit and
Yeah.
all that shit.
But we
Stick to the
don't-
fucking satelloon.
we don't know
So-
the full extent of everything they're doing up there. It might not just be satelloons. So unless somebody knows, why make a claim about it? Right?
I'm not making a claim. The fucking satelloons exist.
I'm saying I'm not.
But you can all agree that a satelloon exists, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course. That might not be the full
Okay.
extent of how they do things up there, but yeah.
I
They
don't care how
definitely
they do things, like whatever, mate. It doesn't matter. Like fucking, we'll never know.
What's your question?
I've got a question, right? So we all agree that satelloons exist, right? Now, do we all agree also that you could essentially rig one of those fuckers up with a GPS fucking sensors and shit and mapping systems, and you could actually map the fucking Earth? Do you agree that that's very possible, and they can do that?
Well, what they claim to do is they claim
How else are they
that they
getting?
have.
How else are they getting the GPS, the maps? Like if you look at a fucking map, like
if you have a
Google
look at
Maps or
how
something like
mapping's
that,
done, even from
satellite
aerial
maps.
mapping. Sorry,
aerial
if you have
mapping. So how are they doing that?
if you have a look into aerial mapping, I was actually in a discussion about this today. When they do aerial mapping, they predominantly use ground-based points, known ground-based points that have been surveyed on the ground. So we're led to believe with the technology it's all done through GPS and all this other stuff, but predominantly, no, it's not. Now, we know that a plane and a vehicle can use a GPS, but that's not accurate enough for mapping. It's always ground-based points that are referred to.
Hang on a second. What? Mate, they were doing fucking map surveying from fucking balloons back in the 1800s.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not denying that.
They were taking photographs. Taking photographs of the ground from balloons back in the 1800s as well.
Yeah, dude. Can I say one thing though? All right, Google was paying regular people like us to take drones and set up balloons and other stuff and get high altitude images so that they could weave together Google Maps when they were first developing it. So it's not just satellites that were going over or whatever. These were regular people sending things up and sending Google pictures.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That's perfect. I'm down with that, mate.
And then they wove it.
And they still do use airplanes and they still do use balloons. They still do use these things.
However, I love this.
It's always referred back to ground points or known ground points. And it's also generally referred back to
previously surveyed ground points.
Awesome.
I'm not saying they don't use planes to fly over and take.
I get it, man. I get it. I understand. I agree with you. Right. So let's go on that one. So if you guys are saying that they're fucking all ground points, right? So we can agree that all of this, the map surveying that we all use with Google Maps, right? Can we all agree that that's all just purely ground based?
We'll agree on Earth's surface.
Yeah, so the accurate look. Have you guys ever used Google Earth? Have you ever fucking like zoomed in on your own fucking house or anything like that?
Yep. And when you zoom in, you can actually see at the bottom of Google Earth where that picture apparently came from and what height it was at.
Yeah. And that's from the fucking cars that drive around on the streets with the fucking sensors.
No, if you zoom in on Google Earth, like I'm doing right now. Okay, it'll tell you when the photo was taken. And I was looking at this today because some of it doesn't make sense, but this isn't probably the room to talk about. But if I go over some land, I'll tell you what it says.
Far out, it turns into a cartoon.
Tell me exactly.
Here it says I'm at a height of 1,000 meters, and it says imagery date 10th to the 12th, 06.
What's the location so I can cross-check this, please, mate?
Sorry, what was that?
It's the location thing you're viewing so I can cross-reference and check this, please.
Oh, yep, no worries. Well, if you're on Google Earth,
yep.
I just zoomed in randomly.
Right, so where is that?
Pretty much on the prime meridian line on the Tropic of Cancer, which is about just to the left of Nigeria, or Niger. I can go over Australia, though. I'll move to Australia. I did it last night.
Let's go somewhere like really iconic, like Sydney Opera House or something like that.
It doesn't really even, it's irrelevant.
It is fucking relevant, mate.
Saying that you can actually see where these images came from. It actually states it at the bottom.
Cool. So let's just say that they're all coming from the ground, or they're coming from a plane, or they're coming from a balloon, right? Let's just all say that they're not coming from a fucking satellite orbiting the fucking whatever the fuck this thing is that we're on, right? We all agree that it's not coming from a fucking orbiting satellite. So it's either coming from a balloon or a plane or a ground-based fucking surveying system or some sort of thing like that, right?
Well, these are some of the things that could be used, but like we were saying before,
so can we
don't
all
know
agree
what else they are doing.
Can we all agree that it's something like that?
I don't think we can agree that it's necessarily limited to those options. There could be other means of doing things up there that we're just not privy to.
I'm not talking about up
I
there.
can agree with you. They're not orbiting.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. So can we all agree that they're not orbiting? So these aren't coming from a satellite orbiting the Earth.
Not necessarily. They could be orbiting a flat Earth.
Yeah, orbit's only a transit above you, bro. I could orbit my house and walking around.
That's just a speculation that you guys are speculating. You guys don't like that.
No, it's not. Orbit is above you or around you. Doesn't mean it's.
We're not talking about. Wait, old mate, we aren't talking about fucking orbiting satellites here.
Yeah,
Orbit means a circular path. That's all it means.
But we're not talking about orbiting. We're just talking about fucking satellite maps or whatever the fuck you want to call them. The detailed, like, terrain maps that you can see. Like, okay, I'm looking on Google Earth right now, and I can see fucking Sydney Opera House. I can see fucking trees.
Yeah.
Now,
zoom out to 1,000 meters.
On Sydney Opera House?
Yeah, Sydney Opera House.
Zoom out to what?
1,000 meters, I believe it's at. Sorry, 18 kilometers the camera's at. 18 kilometers.
Hang on. It's moved.
If you type in Google, if you type in the search up the top, Sydney Opera House, it'll take it there and pin it there for you. And then zoom out 18 kilometers.
Right, I'm at 10 kilometers. I zoom. Oh, fuck this. Trying. It's fucking fiddly. Look, I'm at 10 kilometers. Is that good enough? It says Google what is it? SIO, NOAA, US Navy, NGA, GBR. Is that what you mean? Stuff like that?
Yeah, there. So this one's come from the US Navy. I don't know what the GEBCO, you could probably look that up, but as you zoom out or you go to different places, it will actually tell you it's a different type of aeroplane. And if you look up look all that up and do some research on that, there's a company that work with the government to provide all these images via plane.
Yeah, they use a bunch of different things to get these images, right? So we can all agree that they're images or photographs taken from aerial viewpoints, right? They're stitched together to form the Google Maps that we can all use to navigate around in our cars and shit like that, right?
Yes, but they're still not accurate at a large distance. They're only accurate on the ground. I suppose, like when you're using, say, like, I don't know where you live, but you know, in Australia, you open up a Melways, you've only got your little local suburb in your map book. That's accurate, but not as accurate when you zoomed out on Google Earth. They're just pictures.
I used to navigate around using the fucking Melways and the maps and all that shit. But then when the smartphones came out with the GPS, I switched to that. I never got lost.
The GPS is coming from satellite.
I don't fucking know where it's come from. It doesn't matter, right? That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter. Even if I said satellite, it's just me slipping up with my words. Just forget the fucking fact that it's something orbiting around.
Yep, righto. Yep, go.
So these things, right, that are taking these photos and then stitching them all together, giving us a nice, accurate map wherever the fuck we are on the Earth, whether you be in bloody Sydney or New York or wherever the fuck you guys live, right? Do you all agree that those are accurate? You can navigate around in a car or on foot, find your way around within the accuracy of, let's say, 1 or 2 meters, a few feet. Well, would you guys all agree that is something that you've all experienced?
Yeah, you might drive into a ford or a river, or find yourself on a road that's not on the map.
Yeah, I know a few fucking senile old cunts have done that, but come on now. Have you done that? I've never done that, mate. I've never driven off a fucking cliff or off a fucking lake.
A few young fucking clowns have done the exact same thing. Just follow the sat nav and drive straight into a wall, bro.
Well, I've actually witnessed that up in Queensland, where I'm from, where people that go and buy, like, we have these rich dudes buying these big motor yachts, never had a boat before. And when you came into the marina where I was, there was a bit of a kink in there, and you really had to follow the navigation lights because there was a big rock wall. And how many of them have just followed their GPSs and slammed into that rock wall is amazing at night.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yep.
Sure. Well, that's the thing. Like, that's why they say that there's, only an accuracy of, like, a certain amount of feet or a certain amount of meters.
And it can get worse and worse.
If you're on a boat, yeah, exactly. If you're on a boat, a few fucking meters is the difference between crashing into a fucking, a brick wall or something, or a rock wall or whatever, right? So let's all agree that they're not, like, pinpoint fucking accurate, but they're accurate enough. Yeah. If you're walking around on the street or if you're driving your car, you can get where you want to go. You can get from A to B, right? I think we've all fucking used fucking Google Maps or Apple Maps or fucking whatever you fucking, Open Maps or whatever. I'm sure all of us have used them at some point in our lives. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So my next question is, why don't you guys have flat Earth map of that accuracy made from all of those images?
That's what they use.
Well, first of all, first thing I would say, if we were looking at this from a debate standpoint, then this would be an argument from ignorance, and it wouldn't really be a valid question. But realistically, yes, that's what we are using on a local scale. Yeah. All mapping, planar surveying. They use elevation angles, plane triangles, and they assume a flat plane.
Parallel axiom.
I mean, they assume a flat plane.
So planar surveying up to 200 square kilometres, they're assumed as flat. They do not account for curvature. That's what's used for bridges, buildings, housing estates, your house, my house. It's all as flat, and again for larger scale as well. It's all flat measurements.
You mean
and
for larger
it is
scale,
then maths used to bring it back to an assumed sphere.
Do you mean, when you say larger scale, do you mean over that? What was that first distance you said? Was it 200 meters? 200? What was it?
200 kilometers, I believe it is, off the top of my head.
They use it for aviation and nautical.
Right. So why? So yeah. Okay. So you said it's up to that 200 kilometers. So why is it only to that?
Well, larger scales than that, they're still measuring it in increments, and what they're doing is they're using triangles to do it.
Mm-hmm. So hang on a sec. Look, all right, I got a question for you. So this is engineering, right? Engineering and surveying, right? Like, because engineers, if they're going to build a large-scale project, they're going to have to rely on surveying for that large-scale project, correct?
Yep.
Can we all agree upon that? We all agree that engineers, to build large-scale projects, need to rely on surveying as an important first step.
Absolutely.
In order to build. Yeah? Okay, great.
And they have instruments for that too.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, so this is what really fucking confuses the fuck out of me, and I'm hoping maybe some of you can help me fucking work this one out, because it fucking uses the fuck out of me and I can't get my head around it. So you're saying that the engineers, when they're surveying, they base it all on the Earth being flat, right?
Yes, on a smaller scale, yes, for your local building projects, bridges, buildings, yes.
Right, so with the surveying, Are there two types of surveying?
Oh.
Well, there's planar
What are the
surveying.
types of planar surveying is one of them. Yeah.
Yep,
Planar
which
surveying.
assumes up to 200 kilometres flat.
Oh,
Then
sorry.
you've
That's
got that's planar. Then you've got geodetic and geodesic.
Yep, geodesic and geodetic. Yeah, exactly.
It's not really.
Yeah.
That's not on the
So surveying can be divided into geodetic surveying, right, where the curvature of the Earth is accounted for, and then plane surveying.
After the preliminary measurements are taken, the curvature is accounted for in the maths.
Where are you getting that from?
It's a parallel axis.
I was actually looking at this a couple of days ago. I've probably got a citation here for you, but
Cool.
that's what occurs.
Because right now I'm looking at the National Engineering Handbook, Part 650, Engineering Field Handbook, Chapter 1, Surveying. Okay?
Mean what?
Hey, surveying is the science, art, and technology by which lines, distances, angles, and elevations are established and measured on or beneath the Earth's surface.
Okay, just stop right there.
This is the
First of all-
important bit. Let me finish this last bit because this is a really important bit.
Yep.
Surveying can be divided into geodetic surveying, where the curvature of the Earth is accounted for, and plane surveying, as it pertains to this chapter, where the curvature of the Earth is neglected and measurements are made with the Earth considered as a plane surface.
Just said it, dude. You just said it right there. Literally.
Okay,
said
so now when you talk about the geodetic surveying, where the curvature of the Earth is accounted for,
Yeah.
does it say at what stage that curvature is accounted for? How did they take their initial measurements? And like you just stated there, how did they take that angle? What is the definition of an angle?
May I say something real quick, please? May I interrupt for a second? It said, he literally just said it neglects it and goes with the plane surface of the Earth.
No, there's three types of surveying, and they do in geodetic and geodesic surveying, they do take into supposed curvature of the Earth. But what I'm stating is that it is done after the initial measurements. Planar surveying is done on a smaller scale, on shorter distances, and they don't take the curvature into account. However, you do have a good point, because even over that distance on planar surveying, we should be seeing quite a bit of curvature.
It's a parallel.
So I'll read that one more. I'll read that one more time for old mate fucking Yank Tank so you can understand it. So it says, surveying can be divided into geodetic surveying, where the curvature of the Earth is accounted for, and plane surveying, as it pertains to this chapter, where the curvature of the Earth is neglected and measurements are made with the Earth considered as a plane surface. So that chapter that they're talking about, the plane surveying, which is the smaller scale surveying, where they don't need to worry about the curvature of the Earth, they can ignore it. This is from the Engineering Field Handbook. You can look it up and check it out yourself.
Yeah, bro, it's not
Just
accounted
take my word for it.
That's the point of it. It's not accounted for at that level. It's not required. Normal surveying is just a
Yeah, that's
change
right,
in-
because it's a fucking smaller scale, a smaller area
Yes.
that they're building on. But when they're
However,
doing
over that
large scale
distance-
projects, they have to account for the fucking curvature, and that's what it's fucking saying in the engineering handbook.
They're accounting for geodesy. They're accounting for this ball globe thing within the math at that level, bro. That's when it comes to using
Of course
things
they
like...
have to do that, because otherwise everything will fucking
Yes,
fall apart.
but the point is that Buster, the point is that the
Sounds like you're
initial
having a fucking orgasm, mate.
the initial measurements that are taken are flat Earth angle measurements. So again, if we define an angle, it's two straight lines. Now, they're going to give you pictures of the celestial sphere, and you're standing in the middle of this flat plane because they require their flat plane, and taking this measurement from the center of the Earth. That's not where you're standing when you take your initial measurement. You're standing on the surface of the Earth with a horizontal line. So it is the maths that turns this thing back into a sphere, not the initial measurements. The initial measurements all show a flat Earth.
If you're using a basic theodolite, right, it's a telescope with a mark etched in the lens, and a dude with a stick, a meter stick. Now you go up from that and you go to a total station,
What
which
they use on plane surveying.
For you. That's the
on plane. Yeah, that's right. They're using that on plane surveying. They're not using it on geodetic surveying.
But that's what he just read too. He just read that. Literally read it verbatim. Plane surveying.
All right, point of moderation. Yeah, 1 second. Point of moderation. If you are a member of what's going on, old dude. If you're not a member of this culture and this server, please put yourself on mute. There's some people that are gold members and above that usually handle conversations like these. And if you're not that, can you please put yourself on mute? We let usually senior members in this Discord actually handle conversations like these. So if you're not that, once again, please put yourself on mute. If not, I will mute you. Thank you.
Yep. You want me at, man?
I've got a question about that particular.
No. You go ahead. Like you've been
What
dealing
makes
with
you a gold member or gold? I'm just curious.
You have to be able to handle a conversation that can thoroughly take somebody from point A to point B, and further into like what we talk about in here, as far as like educating somebody on what they know and what they do not know. So there's a conflict of understanding. So if you well, we have Flying High. His name's AJ now. AJ and old dude, we're talking to you. So we'll continue down the path of letting them, take you further in. But we'll just let that conversation flow. So I don't want it to be interrupted by other people who are just saying things that would take the point away from what they're saying, because they're on good points right now.
Just so you know, Mayhem, I actually checked Buster in today in VC check-in, and we had a pretty good discussion in there. But he says he's on the fence, and he's asking questions, and I think he is genuinely asking questions, and that he's not trying to troll or anything.
I want to know what these are the things, like when I read stuff like this in the engineering fucking field handbook, it confuses the fuck out of me because it just doesn't make sense.
I'll be on mute. I'll be on mute, AJ, and old dude or whoever was handling the conversation. If I need to, I'll jump back in.
Yeah.
I don't need to right now. All
right. No worries. Yeah, so again, that what they're doing there is, like you said, they're calculating for curvature after the initial measurements.
They're calculating for curvature after the initial measurements.
Yes.
Have you got a citation that can back up what you've just said? Because I'm presenting
may do somewhere. Yes, I may do somewhere.
I'm presenting like official
so what you're presenting,
National Engineering Handbook.
Yep.
And I can
what you're
put a link to
presenting
that
there,
in the chat. Yeah.
Okay, so it says it takes into account curvature. At what point does it take into account curvature? When they're doing geodesic and geodetic surveying, what tools are they using?
Distance. I think it's over that distance that you originally said, which was, what was it, 200 something, wasn't it?
Yes, so what tools are they using and how are they taking these measurements?
I would have to read more of the handbook.
So just actually claiming because it states that curvature is taken into account without knowing what tools are used, what they're actually doing, how they're taking these measurements, and at what stage curvature is taken into account would be very important, wouldn't it?
I
and
agree.
The first point of that would be what tools are they using and what measurements are they taking to do this?
I agree with that as well. Absolutely. Apparently, they use a variety of tools and equipment to acquire spatial data and make precise measurements. Some of the most common tools used by geodetic surveyors include total station, prism pole, prism and survey tripod, GPS receivers, digital cameras, computer software. I can go into great detail of each one of those if you would like. Total station is an electronic optical instrument used in modern surveying. It is an electronic transit thermodolite integrated with an electronic distance meter, or an EDM, to read slope distances from the instrument to a particular point. Prism pole, prism, and survey tripod. These are accessories used with the total station to acquire spatial data. GPS receivers are used to determine the precise location of points on the Earth's surface using signals from GPS satellites, but you guys don't believe they exist, so I guess we can ignore that.
Well,
Digital
at
cameras.
the end of all that, the crux of all these things, what they're doing is they're measuring both horizontal and vertical angles. The horizontal baseline serves as a reference for measuring the vertical angles, which are later correlated and taken into account for the Earth's curvature.
What they call the reference ellipsoid, right?
I'm not sure what they call it. I'm just reading some notes I got here in front of me.
Well, I just told you.
I've been looking into this.
Reference ellipsoid. That's what they call it.
There you go.
It is a reference ellipsoid. I've never heard of that.
So they take measurements and then they use this thing, and now it's a globe.
It's basically done with the maths. But again,
Yeah, so not with the actual measurements itself, then.
Theodolites, total stations, GNSS, global navigation systems, receivers, all they're all doing is measuring both horizontal and vertical angles, horizontal baselines as a reference for a vertical angle. So you need a horizontal baseline, therefore the Earth is measured as flat, regardless of what they do after that.
Reference ellipsoid is a mathematically defined surface that approximates the geoid, which is the truer imperfect figure of the Earth or other planetary body, as opposed to a perfect, smooth and unaltered sphere, which factors in the undulations of the body's gravity due to variations in the composition and density of the interior. Mathematically, a reference ellipsoid is usually an oblate, flattened spheroid with two different axes, an equatorial radius, semi-major axis, and a polar radius, semi-minor axis. I'm just reading that out because old mate fucking said reference ellipsoid.
Yeah, so what they're doing, again, is they're taking elevation angles, they're taking angle measurements, and then they're using maths, this ellipsoid, to turn it back into the sphere that they believe it is. But again,
and you know what?
Nobody's ever measured drop over distance.
And guess what? It fucking works because the fucking huge, big, massive projects like dams and fucking kinds of huge shit doesn't fucking fall apart.
I actually haven't seen anything that actually takes curvature into account.
Are you kidding me, mate? Like any large fucking engineering project does. I'm reading that straight from their fucking handbook. So,
can you show me a large engineering project that's being done, or a bridge or something that's taking this curvature into account? But regardless of that, we're getting off topic here. We really need to go back to these elevation angles and these angle measurements because, again, these original measurements that are taken are measuring angles with a vertical line, taking an angle to a horizontal, a 90, something that you cannot have standing on the surface of this globe. So who cares what they refer it back to? What's the original measurement? Flat.
I'd just like to point out a bit of fallacious reasoning as well to add to your point here, AJ. If I could direct your guys' attention to live stream voice text number 1. There you go. I need you guys to look at what I'm just clipped out from a fallacious reasoning standpoint. So we call this the pragmatic fallacy. What he just stated, because it works. So he's stating because it works, then therefore the Earth can be a globe. So the description of the pragmatic fallacy is such as this: claiming that something is true because the person making the claim has experienced or referencing to someone who has experienced some practical benefit from believing the thing to be true. The practical benefit is often summarized as it works. The person is confusing the truth value of the claim with the results from believing the claim to be true. So then it gives you the logical form. I believe X is true. Believing in X results in practical benefit. Y, therefore X is true. So that's called a pragmatic fallacy.
Cool.
And so
Awesome.
Busta,
Nice one, brother.
right, but
Good
I'm
shit,
saying
bro.
I'm just pointing out that
I get you. I get you.
fallacy. So.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're all good, mate. You fucking got me on that one. Look,
Well, it's not,
I get it.
Gotcha. What it is, Busta.
Yeah, no,
what
it is, mate. It's all good. It's all good.
But check this out.
It's good. I
know, but check this
understand
out.
all the little logic games you guys like to play.
No,
and
it's not a
twist things
logic
around,
game.
so I
This is
get
how we
it.
communicate.
Get it.
Busta.
It's all
Like,
good.
listen.
It's all good.
No,
No,
relax,
you
relax,
got me on the
brother.
logic. You got me on the logic. It's great.
The logic is
congratulations.
needed.
No.
Relax.
Here's a little clap for you, mate. I'll give you a little golf clap.
All right, so I'm gonna have to mute you because
Mayhem's one of our main guys in here. He's actually a good guy. He's this is how these points are argued, man. Like, if it's a fallacious reasoning, then
I'll
it's
tell
not
him. I'll
it's
tell
not
him, AJ.
logical, man. But
I'll let him know. Thank you very much. Busta, I'm just telling you this because when people commit these logical fallacies and you say you already know that's our game, it sounds to you like it is a game, and it's not. This is how we reason and talk to people. If we can communicate in a way that's reasonable and logical, then we're able to speak the truth. So if true things are being spoken here and people are committing logical fallacies and we don't point them out and explain why they're committed and what they were about, then everybody else, like the listening audience, doesn't understand why what you're saying is either logically consistent or illogical. So having to point them out does give lend credence to the conversation. So people can say, okay, maybe he was logically inconsistent, but is there a reason why? And this is the reason when we go through these logical inconsistencies, such as the one I just pointed out, it gives you a better stance as to like, wait, maybe I can rethink what I just said. Okay, so and I'm only doing it for everyone's benefit. I'm not just pointing it out because it was a logical fallacy, but because perhaps you can, rethink your position and maybe think maybe it was a logical fallacy, right? Pragmatic fallacy, like as I just stated. So I'm gonna go ahead and mute you, but
And secondly to that, like I said in the VC check-in, man, like if I was saying the same thing, Mayhem would be in here and calling me out on this and booting me out of this conversation and taking it over. We're all held to account here.
Everybody is. There's no distinction between flat Earth and globe Earth conversations. If you're able to handle the conversation well, then that's fine. But if some flat Earther is committing logical fallacies, then the senior members will jump in and kind of assess that convo.
Oh, I bet they won't, mate.
Yeah, no. We always do.
I can fucking
we
guarantee that they won't. No way.
No, they do. I can tell you that honestly, Buster. They do. It's honesty.
That's honesty, bro. We do it. We held each other. We held each other.
Flat earthers that I've ever fucking met that do that. That's
right,
true.
but that's why
Buster.
That's why this culture that we have in here, we've curated it for many years now. But we do it so that people don't mistake conversations from people just making claims to like us actually going through the logical and reasonable conversations that we have in here. If we can't reason with somebody, then we lose. It's a breakdown in communication. we're losing.
No shit, you lose the fucking debate, 100%.
Right. So we have to have a good
If you
stance
use
for
a
it.
logical
100%.
fallacy in a debate, you fucking instantly lose that argument.
No, that's incorrect. That right
That's
there is
fucking
just
totally
an easy
correct.
way. That's an easy way to say that I don't have to be held to a standard. Like you just want to say things, and if you're saying things that are fallacious in reason, then you're able to usurp the conversation and take it any direction you want, and that's just not logically possible in a conversation where people are speaking truth.
Well,
you would
in a
lose the fucking
debate setting,
debate.
if you were to ask a fallacious question, well, I don't have to answer it because it's not a question that requires an answer. It's a fallacy.
You don't have to. Well, you don't have to answer any fucking questions.
No,
Right,
but
but-
logically, in that situation, I'm not required to answer it regardless because it's not actually a question. It's fallacious reasoning. There is no
Yep.
question to answer.
So I don't know, old dude. Did you want to? I'm sorry, Busta. Old dude, did you want to come in here and say what you typed in there? Because I don't think he understands the ramifications of this discussion.
I understand exactly what logical fallacies are, mate. And
No,
I
not
understand
that.
if you-
Not that. No, I want him to kind of tell you about what we do in here. Not
Yeah,
you just said.
the forums look maintained so that it's a fair and honest floor. Anyone pulling rank just to overspeak someone or play a ha-ha gotcha because that's fallacious, we don't do that, dude. It's purely for the
I
sake of
don't-
the argument and the fact. And like as I say, as I've said in text, I've actually banned flat earthers for using fallacious argument and not backing up their game and playing
So
sneaky.
you fucking should.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah. I mean, like, don't feel that you're here amongst a group of. It's like you and all of us. Like we're actually all for you in this.
We want
I
for
don't know
people
who
to
the fuck
present
was
the best.
talking.
Go ahead. That was
Alright, go
old
on.
dude. We want people
No,
to
no.
present the best argument they can for a position that they hold. So if you're holding this position that the Earth is a globe, then do it without
not.
committing these logic. Well, we like
I'm
to
not-
say that.
I'm-
Right. You're
position
advocating
I'm
for a
holding-
position.
Position I'm holding is I don't know what the fuck it is. I want to know
Okay.
why you've got engineering handbooks that are talking about calculating or taking into consideration the curve of the Earth when they're building large scale projects versus small scale projects where they don't have to.
Right. So they're not. It's,
If it didn't mean anything, then it wouldn't be in the fucking engineering handbook.
I get what you're saying, okay, and I know why you're saying it. So I'd like to address that if you let me, like without coming in.
Yeah, go
So
for it.
basically, when people are doing things like what you just said or committing these instruction manuals to like putting information in there, is because they've been taught a specific way. So let's say, for the globe's sake, right? People are thinking the Earth is a globe that's spinning in the vacuum of space. Do they know that it is, or are they superimposing a geometric shape over the Earth that they stand upon? So if I live on this Earth and I'm telling you it's a specific geometric shape, what is the reasoning behind that? Is it because I know that it is a geometric shape, like the way I'm claiming that it is, like an oblate spheroid, or do I just say things because I've been told that it is? And I don't have any support for it being as such. I'm just telling you that the R value that I insert in any of the formulas for mathematical purposes, like in surveying, are inserted into the formula because it's a foregone conclusion, and I don't have to look back and see if the Earth, or validate that the Earth is a globe. So it's like saying the Earth is a dodecahedron because I was told that it was, and I'm inserting the formula for dodecahedron into the values of the Earth that I stand upon. So then you would say, well, how the fuck do you know it's a dodecahedron, man? Like, can we address that? Like, maybe you might have those questions, and I tell you, oh, I don't need to do it because it's in the formula. Do you see what I mean? Like, I'm not questioning the fact where I got the geometric shape from. I'm just telling you it's already understood that it is one. So then it just begs the question, which is another part of fallacious reasoning, right? If you beg the question, that means that you're already putting what you proposed at the very beginning, that it is, in the statement that it already has been found to be what the geometric shape you say that it is, without any understanding of how it was even derived. So we're having a conflict in understanding right now. Like in this server, we're asking people to critically think about these questions. So like the road that perhaps you're on right now, As you're wondering why it's in there, we're asking the question, has it been validated that it has been looked at as the Earth being an oblate spheroid? So we're not getting to that. You're more interested in like, why did they put it in there? And we're telling you that is right now at best a secondary conversation or derivative topic versus the one that we need to figure out. How has it been validated that it is this geometric oblate spheroid that they're telling us it is? Once we address that and find out whether it is or isn't that, then we can address perhaps what is the reasoning behind them putting it into this manual that you're looking at. So we have to go back to the first premise, right? Is the Earth a oblate spheroid like they're telling us with the measurements that they say, right? Because this isn't our claim. Some people advocate for the claim that the Earth is a globe. It sounds like you're not, which I mean, if you don't have a vested interest in it, I think it would behoove you to actually go back to the premise and investigate whether it is or not, right? Based on whatever fundamental information and knowledge base that you have. Is that fair? Like, I don't want to sound unreasonable to like not answering your questions about why it's in the surveying handbook, but I want to address the situation first off, whether it is actually validated as an oblate spheroid or not. Is that fair, Busta? Because we could argue the toss about why it's in that handbook, and you might say, okay, well that's fair, or disagree. That's not fair.
Yeah. I get that.
So we're not gonna.
No. Can I ask him a question, Buster?
I'm down with all that. I get that.
Have you seen the black swan image? Have they gone through that with you?
Is that the oil rig?
Yes. Did you understand what it was about?
I've heard about this and I've seen photos of it. People have posted it on Twitter, I think.
Has someone got the motor stolen? Yep, there it is.
It's posted for you. Go ahead, AJ.
Can you see in the live stream voice text?
Where do I see that?
Just above.
Does he have the roll?
Oh no, he's only got a voice roll at the moment.
Okay. Yeah, he's able to. If he's got voice verified, he's able to see it. So it's the text channel right above the voice channel you're in, Busta.
Is this an accept invite? What is this? Fuck.
No, just above live stream. You know where we were before and we went to welcome and looked at the rules in that screen? Just above where it says live stream, where your name is now, there'll be live stream voice text. Just click on that box and you should be able to see.
PC check-in.
No, below. Keep coming down. You'll see just above live stream.
So if the voice channel that you're in right now, are you
live stream voice text?
I see it. Real quick before you guys continue, I just want to give a shout out to Donato. He donated $5 to my channel. I appreciate you, bro. So thank you, Donato.
I've seen this before. Yeah. I got this.
So if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Q, geometric horizon. So that is our curvature calculator based off of their radius, yeah? So now we've got a picture here of a 1 foot observer height where the max distance to the physical geometric horizon that should be hiding boats and buildings is 1.22 miles. But we can see here that we got platform habitat at 6.21 and platform hill house at 6.21 and habitat at 9.41, and we can see the horizon is well in the distance of this picture. So the oil rigs have nothing to do with this. We're looking at the horizon well beyond. So we can see here, as per the motor stolen, if not Q, not P. Would you agree?
What I want to know is why are the cranes on the oil rig all fucked up?
Well, that's just due to the ATMO conditions at the time. But regardless of that, we're not looking at those fucked up cranes because of the ATMO conditions that are occurring.
They're all fucking crooked
No,
and shit.
and it's exactly like we spoke about earlier when you're looking at a pool light through water. You know, the Atmos contains water and, you know, it depends on the temperature and the density and the thickness of what's going on there. And you're going to see different images, but we're not concerned with that there. We're concerned with the distance to the horizon, because we can see here, according to their radius, that physical sphere edge horizon can be no more than 1.22 miles in this photo, and we can see that horizon well beyond 9.41 miles. Therefore, it does not work.
You guys are basing that on the 8 inches per square mile thing, right?
Well, 8 inches per square mile.
Sorry, 8 inches per mile squared.
Yes, correct. Is good up to at least 1,000 kilometres.
That's to determine the drop height due to the curvature of the Earth, right?
Correct, according to their radius of 3,959 miles.
Yeah, so you guys, you're using the 8-inch rule.
Well, that's just not from that curvature calculator. This is done daily out at sea. You know, if you do any navigation at sea, you actually know that your horizon is always 1.22 miles from the observer's height in feet. That's a known equation for sailing.
Right, but you're not taking into account the observer's height and the atmospheric refraction.
Well, we are here. We're taking in the observer's height of 1 foot, which would dictate a horizon at 1.22 miles, a physical horizon, where we can see the horizon well beyond 9.41 miles.
You can see that far because of refraction. That's the reason why you can see that oil rig.
So you're telling me that the Earth is moving because a physical horizon at 1.22 miles cannot refract itself backwards over 10 miles. That's impossible.
Obviously, that photograph is only possible because of the refraction, and then you can see that on the crane.
So you're claiming that the horizon, the physical. Hang on, no, it is a claim because what you're saying.
You can see the refraction on the photo. The evidence of the refraction is clear on the photo that I'm looking at right now.
Then the claim is
I can wobbly and bend.
Okay, so then the claim...
You can't have a crane like that to work. A crane like that will not work on an oil rig.
No one's denying the wobbly cranes, so just hang on for a second. I'm not denying your wobbly cranes and what's occurring there.
Yeah.
Okay,
it's
but what I am denying...
Right?
What I am denying is that according to your logic and what you're stating here with what's occurring with the cranes, your statement is that the physical curvature of the Earth that is supposed to be at 1.22 miles offshore from this observer has now refracted itself backwards over 10 miles, allowing us to see that distance of 10 miles. That is impossible. That is not how refraction works.
Here's
the other problem. It makes.
I'm going to be honest. I'll be honest with you guys. Maths is one of my fucking weakest fucking things. Okay, I'll be straight up honest. You will be able to pull the wool over my eyes with any mathematics.
Explain it in a simpler way, man. Simpler way, right? If we look at it in kilometers, let's just look at it in kilometers, man.
Calm down, man. Buster, calm down.
If there's a physical curve in front of your eyes,
calm down, cunt.
He's all right, man. He's good.
Let's refrain from that, man. AJ's going to take you through it. If that's a bit more difficult,
we say cunt all the time down here in Australia.
I know. But what I'm saying is AJ will take you through it. If that seems difficult for you, he's going to break it down. So I think we'll give him a shot.
I just want to bring up one point.
Sucks.
Well, this is a logical argument. It has nothing to do with math. If the horizon is moving around. Right, when you go look out at the ocean and you see the horizon at any particular location, if it's moving around, then the horizon is not a physical location, it's an optical location. So when someone says, ships go over the curve of the Earth. When they go off from the distance, you can't see the bottom, then you don't see the mast. Well, if that horizon's an optical effect, and it's not the physical edge of a ball, ships over the horizon, sunsets, anything using the horizon as some indicator of what the Earth is fallacious.
Yeah, this curvature at 1.22 miles is physical. It's a physical hill that you should not be seeing past that cannot move. Yeah, so let's try and break it down simpler in kilometers maybe, or, you know, if you've got a brick wall in front of you at 5 kilometers, is refraction going to make that, and there's something behind that brick wall, is refraction then going to make that brick wall appear that it's at 10 kilometers and bring all those things behind it back in view in front of itself? It can't occur. That's not how refraction works. What you're seeing with a bendy crane is refraction.
Also, a point of interest in this conversation is something that to think about, Busta. When we speak of this 8 inches per mile squared, do you think that we are using it from a standpoint of, like, let's say, a flat Earth perspective, that maybe some flat earthers came up with this math or formula to then kind of use it to debunk the Earth being a globe, as in it was our idea, like it's our information? Because I think maybe there's a point of conflict from your mindset to think that when it's being used in a way to thwart the efforts of a person thinking the Earth as a globe. Like, because we came up with it. I'm not sure if that's maybe why.
I know. I don't know. Not at all, mate. I know that you guys are using the globe Earth calculations. I know that.
All right. No, yeah, but what I'm saying
that's
is,
what
though,
you
like,
guys always you. No, but I get it. Like, you guys always hold this over the globe people. Always.
Well, we're not holding it over them. We're just saying that this is a fact. However, we can prove
always use it.
Not a fact.
Like when you always go for the curve calculations when everything else fails. That is the one thing you.
No, what I'm thinking is, yeah. Do you think that it's valid to then what they're telling us the size of the Earth is using this math is valid to go into the field, right? Go somewhere and test to see if these calculations add up to what we're seeing. Do you think that's personal? Do you think it's reasonable for us to say, okay, we got some calculations here that somebody said, well, we're going to go into the Earth and go test them. Like, let's go see if that curvature is actually there.
Of course,
I don't see anything wrong with that, but unless you do,
there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with that.
Right. So why is it in the argumentation when we're saying, hey guys, have you seen the 8 inches per mile squared? And then it gets thrown back to us as like, why is that a gotcha? Like, in this arena, in this specific topic, it sounds like we're trying to get somebody on a gotcha, when it's really like, have you tested it? We're asking people that. Have you seen if the Earth actually conforms to these numbers that this math that they're telling us? I mean, that seems a bit unreasonable for somebody to say, why are you using that math? And we're like, well, isn't this the math you given us? This is the math you've given us.
I'm not asking you why you're using that math. I know why you're using that math.
The radius can be a different value than the radius they claim.
Then why do you have an issue with actually using it and saying it's like a last-ditch resort? Because for me, this is the first point I go to, because if we're on the Earth, we want to directly measure...
point, whatever the fuck you want to, however you want to use it.
Yeah, but I use it first because I'm standing on the Earth and I want to know what I'm standing on.
Go for it. If you want to do if you wanted to come out swinging and do the power move straight away, go for it.
Well, it's not really a power move.
Every argument is derived from the radius. You can't have orbits, you can't have flight paths, you can't have distances, you can't have anything without the radius value. Yeah. They're all calculated off the radius.
It's a massive power.
So the mathematical mathematical...
Then if it's a massive power, then it's obviously a massive gotcha, and there is no argument.
Think about it. Think about it, Busta. 1 second.
That's why the flat Earth is always...
We got a runaway train. Hang on. I'm going to have to mute you. I don't like doing this. All right, but when I'm speaking, I want you to be heard. I want to be heard so that you can understand the difference here, like what you're trying to tell us. What we're telling you, it's the mathematical construct of what defines the geometric shape. The geometric shape of the thing you are standing on is defined right? The definition behind it. Like if I was to say oblate spheroid, what does that mean to you? Does that oblate spheroid have dimensions? Can we measure it? Because obviously, if that is the case, then we should have some math that actually dictates. Math is a language. Math should be able to dictate what it is, as in the size, the drop rate over distance. All these things should matter to any average person who says, "Hey, I have a question. How big is the Earth?" So we're gonna go right there to that. So that's why it's important, because we're defining the very geometric shape of the thing we are with the measurements. So I'm sorry, I apologize that I have to mute you, but like maybe you might get worked up in this conversation. I just unmuted you, Busta. It's difficult, man. Like to have a conversation with somebody and reason with them that it's not our gotcha or first power move. It's like we're basically just telling you this is what they're telling all people. How are we not talking about this if it's the thing that should be in question? Are we validating the radius, diameter, and circumference of this oblate spheroid or not?
I've
That's
actually
all.
got a question for Buster. And, bro, I think if you're honest with yourself, I think you already know the Earth's flat, but you're fighting with it because it doesn't conform or it's something else, and you've got a real issue with it there. But I think that from the questions you're asking and what you truly do understand amongst all this argument, I believe you really do know it's flat. And but you have an issue with knowing that. Would I be right in saying that?
No, it's an interesting statement, mate. I've got a question for you guys. How long have you guys been researching the flat Earth?
AJ can tell you. I've been doing it 8 years.
How many years?
Oh, look, I've probably believed the Earth is flat for over 10, but actually researching it like in depth,
I mean,
probably about
hardcore
5.
research.
Probably about 5.
Yeah, all right, let's go around the room.
Well, when you say
AJ's
research
got
flat
5.
Earth, that actually means investigating.
Been researching everything to do with the flat Earth. I mean,
not just
it's
but
investigating the globe model, really. When you research flat Earth, you have to know the globe model first, right? Like,
yeah,
sure. But I mean, like the first time you ever heard someone say that the Earth is flat, and then they showed a bunch of things that made you go, "Holy shit!" Made you question the.
There was an observation first, right? So there's a well-known video of someone taking video or a photograph across Lake Michigan of Chicago.
Yep.
So the Chicago skyline. So I saw that news broadcast first before I ever heard about flat Earth or anything like that. It wasn't part of a flat Earth video. And this guy's like, this has to be a mirage. Well, it can't be a mirage because mirages are double images. There's 2 types of mirages. Well, there's 3 types. So there's the Fata Morgana, where the thing's floating above the water.
Yep.
Then there's the inferior mirage, where the bottoms are touching each other. And then there's the superior mirage, where the tops are touching each other. All other than the Fata Morgana, the other 2 are double images. And it's definitely not floating in the sky. So I knew right then that this guy's full of shit. This isn't a mirage. This, if you do the math, this view should not be possible. So why is it possible?
Well, the atmospheric refraction is obviously strong enough to make it happen.
Yeah, well, you investigate that, right? So you investigate this refraction claim. Is there any evidence for it? There's none. The evidence for refraction in the globe model is it's a globe. We see too far, therefore there must be refraction. But independent of that, right, is there any experiments? Is there any measurements, quantifications, models that work, anything? There's nothing. There's nothing to support it. And in fact, all the peer-reviewed literature on trying to quantify it, no model works of dozens of them going back 150 years. They make no predictions at all. You can't. No model of refraction that exists in the world today makes predictions that are accurate. None. Not one. I can't show you a photograph, tell you the weather conditions, right? Go, okay, so here are the weather conditions, or here's a picture, this is the geometry, tell me what the weather was that day, based upon your model of refraction. Input the values, right? You should be able to reverse engineer and tell me what the weather was from a photograph.
Right,
because you guys are saying, here's a photograph.
Yeah.
Everything is displaced in some way. Therefore, there was a meteorological condition that made that image possible. Go, okay, so take your model and tell me what the weather was that day. Nobody can do that.
Obviously, it was a very clear day.
Well, for me, I used to spend a lot of time in the water. I used to live in Townsville up in North Queensland. That's where I'm
town.
from. Yeah,
Right.
so I used to spend a lot of time out the reef fishing and stuff like that. And, you know, when I first got introduced into this and someone mentioned it to me, that was where I first started looking, because I was obviously given that Earth curvature calculator. And I was looking at navigation lights. I was looking at other ships, things out on the ocean over different distances and calculating heights and just going, wow, this is impossible. But you can also sit on the beach in Townsville and look at the beach at Magnetic Island, 10 kilometres away, day and night. You can see the people sitting there. You can see the water. You can see the lights along the footpath there. So
what are you using?
That was where
to
I
do
began.
that?
Sorry?
What device or are you using to see that?
You can do that with a good zoom camera. You can do that with even a good pair of
Like a
binoculars.
Nikon P series or something like that.
Yep.
You mean? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know, they have there's a whole bunch of tricks that those and when I say tricks, I don't mean like making it false or nothing, but those cameras have a lot of pretty awesome tech that.
But I could clearly jump in my boat and go 10. I could clearly jump in my boat and go 10 kilometres across to that island and know that there wasn't like 7 metres of curvature between me and the other beach.
Okay. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that the Chicago fucking skyline is a bit further than 10 miles.
No, but there's,
like 50,
again, we're still
55
restrained
miles.
by a geometric shape, and according to that geometric shape, and you work out over that distance of 10 kilometres, again, you call this a gotcha moment or a whatever you want to call it, a power move, but it's just a simple fact. It's just a simple fact.
Yeah, that's what, you know, that's what I think. You guys always use the curve calculator against anyone who thinks that the Earth's a globe.
We're not. We're using it against the globe because we're testing it. We're testing the claim.
Exactly.
We're testing the claim that they're giving us, and we're coming up that their claim's not correct. So what do we do with that?
Because
do we ignore that?
Calculations aren't exactly. You're kind of making some mistakes, and you're not really like.
But you haven't pointed out the mistakes, Busta. I think you're just saying we're making mistakes. You haven't pointed out the mistakes. Where are the mistakes being made here? If there's any to be made, are you just saying that because you want it to be a globe and you don't want to face the reality that it's not what they're telling us, or are you just
no?
Yeah, go ahead and point out the mistakes. Point them out to us.
Look,
where are we making
the reason why I was asking that, right, is because like I was originally asking you guys like how long you've been researching this for, right? Because I've been researching this for a long fucking time.
Yeah.
And I've already been honest with you. My weakest fucking link is math. Okay, so every time you guys bring up the curve calculator and all that shit, that is something that's very difficult for me to fucking get my head around. But I can get my head around just about everything else in regards to the flat Earth research. But when it comes to the curve calculations, because I fucking suck at maths, it's the weakest thing in my life.
Okay, so where do you think that outside of math?
But that's what the globe is. That's what the globe is, a mathematical equation. So if you're claiming the globe, you're claiming a mathematical equation. That's what you're claiming.
Yeah, all right. So so what you guys, you're not using the correct formula.
Yes. The correct what?
So, well, you guys use the 8 inches per mile squared to calculate the height.
What's the correct one? What's the correct one, bro? Tell us the correct one. Go ahead.
The following, right? Correct equation. For the purpose of accounting for observers' height and atmospheric refraction is R equals RE over K. H equals R over.
Do you have a
cause
citation,
S-
Buster? Do you have a sorry about that? Do you have a citation for
Fucking,
this?
no, you're right. Yeah,
That
absolutely.
makes it easier for the
I'm not
presentation.
sure, Buster.
No, I get that. I get that because I
let him
don't
just
even
present-
understand the fucking math I'm looking at.
Hang on,
mate,
Buster.
but
1 second. AJ,
You guys
let him-
probably do.
Buster, 1
So,
second, bro.
Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me? I said 1 second, bro. AJ, let him finish like presenting it, and then we can go through what he's presenting. Buster, I'm gonna give you link privileges so you can post what you're gonna put in the live stream voice text. Is that fair?
I know he
So-
wants to go through it, but there's really no point.
Yeah, I just wanted.
Saying 8 inches per mile squared is not exact. It's just so.
Yeah, I wanted to
There
give
is
it
no.
a special.
I want to clarify something.
Oh, so now
is-
you guys are saying it's not exact.
Yeah, hang on,
Oh,
Buster.
that's
No,
interesting.
let me clarify something. There is no exact formula. It doesn't exist. The one you're citing is not an exact formula. You know why? The sine and cosine, those functions, those trigonometric functions, those are not exact. Sine and cosine are an infinite series. They don't end. They're like pi, right? They go on forever. They're not exact. There is no exact formula. It does not exist.
Yeah, post the
But
one
then
that you're
don't-
gonna do.
When someone says 8 inches per mile squared is not exact,
Awesome, mate.
they're saying
Then that's-
nothing because there is no exact formula. It's a red herring.
Then you've just debunked your own fucking curve calculators, mate. So
No.
you can't use that in an argument. Then
They're not our
But
curve
it's not our
calculators.
claim. It's not our
right?
curve
The globe
calculator.
curve calculator. Then you guys can't use that as a fucking gotcha to a fucking globe.
Yeah,
Well, we
hang on,
can
Buster.
use the
If you're-
claimed
If you're
radius.
saying that it's, if
All
you're
right,
saying
whoa, 1
it's
second. I'm gonna have to mute you again because
Can't-
I don't like doing this, Buster. But I wanted you to present the information so that we can actually look at it. I know that Indio told you, but then if you haven't presented something that we can look at to say that it's not the 8 inches per mile squared, that it's something else, we haven't even seen what you're presenting. So I wanted you to present that, and then we can go through it. But then this is another tangent that we're on right now. So if we're not being thorough, we don't know what you're presenting. I don't know. I want you to present it, and then we can like see if that even matches why you say 8 inches per mile squared isn't the correct way. And it sounds weird right now to my ears that you're saying, I don't know about math, but let me present some math to you, and then saying you're wrong. Well, didn't your first claim say that you didn't know what math was or how to do math? Now you're telling us that math is incorrect? I think the listening audience needs some clarification, Busta, on your part. So please put the math in the live stream voice text, por favor.
Yeah, I'd also like to say, we are not the ones complaining about 8 inches per mile squared and that it's an approximation, right? They're all approximations.
No, Jamesy, I don't fucking math. You smart ass cunt.
Okay, so
Can you just
letter
post
WS.
Yeah, I can see you fucking typing there.
Busta, post it. Like, post the information. I was asking for the citation. Post it.
I mean, whatever. So they're all approximations. That doesn't mean that we can't use
definitely did.
approximations to get an idea, right? An idea if it's close. There's nothing wrong per se with using approximations. The decimal system in itself, I mean, just throw away all math if you want everything to be exact. There is an exact formula in a limited scenario, so it would be up to 1/8 of the circumference. You can use Pythagorean's theorem and rational numbers. When I say rational numbers, I mean, 1/8, 1/16, 1/32, those types of numbers. That will be exact for 1/8 of the circumference, but after that, it becomes inexact.
He deafened, didn't you?
No.
When, in the beginning of your statement, he deafened.
Yeah, I just hate this, like, 8 inches per mile squared. That's not right. That's wrong. It's an approximation. Yeah, well, it's approximately correct for about 1,000 miles. And the difference between it and the sine cosine function is something like in 1,000 miles, I think it's 3,000 feet. And from 1,000 miles away, you wouldn't even be able to see 3,000 feet.
Yeah, there's some
Like, you
incorrect.
couldn't measure the difference between one and the other.
There's some
I think
incorrect logic.
he's just posted it to me, I think, because he's been server muted here for swearing in the live stream chat. The bot got him, I think.
Oh, the bot got him. So he definitely.
Yeah, so he's using the
AJ.
same. He's using
He
the
def-
same formula as the one that was just posted by Clipcord from Flat Earth Debunk.
Oh, he's using that. Okay. So that's what he's saying. That's the correct, but he's saying it's a correct formula. How does he know that's a correct formula if he doesn't understand math?
Why is he using? It's funny, man, because if you look at this, right, this guy kind of gave it away. So this refraction coefficient, this 0.13, that's what they use in Europe. They don't use that in the United States. They use 0.76R is 0.166. It's not
Right,
0.3.
but there's well,
I'm just saying, just throwing that out there, man.
We can point out that this math formula is also begging the question fallacy, isn't it?
Oh yeah, of course.
Easily.
Begging the question on refraction, begging the question on the radius, begging the question all over the place.
All over, almost every point there, which is kind of I wanted him to give it his best shot and post what he thinks, but because he says he doesn't know math, and then he posts this from a, he says I don't advocate for the globe. I can't tell because that's all you've been doing this whole time is advocating for the globe, and he's like, well, I'm not a glober. Yeah, you are.
Didn't he bring up surveying?
Yeah, you are.
Didn't he start there?
I don't know. I jumped in at that point. I don't know what else he was talking about prior to that.
Well, I mean, if he doesn't want to do any mathematical aspect, let's find out what he does want to talk about, and we'll talk about that.
Well, I've been talking to him because I did his VC check-in, and I've been basically talking the whole way through. I haven't really had any arguments or anything with him, but he's this is how a lot of Aussies are here. They talk this way.
Yeah, but, I mean, it doesn't matter.
It's just a thing. But yeah.
So of you dead Culver's getting triggered now. It doesn't even bother me at this point.
Yeah.
I'd say AJ he's been a professional this entire time.
Well, AJ, what did he want to talk about? Like, what was his main thing? Like, what did he think was evidence?
So, in the beginning, when we were in the VC check-in, he was asking me a couple of questions about gas pressure and stuff like that, which is, I then directed him and said, we've done the check-in. I think we should go into the room and ask these questions. And we covered all that and the gas pressure, but there was another Globe guy in here that was sort of defending and chiming in and was making some statements about it just, tapering off and, in a gradient and there's, no containment required. But I think we covered all that quite clearly, everyone that was in here. And then it sort of moved on to this, and it moved on to surveying, from there. And now it's moved on to this. After the Black Swan, I went through the Black Swan with him.
Yeah, I heard all that. I mean, I'm wondering, how can you even cover the topic without using any mathematics unless you're going to just go look at this picture or look at this video and that's it. But then, even if you do that, how do you evaluate the video or the picture if you're not going to use any math to see if it conforms to the radius?
Right. There's no standard. Yeah, there's no standard by which you're holding the information that you're consuming. So it's just...
Well, there's obvious issues with what they've posted as well, They need to know the refractive index on the day. This is just, again, based on some assumptions or some averages, but at the end of the day, everybody agrees upon that an average of 8 inches per mile squared is relevant up to, I think, at least 1,000 miles.
Indio actually went through this with Dogs Are Gods. You remember the conversation he had with him? He was asking him, what is the refractive index model that they have? What are they going off of? And he went to weather. I think he was one of the statements he made, Indio, to you was that he was using the refractive model from the weather. Like how they gather the understanding of the different types of weathers that they have, like the weather patterns.
Well, there's a whole bunch of models. That's the thing. Typically, 7.6R is just like an assumption. We're just going to assume, this bigger radius. But there's more intricate models which you actually plug in values, and then that makes predictions. But none of them match reality. So some use the meteorological variables, right? So a temperature gradient that's 0.3 Celsius per meter elevation, and this much humidity, this much carbon dioxide, just what I mean, depending on how complicated you want to get into the model, right? But none of them actually work, do anything. Right. They all spit out different results.
And so there isn't a model, a refractive model, that they're going to be able to use as a baseline or a gold standard, and then say they're going to apply that to the whatever. Like if you're saying you're looking at the Black Swan image, if there was such a thing as that model that would be able to detail what was going on, you'd be able to say how much refraction was happening at that moment, because it fluctuates throughout the day. You know, like how much you can see in the
second to second, man.
Yeah, so you can't just say that it's so complicated because it's not a static. It doesn't have static properties.
Exactly. And I think what he tried to do is bring up the generalized refraction model, right? Snell's law. Right. Didn't he try to bring that up? Which is just a general model. But we're not talking about the general phenomena of refraction. We're talking about it very specifically in a specific context.
Yep.
Terrestrial refraction.
Terrestrial. And so that can be only described in a very specific way, but like using Snell's law, you can't.
Because there's no. Yeah, you can't use Snell's law. There's no boundary. Snell's law is simplified because it has a clear two mediums, well-defined boundary. It's not complex. But once you start getting complex, right, when you have a gradient,
density gradient,
all bets are out the window. Snell's law stops working, and you have to use other mathematical methods.
So when they say density gradient, you're like, okay, define the boundaries between these gradients. Can you do that? Where are the boundaries at? There is no boundaries. They have this, have you seen the depictions of where they show the layer cake of atmosphere? You got the thermosphere and the exosphere and all these other spheres that are above us in a layer cake, going up. So how do they know all of these? Everything seems so like well defined, static, like this is the way it is, kind of thing.
Yeah, of course, the air is super dynamic, man. It isn't just sitting there, man, unless you're like in the desert or something. And then what do we see in the desert? Mirages, see way too far, sun doesn't set,
air turbulence. Yeah, there's
air turbulence. Like refraction, like terrestrial refraction is more like looking into a slow moving river, right? At the stones at the bottom, right? They kind of like move around a little bit. But they don't appear like 6 feet to the left or 6 feet to the right? They just like kind of shimmer or whatever. And that's kind of like what light does through the air, kind of like shimmers around, doesn't stay in one exact place. But what they're claiming is that the horizon is jumping 10 miles away from you.
It's interesting because you want somebody to actually think about things critically so that they won't fall into these illogical traps that they put themselves into, because if we don't do it, they do it, like he does.
He's there, obviously.
Right.
Is he server muted?
No, he's deafened, AJ. He deafened himself.
Oh, is he deafened himself because he thinks that we've deafened him?
No, he locally deafened himself.
Yeah, if we deafen him, his headset will appear red.
And his microphone, if we muted him, it would appear red. Maybe he's just not.
I mean,
knowing how
he was done it before, accidentally deafened himself and thought he got shook in.
Yeah, that's what's happened. He's very new to Discord. Today it took us about half an hour and check in to get his mic working, and he was messaging me back and forwards.
Tell him he's locally deafened, AJ. So what's up,
Murray, man? How are you?
All good, man. I want just to tell you, like, I appreciate your work, and this guy, like, squeezing him to the corner instead of like just insta banning him, where like you just like he's just trapped now, and him deafening himself, I think, just like a claiming defeat. So very good job, guys, as always, and keep it going.
I think he just didn't know how to manage Discord. That's all. Buster, you're back.
Just an error.
I don't know how to fucking manage shit.
That's fine. We can pick up where we were at.
Crazy, man.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, we know the audio. Like, it took Nathan Oakley like 6 months to get Discord to work. The audio.
Yeah, people in here, it's not friendly.
Nathan Oakley is. Who's Nathan Oakley?
You should go and watch Nathan Oakley. He'd drive you mad.
Yeah,
he does a YouTube show called Flat Earth Debate, where they debate globers. It's pretty much.
Is he a flat earther dude, or is he the globe dude? Okay.
Get to hear he tries to get on the best so-called globers and hear their arguments.
All right, so let's see if we can jump back into the point that we were at. Bust up, we got some time.
Did you guys see? Did you get the math that I fucking posted?
Yeah, we saw that. We were gonna go through it, but you have link images privileges. You can do it yourself in live stream voice text now. I gave you the permission to do so.
I think
so
the
if you
bot
wanted
removed
to, what?
I think
all I know is
the bot removed it.
No, he still has it.
Okay.
All I know is that I got muted and the sound got muted and I couldn't hear or speak or anything. So then I was just like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, you locally did that, so it wasn't us. It was the.
I didn't mute the sound.
Well, it was Discord then, so we'll just chalk it up to some technical difficulties. Anyway,
shutting down people in a debate is just not the way.
Yeah, we didn't do that. We didn't do that, Buster.
All right.
So
my apologies if I, accused you or thought you guys did, because from my end that's what it looked like.
So what we're telling you, like when someone, so if you look down at Nappy, right, you see how it's red. His microphone is red. Look in this live stream voice text. When we do it, it's red. When you do it, it's white.
Yep.
Okay. Oh wait, hang on. If that's in.
When I do it, it's black.
If you look down below your name, where all our names are listed, and next to everyone's name, there's a speaker and a microphone, a headset and a microphone.
Yep.
You'll see Naffy's has got a red microphone. That's because if you put your mouse over him, you'll see that it says server muted. So if it's red, it's muted by the server.
Okay. All right.
And one of us done it. Yeah. All right. All right. So let's see if we can go back to the argument that we were in, so that we can maybe cover some ground. I don't know your position. I asked you earlier, Busta, if you think the Earth is a globe. You said no.
I'm on the fence, mate.
Yeah, but it's good that you kind of listen. It's good that you kind of are challenging the fact that if it's a globe or not. So I can appreciate your stern position, because you don't want to just blindly believe something, right? Wouldn't that be fair to say that? Okay, but
at all, mate.
But at the same time, let's try to be reasonable in this discussion. Let's not try to commit these begging the question, and if there is any fallacies committed, we'll just state it so that you can understand why. We can even go through why, people would commit these fallacies. But at the same time, you make sure that your position, the one that you just stated right now with this math, okay. And we'll go through it. That's why I wanted you to post it in the live stream voice text so everybody can see that.
Yeah, no, I was getting to that. I had to look through my fucking tabs. I've got a million fucking tabs, and it wasn't easy to find.
Okay, so can we talk about that image again, or?
Yeah, I mean, I sent you the link to the actual the website's written there as well, mate. It says hidden formula. Earth WS/hidden formula. So you guys can go there and check it out and go through, and it expands more than just what the meme says. But they, you understand why they've made the meme. They try and compress it all into easily digestible, quick
They're
meme.
condensing it. Yeah, they're condensing it. We get the gist.
Of course.
All right, so we can go through that meme if you'd like. I think we.
Sure, go for it.
They've shown this.
Good luck trying to get me to understand it, because I'm not good at math. But
no, we're not good.
Well, we're going to. If you don't understand it, why would you post it? Why do you think that this is accurate? How did you evaluate this information? I
just
I should just trust these guys.
No, well, I looked at the sources, right? And what are the sources? Yeah, Advanced Curve Calc. I mean, that advanced. Have you guys ever used the Advanced Curve Calculator by Walter Bislin?
Yes, I've used a bunch of them. There's problems with Bislins. I actually use
the Walter Bislin one's really good because the Walter Bislin one's really good because it actually takes into account refraction and field of view and observer height, target distance, all these things, right?
Yeah.
Curve calculators do not do that.
Okay, so the problem with that is that you can take the sliders and adjust it to match any observation.
That's right, and then you can.
Yeah, so that's a post-diction, not a prediction.
You can. What you can do is you can adjust all those sliders so that they accurately line up perfectly with the things that you're observing in the real world. So, for example, you can go to a particular location. He's actually even got examples on there. You go to the fucking home. Where is it?
Look,
It's in
I can get into like detail about each one of his like samples. There's problems with each one of them.
Yeah, he's got samples where he even he
especially the
superimposes
Black
over the
Swan one.
photos.
So if you look at the oil rigs one, I'll just use this as an example, and you look at what the values are in his default, he has the camera tilted up, and then if you extend the distance, the image of you can see the rays invert, right? They actually cross each other and turn upside down. You're actually seeing a cut out piece of what you would see, because the distance, the default distance is 15 kilometers. Well, the furthest rig is farther than that. So if you expand it out, you change that default distance to say 30 kilometers. And look at the rays. The rays are inverted. According to his curve calculator, the oil rig should be upside down. But, yeah, the oil rig should be upside down according to his little refraction calculator. So when you have rays and they invert, they cross over, and like the ray that was at the bottom is now in the top, and the top ray is at the bottom. That is an upside down image. I could just go on it and show it to you.
Yeah, show me. I don't know what you're talking about, mate.
I'm talking about his refraction calculator.
Yeah.
So he's got two. Okay. He has a atmospheric refraction simulator. I don't know if you've seen it.
I'm trying to find it.
This one. I'll show it to you.
He might put the images up or post something in the
Yeah,
live stream
I'm
voice
gonna
text.
post it. Like it takes a second for this to render, so let it render.
There it is, Earth curvature simulation, yeah. Yeah, so on this one he's got a whole bunch of shit. With that Chicago skyline you were talking about, that's
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have this, right? So this is what he shows. This is like, oh, look, I used my calculator to match it, right? Let me show you. You can actually do the ray path. So if you
he goes side by side with the flat Earth simulation as well, too, right? You know that.
Yeah. So like they have these values, right? Globe, flat,
So
barometric pressure. So you can display the image, the path of the rays they actually take. So in his so-called simulator.
it's fucking better than any fucking simulator you guys have produced.
Because they don't make predictions. They're
When I say you guys, I mean the flat Earth community. I've never fucking seen a
Let
simulation.
me ask you a question. What don't you understand about the difference between a prediction and a post-diction?
I don't fucking know what that is, mate. So why don't you explain to me?
Okay, so you make a prediction, right? You take a model, right? So you have a model.
Prediction, to predict something, yeah. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah. So you go, okay, this is what I'm going to do. We're going to go out there, and we're going to feed this data into the model, and we're going to make a prediction, then we're going to go out and test it. And then if the test matches the model, where we can say that the model is accurate, at least for this test. They're not doing that. What they're doing is they're making the observation, and then they're fiddling with the model until the model matches the observation. This is called a post-diction.
You can go into his blog and it will tell you
sharpshooter fallacy.
Yeah, so I can take these sliders and these values, right, and I can manipulate them to match any image. But is that actually evidence that the conditions that existed at the time the image was taken actually existed in reality?
No, it just says you can get a pretty close approximation, mate.
Approximation to what? Reality?
Of course you
and how is that tested?
You're a 6 foot. Let's say if you're a 6 foot tall person standing on a fucking shoreline, looking out across the fucking lake to bloody Chicago or whatever from Michigan. Oh, and on a clear day, you can get pretty fucking close with your simulation and compare it to the reality.
Yeah.
But you only supposed to see 3 miles.
But that's not what they do.
Well, listen,
Yeah,
by
let me-
manipulating the sliders, right, and changing, like just inputting any temperature gradient, even though they're non-physical, right? So say 20 degrees Celsius temperature gradient in 1 meter, which is absurd. That doesn't exist on Earth.
Have you checked his source code? Because it's all open source.
Busta, hang on. Let me just say this real quick. Let me just say this real quick, Busta. Check this out. Go to livestream voice text. I'm gonna post something for you. It was mentioned just like a bit ago by AJ. So I'm gonna post an image. It's a pretty funny little meme, but I need you to look at this. I'm gonna give it context.
Is this
Give me a second.
the one of the?
No. This is just an image. I want you to think about like what we're talking about in here. So
Is it the
this is called.
bullseye fucking shit?
Yeah, it's a cowboy drawing like little. He's painting lines around his bullseye, right?
Yeah.
So let me post the relevance to that in the next thing that I'm posting. It's called a sharpshooter fallacy, right? A man fires a gun several times at the side of a barn and then draws a circle around the cluster of the most of the bullet holes, drawing a target respectively like this doesn't prove that the sharpshooting skills of the gunman. No one would ever consider him being a sharpshooter, even if they knew what he'd done. So basically what that guy's doing up there is saying that he shot right dead center in the middle of that target when he's just shooting wildly. Do you know what I mean?
You're painting a target around a bullet hole that already exists to make it look like he got the target. Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
that's what they're doing.
And I'm gonna. So
That's
I want to
what's going on.
demonstrate that this is actually what he's doing. So this is the render for the oil rigs. So if you look at these values that are defaulted in there, see how it says observer height, and underneath that, like you got the camera parameters. It says observer height, zoom, tilt.
Yeah.
Camera's tilted up 1/10 of a degree. Now, if you go through all his other samples, not a single one is like that. Not a single one. Now, you can also change this little, where these rays, right? This distance at the bottom, this distance in kilometers, 15 kilometers. Like I was saying earlier, if I up this distance, and I'm going to show it in a minute, to 30 kilometers, so it actually encompasses where the rigs were, you're going to see the rays inverted. Which would mean, right, that these little blue lines are supposed to represent the path of light. Okay, these are supposed to be rays. So, but this distance isn't the distance to the oil rigs. It's less than what the oil rigs are. So when I expand this distance, right, and I make it farther, what you're gonna see is that the rays became inverted. So just give me a second to do that. You can talk, maybe, whatever.
Yeah, so I just wanted to draw your attention to the sharpshooter fallacy in that they're committing that in this specific model. They're drawing a circle or painting a target around their what they want you to look at, the information that's being given here. So they're saying that it's accurate because they're making it look like it's accurate, but they're not actually. It's not accurate. The accuracy of it is only derived because you're actually trying to figure. You're messing with the values. It's not the reality of the known, sample set of like what reality is doing at the time.
Yeah,
So,
they're not looking at the actual refraction compared to the actual picture.
Correct.
What they're doing is they're looking at the picture and adjusting the refraction until it meets the picture, which is not reality. It's not tested against reality.
So they're painting the target.
All right, I get that.
Yeah.
I get
So
that.
they're painting a target around the bullet hole. Is all they're doing. That's what they're doing. Here.
Awesome. So show me a fucking photo of those oil rigs without all fucked up cranes.
I already did actually. Look in live stream voice text. So this is 10. This is even farther away. This is 10.10 miles.
Yeah.
Yeah, I posted an image in live stream voice text. Do you see any fucked up cranes, any refraction, any weird shit going on?
You're talking about the screenshot.
Yeah, it says impossible geometric globe horizon at 10.10 miles.
It's a YouTube video, right?
Yeah, it's a screenshot from a YouTube
cool.
video.
Awesome. Link me the original YouTube video.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, but like even it presented something that goes against what you were saying.
I gotta go, guys.
Right?
I gotta hit.
all right,
I gotta press iron. All right, bye.
So basically presenting some information that goes against what the claim that you might have thought, well, show me something that don't show bendy cranes, and when something's presented, you're like, I need to now apply some more rigor to what you guys are showing me. don't you think that's a little bit illogical for you to say that when this is the information you wanted, and now it's like, give me more. I need to know more. Oh no, that's not true. Like, why would you? We're presenting you everything that you wanted, and even showing you the reason why these guys are making the error that they have been with refraction.
Yeah.
So
no,
why doesn't that make sense, bro? Like, I don't understand. Why does
cranes have nothing to do with it? We're looking at the actual horizon. Can you show me how that physical curve that should not move is moving everywhere, and apparently it's actually refracting 10 miles back and then refracting everything that's behind it back in front of itself? That's just mind-boggling, dude.
Yeah, well, the reason why you guys use that black swan is because it's like a cherry-picked thing that happened on.
Bro, why do you feel this way? Why do you like, Busta? Do you see why your mind goes to these things? Like, let me dip into the psychology a little bit, and outside of hang on, Busta. Outside of yeah, I know you show me something. I'm going to talk about that photo in just a second, but I want to dive into a little bit of the psychology behind. I want to dive into the psychology behind why you are saying these things. And so you're not coming from a place of true skepticism or honesty. You're coming from like, I want the Earth to be a globe, and you're showing me evidence that it's not a globe. Now I want to retort in a way that I want to keep my idea that it's a globe, Busta.
You're not showing me anything that's fucking blowing my mind and convincing me.
Well, this should be blowing your mind because they're the ones that actually lie. They're the ones actually giving you a false idea of what their presentation of what they're showing
that's
you.
Your fucking claim.
It's not. We're demonstrating
like that. Then no. If you make a claim like that,
they made the claim. Listen, they made the claim, and we're demonstrating that it's not true. They're making the claim. We're demonstrating that it's not true.
I'm demonstrating.
What extraordinary evidence are you looking for?
I've just shown you a photo of those oil rigs from the same fucking vantage point with the same distance, and the oil rig's totally behind the fucking horizon.
Okay, so what are we saying then?
Because you can see so by the atmosphere, you can see by the color of the sky and everything. It's a different day with different weather conditions.
Okay, if that was the case, Busta, think about it like this. Yeah, I'm going to address your image now, Busta.
Yeah?
I'm going to address your image now. So the image that you just posted, do you think that is a valid reason to say that refraction exists? That the last one that you just posted. Okay, so if that is
look,
so if
mate,
that's the case,
you can. I'll tell. No,
right,
let
bro,
me finish real quick.
What else are you going to tell me?
You can tell that there's no refraction because the fucking crane.
There's no refraction, or there is refraction.
Well, it's not as pronounced as what it was in your black swan fucking photo. The reason why your black swan photo is fucking possible is because of intense fucking refraction, and that is proved
all right. So we're talking about refraction.
Cranes.
All right. So you're talking about refraction, Busta.
Yeah.
We're talking about refraction, right? So if refraction,
the cranes are straight, therefore refraction.
There, are you got it all out because you've said it like 5 times. You got it out yet? So I can
You're
start
not listening to me, mate. You just keep.
I am. You're talking about refraction being an issue, right? In this images that you're showing, it's representing.
I'm a little bit frustrated because I posted something you can't fucking explain.
Well, I'll tell you what, I can explain it.
Oh my God! Hang on a second. I just want to tell him something before we move on. If you're saying that it's refraction, right, and this is an issue right now, where in one image you see bendy cranes, on another image you see half the oil rig, right? Are we good there?
Yeah.
Okay. The next thing I wanted,
half the oil rig doesn't have bendy cranes.
All right.
It doesn't have massive fucking refraction.
So the next thing you got to ask yourself is how the fuck did they measure the Earth curvature? If there is a lot of difference in the ways that we see, how are you going to measure Earth's curvature? And who actually measured this Earth's curvature? You got to ask a couple of questions, right? How did they do it? How did they do it? And who? No, well, you have to realize, dude, if you don't ask yourself these questions, no, you are going into cognitive dissonance, right? Because you don't want to look at the information. Who's done it then?
Look at it, mate.
All right, then who's done it?
I've got a question
measured?
for you there, Bruce.
No, I'm not going to answer any questions. You need to answer mine. Answer mine.
How long have you been researching Flat
Busta, answer my question. I'm not going to answer yours. You got to answer mine. I'm not going to answer your question, Buster. You need to answer mine. So the next step to move forward is you answering my question, which is who has measured the curvature of the Earth?
We went over this earlier, mate.
I didn't. I wasn't here. I was not here.
Talking about Eratosthenes and shit originally.
Eratosthenes. So Eratosthenes first measured this. How did he do it? What did he do to measure the drop over distance that you need on a geometric shape?
He was measuring the shadows of the worlds.
Right. Is that drop over distance on an oblate spheroid?
You know
what?
Realize that like he was making assumptions 2,000 fucking years ago.
Well, we're not talking about him. Then, if he didn't do it, right? If he didn't do it,
a lot more accurate.
Buster,
but you know that he also wasn't ever spoken about till the 1900s.
I'm not worried about Eratosthenes.
Congratulations, they fucking didn't find any of his fucking evidence until then.
Do you just you got diarrhea of the mouth, don't you? You don't want to shut up. I'm asking you a question. How did Eratosthenes? I'm trying to tell you something. You're not answering my question. How did Eratosthenes measure drop over distance? How do you measure drop over distance?
He measured the angles of the shadows in the wells.
Is that drop over distance?
No.
All right, then. So we're not looking at drop over distance. So what I need to know on a geometric shape, who in history has measured drop over distance? Who's done that? Because we live on this geometric shape where drop over distance, like everybody's claiming now in this arena, everybody says there's drop over distance. If we're doing it incorrectly and saying it's not 8 inches per mile squared, and however they figured it out, who was the first person to figure out the correct method of drop over distance? Buster.
Huh?
Yes?
But you seem to know, so why don't you tell us?
No, I don't. I'm not going to feed you this. If you seem to be so hung up defending and advocating for the globe, I'm asking you.
No, I'm not, mate. I'm on the fucking fence and I don't fucking know.
No, you're not. No, you're not. You're advocating for the globe. You're lying to yourself saying that you're on the fence because you're actually strongly positioned for the globe. Because you, right now, if you were on the fence, all the information that we were presenting to you right now would have been like, damn, this is pretty challenging to my thought process. But it's not.
Well, do you want to?
You're dug in.
Why, mate? Nah, mate.
You're dug in.
Why?
You're dug into the
you little smart ass? You know why?
You're dug in.
Because no, mate. Do you want to know why? Because everything you fucking shown me, I've seen before. You haven't shown me anything that's fucking like blowing my mind. New fucking info that I haven't seen before, parroted by another 1,000 fucking flat Earth people.
So you haven't understood.
No.
What would be your gotcha that you want? What's going to convince you? Not that we're here to convince you, but what's this gotcha that you need to see?
I'll fucking know it when I see it. Know it when I see it, mate. Because I'll tell you right now, it fucking hasn't happened since 2008.
You haven't even. Because you haven't thought about it in a a that's logically consistent.
Nah, mate.
With people that are going to be saying, "Is this a globe or not, bro?"
Mayhem. I've got a question for you there, Bruss. How long have you been researching the flat Earth for, mate?
I told you 8 years. We've already talked about this.
Yeah, well, guess what, bro? I've been researching it since 2008. That's a bit fucking longer than 8 years.
And you still haven't got it yet?
You know what, mate? No.
The penny hasn't dropped yet?
The funny thing is, guess what, dickhead? I fucking got it so fucking long ago.
Did not.
Oh, I fucking did, mate.
If you would have got it, Buster, the logical reasoning that you have, the logical reasoning that you would have behind this would then be sufficient to be able to stand scrutiny. It does not stand scrutiny because when we tell you, how do you know the Earth's a globe, man? Tell us who measured drop over distance. You're like, you come up tits, bro. You're like, I don't know. Well, shit, don't you know?
Dickhead.
Yeah, nice. Nice one. So you're asking us for your claim. It's just not our claim, it's yours. And you don't have a baseline knowledge of how that ever came to be. So that's the issue. You don't have a sufficient knowledge.
Oh, fucking wow. I couldn't fucking remember his name at the fucking moment you asked me. It took me a while to fucking remember.
Can I ask you a question?
Fucking the hubris on you is incredible.
Hubris. Yeah, that's what you call
you are, dude. You are fucking full of hubris.
Nice. So you're worried about my hubris, and you haven't brought any evidence for the claim.
I'm just fucking pointing it out because it's fucking.
Well, then if you think it's hubris, then bring evidence for the claim and stop dicking around and trying to waffle. Well, stop trying to waffle. Bring some evidence.
Flat Earth for 8 years,
And I'm busting you up. I'm busting you up, bro.
All I'm fucking done is study for 8 fucking years, mate. I've studied since 2008.
So what? I don't give it. So that means that I've learned something that you haven't, which is the Earth's not a globe.
It means that mate.
Buster, can I ask you one question?
Was a flat earther before you were probably even in high school, cunt.
What a piece
you
of
are
shit.
not a flat earther, dude.
Honestly,
I was originally a flat earther, and then
I got Aussies in this chat that are worth more of their salt and truth than you will ever be because you're dishonest. You're dishonest, bro. You are dishonest.
Tell me one fucking
You were saying, first of all, you said that you were on the fence. You're full of shit there because you're advocating for the globe like Duggan zealot. You're religious zealot, bro. You just religiously.
You're the little cult leader in your little fucking flat earth
cult leader. I'm not the one who has a cognitive dissonance issue like you do.
Members in here, any little gold members in here, mate.
So what?
Fucking vet all the fucking people and shit.
You're just
you're gonna vet people. You don't have the mental capacity to vet anybody, much less even hold an argument here.
Now,
I've been busting up anti-flat earth
limits, and now you
propagandists for a long time.
Love it.
Maggie, let me ask you this. Sorry, I want to ask
That's a difficult question here because I've been going for a few hours now, but I just wanted to ask if we're given a radius and we're actually given a size of this globe, and then we can go out and we can literally measure this thing for ourselves, and we can't find or no one can show who's actually measured this drop over distance, and we don't measure it or see it when we go out ourselves, then how is that not evidence to the Earth being flat? How is that a flat earther nitpicking or trying to have a gotcha moment when the whole conversation is about the shape of the Earth that we're standing on, and we're only basing what we're doing off of what we have been given? That just doesn't make sense logically to me.
I don't know what shape.
I just want to ask as well, like Miggy or anyone else. So
like you guys.
No, hold on, Busta. So
I think it's a pancake.
I have heard many times like that Busta is on the fence. Like what evidence or how did he advocate for flat Earth in any way? If he's on the fence, he's just like, okay, this makes sense for like flat Earth, but this makes sense also for global Earth. So what evidence did you have, or what proofs, or what advocation did you have for flat Earth?
All of the things that you guys have shown me, all been debunked and all been refuted. So like I've been fucking reasonable. I don't know how many times I have to fucking say this.
You're not being reasonable, dude. You're being a fucking rude ignorant fuck, and I'm going to fucking call you out, Buster.
Oh, here comes another Aussie. Fucking right.
Dude, I don't have a fucking problem. I don't have a fucking problem whatsoever, dude. You want to fucking call me out? I'll fucking give you my address, dude. You're a fucking piece of shit if you're going to speak like this. Put your fucking head in and fucking learn some manners, mate. Yeah, you fucking wanker.
Busta, have you noticed that everybody's here? Busta, everybody's here has been very classy. They've been speaking to you with a lot of respect, and you've been spiraling a lot, bro. In just the
way I saw the way you guys treated that other dude that was on before me, man. You guys treated him like a fucking.
We're not worried about that guy. We're talking to you at the moment, and Jemsy's speaking directly to you.
He was very fucking nice to you guys.
Buster wants to defend everybody else but himself. He's got nothing to prove for himself. Buster, produce some evidence, mate, and you might get a little bit of respect. Otherwise, shut the fuck up, dude.
You know what? We know he doesn't have the evidence, right?
I've got something here that no one can fucking give me a clear answer on.
On what?
You brainiacs can fucking do it. How come? If you
you are full of it. You are full of it. So many guys here gave you many answers repeatedly going on and on, like explaining to you stuff, and now you claim no one have given you an answer. Like you are full of it.
I'm talking about now, mate. I'm talking about in general with all the fucking flat earthers I've ever debated. How come if you watch the sunset and then you fucking see it disappear over the horizon, then you fucking fly a drone straight up, the sun appears again and you can fucking see it again. and then you can
So,
watch
you
it.
can, what you're saying, Buster, is you can see around curves. Is that what you're saying? You can see around curves. You're an absolute fool, dude. Wake the fuck up.
Yeah, if you go higher, you can see further. And
fuck up. An Aussie drongo cunt.
So obviously, you said that you've gone through all the flat Earth arguments, so you would obviously know the answer to this yourself already. What would you say it is?
Yeah,
from a
Nice
flat
one.
Earth perspective.
It's pretty fucking obvious because the Earth isn't flat. Because if the Earth was flat,
well, where's the evidence of
fucking
drop
sun-
over
when the
distance?
sun
Busta? Where's the
disappears-
evidence? Yeah, who cares about
sun
what your
disappears,
anecdotal
gone.
testimony? Who cares about your anecdote? I've seen the sun go around the curve. Present the
I'll post
evidence.
fucking video,
Present the evidence that drop over distance
fucking
exists.
video.
We don't need to look at more of your evidence. We need for you to present how drop over distance is measured on an oblate spheroid of the radius, diameter, and circumference measurements that they give us. They're telling us how big the Earth is, and I want you to present to us how they measured it. That's what I want you to do, Busta. That's the thing that you have to do to make this globe idea become a reality. Present the evidence that drop over distance has been measured, and by whom? Who's done it?
Why do globers always want to
Galileo.
avoid the shape of the Earth that we're actually standing on and always want to
Galileo.
observe things in the sky instead? Let's measure the drop over distance. It's not that
Let's
big.
go.
They
done
just
it?
want to pick on fucking Flurf. That's their whole fucking mantra, man. It's fucking pull fucking Flurfs apart and fucking make themselves feel better. You're a fucking dreamer, dude. Wake the fuck up, fucking show some evidence, or fucking piss off, man.
Yeah. Evidence,
You
please.
fucking piss off, you drongo cunt.
Evidence, Busta. Where's the evidence of drop over distance?
I'm trying to
and who's done
fucking
it?
find it. Give me a fucking moment. Jesus
Yeah.
fucking Christ.
Basta, you've been debating flat earthers and all that stuff, and you should know by now that the globe has been busted, right?
You used to be a flat earther, mate.
That's true, Jemsy. No, and
Now I'm
we're
on the
giving you
fence.
the opportunity.
Now I'm on the fence because I don't fucking know if it's a globe or whatever the fuck it is. But I know it ain't fucking flat. It's something else.
Nah, you don't know it's not flat because you haven't presented the evidence that there's curvature. If it's curving somewhere, then I'll give you what you just said.
I'm trying to
If
fucking find it. Give me a fucking moment.
please. Yeah, I'll give you another Look, like for me, it doesn't matter. We could sit here all day, but we're not going to be sitting here forever. You know, obviously, if you were ill prepared to have this conversation, you can go back and rest in your laurels and come back refreshed and with a new take on this. So it's up to you.
I think from what I hear, I think the issue he's having that he's trying to replace the globe, and he's saying flat Earth doesn't work, and he's saying
Flat Earth doesn't fucking work. But maybe the
but
globe
that's the
doesn't
thing,
either.
though. I think you're kind of like creating a straw man in your mind, and you're burning it yourself. That's the problem.
That could be the case.
Definitely not creating no fucking straw man. There you go, mate. Tell me why that fucking works.
No, we're not going to tell you something that you think is happening. We want you to present evidence of drop over distance and who's done that.
Look, I posted.
That is not evidence of drop over distance, is it, Busta?
No, I'm asking
Okay,
you
then.
to explain.
We're not
going to
tell. We're not going to tell you what your. We're not going to tell you what your supposed evidence is. You got to tell us how the evidence is to support the claim the Earth is curving. That's pretty simple. I'm not speaking another language. It's English, and you understand it, don't you? Well, present the evidence of drop over distance. How did they measure it?
You don't
That's
have it,
all I'm
Buster, do
asking
you?
for.
You
don't.
Let's ask him more
Wait, before
directly. Do
you
you
ask
have
me
the
that.
evidence, Buster? Yes or no? You don't have it, right? Just let's be
Galileo
honest.
used a ramp. Galileo used a ramp to study rolling balls, showing the acceleration enough to measure the time taken for the ball to roll, known distance.
I didn't hear the first part. Did you say Galileo?
Yeah.
What did he do again?
You asked me who was the first person to measure drop over distance, and I said it was Galileo.
Okay, go ahead and give us the information on how
He used a ramp to study rolling balls, slowing the acceleration enough to measure the time taken for the ball to roll a known distance. He measured elapsed time with a water clock using an extremely accurate balance to measure the amount of water.
Now show where this has been measured on the globe. Drop over distance on the globe,
Mate,
not on the ramp.
I'm just telling you, Galileo.
Rolling balls off a ramp with water, therefore Earth curvature drop over distance.
I think he's saying that the ball is dropping over the distance, and I think he doesn't comprehend that what we're talking about is an actual geometrical drop over distance that is supposedly happening.
Now this is a new one on me, Jemsy. Nobody's ever used
it is a new
Galileo
one, but I think
for
he's
drop over
confused, bro.
Yeah, I know.
He might be
he is.
confused.
I don't think he's confused. I know he's confused. Which that's what happens when you're dug in and you're, okay. Equations for a falling body. What? Okay, let me go through his citation real quick, guys. Hang on. Yeah, Busta. Can I just tell him what you presented? Let me go through here. What he just posted.
Fucking tricks.
Sophist, you're the freaking sophist, man. If anybody's in here a sophist, you are. All right, so a set of equations. All right, settle down, Busta. A set of equations describing the trajectories of. I'm getting some feedback. A set of equations describing the trajectories of objects subject to a consequent gravitational force under normal earthbound conditions, assuming constant acceleration g due to Earth's gravity. Newton's law of universal gravitation simplifies F equals mg. You guys know that. Whereas F is the force exerted on a mass by the Earth's gravitational field. So is this drop over distance measurement verification, or is this some kind of idea that we're talking about derivative topic of like what the Earth is due to the fact that it's a ball and now we have gravitational forces acting on that ball? And this isn't drop over distance evidence, Busta.
Never said it was a ball. I don't know what it is. I told you I have no idea what shape
this here
is, but I know what
this here is. You keep saying that, but you still haven't produced the drop over distance measurements and who's done it. You went to Galileo, wrong. It ain't Galileo. So you can try again. Okay, I'll give you a mulligan. You can try again. Present the evidence of drop over distance and who's actually measured the Earth curvature with drop over distance. And then you can pick anybody in history. We'll examine them and present your case on the live stream voice text. I'll give you the.
If I do that, will you explain to me that fucking drone video that I posted?
We can talk about it for sure. We definitely can talk about it. But your evidence has to be sufficient per what we're actually looking for. If you're standing on a geometric shape, there's going to be drop over distance, right? An oblate spheroid would have drop over distance. So the sphere from point A to point B would have a drop over distance. So you can do that like on a basketball. Any point that you have in there would be point A. Any point away from that would be point B, and it would be a distance of an arc. So the distance of an arc, drop over distance, was what we need to verify the Earth is a globe, or not.
You talking about the Earth curving away from the horizontal line by 1/8 of an inch for every 100 feet of horizontal distance? Is that what you're talking about?
However you can present
miles square.
Yeah, I would say it that way, Big Pond, but he denies that. So we're not going to go there. We're going to say it this way.
Want to know the equation as well?
I don't want to know the equation. I want to know how it was derived, how we know drop over distance measured was done. So if you say that 8 inches per mile square is incorrect, it's irrelevant to the point that I'm making right now. What I want to know is how the correct method on how it was done is shown to us, so we know that we're standing on a geometric shape like an oblate spheroid. I'm pretty clear on this already.
You want to know how the equation was derived? Is that right?
No. I want to know how somebody went out into the field and actually measured what they're purporting the equation is. So the correct one, the one that you're talking about, how did they go out into the field and know that it was such?
A testable, measurable, repeatable evidence.
Yep, correct. Testable, measurable, repeatable. Go ahead. If you will, Busta, please present that. Otherwise, we can't talk about your drone image.
Conditions.
No. This ain't conditions. This is you standing on the verifiable claim that you're going to make.
Conditions that have to be met before fucking answers can be given.
The only condition is the claim that it's a globe or a sphere.
I'm not fucking claiming it's a globe, you fucking Aussie drongo.
Sphere.
I'm not claiming it's a fucking globe. I told you I don't know what the fuck it is.
It's funny that you say, like, it's one big pond. It's funny that he says he's not claiming that it's a globe, but he's giving us mathematical constructs that it is an oblate spheroid. That's weird, right?
Because you guys, what's weird? That's weird.
Comical.
Yeah, he's pretty comical. He's like, I'm going to talk about how the Earth is. I don't know what the Earth is, but I'm going to present the Earth being a globe with my mathematical formula to debunk what we're saying. He's debunking us, but then supporting the globe, and then saying in chat, "I'm not supporting a globe. I'm on the fence."
What I like to know, man, is we just hit the winter solstice and the summer there's winter solstice in Australia, summer solstice in America. What I'd really like to know is how the hell we get that tilt. Sorry,
yeah,
Buster,
we got to keep him on this point at the moment, Buster. I mean, Buster,
Okay.
One Big Pun. So One Big Pun, we're not going to move from this point because it's to him the most difficult one. And so letting him swing off to another point, it's just going to give him
too many questions. Fair point there, mate. I'm like, shut up.
You'll overload his brain, dude. It's too complex as it is for him to. I'm going to unmute him.
Yep.
Buster, just give us the evidence,
answer for you, mate.
Yeah,
the answer you fucking craving.
Let's go.
There have been several experiments throughout history to measure the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
One of the
drop
most
over
famous
distance, right?
experiments-
We're not talking about we're talking about drop over distance. Okay, go ahead.
I think
Go
this
ahead.
is it, but maybe you know what? I guarantee that if I say this, you'll fucking say it's wrong. So, but I'll say it anyway. There have been several experiments throughout history to measure the curvature of the Earth. One of the most famous experiments is the Bedford Level experiment, which is a series of observations carried out along a 6-mile or 9.7 kilometre length of the old Bedford River on the Bedford Level of the Cambridgeshire Fens in the United Kingdom in the 19th and 20th centuries. To measure the curvature of the Earth, Samuel Burley Rowbotham, who conducted the first observations starting in 1838, claimed that he had proven the Earth to be flat. However, in 1870, after adjusting Rowbotham's method to avoid the effects of atmospheric refraction, Alfred Russel Wallace found a curvature consistent with the spherical Earth.
Okay, so the guy who said it was a curved Earth, right? Rowbotham was saying that the Earth is flat. The other character is saying that it's a globe. So let's dive in. Let's dig in a little bit because you're presenting this, and I want to give you a fair shake at this. What did the other guy present that we know it's a globe? Because he's going against Samuel Rowbotham. So you could probably click into the wiki and find out who that guy is and what did he present. So we'll talk about that. Because he went against Samuel Rowbotham, and this is what you're bringing up now. So I want to thoroughly go through this. All right, so
of course,
let's figure out what he's done. The other guy, not Samuel Rowbotham.
Not Samuel Rowbotham. The
no. The other fellow who's okay. Russel Wallace. Let's find out what he done. We want to figure out drop over distance, and if he's presenting drop over distance, we can examine that.
So in 1870, because that's when he challenged Rowbotham, right?
Mm-hmm.
He confirmed the existence of Earth curvature in the Bedford Level experiment. Did the experiment on the Bedford Canal. He fixed a black band on the old Bedford Bridge and observed it with a telescope from the Welney Bridge 6 miles away. Right in the middle, he placed a pole with 2 discs on it. The telescope, the top disc, and the black band were at the same height above the water. The telescope, both discs were seen above the black band, proving the existence of Earth's curvature.
Okay, so
cut and paste into the chat so you guys can read that, not just listen to my janky Aussie voice.
Oh, you've got a beautiful voice there, dude. All I'm trying to say, or my point that I may be able to make is they tell us that you cannot see the curve from the ground. You need to be in space to see it. But people like yourself like to push the model that you can see it from the ground. So it's quite comical.
Mate, you can't really see it from the ground, but you can measure it like this guy did. And when you measure it, you fucking can.
All right, so you're saying that Earth curve can be measured, right? Drop over distance.
Well, according to these experiments by Alfred Russel Wallace, yeah, mate.
So you
would you agree? Hang on, one big pun. One second. So would you agree that Russel Wallace, he's the guy that actually found out that the Earth is curving at the drop over distance rate
Well, he's the one that proved the Bedford level experiment.
We're not talking about. Once again, once again, Busta, if you're going to present some guy who did something that just said, I looked upon the earth and I say it's a globe, therefore it's a globe. I don't want that. I want the guy who's teaching us a method in which we can understand the earth is curving at the set rate that it is with drop over distance. Okay, so all right, so Russell Wallace. All right, so Russell Wallace, he's the guy, right?
He fixed a black band on the old Bedford Bridge and observed it with a telescope from the Welney Bridge 6 miles away, right in the middle.
What's the drop over distance measurement done that Russell Wallace done?
On it.
What's the drop? I need some numbers now. Let's put some math to it because you're not just going to get away with like, oh, Russell Wallace put some sticks in the water and now he says Earth's a globe. Congratulations, right?
Now let's figure out the distance for this experiment.
That's exactly what I want to know. How did Russell Wallace figure this out? What is the method he done to give us a drop over distance on the oblate spheroid that he thinks he lives on? So we're going to figure out what method he took upon himself.
I think you're gaslighting me, mate.
No. I'm not gaslighting you. I want you to point to someone in history that's going to teach us how we can measure this.
Nobody, neither me or him said it was an oblique spheroid. So yes, you are gaslighting.
That is the claim. That is the claim, is it not?
No, you're fucking twisting words around or making words up that no one.
What's the claim?
I never said it was a fucking spheroid. And fucking Russell.
Now what is the claim?
Show me evidence where Russell Wallace said it was an oblique spheroid, and then also show me.
What is it then? What is it then?
Said that.
Is this a language barrier?
Seems like his best mates with his Volta guy.
I think it is. But what we're figuring out here is that you're very ignorant on all of the points that the claim is being made, right? You don't know the claim. You're thinking I'm making words up, bro. Like, this isn't me telling you. It's actually the claim that the Earth is an oblate spheroid. I didn't make that up. That is what they're saying it is. Can you understand my friend? What I'm saying in the argumentation right now is that they are making the claim. I'm just telling you what they are saying. Now, don't turn this around and say, well, you're making words up. I'm not. Look it up. You don't believe me? Look it up.
Believe me, dude, I'm going to laugh at you every chance I get, man, because you sound foolish.
I'm fucking sure you will, mate.
The more you present, the more you look like a fool. So keep going, dude.
Good on you, mate. Go for it, eh?
All right. So now we're going to drill down into your information. I'll give you this, right? If you want to use this as an out, you can say maybe he didn't produce the drop over distance measurement, so that we need to examine the method. If he didn't do it, I'll give you an out. You can find someone else who does. So if you want the out, if not, we'll drill down more into Russell Wallace. We'll start to figure out.
He proved the Samuel Robot. Look, you guys always love to fucking the flat earthers always love to talk about the Bedford level experiment, right?
Well, I'm not doing that. You're the one that brought it up.
Oh, but many do.
Yeah, but we don't care about many. We care about what you and I are discussing in this context of drop over distance. So if you say that Russell Wallace isn't the guy, let's find out who is. Because we need to know the method by which this oblate spheroid, I'll say it again, a word that I didn't make up, that it's actually the claim, how it's being discovered that it is with drop over distance. So if Russell Wallace isn't the guy, you want to look for someone else. Perhaps someone else did.
I think he was that Bedford level experiment, from what I can gather, the drop over distance was calculated based on the Earth's curvature.
Right. But what did he?
You guys don't believe exists.
Okay, what did he do to figure that out? Or did it already exist when he used his math? Because it sounds I
can tell you the math of the drop over.
I know you can. I know you can, Buster. So can every other Glober. I don't care to know how the math is said to be what it is. I want to know how they got that math. What did they do to go test that math to make sure that it is?
Notice once, you do realize that I haven't once called you guys flirfs, but you've called.
All right, then. Thank you for being humble.
Hey, Malin, honestly,
I don't care if you do, but I'm just saying.
I'm happy with the name Flurf, dude. And as long as you're happy with the word.
Most aren't.
All you're doing is presenting Globe evidence, dude, and you claim that you're not a Glober. What the fucking hell are you on, man? What drugs you on? Please share them.
I already
Must be a
knew
really comfy
I don't do
fence.
drugs, mate.
Yeah, listen.
Must be a
pretty
comfy
fucking
fence,
wide.
dude. You got like a recliner on there.
Yeah,
let's
I do,
let's
mate.
let's get
It's a
away.
big,
Let's get away
wide
from
fucking
the.
fence.
Let's get
It's a
away from
fence
this
like the
rabbit
Great
trail.
Wall of China.
Thank you, Busta, for that.
Imagine the Great Wall of China. and
Yeah,
that's
we're
the fence
imagining
I'm
the
sitting
Great Wall of China. Yada yada. You're great. Okay,
Yeah,
so now
I've
let's get
got
back to the argument. The argument is that
I'm anything but
yes,
great, mate.
yes,
because
we
unlike
understand.
you, I don't have hubris.
Okay, dude, this isn't a therapy
And
session.
stop presenting the globe evidence.
I like to keep projecting all these kind of like, therapy.
All right, then, dude. What are we going to be talking about? Feelings or evidence? What do you want to do, Buster? Talk about more feelings?
Drone video, because you've asked me
We're
all
not
these
talking
fucking.
about the drone video until you produce the drop over distance information. So Russell Wallace, once again,
The Earth. Well, I've gone over that, right? Because the drop over distance was calculated based on the Earth's curvature. You guys won't accept that.
No. Calculations are just assumptions. We want to know how it was derived that they got these numbers. Where did these numbers come from? Did they just assume the Earth's a specific geometric shape and then say, what I'm going to assume is a specific geometric shape, therefore it is? No, we're not going to do that, Busta.
The experiment
we want to know how.
The experiment found that the curvature was consistent with the spherical Earth.
It's consistent with an assumption?
No, it doesn't say anything about assumption, just says consistent.
Well, once again, if they're using a calculation, then I need to know how they derive that information. Where did those numbers come from? They have to at least test it, right?
Yeah, I'll tell you again. It's going to be a bit complicated because it's fucking all these R and cos fucking things. Told you I'm shit house at math, and you guys can fucking have a laugh and fucking ridicule me about that if you want, whatever. It's just a fucking fact. The Earth curves away from a horizontal line by 1/8 of an inch for every 100 feet.
Story.
Horizontal
cool story. That's a very cool story. Thank you for that. A round of applause for your cool story. I need to know how it was derived, sir.
Frustrated there, Russ?
No, I want you to tell me how it was derived, not how you're telling me once again that it's claimed to be. I don't care for that. Who cares, right? Yeah, this Glober Russell Wallace said that it was whatever. He put sticks in the water, yada, yada, yada. I need to know how he made that information from drop over distance from his location where he was standing to where he saw that thing on the bridge. I need to know the drop over distance method to know that the Earth is curving at the set rate that they tell us.
Sticks and shadows.
Well, I need Busta to tell me. Like,
it's great when you break down experiments into the basic fucking simplistic fucking things like that. Then it does sound a bit ridiculous, doesn't it?
Yeah. Drop over distance, dude. You got it or not? You're wasting my
calculation for the drop over distance is derived from the geometry of a circle.
Great.
That's
wonderful. We're using geometric shapes, right? Basic shapes like a sphere. Yeah, great. Nice. How do they know we're standing on one? How did they measure it? I'm going to stress the word so that you can understand. I want that.
You want to know how they measured it back then?
Yes.
Or you want to know how they measure it now?
Yes. No, it doesn't. At any time in history. Talk about any time in history. That's what
I'd like some current information if you don't mind.
A dentist has an easier time pulling teeth. Yeah.
I'll fucking laugh at that. That's kind of funny.
Yeah, it is, because it seems like for you, it's the most difficult thing on earth is to get you to tell me who has measured drop over distance. My God, sir.
I told you it was Galileo.
Okay. What was the method that he derived drop over distance on this earth that he's standing on?
I told you how he did it, but you guys all laughed at me and thought it was fucking ridiculous.
How do you do it? Rolling a ball on a ramp and pouring water on.
Yeah,
dude, seriously, you got to be joking right now.
You go on YouTube and fucking have a look at that experiment.
Did he go into the field? Did he go into the field and measure this?
Is he a glober or not? Like, honestly, dude, you're fighting like you're a glober, but you're claiming that you're not. Like, what fantasy are you living in?
I don't fucking know what shape the Earth is, mate, but I know it ain't fucking flat.
Oh, you don't know what the shape the Earth is, but you're advocating for the position that it's a globe.
No, I'm not. But I'm fucking. You're not. I posted that fucking drone video of the sunset, and none of you cunts have touched it. Why?
It's not great, but
why do you keep? Why do you
distance? Oh God, come on, guys.
Fucking drone video.
I have to mute you for this because it's hard to talk through you. All right, so when you are saying that you're not advocating for the Earth as a globe, and yet everything that you post in so far that I've been in this chat is everything to support a globe. Everything. From the math formulas, from the Samuel Rowbotham thing that you just posted right now, everything the guy who's speaking against Samuel is saying the Earth's a globe. The calculations that you produced is of a Earth being a globe. Everything is globe, 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 globe. And then you say, I'm on the fence. You're not on the fence. You're a dug-in zealot for the globe. Welcome to reality. That is what you are, Busta. You are dug in for the globe. So we're just the only thing. I don't care about that, right? I really don't. That's just weird. That's a fact now that you've been in this conversation. The only thing that we're gonna do is try to get you to answer honestly if you have the information for drop over distance on the geometric shape that we're standing on. And if you do, please state it in live stream voice text. If you don't, then we're gonna go away from this conversation because you don't know. So it's your admitted say you know or you don't know. But if you keep saying you know, I just unmuted you. If you keep saying you know, we're gonna, dig into the information. We want to give you a fair shake. I don't want you to keep saying that you're not a glober when you clearly are. Like, let's just do away with that. You're not on the fence. Forget that. That ship has sailed a long time ago.
Imagine in the space.
There's only
where we go from there.
There's only two fucking things, mate. It's either flat or it's something else, right? And the only other something else that everybody fucking has access to that's been measured is the fucking globe.
It's not been measured. We're clearly showing you it's not been
tell us your fucking flat Earth fucking. All right, let's flip the fucking script.
We're not going to fall for your little burden of
let's hear your flat Earth measurements then, because you guys have been fucking hounding me for
the claims with the globe, Buster, not with the flat Earth, mate. The flat Earth is obvious. So the claim is with the globe, dude.
Yeah, so I went ahead and muted him because he doesn't know how to control himself. So the reason why is because he committed a begging the question fallacy. It's already a globe in his mind, and he hasn't provided the evidence. He said the drop over distance somewhere. I don't know where, but it is a globe. So now he's advocating once again for the position of the Earth as a globe, and all I want him to do right now is to show us drop over distance. So one big punch. Let him answer drop over distance. I'm going to see if he's able to do that. Russell Wallace, once again.
I want you guys to show me the fucking proof that the Earth's flat. I want you to show me the math.
We are going to go to his burden. I'm going to chime in here, right? That's a burden of proof reversal fallacy. When you don't have the answer for the question that's directly being asked to you, you're going to shift the burden off to the person who's asking the question to then make it sound like the person who's asking you the question needs to provide the evidence, when in fact the direct question that was being asked was to the person who is diverting the conversation. This is what he is trying to do right now. He's using debate tactics, and it doesn't work in this arena. So he has to produce the evidence, or he's going to sit in silence. Either one. But we're not going to shift over, and no Glober a conversation is going to happen until he produces that information, and we are going to want him to answer that. So once again, Busta, back to you. Drop over distance.
You're going to unmute me now, you coward, are you?
Yeah, but we're not going to let you shift the burden of proof because you want to.
Oh,
understand that.
You guys, but you are cowards because you mute people.
We want you to produce the evidence. Produce the evidence.
If you were in my fucking group in my room, I wouldn't mute you.
Produce the evidence.
I'm not a coward.
Produce the evidence.
I've already fucking done that, but you won't accept any of it. So now I want to fucking hear you.
No, you didn't produce the evidence at all. You're giving us your baseless claims that don't give us any information on drop over.
I know why you look. I know your fucking games, mate, and I know why you keep fucking hounding.
Drop over distance.
No, listen to me.
No, we're not going to listen.
I know why.
We're really not going to listen to you. We're really not. We want to know the evidence for every Glober who's listening to you right now. That you're every minute that goes by that you're not producing it, they're wondering why. Why isn't Busta producing drop over distance?
Exactly.
And the only reason why I muted you, because you're not going to control this argument because you think you want to shift the burden of proof. Not going to do that. We want you to present the evidence. That's really, really simple. So I'm going to mute Buster once again.
Yeah, Buster's not unbusting any moves at the moment, so let's give him another go.
Bust shit, but I'll fucking bust some moves out of your fucking face, cunt.
Yeah, I know, man. You're so tough over the internet, but I'm more than happy to share. I'm in Moorfield in Queensland. Are you anywhere near me? Because I'll happily
close,
meet up
mate.
with you,
I can
dude.
fucking be there.
No, we're not going to get it, fellas. Let's not.
His threats are fucking. His threats are as evident as his proof. So he's got nothing, guys.
Yeah, we're not going to go.
Please, I've heard that many threats in my life. I can tell a piece of shit when I hear one, and this is exactly another piece of shit.
Let's not go to fisticuffs, right? Let's not go to fisticuffs. Like, doesn't need to go there. What he's got to do though is present the evidence or just sit in silence. But we're not going to go to fisticuffs. We don't need to, I'm bigger and badder and I want to beat you up. That kind of stuff.
I'm not trying to fight anyone, but yeah, if he's going to talk shit, and he's probably going to run away. So let's see what he's
only
done.
talking shit because you're shit, cunt.
We'll let him present the evidence. If he doesn't present it, just mute yourself, Buster, if you don't have it. Because that's what we need right now.
What evidence do you want again? Because you keep hounding on it.
Drop
Fucking
over
again.
distance. Drop over distance. Please present that. And the method by which it was done. The method by which it was done. Pretty simple.
Like I said, you won't accept it because you don't believe the Earth is a fucking globe.
All I'm caring about right now is for you to produce the evidence. That's it. I don't care about feelings. Don't care.
So he doesn't think it's a globe, but he pushes the globe model. Okay, good on you, man.
There's only two fucking options right now, dickhead. It's either fucking flat or it's globe.
We've got plasma moon and we've got convex Earth, or we've got cell Earth, or however you want to say it, LSC. So there is quite a few options out there, Buster. So if you'd like to refrain from your informalities there, I'd love to hear. I'd love to hear what you got to say, dude.
All right. So here's the challenge, right? The challenge is I'm going to keep you muted. When you have the evidence, type in live stream voice text. I have the evidence. I'll unmute you. You present the evidence, and we're good. Other than that, I'll have to keep you muted because you don't know how to locally mute yourself, which would have been the better way, that you can control your own mic. But I have to control it for you because you don't know how to stay in silence mode until you find your evidence. When you do, type it in live stream voice text. I'll unmute you and you can present it. That's all. Pretty easy.
We've been on this drop over distance for hours. It all began hours ago with the surveying when this all started, and he admitted the important points of measuring angles.
Yeah. So drop over distance is what we need right now, and the method by which it was done to know that the Earth is exactly what they tell us it is, an oblate spheroid. You need to produce that. It's not that we're being cowards, it's that you're just wanting to say your feelings into the chat. We don't care about that. Your projections or whatever. We want you to produce evidence. That's it. It's not that we were winning by keeping you muted. Don't just produce the evidence, dude. Otherwise, we're done here. You can sit in silence. You don't have to be in cogdis or anything. You just sit here in silence. Listen to us destroy the globe with other people.
A listening role, I think, is quite appropriate at this point in time.
Nah, he could sit there in silence. We have him muted. There's no way he can come back from that unless we unmute him. But like I said, this is the thing that always gets them to where they can't answer. There isn't a glober that can answer. And just so long as you understand, if you guys are here, and the reason why I was kind of going through it a bit more calmly than I do other people, I want you to see the depth of how far they will go not to answer this question. They will try to use different type of fallacious reasonings like burden of proof reversal. And if you indulge them, you can get caught up in that. So you guys can be like, okay, let's go to this other topic. And you're like, wait a minute, he didn't even answer this one. Why would we go to another topic if this is the fundamental premise for the Earth being a globe? Right now, he's just a little bit confused, and he doesn't know how to respond because he's been believing that the Earth is a globe this whole time. Hey, we got Baba Yaga in the chat. I'm going to mute Baba Yaga. Baba Yaga, I just unmuted you. I have control of your mic. Are you there? Baba Yaga, are you there? Okay, we have God01 also a part of our chat at the moment. God01, are you there?
Hey, what's going on?
What's going on, God01? Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. I see you got VC verified. Yeah, welcome to the conversation.
All right.
So, real quickly, I'm just gonna get to as many new people as I can, so that they can at least have a VC verified role. I'm gonna unmute Cameron Paladin. I'll come right back to you, God01.
All right.
So we got Cameron Paladin. Are you there? Cameron Paladin, are you there?
A veces los managers ponen cositas, las ponen en sitio específico. Eso pasa en muchos lugares.
Cameron Paladin, are you there? All right, Cameron Paladin, if you're there, just chime in. We'll go back to God01. Gems to your hot mic, bro. Yeah, he'll unmute when he comes back. God01, welcome to the chat. And you know what brought you here to this server? And also, if you could tell us, like, what is your position on the topic of the server?
Well, my topic, I would say, like, I believe in a flat earth, you know? Hello. But what brings me here is just like, I love just hearing the conversations that are discussed about the flat earth as well. So
sounds great, brother.
Yeah.
Just hang around, and if you have any questions, let us know, because we do want to discuss with people that either have the mind that the earth is a globe, or they know the earth is flat or on the fence. We just want to talk.
Yeah, yeah, because it's just what you observe is just flat. You can't give no type of recording of any type of curvature at all. So
correct.
So somebody can bring me that, I'll believe it. But no, I see flat.
That's evident.
That's it.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks, bud.
Thank you.
Cameron Paladin just chimed in. I heard you, Cameron. Are you there? I heard you say hello when God01 was talking. Cameron Paladin, are you there? Well, he was there. I heard him say something. Oh, if he's not there, we'll just see who is. Oh, we got a lot of new people that are joining us. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. This is the best place to talk about the shape of the Earth, because a lot of people have misconceptions. The argumentation of how it's being had. This is also training ground for new people that come into the topic. You might say that people here have sharpened their arguments to the point where there isn't any escape for the Earth being what people think it is as a globe. So yeah, we destroy the argumentation from many different standpoints, from logical standpoints, from evidence standpoints, from just every angle. We understand debate tactics. We know the maneuverability of people that trying to be sophists in the conversation. So we're addressing certain points on different angles of like the topic. So it's not just that we think that the Earth is flat. We know that it is. So if anybody wants to talk about, maybe this culture or anything.
I think Cameron was trying to speak just before.
Yeah, I was addressing him, but he didn't respond. AJ.
Yeah, no, he came in over the other guy just after that. So Cameron, you there?
All right. Also, for the new people that are in here, direct your attention to the text chat that we're talking on right now, which is the the live stream voice text, and that's the text channel right above the voice channel that you're in right now. So if you're new and if you have a VC verified role, then you can definitely look at that chat. It looks like the bot got Busta.
I warned him about that about 3 times.
The bot got him. That's funny. And no, we don't win by muting you, Busta. It says we're not going to listen to you just spouting off a diarrhea of the mouth because you think the Earth's a globe. You have to bring some evidence. This is the big boy table right here, where we don't just argue for the sake of arguing. We want you to present your case and it being logically consistent and it being reasonable for us to understand what you're saying. If not, we're going to dismiss it because there is no evidence. Like at all. So thank you for everybody who's been chiming in. We also got, who is this? Mimosa, welcome to the chat. You're VC verified, and you have a tag called Google Earther. And I would just presume that you are a guy who might advocate for the Earth being a globe, or gal, which depends. But you can chime in and say hello to everybody in the panel. Or not. We got Bambi. Bambi, what have you been up to? See you pop in the chat. I was busy with the Glober, but yeah.
Hello, I was talking to him earlier and he made a claim that the stars were proof of gas pressure without a container, and when I quizzed him on it, he said he needs a minute to think about it. So I wonder if he's had his minute yet. That was like 3 hours ago.
Hey, did you see my new channel, Bambi?
I did not. Where is it? Where do I find it?
Oh, dude, yes, full circle. Let Bambi ask that question again.
Yeah, I'll put it in Livestream Voice 6.
Thank you.
It's Rumble, though, so you might... I don't know if you have a Rumble account, but...
I don't, but I can make one. What the fuck's Rumble? I've never even heard of that.
Bro, it's the best thing. It's better than YouTube. Freaking YouTube algorithm. It's like a truther platform. Like, it's really up and coming, I think. Gaining some steam. I'm kind of using it as a way to like not have my channel taken down from like YouTube and that.
Yeah, it's fair.
I'll unmute him if you want, so you can ask him some questions. Like he couldn't move off the point of drop over distance with me, so if you want to take a swing at Busta.
I just want to know if he's got the whole answer to the stars being proof of gas pressure without a container. Because his way was just, look at it. I think he realized that, so he said he needs to take a minute to think.
He's unmuted, Bambi. If you want to ask him.
Hello again. Busta?
Oh.
Hello. You having fun in here?
Bambi, the Scottish lass.
So do you have an answer from earlier?
Try not
What
to swear.
was your question?
It wasn't a question, it was a claim you made, and then I quizzed you on it to explain it, and you said you wanted time to think. It was, you said the stars being gas pressure without a container was a thing that was proof. And then I asked you to prove it and quit a question you on it and just wanted you to explain it, and you couldn't. You said you needed
What's
time.
the question again? How are stars proof of gas pressure?
It was a claim you made. Yeah, so I had asked you about gas pressure without a container, and then you said stars. And then I said, how so? Like, how, go into detail about it. And you said, well, you couldn't, and you needed time to think.
Yeah, but then I got blasted with a million other fucking things I had to try and answer, and there we are.
No, it's just
So,
one.
yeah,
go on.
Did you not think about it then?
Yeah, I thought about it, but you guys don't want to know or hear about it because it involves these, magical planets and things and gas giants.
No, I want to hear about it. That's why I'm asking you. I'm asking you about it because I want to hear about it. You guys is addressing all of us. I'm one person, so I want to hear about it.
So you're willing to hear about gas giants?
Sorry, you cut out the end here about what?
Okay. So you want to know how we can prove that a star is made of gas?
Well, it was whatever claim that you had made. I can't remember exactly what it was, but I was talking about gas pressure without a container, and then you pointed at the stars.
I was using stars as an example.
Okay.
Because, like, it's a way that you can tell. Like, it's an example of gas existing outside of a container.
And how so?
Well, because they're stars are made of gas.
And how do we tell they're made of gas?
I'm trying not to laugh.
Through the study of their spectra.
And can you go into that? Like, explain it a little bit for anyone else listening?
A star's spectrum is the pattern of light it emits, right?
So we're observing the light?
So you can a star spectrum is a pattern of light that it emits, can be analysed to determine the star's chemical composition.
Okay, so pick one.
Right?
Pick a star.
So when light from a star passes through a prism or diffraction grating, then separated into its component colours, right? Creating a spectrum. Right, you following me with this? Does this make sense?
Yep, I'm hearing you.
All right. But each element has a unique spectral signature, meaning that it absorbs or emits light at specific wavelengths. Right? Are you getting this? Yeah?
Yep. Yeah.
By analysing a star's spectrum, astronomers can determine which elements are present in the star's atmosphere.
So just for my clarification, I don't mean to interrupt there, Bambi, but we have 7 different colours every morning. Like each sunrise, each sunset, we have 7 different colours. So are we 7 different planets in solar system in this Earth structure that we create, or is it just a fantasy that we're meant to believe?
It's a straw man response about fucking rainbows.
Problem that you're having, though, what he's talking about, the noble gases and the colors that they emit when, let's say, electricity is applied to them, like they can we can see colors from the gas.
I'm talking about the light.
So yeah, we have the 7 noble gases, and they can emit color by applying electricity to them, right? And we can see that demonstrations. We can see this here on the floor. But then you're extrapolating, and you're saying that Earth is globe, and you're claiming the distances, the sizes, and the medium.
I never said any of that,
bro. I'm in the middle of my sentence. So you're making a bunch of claims on top of saying that gases emit colors, and we can demonstrate that. And you're saying, the distances, the medium that they're in above in the sky, or the heavens above, or whatever. You're saying you have knowledge and you know what's happening up there, even though you can't go there. You're making a bunch of claims of things you cannot demonstrate or verify. You don't
have to go there to measure it, mate. You can measure the fucking spectrum.
Yes, we can see the colors of the gas
through the patterns of light. Yeah,
you can see the colors of the gases down here. Yes, nobody's saying no about that.
You can do the same thing with the star.
I think we should let Bambi handle it.
But you cannot.
We should let Bambi handle it. She's been waiting all afternoon for this question.
I don't mind other people weighing in, but it's just I kind of wanted him to finish what he was saying.
I didn't get a chance to finish, by the way. Go on.
That's all right. I'm sticking up for you, man. You let him finish what he's saying.
All right, whatever.
By analysing the star's spectrum, astronomers can determine the elements. Are you going to speaking over me, or am I going to chat? I won't talk for very long, I promise. 10 seconds, maybe.
Oh, shit.
It's all right, on you go. Just ignore it. Just go.
Like fucking children.
It's all right, just let him finish. Because if we tease him around too much, he's not easy to give up.
But that's one way, right? So one way you can prove that stars are made of gas is by analysing their spectra, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Have
There's
we
another
understood
way?
that? Yes, there's another way.
Go on to that one.
Another way that you can prove stars are made of gas is through the study of their energy production, right? Stars shine by burning hydrogen into helium in their cores. And later in their lives, get heavier elements. This process, known as nuclear fusion, releases a tremendous amount of energy in the form of light and heat. The fact that stars produce energy through nuclear fusion is strong evidence that they are made of gas.
So they're not a solid object.
So, what are you saying that the
As far
stars
as I
actually are? Are
know,
you saying-
the sun is a thermonuclear reaction of gas and plasma. Now, that is what I was taught my whole life. When I look up at the fucking sky or when I stand in the sun, I get fucking burned like a motherfucker, especially in Australia. You don't get that in Scotland. But in Australia, it gets so fucking hot, sun can cook an egg on the fucking ground, right? Now, and you can get, like, we got the highest incident of skin cancer in the world, us in New Zealand. So that's coming, that radiation is coming from something, well, not something, we know that it's coming from the sun. You guys can debate about what that fucking thing is.
Yeah, I mean, it's emanating heat. I'm not talking about that. I want to.
Under the dome, whatever, right?
Yeah, but we'll go back to the stars as well.
It's obviously some sort of thermonuclear reaction that's creating.
So that's obvious. Yeah, we can all agree on that. Nobody's denying that. Nobody's saying no to you. But can we go back to the stars? Are you saying that they are just made up of just gas that's floating there, or are they a solid? Like, how can we tell anything about it by just looking at a shiny little light and saying, well, there's colours?
Ball of gas and plasma.
Okay, but how can we tell anything, prove anything, do anything other than just pointing at a shiny thing in the sky and says, "Look, that's proof. That is there. Look at it."
I've just gave you 2 ways that you can measure that and prove it. You're obviously just refusing to accept that.
We've got southern and northern lights that emit the same light.
2 answers. Why don't you give your answer or your version of how it's done?
Well, just to be clear, all you did was just restate the claim. Bambi's asking you for evidence, perhaps a demonstration. You're just telling us the story all over again, as if we've never heard it.
I gave answers of how they can study it and work out that it's gas.
Yeah, we heard you, but all you were able to do was restate the claim. For one very familiar with the claims.
All you're doing is just what you're demonstrate saying. How can you demonstrate it? How can I go and do it? How can I prove what you've just said is to be true? How do we measure the colours, the lights? How do we do anything of what you've just said? Because saying the words we can measure.
Let me tell it to you again, right? Light from a star.
No, sorry, no need. We don't need the explanation at this point. You could maybe provide a demonstration, something that could show what you're saying. That whole show and tell in kindergarten, you're just doing the telling part. So now's the time to show it.
I like it how you compare it to kindergarten. That's really fucking nice.
Yeah. Well, notice how you're only doing the telling part. So
tell me what. Hold on, wait. Let's change the wording up a little bit. Change the wording. How can I? What do I need to do to prove what you've just said? What do I need to do to figure out that these stars are in a vacuum to start with, and are gas pressure?
Based on what? Based on what I said, it sounds to me like you need a prism. You need the light from the star to pass through a prism or diffraction grating. Then gets separated by the prism, right, into its component colors, each creating a spectrum, right? So that you've seen light go through a fucking prism before, right? And you can see that it creates a spectrum, right? In a rainbow, that's essentially what a rainbow is. Would we agree upon that? Would we agree that a rainbow is like essentially, you know, passing through a prism in a way, like because of the sunlight and the water vapor?
This isn't verifying what stars are, bro. Sorry. The claims that they're gas.
Let me finish.
giant.
Let me finish.
Gas,
Right. So it's separate. Once you
talking about rainbow
separate, get the fucking rainbows. Okay. Light from a star passes through a prism or diffraction grating. It's separated into its component colors, creating a spectrum. Each element has a unique spectral signature, meaning that it absorbs or emits light at specific wavelengths.
That doesn't verify what a star is.
By analyzing the star's spectrum.
Where's the prism?
You also don't know what a star is to begin with.
So it would be evidence if you're begging the question of the globe and this star being 1 million miles away in outer space and burning in a vacuum, showing your gas pressure without containment. However, you're just basing the location of these stars off assumption.
It's always the same two things for you guys. It's always the gas can't exist outside of a container.
Yeah.
And
It's
the
the fact
fucking
that you have a
drop
lack of
curve
demonstration
and calculation.
Yeah,
It's always,
it's always the facts. We always go back to the facts, and you just don't seem to like the facts.
And you said that the starlight goes through a prism. Where's the fucking prism? Where is it at? Where's this prism that you're trying to actually put light going through?
always go for those two fucking little things. You cherry pick.
Where is the
hardest
prism? Though
fucking
it's your example. You said that the light goes through a prism and creates a rainbow.
You want me
cool
to
story.
fucking show?
Where's
you
the
want me to
prism in the sky? Where's the prism that the light of the star is going through? Where is the prism?
Let me get this straight.
What are you trying to get straight?
Answer the question.
Where's the prism?
What you want to see? You want to see a video of that experiment, don't you?
No. I want to know where the prism is because the analogous to your point, light going through a prism creates a rainbow, right? So where's the prism in the sky that you're using in this example that you're seeing the star through?
There's no prism in. You don't need a prism in the sky. What are you talking about?
Well, this is your analogy. That was your analogy.
Fucking isn't. You're gaslighting.
Why did you
rainbows? No.
His point about the prism was that if you wanted to create an experiment to demonstrate how it works, you could use a prism to recreate it. He never said there was a prism.
Well, why did he use the analogous point then?
No, he just explained that you could demonstrate the same principle using a prism. He didn't say that's what's there in reality.
So why are we seeing different colors then from a star?
I'm just addressing the point about the prism. I think that was
you to just take it over. Take the point over, Cameron, if you want to chime in for Bustus on his behalf. Take the point over exactly where he left off.
No, I was just clarifying. I think there was a misunderstanding about the prism.
No, there isn't. There was no misunderstanding. The method of what his analogy was applying itself to was very clear. And so
he was asked the question, how can you prove this? And he said, well, you could take a prism, for example, and look through it.
And what does the prism do? What does the prism do, Cameron? What does the prism
again, I'm not arguing his point. I'm just clarifying that there may have been
why did you chime in? Why did you chime in if you're not arguing?
You misunderstood what he was saying. You thought he was claiming there was a prism in the sky.
Once again, he said that because we see light through a prism, using the analogy.
I think Bambi asked him the question.
Sorry, buddy. If you can't carry the point forward.
I feel like everybody heard him, Cameron. Like your position is moot because you're not following what his example was. So he was demonstrating to Bambi that light through a prism, like the one we see from a star, is changing colors. Like he was using the example of the rainbow colors. We know where he was going with that. So my question to him would be, if you're seeing different light from the stars and you're talking about a prism, because like a rainbow, when you shine light through a prism, it's going to show different colors. The colors are dispersed through a prism, so we see that. Where's the prism in between you and the star? So that would still remain, right? Because that's what we're talking about.
So if you're asking how a rainbow occurs if there's no prism, the prism in this case is water droplets in the atmosphere diffuses the light.
Okay, so we're asking him the question and so you came up with water droplets. So then that means that if that is the case, let's just say that we're going to go along with what you're saying, right? If water droplets are the case why we're seeing different colors, right? Per se from the star, then why is the whole sky not a rainbow?
No, water droplets are what creates rainbows. I don't know anything about the stars. you're
Right.
talking about.
Oh, that's what his analogy was, to talk about the star that we're seeing with the different colors. Okay? Please follow along.
The prism was explicitly mentioned when he was asked how you could create an experiment to prove it, but okay.
About the star
not
light.
proving
About the
anything.
star light color. The color we're seeing from the star. Cameron. Are you
If you
following
look at it
along?
through
You
a
want us to
prism.
stop and go back to like 5 minutes when he started this argument? It's up to you.
Yeah, let me
'Cause you
just
don't
chime in
know
for a second. 'Cause I dipped away for a second there, and we've come back to talking about prisons, which has absolutely nothing to do with what I was talking about. So the initial thing was for him to give us a demonstration on how what he's saying we can go and do. So what has that got to do with stars?
Zero.
Yeah, Cameron chimed in. I will unmute Busta, Bambi, so you can talk to him.
Thank you.
It's like cool analogy, but where are you going to cash that in at if it has nothing to do with what we're asking?
Yeah, because I initially asked that and I went away to answer the door and I've come back and it was as if the conversation just dipped. Like we were just moved straight on to something else. So Busta, what can I go do?
Yeah, he was just ranting about how the starlight is.
Did the
viewed.
magical flirt fairies finally unmute me? Did they?
I don't know, I wasn't here, but you're unmuted now, so what have I got to go do?
Thank you, slave master, for allowing the fucking poor peasant slaves to fucking chat again.
Okay, so what have I got to go do?
You've got to get a prism. No, not crickets, fuckwit. No
Okay, just ignore it. Just keep talking. Just ignore it. You're an adult. Just ignore and just keep
Pretty
talking.
hard to
What have I
ignore
got to go do?
Zongo when he's
It's fine. Just
chirping
everyone shut the fuck up, please, and just let them talk. Because the only way they're going to talk is down into a hole. So please continue. What have I got to go do?
Nice assumption. So all you got to do is get the fucking light from the stars, put it through a prism, then work out the light and the colors, and then you can work out spectrum.
So
what the
Sorry, I
gases are.
misunderstood the first part. I need to get the light of a star and put it through a prism. Can you actually explain what I need to do?
Okay.
What do I need and how do I do it?
All right. Okay. Let me try and be real basic here.
Yeah, please.
The sun is a star. Okay. Sun fucking roasts you in the summer in the fucking heat of the day, gives you skin cancer and burns your fucking skin so it peels. That's a fucking gas.
Yeah, that's the claim. Thank you for repeating the claim.
Star
But
of
she's
gas
asking
and
me
plasma
to do.
Right. So there's a star that you can fucking see in the sky, so big that it makes everything fucking grow and it burns things and melts plastic, right? So all you got to do is get a prism, walk out into the direct sunlight, take a prism.
Sorry, I'm a bit confused though because I was initially asking you
You know
about
what a prism
the
is, or-
stars, like the little twinkly lights. Like that was initially what we were talking about.
Yeah, and
was
guess
the little
what
twinkly
that
light. So we'll talk about the sun because obviously we can go and do that with the sun. What about the twinkly lights? You were saying that they were gas and they measure them, and you were talking about that. How do I demonstrate that? Those little twinkly lights.
Lights are fucking suns.
Okay, but how do I go and demonstrate that they are that?
Man.
So I'm just looking at a little twinkle.
Telescope.
Pardon?
Telescopes don't whisper in your ear the things you're saying here.
You're making a fucking straw man argument about telescopes.
You're not.
whispering.
No, I genuinely just want to know
The information
what
you're trying to spout off here.
How do you magnify the light from a distant star? Obviously, you need to
It has
be able
nothing to do with what Bambi's asking you.
Bullshit. You actually obviously have to magnify it somehow.
Can we let's just take it back just a few steps. I want to know about those because we initially started talking. The sun was only brought into it because that's just something that you just brought up. I want to know about those little twinkly lights because that's what I initially asked you about. We can talk about the sun after, but I initially asked you about the little twinkly lights when you started rambling on, and then when you were asked to demonstrate those twinkly lights, you said, "Well, the sun." No one's denying anything you're saying about the sun. I want to know about the twinkly lights that you're claiming are gas balls and plasma out in a vacuum. And how do we demonstrate that those little twinkly lights are gas and plasma? What can I do?
Oh, your smart ass tone is just awful.
I'm Scottish. It comes with the territory, sweetheart. I'm just asking you a question.
Isn't much better. Attitude.
No, you taking a gish gallop around it. Please just answer what I'm asking. If you don't know, please just say I don't know, because I will. If you ever say something to me, I'll just say, look, I don't know, I'm sorry, and then someone else can answer it. Do you know or not?
I've already told you, right? The reason why I'm using the sun as an example.
You don't. That's not what she's asking. The question.
But no one's.
The answer is no.
No one's denying anything. No one's denied anything you said about the sun. I want to know about the twinkly lights. I want to know about those stars.
Focus, buddy.
Twinkly lights. You're such a condescending little fucking
You can mock me. You can mock me if you like, but it's not. It's just proving the point that you don't know what you're talking about. So please don't just say that. Just say I'm sorry, but I don't know, and maybe I'll go look into it again, which you were going to do earlier.
I'll mute him.
The sun is a star, right?
Oh, so you want the little pet to talk again now?
No, Busta. We're looking for a demonstration. You can stop talking at this point.
Let me talk for a second. You see why you're getting muted? I'm asking you something directly about something, and you're going, her tone, her voice, her meh, meh. I'm asking you something. Just answer it. And you can say, I don't know. Those words are so simple to say. I don't know.
Told you, but you won't accept it.
But you're talking about the sun. I want to see everything
because
else.
It's a fucking star.
I'm not disagreeing. Do you think that I'm denying everything you're saying about the sun? I am not. I agree. Well done. Moving on. Those other things that are out there, how do I demonstrate what they are? They are completely separate things. The sun I can see, and yes, we agree it is fucking warm, and yeah, we have it in Scotland. Not as warm as you guys, but we're sitting at about 33 just now, 33 degrees Celsius. So it's fucking warm. I know that. Yeah, I want to know about everything else out there. I don't know what your light pollution's like in Australia, but in the Highlands of Scotland, there are fucking millions of little tiny things that I can see, and I'm asking you, what do I need to do to prove what those are? What is the demonstration that I need to do to prove that they're gas and plasma?
I can see more of the Milky Way from where I am than I guarantee you can see in Scotland, mate.
I don't know. I've never been to Australia, but what do I need to do to demonstrate it?
There's no light pollution where I am, mate. I can look up and I can see them. Like,
so what do we need to do to you are the perfect person to demonstrate it? What do we need to do to demonstrate it?
No, you're not. Just answer the question, dude. Stop waffling.
And you can say I don't know. Like,
multiple times. The same question's been asked to you like 15 times. Just answer.
Right, just leave him for a second, because keep going at him is going to do nothing. But please, just answer. What do I need to do? And if you don't know, say I don't know, and that's it. We'll move on.
Little dancing monkey doesn't like being muted all the time.
All right, well, kick rocks, dude.
Okay, well, you're unmuted, so what do I need to do?
I've seen some evidence, dude. That's all anyone's asking.
I'll go into your profile and I'll be the one that's in charge of your mute. So you're unmuted, and I'll look at it, and if it does get muted again, I'll just unmute it. So what do I need to do to prove what the tiny little stars are?
Prove to me that the Earth is flat.
But you can't answer a question with a question. I'm asking you one, and if you don't know, just say that, and we can move on, and then you can ask us something. But right now you're fumbling in the fact that you can't say the words "I don't know."
You want to know another way to do it because you don't accept.
I want to know how to do it for those ones, for all of those little twinkly things that we can see that you're claiming are gas and plasma that are away out there in a vacuum. I want to know what I need to do for them.
Already told you, but you don't accept the prism thing.
The big massive sun that's right here, and I am not denying anything you're saying about that. Right. I completely agree. Yes. Now, what about those twinkly little lights? You're making a claim that they are the exact same thing that is the sun. How? What? How do I do that? How do I prove that that's what that is?
They are stars, like the sun's a star, but I'm not saying that they're exactly the same as our sun.
So they're not gas and plasma?
They're not going to be the same size, for example.
So they're not gas and plasma.
They're also made up of... Look, you've got, once again, each star is different depending on the composition.
Any of them. Pick any of them. There's fucking millions of them. Which one would you like to talk about? I'm sure one of them's similar. So we can't measure anything about any of them? We can't demonstrate anything about any of them? It's only the sun, which we're not denying.
It's not true at all. Like I said, if you want to
what
measure...
do I need to do to measure them?
If you want to measure the light from a distant star, then you need to be able to magnify that light. You guys don't believe that they're distant, right? And so therefore, because you don't believe that they're distant, then what's the point of me even...
How is that demonstrating what you're claiming they are?
Because if you want to measure the light from a distant star, you need to magnify that light. And how the fuck do you do that? You use a telescope. Okay, so
cool,
therefore,
bro, but what is the demonstration
you get a fucking telescope and you magnify the light from the telescope and you put it through a fucking prism. And then you can work out what the composition of that fucking light is, and therefore you can work out what the fucking gas is of that star. Is that satisfactory? No, probably not, because you don't believe stars exist, and then you don't believe that they're distant.
What Buster is describing is called a spectrograph or a spectroscope. But it is a thing.
Yeah, let's not chime in. Hang on a second. Let's not chime in.
This fucking chat with any brains.
All right, I'm gonna have to mute you real quick, Cameron. That's not his claim. He didn't say that. You did. So you can't divine his thoughts and then therefore say what he was thinking. You're not divining anyone's thoughts. So let him speak for himself. I'm gonna mute you and also Buster. He didn't know that till previously until you just said that. You just gave him new information because he wasn't saying that. All right, I'm unmuting both of you.
And in their own globe claim, what he's claiming is an evidence towards what he's claiming. It's not an overall proof of anything.
Please don't jump in on his behalf, just one at a time. No one asked you.
You're not moderating this chat, we are. So sit down, little one.
I just thought it was the same rules for everyone. So.
No, we're moderators in this chat. And then there's those
I've been in this discussion for about 4 hours.
There's those that come in as a guest. You're a guest here. You're not a moderator. Thank you.
Cameron Paladin, can you hear me?
Yeah. Being a guest doesn't mean that you can put your dirty boots on the table and start pissing on everybody. Okay, doesn't mean that. Okay.
Cameron, can you hear me, mate?
Yep.
So here's the thing, bro. We know the claims. All you're able to do is just tell us the claims over and over again. You see, the sun is a star. And the stars are other suns. Amazing, bro. This is not bedtime story time. We're at the point where we're asking you for a demonstration. Show what you're saying to be true. You're just restating claims over and over again. Call this claim stacking or claim repeating. So it's not getting you anywhere by just restating the claims.
Can I ask a question, or is
it's called baseless assertions, doesn't it? Isn't it?
May I ask a question?
The sun is a star. Wow.
You just did ask a question. You just did. Do you have another question?
I'm not sure when it's my turn to speak. I don't want to get muted.
You're speaking now, so just proceed.
Just in regards to the evidence Buster needs to provide, what is the standard you're asked of?
He hasn't provided any evidence. He's provided
evidence. Where?
Well, he hasn't provided. I agree. 100% agree. So, what's the baseline? What's the minimum you'll accept? Just so he knows what to provide. What's the framework?
He's saying the baseline is that he's standing on the floor. He's looking up at the luminaries, and he's saying, "The luminaries are these things that I claim they are. These assertions that I have, and I'm gonna write." He write it out on a piece of paper, or he read it from someone else. Someone else made the assertions. He's just parroting those assertions without any evidence. He's just saying stuff.
Right. We've heard those things too. It's not that we haven't heard what he's saying. It's at this point we're looking to prove or falsify what saying. And he could prove it, perhaps with a demonstration. Demonstration.
Yeah, like, that's what I'm
Demonstrate what you're saying to be
Are you
true.
looking for like a theoretical demonstration, or?
Dude, dude.
CB, there is a separation because what he was talking about, the colors of the gases, yeah, that stuff can be demonstrated. Nobody's denying that. But then he's extending that into saying, hey, we can demonstrate the color of the gases by adding electricity or light or whatever. And therefore, when we look up and we see colors in the sky and lights in the sky, therefore globe and black holes and exoplanets and trillions of miles and heliocentric universe, which it doesn't follow. It doesn't follow.
The kids call that reaching, guys. So stop reaching and show what you're saying to be true. Or we can debunk it. That's fine.
The magic fucking flirt fairies have unmuted me again.
No demonstrations then? Or can we move on? Cam?
Yes. We want a demonstration. We would like a demonstration of drop over distance. You know, the globe, the geometrical claim. Do you have any of that? Like demonstrating a measurement of the drop over distance, 8 inches per mile square. Do you have a demonstration of that? A measurement, direct measurement of that geometry.
Wait, you Spanish or something, mate? Where are you from, bro?
Oh my God, dude!
From America.
Fuck up, dude.
You can kick rocks, dude.
From America. You know, America is a big place.
Oh, okay, so Cameron, can you hear what's happening here? We don't want to talk about feelings. We want evidence. We don't care about what you think of this chat or people in it, or go on and on about like how you feel, dude. We don't care. Bring the evidence for the claim. And if you have that, please support it.
Hey, I can articulate all of this stuff in 2 languages, and I learned both sides in 2 languages. So yeah, I do speak Spanish as well. So you're correct. So can you bring the demonstration that you said that you're gonna bring about evidence of the globe? Do you have that, Cameron?
I think he's
stonewalling you, Gemsy.
In the white knight role.
No, he just wants to jump in and white knight whenever he feels like he can interrupt and derail the conversation. But when he gets asked a question, he won't answer anyone.
Yeah, why are you clamming up now, bro? You're all about you're all about talking about evidence.
Gemsy speaks Spanish. Gemsy speaks Spanish. Yes, funny. That's so funny, right?
It's just like it's evident to me that, like, Cameron, if you had a point, you would bring it up. You're an adult, aren't you? Well, just man up and speak like one. You're on the microphone. You can say, hey, look, I got this evidence. Here it is, fellas. Let's go through it. We'll do that. But when you chime in on someone's behalf, divining their thoughts, that's ridiculous. Why are you doing that? You don't even know what he was talking about, and you were chiming in like you were an expert on what he was saying. And then you were feeding him answers because you knew he was dying in the chat because he's an imbecile. But if you want to die on that hill, that's up to you. We do, however, want to talk to you because you were actually white knighting for him, which is advocating for the position that the Earth is a globe. So now we know that you think of the same thing. You're of the mind that the Earth is a globe. So we're now asking you, present your evidence. Can you do so, Cameron? Or are you just going to stonewall the whole chat?
Keep the same energy, bro. When you wanted to unmute and tell us about spectroscopy and all this stuff. Keep that same energy. Where you at?
I gave Cameron voice verified, okay, guys? Because he spoke.
Hey, sorry, heard my name. What's up, Gemsy?
What's up? Bullshit, dude. You were listening to everything. Let me just restate it because you just got back, okay? Because you were advocating for the gentleman that was here without even understanding his position. So now we're going to go to you because it sounds like you think you're of the mind that the Earth is a globe. That's fine. But now what we need in this chat room is for you to provide the evidence that it is verifiably so with drop over distance measurements. So if they're claiming that the Earth...
advocating, who was I advocating for?
For the gentleman that was just in here who thinks the Earth's a globe.
You serious?
Are you lost? Did you lose the plot? Like from the time you were here?
What was the
can't seriously have
advocacy?
forgotten the last 10 minutes. Come on, dude.
You don't have the mind of a goldfish. I know you don't. You're a reasonable person. So let's go back to your
what do you mean by advocacy? What was I advocating for?
his position, man. His position. What he was saying. What was he saying, Cameron? Do you remember?
Are you talking about Buster?
Do you remember what you said?
No, I'm talking about the big fucking red lobster.
A spectrograph, and I literally said what you're describing is a spectrograph. He was talking about a telescope with a prism, which is a spectrograph, and I said the word you're looking for is spectrograph.
Now you know. Thank you. Now you know. That's who I'm talking about. I'm not talking about a fucking red lobster is clipping his claws. That's stupid, dude. Why do you guys act that way?
Me naming what he was trying to describe is advocating for him when I was highlighting the fact that he couldn't figure out what it was called.
Yeah, but why are you doing that? Let him speak for himself. Why are you saying that? Oh, he means to say this. You don't know that.
Feel like rather than letting him stumble over it for 5 minutes, it's easy if we just tell him what it's called.
No, because it's not our
really help
claim.
his position.
Yes, it does.
But he claimed he was the smartest one in the room.
It helps him realize. Listen, you don't understand this, Cameron.
It's a genuine debate about just trying to find the answers. Why does it matter if I'm speeding it up?
Cameron, it's not a debate. It's not a debate. It's a rejection of truth. But listen, this is what it's about. When someone's in here and they're advocating for a claim, we let them answer their own direct questions. When somebody comes in here, I think he means this, and you give him the answer, that doesn't help him. You're enabling him. In other words, he's like, well, there's another smart guy talking. He doesn't know what you just said. If I was to even question him, if you come back, and I'll say, what did Cameron say? He would be like, I don't know, but he's right. Because that's all he does.
We shouldn't educate people when they don't know something?
It's not about that, dude.
You're advocating for ignorance?
It's not, brother. It's not about that. It's not about that. It's about making them realize.
I told him what something's called. That's literally what I did.
Cameron, it's
I know it behooves you when people don't know.
Are you gonna let me finish?
Ignorance is not.
Now you're just spiraling, dude.
Listen,
can you bring
Cameron? The point that they come in here with their claim. They have to understand they don't know so that they can learn. It's like having a full cup of water. You can't pour any more water in it because it's full, right? That's like his mind. It's full. He needs to empty that cup and understand he doesn't know what he's saying so that we may fill it with knowledge. Otherwise, he won't retain anything we're saying. Do you understand, Cameron, how this works? Or do I have to tell you slower? I want you to really get this.
He was just looking for the word spectrograph, dude. There's not really much more to it.
No, it's not. He has an idea in his mind. What he's talking about a prism, right? So he's trying to do it his way.
Diffusing light through a spectrum through a telescope, which is just a spectrograph. So that's all it really is.
Basically, what you said is not what he said.
That's like someone says, the metal cabin with 4 wheels that goes on the road, and I say that's a car, and you say you can't tell him that.
What he was
not even asking about that, though.
He was
that
not
has
even
nothing
describing
to do
that.
with what Bambi was asking for a demonstration.
I think Bambi asked him, how do we prove that stars are made of gas? And he was giving his answer, and she said, how can I demonstrate that? And he started talking about telescopes with prisms, and I'm like, that's just a spectrograph, dude.
I also dropped that into ChatGPT, that exact question, and he basically read it off word for word. So it wasn't any of his knowledge.
I'm not saying Buster knows what he's talking about. In fact, I think the fact that he didn't know the term spectrograph proves that he doesn't know what he's talking about.
All right, so let's talk to somebody who does know what they're advocating for, like you. So it sounds like you have a better mind to speak a bit more eloquently, like the imbecile that we were just speaking to. So now,
no, I literally just came here to observe. I don't have a position.
I think you should, because you're advocating a bit more eloquently. So anyways, let's get back to like why you think the Earth is a globe, right? Because if you do, let's talk about it. Because I think it's better for you to kind of explain from a better standpoint than that guy who was in the chat, who was fumbling all over himself. You don't seem to have that issue, which I'd like to hear your perspective. How about that?
Go ahead.
All right. So if the Earth is said to be a globe with, its radius, diameter, and circumference, it would definitely be measured to be so, right? It wouldn't just be calculations that some guy purported to be or assumed that it was, but it would definitely be what they are telling us that it is. Wouldn't you say that's fair? If the general consensus, right, public information that you and I consume is saying that the Earth is a globe by way of metrics, right? How big the Earth is by its radius, diameter, and circumference. Right? That's public information. You do know that, right, Cameron?
Sorry?
All I'm so sorry. I don't speak English. Are you following? Or are you doing something? If you're busy, Cameron, let me know. I don't want to be here spinning my wheels.
Hey, Cameron, I'll speak to you in Spanish if you want to. You want me to speak to you in Spanish?
Did you hear what I said, or do you want me to repeat because your attention was diverted, Cameron?
So you're saying the Earth is a circumference or something? I didn't quite follow.
Okay, so what? All right, so the size of the Earth, right? Do you know the size of the Earth, Cameron?
No. Big.
Okay. Big. Have you been to school?
Hold on. Let me Google it. How big is the Earth?
The hell?
Well, Cam, we're not asking because we don't know. Hold on, buddy. Hold on. We're not asking because we don't know. We're basically asking to expose the fact that you don't know. So you Googling it here, I'll answer for you. It's for you, ding dong, not for us. We know how big it's claimed to be. Holy smokes, dude.
Why do you need to expose me when I literally just said I don't know?
That's part of the exposure. You're welcome.
It's part of you. Remember, this is about emptying the cup of your mind. Right now it's full because you think you have a lot of knowledge, and it's not really knowledge. It's based on storytelling from the people that you've heard it from.
You're making a lot of assumptions about me. All I said was the dude didn't know.
It's not assumptions. It's not assumptions. It's an assessment. Because you've just demonstrated right now that you had to Google what the size of the Earth was to know what it is. That's not an
most people know that off the top of their head, dude.
I think if you're in this discussion, you should, right? I mean, obviously, we're talking about the Earth. Somebody's got to know what it is, or am I just kind of
about the shape of the Earth, not the size of the Earth?
It's just. Okay, so the size of the Earth and the shape of it are not relevant.
You stumbled.
Got me there. I'm not stumbling, dude. The size and the shape. It doesn't matter, Cameron. The size.
Relax, Cam. Relax.
What are you on about, dude? All right, so the size of the Earth and the shape of the Earth.
I got to email my mum real quick. Tell her I'm winning the debate with the flat earthers. Keep going though.
You're just clowning, bro. Chill out.
The size and the shape do have to matter, right? So I'm not the one that Googled it. You did.
Size doesn't matter. My wife tells me that all the time.
Well, having a good intellect and critical thinking does, which you seem to lack in this position. You don't have that.
Sorry, go on. I didn't mean to put us on a tangent there.
No, we're not on a tangent. We're trying to assess how you think that you know that you live on a globe, which really it's just your assumption. You don't have any information to verify the claim, do you?
Well, like a lot of things. So don't cut me off here because I'm going to go on a little bit of a tangent to explain my position. I don't have I personally.
Answer.
Sorry. We're going to go back to you answering the yes or no question that I asked you. Do you know if the Earth is a globe or not? You could simply answer, I will unmute you. Just answer it, and then perhaps you can go on your tangent, but you need to answer my question. That's only fair, right? Answer my question and tell us what you were going to say.
No.
Go ahead. Okay. No, you don't know if the Earth is a globe. Okay. Well, why do you want to go on a tangent then? Doesn't follow logically. So, why you would go on a tangent? If you don't
yes or no. So if you're going to let me speak, I'll speak. If not,
the tangent would ensue if you did know. If you did know, the tangent would be logically consistent.
Why can't I explain why I don't know?
Because you don't know the tangent. You're going to tell me. That's obvious. If you don't know,
how do I not know the tangent? I'm going to tell you if I was about to
told me. You just told me. I don't know. No, I don't.
That was answering the question as to whether I know the Earth is flat or not.
No,
that was the question.
Globe.
Sorry, globe. And I said I don't know the Earth is a globe.
Right, and so that's why we're saying if you're gonna go on a tangent, then why would I'm not gonna hear from somebody who does not know what the Earth is to tell me, then proceed to tell me what the Earth is. That's pretty stupid, right? For me to do that.
Well, I wasn't going to tell you what the Earth is.
What were you going to tell me then? What the sky is outside and how you feel right now?
What the Earth is.
Why you don't be an excuse? We can get into the educational period now. Where we can teach you or educate you if you want, but that would be just an excuse of why you don't know what you're supposed to be believing.
I think you guys aren't really open to a discussion. You just want to yell at people and then mute them when they try to talk back.
I'm not yelling. Yeah. You're the one talking about your wife and fucking all this other random stuff that has nothing to do with the topic. So if you could focus, maybe answer direct questions, maybe you wouldn't be muted. That's up to you.
Hey, Cameron, if I change my tone, will you speak to me?
Have you ever been over to James? Because believe me, dude, these guys are a lot more patient than anything.
I don't think he's ever had an adult conversation. To be honest, I don't think anybody's ever talked to him this way. He's like, well, this is strange. I feel like I've always been the one to be superior in my conversation. Dude, this is adults talking, so we don't have to be.
I just thought it was a discussion.
I think that when an adult speaks to you, Cameron, say, "Hey, get the trash out. Get the trash out." Why are you yelling at me? Get the fucking trash out, dude.
Well, what is there to discuss if you don't know?
Why are you yelling at me? Because your room is disgusting, dude. Oh, why are you yelling?
Why are we talking about my room now? I thought I was the one going off on tangents.
Cam.
Yeah, exactly.
What is there to discuss if you don't know if you don't know anything?
Yeah.
Is there something that you do know that you'd like to present? You could support something you do know?
From what I understand, you guys are saying unless someone comes in here and says they absolutely know the answers, you're not willing to talk to them.
I'm asking you, Cam, what do you know to be true? Why don't we start there?
So, firstly, let's say claiming that you know anything to be absolute is pretty arrogant. I know someone says they know the absolute truth. They're probably in.
All right. 1 second. I have to ask him. I have to ask you this question.
I think Cameron is a feminist. You're a feminist, right?
No. Wait. Hang on, Gypsy. Let me ask him. All right, Cameron, what are you doing right now, man? Just in general, can you tell me?
Oh, I just got back from taking a pretty excellent shit.
Excellent. What are you doing right now, though, at this moment?
Sitting in a chair.
Okay, so if I was to tell you, are you 100% sure that you're sitting in that chair? What would you then tell me?
Yes.
Okay, so you can be 100% sure, right? Which is debunks your statement that you can't be sure of.
Oh yeah, you got me there. But when we're talking about things like the curvature of the Earth, I don't have the capacity to tell you right now whether it's curved or not, because I'm not.
How sure are you that the Earth is a globe right now?
Am I able to talk a bit longer than a yes or no answer, or are you going to?
I'm asking you a question, though, Cameron. Just respond to my question, bro.
Okay.
How sure are you that the Earth is a globe?
I'm going to start answering right now. Okay.
How sure are you the Earth's a globe? Go.
So, I personally do not presume to be someone who has the capacity or the expertise to determine whether the Earth is curved. But like with many other things, I tend to listen to the consensus of experts who are in a position to tell me. So when, for example, I know a lot of gay people, and they all tell me that my friend Mark is a faggot. And I don't personally know because I haven't sucked his dick, but they all have. Or maybe he's licked out their assholes or something like that.
Oh, you're just trolling at this point.
Are you serious? Guys, are you going to put up with this shit?
Fuck off.
Clowning.
Hey, guys, he's a schoolmate with the other one. The schoolmates.
Oh, that was interesting.
Well,
guys, listen. I have been listening for hours here. Like, what is going on today? Like, or tonight? Like, what the hell?
I'm still having that same conversation with the other guy in a private chat. He's messaging me directly. The other Aussie guy.
Look, I want y'all to take notes. For those that are like, well, let him speak. This is why we don't do that. You answer questions directly. This is exactly what happens. Well, can I just let me finish? Well, you see, my gay friends. Yeah, dude, kick rocks. That's why we don't do that.
Well, that's how you know the universe is full of balls, because gay people.
Yeah, dude. What a clown.
We need some, dude. Yeah, I love the sound clips that you were putting in there, CB. Right on time. Oh, Eli's joined the party. What's up, Eli? It's been a fruitful morning, bro. Where you been? Anyway, we got Mark Baby Legs, whatever that means. Mark Baby Legs, I just unmuted you. Welcome to the chat, Mark Baby Legs. Oh, we got Luxor Jr. in here as well.
Hello.
How's it going, Mark Baby Legs?
Yeah, I'm right. Where is your evidence the Earth is flat? I just want to read it. If you can.
Earth is flat. No. So yeah, we have the presentation of the Black Swan, which would give you the information that you're searching for right now. Direct answers give you direct answers to your question for sure. But we can go through a bit more than that, right? So the Black Swan information tells us that the Earth isn't curving at the set rate that they're telling us that it is, and that the Earth where the sky meets the Earth and the definition of horizon would then be able to be seen at a farther distance, giving us a better understanding that the Earth is a level plane because there is no curvature at any point along our line of sight.
Yeah,
So
take
that-
notes. That's called a direct answer.
That's directly answering you right now. But we can get into a conversation that will further your understanding in that, if you'd like, Mark Baby Legs.
Oh no, that was good.
Your comprehension of the topic and the context of it, because you understand the earth and you understand what's above you.
I gave you VC verified, Mark Baby Legs, and Luxor Jr. I just want to real quick unmute some people and give them VC verified if they're willing to have a conversation with us. So Luxor Jr., I've went ahead and unmuted you as well. You have control of your mic, sir, if you're there.
Hi, mate. No, I'm just
How you doing?
Right. I'm all right. I'm enjoying the chat.
Awesome. Yeah, just welcome to the chat. And also, we'd like to welcome you to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. What links did you click on to bring you here? If you were brought by a friend, maybe you could tell us. And then, what is your position on the topic of the server, Luxor? So, 2 questions for you.
I'm sorry. I was distracted. Could you repeat that?
Yeah, what brought you here? Like, what links did you click on? Because we kind of like to know, like, what were you watching? Were you watching the YouTube, or were you watching the Rumble, or did you a friend give you the link?
I'm in a group chat, and a friend of ours just found this online somewhere. So he was having
Are
a
you
good time
guys
listening.
cool? Are you guys all coming in as a group? Because that'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, there's a handful.
Yeah,
in this
keep
chat.
telling them to come in here. We'd like for more people to be a part of this conversation. Whether they think it's pretty stupid or whether they want to have it, just to be a listener would be awesome. Invite more people.
We're enjoying Buster. He was pretty cool. But yeah, I'm just here to
Who the fuck
have a
was that
listen.
guy?
Oh, you guys were supporting Busta. Okay, you were supporting Busta.
Oh yeah, Buster fans.
All right, no worries, dude. I'm gonna go ahead and give you VC verified. But you guys have your own. Each individual that joins our chat, you guys have your own mind, your own critical thinking. You don't have to follow the leader in any of these things. You can critically think about the information that we're presenting, and therefore giving you a great way to stand for yourself in the argument that we speak of in here. So we want to give everybody a chance to speak and be able to ask questions, like Mark Baby Legs and such. So yeah, welcome to the chat. Where, like I say, every mind is speaking for themselves. We don't, we got another guy who's brand new to the chat, Professor or Pro63. Just unmuting that guy. Pro63, if you're there, welcome to the chat. You're unmuted, so you're locally muted at the moment, but you have control of your mic. You're able to speak. Pro63. I don't know. He's not answering.
Yeah. That Cameron fellow from earlier.
Yeah.
He's telling me he would like to come back and apologize, and he'll play ball.
Yeah, I would like that too, but somehow the sincerity is not coming through. We've done this many. Yeah, we've done this many times. So the firing line is hot at the moment. So I don't know if he's genuine in saying that. We're not fools. We've had many people to come and do this to us before, where they say, "Okay, I'll apologize," and as soon as we unmute them, they're like, "You stupid asshole," and like, yeah, we're not gonna. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So basically, what we'll do is just go through a cooldown period. After the cooldown period, perhaps we will bring him back. We don't like the chat to end that way, but he took it that direction, so it's upon every man to speak for himself.
Right. We'll come back another time, I guess.
Yeah, but you don't have to leave. I mean, you're here. But if you're part of the posse or whatever, and you want to support your friends, that's up to you. But you don't have to be, man. You're your own mind, your own person.
Yeah, understood. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries, dude.
What were either of them saying that was worth listening to? Essentially, he's pointing at a Toyota and going, well, this is a Ferrari. Well, no, it's not. Well, if you get a telescope and zoom in, the paint clearly identifies as a Ferrari, when clearly it's not a Ferrari.
And he was just saying wrong things, you know. Busta was saying that the sun causes cancer. There's a prism in the sky. That's how we know what the color from the stars are. And it's just a lot of things that just don't make any sense. It's like, if you're saying that is true, then, you know, your analogy of like light going through a prism and we're seeing colors from a star, you know, like there's a lot of inconsistencies in what he was saying for us to test the claim of the knowledge of what the star actually is. And he also said the sun is a star. When have you ever seen the sun look like a fucking star? Or vice versa? When the stars look like the sun? Like, that doesn't even logically follow. I don't see the sun looking like any of the stars, or the stars looking like the sun. I don't see that. So it's already logically inconsistent. And then for me to make the claim, I'm going to have to support it with evidence, which you can't. There's no evidence to that. That's a bold
and not
statement
just
to say
repeat
that.
the claim. All he could do was just repeat the claim over and over. Well, you see, kids, the sun is a star, and the stars are suns. Wow, groundbreaking.
Cool story. That's what everybody says because they've been indoctrinated with this pseudoscience information. But you don't know that because you've already been lied to. And you believe the lie is true. So when the person who's telling you that the lie has been told to you is not real, then you look at the person who's telling you that with more scrutiny. You're like, with rigor. Like, how is it a lie? You tell me how it's a lie. It's like, bro, where can you verify this information? And how do you know that that's true? That's what we're asking people when they come in here. How do you know that's true? Verified. And, you know, if you can't come up with that information, how it's verified, then admit to yourself it's just a story. I don't know. And if you say, well, a scientist knows, then, you know, then that means that you still don't know. So you're pawning that information off to someone who you think is smarter than you. But then when we ask them the questions, you know, the intelligent scientists who come in here to this chat, hey, how do you know that the star is what you're saying it is? Well, our best guess is, because that's all they say, our best guess. So they don't know either. We've had cosmologists in here and, you know, astrophysicists and such. PhDs.
Just get a telescope. Like, cool. You're still just looking at something. That the telescope doesn't whisper in your ear the things that these guys want to say here in the chat. They're adding extra things to what they see. Oh, well, I see, you know, we all see the same thing. You guys have extra stories attached to these things in the sky. So not here for story time. We're here for demonstration time. If you can even do that, which they can't. That's what ends up happening. And them spiraling and talking about being gay and whatnot.
Well, and not only that, but then saying, you flat earthers always do this and you mute. It's like, why do you go, when you have airtime to speak, if the information that we're talking about here in this arena is providing evidence, why don't you just provide the evidence? Why do you have to talk about you guys' feelings or whatever? Because we're just like, just give us the information that supports the claim. Then we can all go on with our lives if that is the case. But if it's not supported and you're somebody making up a story, then we're going to point that out. Pretty simple.
Yeah, I was just going to say I did that too with Professor Parks on another server, inspired by you, Mickey, of course. I was like, I'm not going to debate the guy, and bloody, clearly he's got all the technical terms. But the moment he got to spectroscopy, I was like, yeah, but it is a guess, right? And he's like, well, no, it's not a guess. And then
yes,
we did the dance for 10 minutes, and then it ended up, well, it's a best educated guess. So a guess then.
Yeah, exactly. Goes back to the premise of what you said, right? And
thank you.
he just took the long way around. You know, it's like, well, you wound up still saying the same thing that I said at the very beginning of this conversation.
Gotcha, bitch.
They don't like to hear it though when you say it. They like to put lipstick on a pig, is what I call it. They put lipstick on a pig. Oh, it's my educated guess. It changes things, right? Because I'm using education to support the claim. Like, bro, it's still a guess. Like, You don't.
Yeah,
know.
there's a lot of stuff going on up there that we can't know. We just can't. Well, as far as I'm concerned, anyway. But I like the analogy you used with that guy with the the cup full of water. That was so good.
That was really good.
Yeah, that was really good. Because I mean, if that guy had been genuine, it would have been even better. But because the guy was so dishonest, it doesn't matter. But the point that the other guy comes in and then white knights for him a little bit, and then you turn it on him, and he's like, "Oh shit!"
He's like, "I wasn't expecting this shit."
It's like the spotlight's on you now, dude. It's like, oh shit.
I don't buy. Listen, man, I don't buy his whole thing. Was all right. I came back. What's up, guys? Bullshit, dude. You were listening the whole fucking time, bro, and you were hearing me say that, but because you wanted to kind of like skirt around what I was saying, so that you can be like brand new, like, oh yeah, I didn't hear what you said.
Actually, they were both doing that. Same thing multiple times. Yeah.
Wait, did you say something?
No. Yeah.
If that guy had been genuine, back to that point, the analogy you used, this cup being full, yeah. And then this guy comes in, white knighting, and he's overflowing this bloody cup now.
Yeah, it's too much. That's why I always use that analogy, because it's like,
it's a good
if
one.
you have a cup full of water and you try to pour more water, it's just going to overflow, and you're going to defeat the purpose of actually giving the person something that they can actually use. They can't use information if their head is filled with knowledge that they think is true. It's just gonna bounce. It's gonna flow off of their cup. So you need to empty that cup, which means that they have to realize that the information they have is not consistent with the logical and physical natural world. So it's not consistent. You can't say any of the things that they say, like the sun looks like a star, the stars look like the sun causes cancer, the sky is a prism. Like any of the things that he was claiming, they're not verified. And also, how can you find drop over distance if it's never been measured? It never, like Samuel Rowbotham's example with Robert Wallace, who was actually trying to debunk what Samuel Rowbotham was, is another glober. He's basically, in those days, right, the attempt of what these globers do in here. They just want to feel comfortable in the fact that these ideas of the story time about the Earth being a globe is reality. So they're just superimposing the information of what they know, that the mathematical construct of the Earth being a globe, over the physical known reality in which we can all go outside and see. So it's like, for example, Busta was showing us a drone video, and he wanted us to look at it so desperately. I didn't want to go there because we're going to talk about what he just assumes the Earth to be. And that's exactly what Robert Wallace did to Samuel Rowbotham. He just showed him, look, man, I got a video here. Not a video, but he's like, here's my evidence that the Earth is a globe because it's a globe. It's like, you're already begging the question when you first started your example. Like, why am I going to now look at your video because it's evidence that the Earth is a globe because you say it is? No, you have to provide the evidence.
Yeah, that drone thing is ridiculous. I mean, I don't know if you want to go over it, but it's you go higher, you can see further. It's just so simple and obvious, and it's like everything actually they bring up. Like plane travel. Most things they bring up are actually terrible. If you really research it and look into it, they actually work against the globe.
Yeah, how did you like the fallacies that he brought up?
Which one was that? Because I was in it now.
Yeah, so he brought the pragmatic fallacy at the very beginning when I came into the chat earlier, which basically claiming that it works, therefore it's true. Like, he used that one, I think, when he was talking about surveying. I think he was talking to surveying with AJ, which remember him. His name was Flying High. So he was basically talking to Flying High about geodetic surveying and such. And basically he was saying, because it's in the manual, then, he's like, I can't wrap my mind around, like, how come when the surveyors are doing their surveying, right, and their work, that when they come up with that, they're not looking at the Earth as a flat stationary plane, but as a, curved Earth. Like, why they would be lying, like, because it's a stable field for them to say like, because when they survey, it works. Therefore, they can understand the Earth's a globe. Because why would they not see it as that if they know that it is? So it's like, because geodetic surveying works, therefore it's a globe. It's like that's
what.
Well, at the beginning of his conversation or the argument that he was bringing forth.
Wouldn't that require defining works, the term works, and the continued necessity that works equals true in reality?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Like for example, if you do retroactive continuity in a fictional story, right, and you fix a few characters where they were on specific episodes of the fictional story in the past by saying, okay, Bix Nako was actually not on Canto 12. He was actually on Canto 11. And we have to retcon the story. Now the story functions as a continuous story. It works. Therefore, it's true now?
Yeah, I can go back. Let me see. And I posted something for the chat at the time. It's a little far back, but I posted the image. Let's see if it's still there.
I got another good example. So there's a huge controversy among Star Wars fans when the new episodes came out. And they were faced off against a big fleet of spaceships. And so Admiral Holdo evacuated her ship and decided to turn her ship towards the enemy fleet and then engage the hyperspace drive and charge her ship into the enemy fleet, right? Striking the main ship with such immense speed that it shattered it into shrapnel and killed all the other surrounding ships. At no other time in the history of the Star Wars was this maneuver functional, right? Now you saw it happen on screen. Many people complained that it broke the continuity of the fictional story because it changed the dynamics of the power that you could exercise against your enemies. And it's like, why didn't they do that before? But if you look at the screen, it clearly shows that she did it. So it worked. Therefore, it's true, right?
But woman, you never had a woman admiral like that before. That's just a one, she was just so powerful that she was able to command all of nature to bend to her will. Because she was woman, hear me roar. See, Admiral Akbar was just a man.
Yeah, he couldn't have done the same maneuver. He couldn't have done this.
Because he has dangly bits. See, that's really what the problem was. You got dangly bits or internal bits.
Yeah, so this is the image I posted. I'm going to actually get it.
It's the same thing with Lord of the Rings. Why does Frodo have to walk all that way? Couldn't Gandalf just to call the eagles, and the eagles could have picked him up, took him to the Mordor, and he could have thrown the ring in? And then...
Yeah, I agree. That's the most silly things in many movies. Like, it could have finished before it started. It's like so easy but they decided to go the longest way possible.
The longest and hardest way.
He had to do that because it was a part of the process of letting the ring go. You had to really go through all these trials and tribulations. And even then, he almost failed.
Right, kind of like the Wizard of Oz, where the good witch could have told her about the ruby red slippers right away if she had on in the beginning.
But she had to believe it to get there. She had to go all the way and see the man behind the curtain before the world was able. She was able to break that veil. Like a lucid dream that you just can't seem to wake out of.
So the moral of all that is it happened a certain way in the story. That's the way it happened, and the end result happened. Therefore, that's the only way it could happen, right? It happened, therefore it's true, right?
Yeah, what they kind of do with that sometimes in Hollywood and whatnot is they say that was that person's version of what happened. It's not really what happened. What really happened is she collided with the ship. It hit some sort of power source. It blew up. It sent shrapnel everywhere. But it wasn't anywhere near what they showed there. Not even close.
So
It's like
I just-
layup.
Yeah, hang on, Crit. I think we're going too far into this example. I just to bring up pragmatic fallacy, like what it was describing, like what AI's example was basically that, because it sees something and it works, so therefore it is true. But I was just going to the fallacy because I was talking about this, claiming that something is true because the person is making the claim has experienced or is referring to someone who has experienced some practical benefit from believing the thing to be true. The practical benefit is often summarized as it works. The person is confusing the truth value of the claim with the results from believing the claim to be true. Logical form is I believe X is true. Believing in X results in practical benefit Y. Therefore, X is true. And that was the logical form of the way you...
Right. So now we need to qualify in quantity. What is the practical benefit of the claim geodetic surveying works? Works being the functional word. Like, what does it work? How does it do? What does it do that you would define as work?
Mic check.
Hey, what's up, Eli? Yeah,
Mic check.
Yeah, we hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ninja 8. Do your jobs, please.
What?
So Ninja 8 just joined us. Ninja 8 has been unmuted at the moment. Ninja 8, welcome to the chat.
Hi.
How's it going, man?
Fine.
So just as an introduction, we'd like for you to know, like, you know, to welcome you here. What brought you to the server? Like, did you follow us anywhere? And then, you know, what is your topic, or what is your position on the topic of this server?
Undecided.
Okay, so what brought you here, by the way? Some friend of yours, or
I just found a random video.
found a random video? And have you looked over the rules of the server?
Probably not well enough, but like.
Well,
well
I would just say,
enough to behave.
if you might want to go take a look at the rules of the server and maybe just see if you can agree with the rules or not, because I can't tell you to agree to disagree with those, or agree or disagree with them because you haven't read them yet. Go read them and then come back and maybe get back on your microphone and then let us know. We appreciate you, Ninja. Thank you. Yeah, before we carry on, because I don't want you to feel like you don't know what's going on here.
It is really interesting how people find their way here. It's almost like if you bought a house way out in the sticks, way out in the boonies, no one's around, you're in a deserted town or whatever, and someone comes knocking on your door and you're like, hey, what brings you all the way out this part of town? Like, I don't know, just passing through. Not sure if I believe that, but we're definitely glad to have new people for sure. So
sounds like some bullshit.
Yeah, if you once you read those, the welcome, Ninja 8, please chime in because we want to speak to you actually.
Okay.
So once you do that, just let us know that you read the rules and you come back in here. We can talk with you, because that takes precedence over our discussion. You know, talking to new people. All right, now that that's been kind of clear for him to actually come back and let us know if he's read the rules, and then once he does, we'll continue the discussion. Yeah, so the kind of the summarization of the previous conversation was that there was a couple of guys that came in here, even previous to Busta. There was a guy previous to that, but it sounded like from what Luxor was telling us that they come in as a group, or there was some information that was been given as a group. So, Busta's examples and what he was saying was just his feelings on why he thinks that the Earth is not flat. So, and he was using globe Earth evidence, like their quote unquote evidence, their debunks and all that. So he's saying that these things that he's presenting are great ways for us to look at the Earth being, a globe. But then when asked the question, so do you advocate for the position of the Earth being a globe? Do you think the Earth's a globe? No. I'm on the fence. So his whole stint of his time being here was him saying that he's on the fence. but yet advocating for the Earth being a globe, debunking flat Earth. He says, I'm positive that it's not flat. I don't know if it's not a globe or not. It's like, dude, what position do you take then? It sounded weird, right? From our stance, trying to get him to be honest. So yeah, he's basically
donut or something. I don't know.
Well, no, he didn't tell us. He's just like, I don't know what it is, but it's not flat. He's like, so and then he was presenting everything that was according to what people who advocate for the Earth being a globe would actually present in here. So that's kind of, to us, it was telling us like, dude, you're not on the fence. You're definitely somebody who would advocate for the Earth being a globe. So therefore, in your mind, the Earth's a globe. That's how you see it. Like, why are you going to deny that, man? Just come out and say it. Like, I think the Earth's a globe.
He wanted to throw you off by giving some sort of nonsensical starting position that seems confusing. And it's like, like a married bachelor sort of thing.
Yeah, well, it's also not being held accountable for the things you say. So people that don't want to be held accountable, I didn't say that. Oh, no, you can't say that I think the Earth's a globe, because I'm not saying that. So it's a debate tactic. It's another reason why people are being squirrely in this chat. They don't want to stand on the position. So, Ninja, did you go ahead and read those rules?
Yes, I read the rules.
Okay. Do you agree with the rules?
Yes.
Okay. Awesome. I guess we can just go into like speaking with you and what your position is on the topic of the server, which is the conversation if you think the Earth is a globe. Are you on the fence, or do you know the Earth is flat?
I'd probably be more towards the globe. I won't lie to you, so that you're not.
Yeah, that's good. Let's start off with an honest position. Makes things easier.
What is the most updated flat Earth model?
There isn't an updated flat Earth model, nor is there an updated globe Earth model.
Well,
there are different. Yeah, go ahead.
The globe Earth model is just the Earth spinning around, orbiting the sun. It's like other things, but the other things don't really matter.
Yeah, would you say that's a scientific model?
Well, what do you mean by scientific?
Is anything applied scientifically to that model that you just described, the one you just mentioned?
It has some predictive power.
Okay, is predictive power any way, shape, or form scientific?
Yeah.
In what way?
You can form a hypothesis based on what you predict it to happen, and then if that thing happens, then you can think that it's more likely to be true.
So because something has predictive power, do you think that they're predicting things like the sun will be here tomorrow, like in the same position? Do you think that was a prediction? I'm going to give you some options here. Do you think that was a prediction or a post-diction?
Okay, that one, it doesn't really... Like, what do you mean?
Well, we're talking about like things that the model that you're claiming, right? Because you're categorizing it as a model. So if it's a model and it's scientific, in what way is it applied as something that you said science deals with, and you said prediction? So what things are predicted on this idea that you think the Earth is a globe model, and what ways are those things being predicted? Or what things actually in that are being predicted? Name one thing that's being predicted.
Can I phone a friend?
Probably the phases of the moon would be the most obvious one. That's not like super obvious, I guess.
Okay, so what does science do to deal with that? Because we're talking about science, right?
I mean, basically, it just says that based on the belief that the moon is where it is in space, and the sun is where it is, and the Earth is where it is, and the laws of Newtonian gravitation would show that the way the moon orbits the Earth would make it have phases such as it has. But I'm sure there are other models that would also show that, so it's not like...
Okay, so other models can be introduced. Why is the one that you're telling me would be the one that we'd go with?
I'm honestly, I don't have like the best answer for that.
Okay, so I would say that critically thinking about this as you're doing such right now, can you see the error in why this logic would fail to give us a stance on why you think the Earth is like there's a model for the Earth being a globe? I'm just pointing out right now that the Earth being a globe, and you saying there's a model for it, right? Because you said where do you guys? The question was at the beginning, right? Where do you guys have the flat Earth model? And I'm like, there isn't one. And you're like, well, the globe Earth has a model, and I'm like, now we're talking about the Earth being a globe having a model, right?
Yeah.
I'm just recapping. So, and we start to realize, well, what from this model has anything to do with science, scientific model? And you said we're predictions, all right? So with predictions, we're going to start to look at things in the sky. You said the moon, the phases of the moon, right? Are we following along here?
Yes.
Okay. So with the phases of the moon, and I asked you, what about the phases of the moon is scientific? Now, what are we doing with science that we're looking at the phases of the moon?
I don't know. I suppose that one.
Yeah.
Why
that one? What
sound effects it?
It's just
sorry, bro. Don't.
It's emphasizing. It's emphasizing. It's stressing. Basically, so it's stressing a point. It's kind of like putting a exclamation point. But like, what we're showing you here, Ninja, is that you maybe have told a story that there is a model. Okay, so the model is what we're talking about at this point, because you asked the question, where is the flat Earth model? So in your mind, you think you have a model that you have. And so with that, it makes a lot of sense, right? From what they've given you, what they told you. So we're examining what in that is scientific, what in that is telling you anything that's relevant to science, or what in that is telling you something that we can use. That's, from the globe Earth perspective. And so right now you're finding out it's a bit more difficult because you never thought about that. So now thinking about it, you can see there's issues, right?
I mean, depends what you mean by those issues.
Well, you weren't able to demonstrate to me through our small conversation that we've had thus far that there's anything scientific by looking at the phases of the moon. Using prediction, and you used that word prediction.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Is there a flat Earth model? Let me just.
Well, we're drilling down into the information you have in your mind, supporting the case for a globe Earth model.
Fair enough. Okay, let me explain. The globe Earth model fits with lots of facts, apparently. Okay.
No, it's not. It's not apparent. It's not apparent, Ninja. That's why I'm showing you. It's not apparent.
Mean? Is it not apparent that it fits with like the facts of the phases of the moon?
What about the phases of the moon are giving us facts on reality, on what we see? What are the facts?
The point is that if you accept.
Well, I'm asking you a question. Like, don't divert. Now's your time to actually critically think about what are the facts. What are the facts about the phases of the moon, Ninja? Don't divert.
I mean, I guess you just say that the moon appears different at different times of the month.
Sure, but what about that is telling us that? What about that is telling us that the Earth is a globe?
Okay, nothing precisely about it. But the point is, like,
okay,
we have lots of models for things, right? And some are more right and more wrong. And the point is that the globe model theoretically explains it in some
theoretically.
way.
So it doesn't tell us in reality. It tells us it. Yeah, but it doesn't tell us in reality. It tells us theoretically. Well, I don't want to know something that's theoretical, Ninja. We're trying to drill down into why the globe Earth model would be essential, like in your case. Well, it's not silly, right? Because if we go out into the field, right, and you start telling someone else, look, the Earth is a globe because we have a globe model and there's predictions and there's moon phases, and you say, well, it works, right? Because, we have moon phases. But what I'm saying to you is that what is the globe model useful for? What can we do with it? Like, is it just some idea someone has, like you said, theoretical? Or is it something that's verifiable?
The point is that in theory, we're supposed to have a model that fits most of the facts we know.
Why?
Why?
Why? Yeah, why?
Why would we have a model that fits the facts we know?
Yep.
Because it'll be likely to fit future facts.
Well, that's just redundant, isn't it? You restated the same. You went back and said the same thing about the model. So, what do we need that model for? If I can go out into the field, right? If I can go outside and see the Earth displaying itself for what it is, why would I need a model of it? What is that purpose useful for?
Making future prediction.
About what?
Say the weather, for example.
Weather. Okay, so I need a globe Earth model to tell me what the weather is going to be like tomorrow. Is that correct?
I mean, okay, maybe not tomorrow because that's a little bit more. But probably on a larger time scale, you know.
Like what time scale? How big of a time scale?
Like seasons or.
Okay,
years,
seasons.
Or maybe
years.
Like 30 days. The point is that there are differences between the models, I guess.
What models? You said models now. You're introducing more models?
If you have a model, then...
Yes, then what?
Isn't science forming hypotheses?
I don't know. You tell me. It's not my claim.
What do you mean it's not your claim? You asked what was scientific.
About the globe Earth model, Ninja.
So what is science?
Well, you haven't described to me yet what the model is useful for, so I don't know why you want to talk about that. We're talking about specifically the claim that you asked us when you came in here. What flat Earth model do you have? And I said there isn't one even for the globe, and you're just like kind of dumbfounded by that question. Okay, then where is it?
Doesn't have as good a predictive power as maybe I think I think should exist, but there's definitely a model.
Where is it?
What do you mean? Where is it?
Yeah, where is it?
Put it in the chat or DM it to me so we can have a look.
The globe. You all know it.
No, there isn't one. There isn't one. I'm asking you because there isn't one, and you seem
it's a spinning Earth with the moon around it.
That's not a model, though.
What do you mean that's not a model?
Ninja.
How is that not a model?
Ninja. Can you Ninja? DM me the model, and I'll post it in the chat so everyone can see what you're talking about. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. Just DM it to creation.
Well, basically, what we're doing, Ninjas, if you haven't caught on yet, we're sending you on a wild goose chase to look for something that doesn't exist. Or we can just rip the Band-Aid off and tell you, but it seems like you do think there's a model, so now we have to go send you to look for it. So DM it to me and I'll post it in the chat. We'll all take a look.
It'd be easier for you to say the truth that there isn't one, but previously I think you think that there is one. So, we're asking just logical questions about it. That's all. But it's, like if you're intellectually honest, Ninja, you could say, hey, I don't know. Shoot. I've been told that we have a model. I don't know now that we're talking about it. I don't know that there is one. So intellectual honesty is very crucial when we have these conversations. Because it gets us to know the character of the person we're speaking to. Whether they're honest or dishonest, we'll know. I think also, Ninja, it has to deal with like how we were taught as young people. Like, so when we're growing up, we're taught that these things are foregone conclusions. There's a model for the Earth being a globe. And when asked the question, where's that model? What is it? What does it look like? Then we start to realize that it's not all what it's cracked up to be. And we're probably left with more questions about what we think is a model for the Earth being a globe than answers for it. Just like you're finding out right now. Does that make sense, Ninja? And it's only for your benefit because, like, dude, we already have the understanding of where we're coming from with this conversation, but we want you to actually get there. It's a journey for you. Like, I could give you the answers to the questions we're asking, but what benefit would I have if you haven't been through the journey? You know what I mean? Like, it's not going to benefit you to say that you know that there isn't a model for the Earth being a globe if you don't go and see if there is one or not. Because the question will still be burning in your mind, well, I think there is one. Can you see?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Just wait a second.
Yeah, collect your thoughts, come back and see if you can find us the globe Earth model.
I'm trying to. Okay, what do you mean? Do you mean mathematical model or just like a picture?
No, you said there's a model. Right? So your claim, basically your claim right now that you told me that there's a model for the Earth being a globe, right? You told me that.
Do I not have permission to post message to post
shoot it, I sent you a DM, so shoot it into my DMs for now, and then
yeah, Creation Bear sent you a DM, so send him the. He's gonna post what the model that you had in mind. But it's not all what it's cracked up to be, Ninja. I'm telling you. And a lot of people don't know this until we actually take them through this like process. It's a process, basically. It's a bit painstaking for us who like listening to you actually go through it because we've all been through it, man. I promise you that. All of us. Some a little different than others, but probably about the same. Like asking the questions.
Yeah, we talked with someone earlier about show and tell.
That's obviously a very.
We try to do a lot of showing here.
It's just the basic model. Like,
well, yeah, go ahead and give it to CB. Give it to CB. And we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it as soon as we see what you're posting, what you have in mind.
All right, here we go. I'm posting it in the chat. I'll tag you, Ninja.
Wait, does he have VC verified roles? Let me see. I don't think he does. No. I'm going to give you VC verified roles so you can follow along. All right, so Ninja, on the voice channel that you're in right now, right above it, there's a text channel. That's where we're all speaking in right now. The text channel and the voice channel. Right above the voice channel that you're in.
Yes, I see.
All right,
I posted it in the
Creation Bear just posted right there.
Yes, okay.
What the fuck?
Okay.
Go ahead, Ninja. You were going to say?
Sorry, dude. Sorry.
What's the point regarding this model? Like, this is a model. I'm not saying it's like, obviously this one's like a crappy one, but what do you mean?
You want me to tell you what I... Yeah, well, let me tell you what I see real quick. It's a cartoon.
Okay. Yeah,
of like it's a cartoon of 2 balls, well, 3 balls actually. It's a cartoon with 3 balls. I'm just being real with you, man. Like, there's nothing here that I'm looking at.
Why is it a cartoon?
Because it's a cartoon.
It's not a.
Went to the doctor.
No, someone just said, "Why is it a cartoon?" in the thing.
Well, no, is it not a cartoon? Am I getting this wrong? Is it not a cartoon?
What do you mean by cartoon? Like it's just a.
It's just a
single moment snapshot of a very, very simplified version.
Your hands
That's
are
not a
hot.
snapshot.
Oh my gosh, your feet are hot.
What do you mean it's not a snapshot? It's okay. It's a conceptual snapshot. Whatever.
Conceptual snapshot. Where can I find this definition for conceptual snapshot? What is that? What is a conceptual snap? We have to drill down in the logic here because the logic is.
What I think that you understand what he meant by cartoon and what you meant by conceptual imagining put into a snapshot, whatever, is the same thing. We don't have to really argue over that, right? Because if it was a real picture, it'd just be a picture.
Obviously,
right?
it's not a real
we
picture.
wouldn't.
I'm not saying it's a real
No, I'm just saying. The justification doesn't matter at all. In order to have a flowing conversation,
Why am I getting tagged?
Bro, you hear
Just
me
focus.
talking to you? You hear me talking to you?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay. In order for conversation to move forward, we can't get bogged down with silly things. He said cartoon, you said conceptual. You know that you guys mean the same thing. There's no need to get touchy about it. It's just what it is.
I didn't know he. I guess I'm not sure if we mean the precise.
So how do we move forward, right? Like, yes, conceptual, not real. How about that?
I think it might be time to rip the Band-Aid off, Ninja. There is no globe model, okay? And then we're not saying this because we're flat earthers. I believed in the globe, but I've come to learn that there is no model. Not the desk globe. It's not this either.
You know what he said? He said earlier, you know, the globe model is just the globe that spins. Okay. If that's your if that's the end all be all of it, then the flat earth model is just a level plane that we use for celestial navigation. Same, like, but mine is actually true. and it has practical use.
But the demonstration of his presentation is not sufficient for it being something that we can actually go out and look into the earth and say that this matches what you're showing us. Whereas, like what Elijah was saying, you could do that. You see the difference, though, Ninja?
Do we?
Well, I'm sure he doesn't understand, because once I said celestial navigation, I'm sure most people think, what? That's because it's a globe. That's how you would use that. Like, so I'm not really even trying to get into that. I remember the first thing you asked
Obviously,
was, I'm sorry?
there's lots of differences between how you. Do you mean celestial?
You heard me
navigation as
talking
in
though, right?
navigation
I was in the middle
stars?
of a thought.
Yeah, sorry. You can continue.
Or was I breaking up or something? Was I low?
No. You can continue. Sorry.
Okay. The first thing you said was what you guys proof that the earth is flat.
No, I didn't say what your proof that the Earth is flat. I don't care about the proof. I care just what your.
No, so who was that? Am I tripping,
That
Mickey?
someone else.
No, he was asking for the flat Earth model.
Yeah, he was asking for a
flat
model.
Earth model. That's right. That's right. Well, I just told you it's the celestial sphere model. That's the flat Earth model.
So there is a flat Earth model.
Would you like a citation?
I mean, I just want like a.
I mean, it just comes from the people that. You know what a hostile witness is? It's the opponent that you're taking the information from. So when we show people a flat Earth, I usually go to Nat Geo. Sometimes I go to NASA. Sometimes we go to the what is that called? Anyway, you get the point. So that would make someone think, what the fuck do you mean that you're using, reputable sources like National Geographic to make your point about flat Earth? Well, I just said the celestial sphere model. The reason that people have a misconception about it being an actual sphere, like the ground itself, well, when you look at navigation manuals, when you look at how you travel, the answer is it's not a globe. Obviously, they're telling you you're standing on a flat plane, not my words, their words, in which you're in a fixed central position that the stars move around. Not my words, their words, but also that's our observation as well. So that's our observation. That's how we use it. That's the model. Now people mistake it for a model, but it's not.
Like, also going outside doesn't really.
Yeah,
you want a citation or something I can drop in the chat to help you wrap your mind around what I just said, or do you understand?
No, I understand what you said.
So the globe model is actually built off of elevation angles to Polaris. So an elevation angle requires a horizontal plane and the measurement in the vertical plane. So the globe model is built off of a flat Earth. Did you know that?
What do you mean by built off of?
Did you know that?
No, obviously not.
Right. Every map ever made, elevation angles, you have to take measurements on the Earth.
And remember, he already said that it's in regards to the celestial sphere. So everything he's talking about is in regards to that.
I don't know
Ninja.
what he means by that.
Well, I asked you if you wanted me to explain and drop some
he did ask you.
Sphere? Are you just talking about?
Didn't I? I asked you if you wanted me to drop something in the chat to help you wrap your mind around it, and you're like, I understand.
Ninja, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Did you gonna answer his question?
Yeah, you can drop something in the chat.
All right. Let's go with first. Let's go with some words here from. Where is this from? I use so many citations I don't even remember anymore.
I'm actually partial to the one that you put where the guy was trying to rebut you. I don't know if you have that image.
Yeah, I got it.
Not unless you don't want to go there and you want to go somewhere else.
We'll get to it. Screenshot Skype. Here we go. Okay. Are you into reading, or would you rather me read?
I can read.
Is this the live stream voice text? Yes.
What the?
All right. Do you want to read it, or you need me to read it?
Well, which one? What am I reading?
Both.
23 minutes after the hour. He means out loud, Ninja.
Oh, Andrew Hill, Darwin Rules. Even in the Spectator, we rarely find serious assertions that the sun goes around the Earth. One can, of course, believe anything one likes as long as the consequences of that belief are trivial. But when survival depends on belief, then it matters that belief corresponds to manifest reality. We therefore teach navigators that stars are fixed celestial sphere, which is centered on a fixed Earth and around which it rotates in accordance with laws clearly deducible from common sense observation. The sun and moon move across the inner surface of the sphere, and hence perforce go around the Earth. This means that students of navigation must unlearn a lot of confused dogma they learned in school. Most of them find this remarkably easy because dogma is as may be, but the real world is as we perceive it to be. If Andrew Hill will look in the Journal of Navigation to find the Earth Center universe is alive and well, whatever his reading of the Spectator may suggest. Darcy Reddyhoff, Royal Air Force College, Greenfield.
Yep. You see that little graphic that I posted underneath?
Yeah. Although, when you say around, you clearly don't mean around, because it would have to be above in some sense.
What do you mean? I don't get it.
If the Earth is flat, and it's not, one of those silly flat Earth models, then clearly it's not going around in the way you normally think of around.
It's doing what we see it in the sky to do. If I was like, off the coast somewhere about to sail a ship, I would just look at, one of the celestial bodies in the sky, a star, the sun, the moon. I would take the elevation angle measurement with something called a sextant. Then I would look into the nautical almanac and see what time that thing was, where it is above where it is. Right? So that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about I'm not talking about imagining anything. Right? So whatever you say we're talking about, that's just bigotry talk. Forget that. Just focus on what I'm showing you right now. Right? Because that's all that matters. Not what other people somewhere said and whatever idea you think some other people had. That's irrelevant. Right?
Okay. Can I just ask a question?
Do you understand what you're looking at right here? 24 minutes past the hour?
So
is that a no?
What is that supposed to be? So these are like stars in that sphere, right?
Yeah, you see where it says ship is away from GP, and then ship is toward GP, and then you see the GP there?
Yeah, I see. You're looking at you're navigating using the star.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you see that right angle to the GP?
Yeah.
Right. So if that water was curved, then the person taking the elevation angle measurement wouldn't be able to get that measurement.
Okay, I don't think that really matters.
No, it actually does really. See, it's funny. Every time we get to the crux of the issue, right?
No.
Every time we get to the crux of the issue of something that does matter, the thing that actually connects the most important part of the conversation, whether the earth is curving or not, people say, I don't think that part matters. When Miggy told you the earth is flat because there's no geometric horizon, we've blown past that. We've already told you why it's not a globe. And if you were to ask, we would say, okay, here's how you figure that out. Because there's a formula, right, derived from the supposed radius of the earth. That's 3,959 miles. And so you put that into the earth curve calculator or whatever formula, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, if it is a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles. And then you look out into the distance and you find out, holy shit, the formula dictates that the geometric horizon should be here. And it's nowhere near that. Not even close, exponentially further. So my point is, the point has already been made. It's just about you understanding what we're talking about. Because what we're talking about is exactly what you can find on Google. Because we're dealing with globe earthers' claims. This isn't a flat earth play group. It's really about validating if the earth is a sphere or not. I don't know if you knew that.
Fair enough.
So everything we talk about, it contradicts the globe just by the natural going-ons of our days, like navigating on a level, horizontal sea surface. So that's there is no other answer. There has to be curvature. If there was curvature, there has to be obstruction. If we know what geometry is, then we know exactly where that obstruction should be. So what's all this? What are all these questions for flat earthers when actually the people that should be behind the barrel of the gun are the people who are telling us these claims that are actually falsifiable that we can go out there and test and see if they check out or not? Are we saying it's completely religious to where if it was a sphere, nobody normal would be able to prove it? That's ridiculous. I need to go to school for I don't know how many years, and not just any school. It has to be specifically I can't even, because there actually is no science for the globe, so I can't even, because astrophysics doesn't have any viable hypothesis. Gravity, in 1915, when Einstein proposed his version, or whenever Newton proposed his version in the Principia, they don't have hypotheses in there. And I know that the scientific method follows a natural phenomena observed. Then comes the supposition. If A, then B, right? That's the hypothesis. You have an independent and dependent variable. Then you test it because it's actually falsifiable, so you can test it. And the result is either your hypothesis was correct or incorrect. There is nothing like that for gravity. There's nothing like that for the shape of the earth, because with dealing with shapes, that's geometry. Category error to call it science. But that's what people do. That's what people see on TV. But how is it justified is the question no one ever asks. It's like, oh, I've seen it a million times. Yeah. They were very serious when they said it was a globe. And obviously, if we all knew it wasn't, somebody would be saying something. Yeah, that's us. Because if you were an actual nerd and you were reading the Scientific American like me, you would come across an article every week. Well, I don't read it anymore, but you come across an article every week that says there's a problem with cosmology. There's a problem with this theory. There's a problem with that theory. And most people, because they don't really understand, they think, oh, that's just science because science updates itself. It just updates itself. No, they're literally fighting. And then you have people that say, well, I wouldn't challenge academia. Over and over and over and over and over from now, a decade from now, a decade back, 20 years back, 30 years back, whatever Reddit you could find, whatever emails we can find, whatever we can scrounge up, we always find people saying, well, this is my idea about them lying. However, I can't really challenge academia. Well, that's what we're doing. And guess what? Instead of answering our questions, they kind of just ridicule us instead with models that we don't believe in. Big waste of time, if you ask me, because meanwhile, we're educating people and they're going to school and they're disrupting their teachers. Good for them.
So basically what you're saying is that there's obvious flaws in the globe model that are easy to see if you look.
For lack of better terms, yes.
Yeah.
Starting with the curvature of the earth. That's step one, right?
Yes.
Exactly.
I guess I'm
exactly.
going to agree or disagree with you, but like...
Well, you can't disagree or agree because you don't have any information yet.
Yeah, I have to go look.
Right. Or we could show you and then you could go... See, here's the thing. It's not like we show you a video and there it is. Believe it's not a globe now. What we're talking... You know what I told you about the 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height will give you the distance to the horizon? That's just a formula. So we're not down with convincing people. We're down with giving people the methods that were supposedly proving that the earth was a globe in the first place, not made by flat earthers, obviously, right?
Yeah.
You can go on Google and everything that I'm telling you, they'll tell you because they say that's true. Then you take the method that we helped you find, and then you go out there and validate it or falsify it, and then you make up your own mind based on your results. We're just here to make that process easier.
Thanks.
Yeah, no sweat, man.
See you around. Also, can someone give me the... Wait, or maybe...
You want some perms? VC verified? Yeah, I got you.
For the chess channel.
How does he get the chess channel? What roles does he have to have
Done.
to get
It's
that?
done. It's done.
Oh.
Okay, cool. Sorry if I monologued a little bit, but everything I said is true.
Hey, Luxo, if you're there. Oh, he's on deafen.
You kind of gotta seal off the exits, because you can see them. Oh, there's a leak there. It's like you gotta kind of put some foam in that bitch. You know what I'm saying? It's like, debunking of curvature is cool, but what about the flat Earth model? Why are you worried about that?
Oh, okay.
Elijah told you only about curvature. Elijah didn't tell you about rotation, and he didn't tell you about globe model, how it's working on vacuum of space.
Yo, nobody can. The moment you start talking, I'll tell you what normies think about. They think about, oh shit, I'm trapped. There's no fucking way I'm trapped and nobody knows. They're not even listening at that point. You gotta slowly kind of. Well, everybody has their methods, but whatever. I mean, whatever. It is true, though. Yeah, there's no measure of rotation on the Earth's axis, and there is no evidence that our air, what is it? 14. What is it? 14 pounds per square inch here at the surface. There's no evidence that our air can sit next to a vacuum, because air pressure, right, needs a volume. Pounds per square inch of what? The volume. So every time you have an enclosed area and gas fill it, you increase the pressure. Well, guess what? You can't do that if you don't have a volume. Same thing with water, by the way. Gas expands to fill the available space, and if water was in a vacuum, guess what? It would just kind of evaporate off. That's what it does. So this idea that space is expanding, by the way, that's only 100 years old. It's not thousands of years old like people, I don't know why people think that. No, this thing has been pieced together. Yeah, the vacuum of space, that's only 100 years old. Yeah, that's bullshit.
Well, first of all,
violates the second law of thermodynamics.
How do you get water into space? And second of all, evaporate into what?
Well, real quick,
if you could get water into
we do
space.
have somebody asking questions in the panel. Maybe we could. I know you're cooking, Eli, but
no, go ahead.
I have questions. So, I mean, Luxo, are you still with us?
Yes, hello.
Cool. Did you have any questions about stuff that Eli was saying before we move on?
I'm sorry, I was kind of drilling down on the chat, and I was wondering about my own questions.
Yeah, no worries.
Maybe I can post you guys another one that I've just been thinking about.
Well, I noticed you posted the rocket. You posted the rocket.
Yeah.
launch.
Oh, we could address that, or I just have something fresher that maybe we could talk over.
Okay. Do you want to just dismiss? Are we discarding the rocket stuff, or
we could come back to that in a while? But first, I just want to maybe do a thought experiment. Okay, so the time where I'm at is it's 1:40 in the morning. What's the time over there?
11:40 a.m.
So we acknowledge that they're different times, right?
This is remedial, yes.
Okay, so I'm just thinking if it's 12 o'clock and I'm on a part of the Earth where the sun is directly above me, like literally vertically above me, it's 12 midday, right? And then I go talk to, if I find a person who's at 12 midnight, where the sun would be, well, we'll get there. If those two people, me and this other person, 12 midday, 12 midnight, went directly up, are we both going towards the sun?
What do you mean?
Down is the same for everyone.
Okay,
but
so
I'm not
the
sure
sun's
what
above my head, and if the sun's above my head right now, and the sun is above your head where you are, and we go straight up, well, I would be going straight to the sun because that's directly above me. But the sun's not above you, so which direction are you going?
What do you mean?
Well, the sun is always above. The sun doesn't go under the earth or under the ground or under you, ever.
How is it possible that it's 1:40 in the morning for me, but 11 a.m. for you?
First of all, time is just a construct at the moment. But think of think of a clock.
It's dark.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I know. Earth is big. So I don't know if you're imagining like a disk in space with the sun shining on the whole Earth. It's not what we're talking about here. Just in the same way that if I flick a light on in my house, it doesn't light up the entire house, or one street light doesn't light up the whole street. The Earth is quite big. So the sun doesn't need to light up the whole Earth. And if you look at a clock, think of a clock, right? It's not a spherical thing. It's based. You could look at a clock almost like as a little flat Earth. You've got the hands going around the sun and the moon, essentially. So if you're at noon and if I'm at 6 o'clock, the sun's over you and it's not over me. So it's not that difficult to kind of wrap your head around. But if you just need to understand that the Earth is very, very large, and the sun's not lighting up the whole Earth in the same way that a street light doesn't light up your whole neighborhood.
So, but if it's directly up, I mean, I'm just thinking about, I heard you talking about what experiments you can do yourself, but I'm sitting in my chair, you're sitting in your chair. If I see the sun's directly above me, you're saying
what's the difference between a light that's 90 degrees above you in your house and me right now? If we both go up, you would be going towards the light in your house. What the fuck does that mean for me? I could perhaps get your bearing, and I could and then look in your direction. Mm-hmm. But the light is above your head in your house. What's that got to do with me?
So if you could see the sun where you are,
No, I mean that's not rhetorical. What's that got to do with me?
Well, I'm doing the thought experiment.
Me too. I'm a part of the thought experiment, and I'm saying, well, okay, there's a light in your house that's directly above you.
Well, it's the sun.
And then I'm in my house. No, we're not talking about the real sun. This is a thought experiment, not for reals, right? So,
okay,
I'm in my house. Okay.
Yeah.
So what? I don't get it. We can make it a large warehouse where there's a light above you, and I'm in some dark corner of the warehouse that the light doesn't reach. You go up, I go up. So what? Right? So now people have this religious idea that whatever their sun is. So we have a religious idea. No, we're not in the same area, right?
Right.
We're definitely not in the same area. I don't see you in my house. You don't see me in yours. Or if I work in a warehouse, I work in produce, you work in meats. Okay, it's not the same place, not the same location, unless I'm sitting on your lap. No homo.
Wait, but essentially, though, we are in the same house. It's just a huge freaking house, dude. Huge. So if you flip on one light that's above you, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to reach all the way to me.
Yeah, but I mean, this is a pretty markedly different kind of scales we're talking about. Like, we're talking about a house.
What kind of scales? This is where
we're talking about millions of kilometers versus meters.
Rewind. We like to make clear the assumptions on the table. Now, I haven't made any assumptions since I started talking earlier. I haven't heard Creation Bear make any assumptions. You just said that we're dealing with how many miles?
Tens of millions.
How do you know that?
This is what I've read.
Right. How do you know that? How do you validate what you've read? How did the people who wrote in those books validate what they said?
Well, I can tell you my beliefs, or I can try to justify them. I'm just telling you my
beliefs. All we have is beliefs that are justified. Am I supposed to then religiously jump on your bandwagon? I'm asking you specifically. We're not talking about religion or beliefs. We're talking about you gave a figure, and that figure in your mind is preventing you from accepting what we're saying. So how do you know that that figure is real?
I just know the scales of distances.
What scales? Can you post it in the give us a citation?
Roof, you were talking about the roof of the house. I'm
talking about this distance to the light source. I'm talking about just millions of miles. Yeah. That's what I'm focused. That's what I'm focused on.
Less than the distance to the sun.
That's what I'm focused on too. Right? I'm focused on this idea that the sun is 1,000,000 miles away. How do you know that? To tell me that no.
I can get a ladder and get on the roof, but I can't get a ladder tall enough to hit the sun.
Right. So how do you know that the sun is as far away as you just told us?
Well, I can climb on a roof. I can't climb onto the sun. I know that.
Yeah, we know that. So, what is the basis for your claim then? I'm not asking you to climb on a roof. I'm asking you. Listen. You said it was in a book somewhere. I thought it was reasonable to ask you to cite it so that we could look at the information. You're still talking. So I guess that wasn't reasonable to ask, because I'm trying to get down to the bottom of the problem. You think that the sun is a millions and jillions, 93 million miles away to be exact. And I'm like, oh, wow, that's interesting. How do you validate that? What you're doing is not helping me get there. So what is the purpose if we can't communicate and understand one another? I'm not even trying to tell you anything. I'm asking you for the information that allows you to believe what you believe. And you're like, oh, I just read it somewhere. You think that's good enough? You're better than that, bro. You deserve more than that. When you come into a flat earth server, you should be able to stand on what you're saying, right? That's only fair, right?
So what I have said was talking about the thought experiment and trying to get to the bottom of are we going in the same direction or up.
Yeah, we're going in the same
direction. It feels
direction.
like you just hijacked it and I said a number, and then that's what you can focus on. That's steering away from understanding from what I can gather.
So your thought. So you know that I didn't misunderstand you. Okay, there's a light, right? It's directly above you. It's not above me. Your question was, which direction do we go if we go up? That's a malformed question. That's why I began to say, I don't know what you mean.
Malformed question? I mean, I'm asking, if we go directly up, I guess you've answered it. I mean, if we both go up, we're both going in the exact same direction.
Correct. Yeah. But what is this like? Okay, so now that you've asked and got the answer, what are you going to do? Like, how do you plan on cashing that in?
Well, I just never understood the mechanics by which there's time zones, and I guess if it's 12, it takes 12 hours for the sun above my head to reach your head, right?
Well,
we've got time and distance, in a sense.
Bro. Yeah. You're describing exactly what our experience is, but so what? What's the point? What's the conclusion? Like, we have time zones, and you're like, I'm just
not
trying
sure
to.
It's quite
How do you not understand?
Explains better than global.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. This is what I mean by assumptions. First of all, you know that there are time zones. The time zones are based on your geographic location. We know that part. So the part that you're inserting in your mind and trying to impress on to us is that, well, it works on a sphere. How does it work on a flat earth, though? No, let's back that shit up, because I was the one that galvanized people in here to take daylight observations from 5 different countries, still have the information somewhere in the chat, by the way. And when I asked them, oh, look at all this daylight. If you were to shine a light on the globe, this obviously doesn't work geometrically speaking. You know what they told me? Oh, that's fine. Just use the Mercator projection. Well, the Mercator projection isn't a globe projection. So you saying it works on a globe? No, the fuck it doesn't. Sorry to burst your bubble.
Look at the chat, bro. 50 minutes past the hour. You're like, I just don't understand how this could work on a flat Earth. Take a look. What's so difficult to understand? There's no spherical clocks. Can you see what Donato posted there in the chat?
Yeah, I'm looking at that. So the sun lights up. This is the flat Earth model.
No. We're just trying to help you understand your question. You're having some difficulty understanding the questions. We're just trying to give you some stuff to chew on that'll help you understand a little bit better. Obviously, a clock. This clock is not the Earth, but it's a way to help you understand. You're asking about time zones. Think of a clock. You've got 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, so on. There's 2 hands.
this would explain why one side would be lit up and the other side isn't, right?
So what's the question?
Well, if it's all flat, then and the light is above this clock, then the light is hitting Australia and South America at the same time.
No.
This is the thing that grinds my gears. I'm gonna give it to you, and I'm just gonna step out because I can't help myself. I only have a couple of minutes. I got other shit to do. Sorry. The thing in every experience of you and light, other than the sun, so let's think about artificial light, you understand that there's light attenuation, meaning the light doesn't travel forever. You know you're standing on a flat surface locally, right? You know, locally it's like, okay, well, this isn't enough Earth curve for us to really see. We would have to do something else, right? So for all you know, the flat part that you're standing on, you know that light either reaches you or it doesn't based on the luminosity of the light. Illumination of the light, whatever, right? Your entire experience is based on light either being strong enough to reach you or not reach you. When it comes to the sun, all of a sudden you're like, the light travels forever and the sun is 93 million miles away, so big, but the bottom line is the Earth is being shown on halfway because the light's going to travel forever regardless. In your mind, but your experience exponentially.
Yeah. So if you have a really, really, really bright light and it's really, really far away, well then, you know, your light will only illuminate 2 meters because it's a fraction of the brightness of the sun. I'm just talking. I'm just giving an account of how decay of light.
We know, but you don't know how bright or how far the sun is. I mean, you don't know how far it is. I asked you.
I can look at it in the sky.
But that doesn't tell you.
I can look at my street lamp.
That doesn't tell you. That doesn't give you the information that you're saying. It doesn't tell you 93 million miles. It doesn't tell you what the sun is or where it is.
I'm not saying
we don't know. What
I'm just saying one is brighter than the other. That's all I'm kind of saying here.
Cool, but you're adding extra information, though.
Well, if you keep going back, you're lifting other parts that we've said and jamming it into the point that I'm currently making. I'm just making points as they come along.
Man, how you experience in the real life?
Sasha.
Beg your pardon?
How you experience the sun in the real life comparing to the size of the Earth?
Well, I guess the shadows are straight.
Do you experience? No, I mean, do you experience like a big, enormous, bigger thing than Earth or smaller than Earth?
I like my physical sensations.
Yeah, how you experience?
It's a big fiery orb in the sky.
Yeah,
you can feel the heat on your skin.
Is it? And my question is: it look bigger or smaller than Earth?
Does it look it?
Yeah.
No, I guess from my point of view, not knowing anything else, then yeah, your assumption there would be it's smaller.
It's small.
Okay, now let's put a pin on that. So, what if that's the case? Because you try to say that the sun should be lighting up the whole Earth. We're telling you that's not the case. In the same way that a street light doesn't light up the whole neighborhood, or one light in your house doesn't light up the whole house. So, we're telling you the sun doesn't light up the whole Earth.
It lights. Well, I never said it lights up the whole Earth either. So
then, what is your point? What point are you making then? Because you said earlier that it would light everywhere.
I'm saying if it's probably going back to the midday kind of thing, we're on the opposite ends of the Earth, so we'd be going in completely different directions. The opposite directions would be both way up.
Can you imagine surface? Imagine
why? We already went over this. The down. If you point your arm up to the sky, you and I are pointing to the same direction. We point down to the ground. Down is the same for all of us. You can bank on these two things. We don't know what the sun is. We don't know where any of these things, but you can know that the sun is above you, moving, whatever the sun is.
If we look at that like that celestial sphere thing, where it's like you got, that star. Where was it? Yeah, if that
But why
star
would you go up or go in a different direction?
where that GP, are we all looking at it? I mean, if I'm standing where GP is, and you're standing on the ship away from GP, well, if we point straight up, we're not both pointing at the same star, right?
No, we're pointing in the same direction. Up. Up is the same for all of us, and down is the same for all of us.
So the ship is underneath the star just as GP is.
Well, I would like you to try to wrap your argument up in a bow. Like, what is the point you'd like to make, or can you cash this in somewhere?
Yeah, if you're saying
we've
it's directly up.
What if we go up? What if we go up?
Directly up.
All right.
Well, okay. So, if we're looking at the celestial sphere thing, right, with the angles and all that shit, you're saying that if you're on a ship and I'm on the other ship and we both point at the star, they're the same direction.
Well, I have to go look reference to what you're talking about. You're talking about Eli's post from a while ago?
Yeah, maybe I can post it again.
Let me repost it here. Look. I don't know why this is so difficult. Down.
Maybe he thinks that he can go up and look at the sun at the same time.
Dude.
No, I'm helping. Maybe he thinks.
No, I'm talking to him. I'm talking to him.
Like with the example I gave, maybe he thinks, the sun is above me, and then you're like, I'm on a ship, and the sun is over there, and he thinks that we should all be able to see it. Like, I don't understand what he's trying to say.
Well, like looking. Are we looking at the thing that you posted, the sphere? It's like a semi sphere.
Yeah, that you know what that is? That's 180-degree field of vision from the person, because we can't see all of the sky at the same time. You do know that, right?
Right, but if the sun is on this sphere, so let's put the sun where that star is, and GP is underneath that star. Well, if we go to the other side of GP, and he looks up, is he looking at the sun as well, or is he looking? No, okay.
Yeah, but he's looking.
I don't know what you're asking, bro. I don't know what you're asking.
Yeah, I don't think you even have a point at this point.
I got it. I got it. If you allow me to, I'll explain what he's saying. I think I get what he's saying. So, are you there?
I'm here.
All right, Luxor. So you're saying that people that are on the Earth in two different locations, right? Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, they're both looking at the sun, right? Is that what you're saying?
Well, we've got both ways, but one of them was the midday one. Sun is directly above, and sun is not directly above.
Okay, but they both see the sun, yes or no?
Well, if it's midnight, no, you don't see the sun.
Okay, so one person is seeing the sun, the other person is not seeing the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Okay, so now what's your problem here? What is the issue that you're having? Because if I'm following you correctly, I'm only thinking about, like, if you're on the same level plane, right? If it's a flat Earth, the level plane is what we're talking about, and you're saying, well, I see the sun, it's right above me, but the guy who's away from me, that it's nighttime for him, how come he doesn't see the sun? Is this what you're asking?
I guess so. If he's on the ship, he can see that sun as well.
We're not talking about the ship. We're just talking about the Earth. Okay, let's not use any other examples other than the Earth.
Okay. This was the model that was brought on to.
Yeah, that's fine. But let's just try to finish where we're at right now.
The celestial sphere is situational. So
yeah, I was just gonna get there, bro. I was gonna tell him.
The celestial sphere is not a sphere of the entire scope of the sky at the same time. That's not even. That's not possible. I'm just saying, like, why? Go ahead. Like, don't use my example as an argument as to that makes no sense, because my argument deals with two people that are in daylight. One has the sun above, or it could be a star. It doesn't really even matter. It's not that you can see the entire sky at the same time. Everybody knows that you can't.
Where does the sky go?
That's what he wants to see. That's what his argument was. Right there.
Bruh. Not under the ground, bro. Not under the ground.
That's what you're mistaken. You're mistaken the fact that the people that one guy is in night, the other guy is in day, they're looking up at the same sky, but the angle at which they're seeing the sky is also something to be considered, right? So if you're seeing something at a farther distance, everything works with perspective. Okay, there's a lot of things you're not considering right now. How vision works. Do you know how vision works? Like how your eyes perceive the world around you. Do you know? Yes or no, Luxor? Because this is important. It's an important point.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do? It doesn't sound like it.
Well, it sounds pretty basic, and I don't. Okay, yes, I do. Yes.
Okay, so you understand that perspective is a part of like our vision and how we perceive the world around us, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so taking that into consideration, using an analogy or an example, like looking down the hallway, let's say, right? For just to kind of get your mind understood in the point. Looking down the hallway, the walls and the floor and the ceiling look like they converge at the eye line of the observer at a distance.
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree with that? That's right. Well, it's not so much the vanishing point, but so much that we can say that at the eye line of the observer, everything's converging.
Yeah.
Okay, so being that is how we perceive the world around us, then it means that the floor and the ceiling look like they meet at a point. The floor looks like it ramps up. The ceiling looks like it ramps down. The walls look like they come in and you know, like if you're looking down a hallway, right? So when you go outside, the same type of optical view is still used. Like you still see the world in that type of perspective. Everything's converging to your eye line, right? So you don't see forever. So the guy in the nighttime and the guy in the daytime are going to see things as far as their visual perspective can allow them to. Does this make sense to you? Yes or no?
Not quite. No.
Not quite. Bruh. So when you see a car drive away from you, do you notice it getting small?
Yeah.
Is it really getting small?
No. It's getting far.
So it's getting far away from you, but you understand that your eyes are seeing it perspectively, right? As the car looks like it's diminishing in size. It's not really diminishing in size. It just apparently seems that way to you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now think of it like this. Imagine if you were to, I won't go any farther than that because I just want you to I want to answer your question. So with the two people standing at opposite ends of the earth, where one guy's in light, one guy's in day, he can only visually see as far as he can, right? Now you got to think about something that's very important also with what we're saying. Light also attenuates only to a certain distance. It doesn't go forever. Do you understand this point?
Yes, exponentially the case with distance.
Right, but it doesn't travel forever. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I guess that's... eventually it becomes undetectable. Yeah.
Right, but it doesn't travel forever. Do you understand, right? Just answer yes or no. You understand that? Does light travel forever, Luxor?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Okay, so we can test things like light traveling through the medium of air. We can test things like light traveling through water. Let's say just different mediums can change how light responds to that and how it travels through it, right?
Right.
You could say again? You don't know?
I said right, go on.
Okay, so the example that I want to use here is through the medium of water. The way how water will not be able to let light travel through it. So on a clear sunny day, a diver that goes out into the ocean, right? Clear sunny day, there's no clouds in the sky. it's nice and sunny, but as he drops down into the water, he's not gonna get the light to penetrate down all the way to the bottom of the water. As he goes further and further down, it starts to become dark.
Yeah, the water absorbs it. Hits the water molecules.
What we're saying though is that light doesn't travel forever, and because of the medium of water, it will start to diffuse as the diver goes further down into the water. Does this make sense to you? Hello?
It's
what?
I don't know. It's like if you have.
Well, you agree with what I just said, though, or are you disagreeing with it?
I'm trying to think it through.
But does it make sense? At least.
Yeah, I mean that's an experience that I've had underwater. Sure.
Okay. Well, as long as you can say that it follows logically, right? Then it would make sense too that in the medium of water, light doesn't travel forever. Because at some point there would be an extinction limit where light couldn't possibly travel at the further in depth you go, which means that light does attenuate differently in different mediums, right? Like in the medium of air. So the medium of water, as it's traveling through water, it has an extinction limit where it diffuses and you won't be able to see light all the way down to the bottom. It becomes very dark. Yes?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Now, the medium of air, however, is a bit different than the medium of water, right? It's less dense. So as it travels through air, it still would have an extinction limit how it travels through the air. And of course, the intensity of the light that's actually being emitted from the sun, which we don't know. There's no detection of what energy we're talking about here as far as the level of luminosity to say that we're going to give it to a specific degree, because the energy that gives it what it does, is still like the unknown part about like what generates that power. There's a story that's attached to it, but we're not going to go there right now. For just the purpose of we're talking about the example that you were using, two people on Earth, one under the light and the other guy not under light, he's in darkness. We're going to talk about how light wouldn't travel forever. And there's an extinction limit to it and how it attenuates through the air, right? And probably more than it would water. So it has a better attenuation through the medium of air, which would have an extinction limit, of course, but it wouldn't travel forever. So we get to a point
what do you
where
mean?
light...
I mean, if you shine a light
yes.
Underwater and a light above water, I'm going to be able to see it through the air at a longer distance than before the light.
We're talking about the sun, though, Luxor. Don't change my example to yours. It's not your example.
I'm trying to make
so my example is using the sun. The sun is the thing that I'm using because, as you can see, it cannot travel. It cannot penetrate all the way down to the depths of the water. It wouldn't be able to. It would diffuse. It would not be something that we can actually say is true. So therefore, the sun traveling through the medium of air, however, it has its potential grasp on a larger distance, over the medium of air, but then it has its extinction limit, where how far its reaches.
But the light given off the sun follows the same laws as the lights on your table in your room, right? Like it's still the same operating thing. What?
No.
Why not?
No.
Why not?
It's a different light. Are you going to say the same light? It's totally not analogous because what we're using here is something in nature versus something that's man-made. So it's not analogous.
But they both give off the phenomenon of light.
It's not analogous, Luxo.
Why not?
Not analogous. I just told you. One's in nature and the other one's man-made.
Why does that matter for what? Okay, what if it's a firefly?
Because one is attempting to discuss the issue of what we're talking about in your example. I'm actually talking to you about the two people on Earth. We're not talking about a room in your house. I don't care about that. I'm discussing two people on this Earth that we are on right now. Why somebody in darkness?
But you're talking about the attenuation of the sun, and you're making a lot of assumptions. Like
it's not an assumption.
The light given off by the sun and the light bulb are different things.
It's not an assumption. It's verified. So yeah, you said they're two different things. Of course they are. One's man-made, one isn't. Right. So we can see.
What's that to do with the nature of light?
Well, especially the nature of like the discussion of what you're talking about. Two people on Earth. One in nighttime, one in daytime, right? Let's not get lost in the plot here. I'm going back to what you were saying and then showing you that the variables that you're discussing right now, which is, first of all, perspective and how far we can see, like from, where we can see, and how far light can attenuate through the medium of air.
But you're also saying that light attenuates faster in air than in wood.
Farther, not faster, farther.
So it goes further through air than it does water.
Yes.
You said the opposite of that just a moment ago.
When? When did I say the opposite of that?
Well, the way I heard it, you said you were underwater. Well, for two guys to be on different parts of the Earth, and one's in light, one's in dark, you're saying it actually attenuates stronger, as in it doesn't light doesn't go as far through the air than it does the water.
I never said faster.
What?
I said farther. You keep changing when I say what I'm saying. You keep changing what I'm saying.
If it attenuates faster, it means it goes
farther.
100 meters.
Farther, not faster. Farther.
I'm telling you exactly the same thing.
You said faster.
You said faster, bro. Faster. Come on, focus, Luxo.
Yeah, if you can't if the light gives out at 100 meters versus 200 meters, well then it attenuates faster or attenuates.
Oh my god, bro! Like you're changing. Listen, whether or not the speed of light is different is irrelevant to what we're talking about. It's the distance at which it's at this. Listen,
he's not making a point, bro. I just realized that we're an hour in, and he's actually not made one coherent point. He's made enough of a point for us to ask, what do you mean? Oh, do you mean this? Or do you mean this? And every time we try to pin it down, he just comes up with something else that's incoherent. What's that about?
Changing it. Yeah, he's changing what I'm saying to something else.
What you need to do, Luxo, is take your questions and form it into a statement or a claim. Because you're masking some weird rhetoric behind all these questions. You've been answered, but it doesn't seem like you actually want the answer. So why don't you stop asking questions and put it into a statement? Make a claim that we can address.
I'm trying to understand what you're.
No,
so
you're
I
not.
came with the
No,
point.
you're not. We painfully detailed it out for like an hour.
As you explaining it, I don't really. There's things that I disagree with. Or
well, then formulate it. Luxo, formulate it in the statement like CB just said. So we can get to the answer it directly, because you're taking the long way around. Just state a claim so that we can answer it.
I didn't have a claim to begin with, so that was.
So what are you doing then? What the fuck are you doing then?
I was curious as to what your answer would be to this experiment. And I got it. The answer was given. Well, what else? And really, with the answer, you started to change it and make it your own. So you're just twisting my words around at this point, even though the answer was given. You're changing what I said. Well, okay. So if you want to go back to attenuation in the air, it was a little thing that I was confused about, and I couldn't find a place to jump in and ask you about it. But I'm happy to hear you lay out the rest of the point.
Well, you're very confused. But you're very confused because when you repeat that back to me, you change it to talk about the speed of light, not the attenuation of it through the medium. You change the fucking word around.
But I'm just saying the light.
I don't care to know about that speed of light. I'm talking. That's not what I'm talking about.
I never mentioned the speed of light. I said the speed of attenuation, and I believe it was.
What's that same fucking shit, dude? Light's attenuating with a certain speed.
Light has
you're pissing me off, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, but let him. If we speak less and he speaks more, he'll run out of gas. Because I'm still trying to understand what you're asking. I told you from the beginning that the questions that you're asking sound incomplete. I don't feel comfortable answering questions that I don't understand. You haven't made one coherent question since you've been here. So Mickey is talking about the attenuation of light. You're talking about you began with, okay, so the light is, above me and the sun, right? And then you're somewhere else. What direction do you go if you go up? That doesn't even make fucking sense because it's incomplete. It's missing information.
Yes, that's why we talk it through, dude. I'm trying to pick it up.
We're not talking it through. We know something you don't. You're asking questions that are incomplete. We're not talking through anything if we can't communicate.
Yeah, don't really follow what you're saying.
Oh,
What did he say? What did he say?
That's how we feel.
What did he say, Elisha? He didn't understand.
He didn't follow what I said. Well, here's the thing. Obviously, when you think about when you think about water, you know that the sun doesn't reach forever. So that concludes the day portion, the day and night portion. Then you're talking about the angle. The angle. Remember, I told you if you're the same guy, I don't even remember. That the elevation angle to Polaris. Let's just take Polaris for example. If you were right underneath Polaris.
But back up to that picture.
Do I have to mute you, bro? Because I feel like when you talk, that's why you don't understand what I'm saying.
What you're saying. I'm trying
You're not clarifying. He hasn't even finished his fucking point, dude. What the fuck?
It's sad you're talking about Polaris, so I'm asking if it was the.
Would you let him finish his fucking point, Luxo?
Well, that's a yes or no.
Control yourself, bro.
Let me hear why are you interrupting? What was unclear about which part of what I said was unclear? Use my words. Use my words and tell me what's unclear.
You said Polaris.
What about Polaris was I talking about?
So I was thinking, are we going back to that image that you posted earlier?
Excuse me. The question is, what about Polaris was I talking about that you were trying to clarify?
If you were referring to, if we can refer back to the image that was Polaris.
No, I'm talking about Polaris in real life.
Okay, cool.
I'm talking about Polaris in real life.
That was like yes or no. That's cool. Got it. Go on.
All right. So Polaris has a GP somewhere. Yes or no?
I don't know what a GP is.
Yeah, I knew you were gonna say that.
Hold on. Time out. Is this not the guy? Yo,
He's
guys.
the same guy.
It's the same dude. It's the same fucking guy.
He used the word GP before I did.
I know.
I'm looking at the image.
Kick him out.
I'm looking at the image.
He's on that fuck shit, dude. He's on that fuck shit, man. He's been on that fuck shit.
He said if you're at the G, if the star is at the G or the sun is at the GP and you're somewhere else, what the fuck do you mean I don't know what a GP is? When those words came out of your mouth.
He's on that fuck shit. That's all he is.
Yeah, this is one of the tactics I've picked up on lately. Is people will just mask a bunch of rhetoric behind questions.
Yeah,
but that's what the problem is. When they keep asking questions and they don't actually want the answer. We've answered this like 15 times.
Well, not only that,
by 3 different people.
Yeah, not only that, man, but like what was happening too is because he's with that other. He's a part of a group. He admittedly said so. He's a part of the group with Buster, with that other guy we're speaking to with a little shield or mask on his avatar. Starts with a K.
Yeah, right.
Name. Yeah, that guy. They all come together, so they're all grouped in together. And so he thinks that by him being the lone wolf in here, he wants to just like sabotage the same arguments, just like the other characters that were in here. So they're just on the fuck shit right now. They don't want. He doesn't want to. I told him, dude, you could ask some questions and be real, be your own person. But no, they want to share a community fucking brain and act like an idiot in here instead of be real. So because he knows what you're talking about because he's the one that stated it.
I don't think they're up to a full brain. Anyway, I was listening. I just want to confirm that he said GP, and then he said he don't know what that is. Yeah. I was listening on YouTube, and as soon as I turned it on, I heard him say the GP. It's like the first thing I heard.
Yeah, he's on that fuck shit, man.
Yep, I'm gonna
born yesterday.
I'm rewinding the tape right now.
I would definitely put my vote on like ban him, like fuck those kind of people who just like for time wasting thinking it's funny. when other people are actually investing time for their favor, for them to learn something, for them to discover the truth.
Sorry about that, Murray. A little premature on the sound effect there.
Not only did he say GP, he started using it in an argument. How do you not know what it is, but you're using it in an argument?
Yeah, it kind of sounds like when I start in on these guys, like I'm being unfair and I'm asking too many irrelevant questions, but they're all relevant to their like fuck shit. I know that they want to take me somewhere or take the argument somewhere so they can make it look stupid. So if I turn it around and give it to them, like reducing all their arguments down to that they don't know, then it's gonna look like, oh, what the fuck? Like I thought I had a good argument when I didn't. So I know that. So when I come in here and I'm doing the method of what I do, you know, having them detail everything that they tell us, because they're already coming here like, yeah, of course there's a globe model, duh. You know, like, no, fuck you don't. There is no such animal.
He didn't even know what he was asking. It was only by virtue of us attempting to respond did he begin to build his question. And the question was a fucking hour long. Because we were helping him go move. It's like he's dead, right? And then we're just like stringing him along. You know what I'm saying? It's like he didn't have anything. That's why I asked. I was like, "What the fuck does that mean? You got two lights. You go up. And what's the question?"
Yeah, but you're thinking logical, man. This guy was just like weekend at Bernie's and shit, man, with an arrow through his head. Like this motherfucker, like you have to move his arms just to get him to say shit. You know.
But in the question, what he started, at least, there are two different ground positions. Because he said we have the person here, and time is this, and we have person there, and time is this. That two person has two
he knows, Asha. He's fucking around, dude. He's fucking around. That's all he's doing, and he's just dragging us along with his little game because he's trying to see how long he can do it.
No, the thing is to say I don't know what is GP, but you are asking in your example for the GP.
That's all he's been doing.
It's like saying, I don't know what shape the Earth is, but it's definitely not flat.
It irks me because some people are
in that shape.
Some people are giving him their time. No, man, let him speak. Let's go through what he's going to talk about. And he's on this fuck shit, man. Like that. I don't know. It pisses me off, dude.
It's like, I don't know what color grass is, but it's definitely not pick the color.
You know, it's like, it's very weird, the situation in this like server. So sometimes people get banned. Like I wish, you know, like, them giving more time, maybe just like for the sake of it, and then I see those people like bunch of like idiots just like for the sake of time waste, doing whatever they need to do. I say like fuck, like no, please, like ban them, don't give them any time. Like okay, it's much better like not wasting time on those idiots than like maybe doing injustice to them.
Well, I was talking about like the attenuation of light through a medium, and he goes around, well, the speed of the attenuation. I'm like, that's the speed of light? No, it's not the speed of light. It's the speed of the attenuation. Like, fuck off, dude. Like, that's exactly what we're talking about right there. How fast the light is attenuating through the medium? Duh. Don't change it around and make it sound all snazzy like you came up with some shit and you started to make your own argument. That's fucked up.
I got the moment where he brought it up. You guys can tell. You guys can judge for yourself whether he knows or not.
The sphere. So let's say that's the star where that star is, and GP is underneath that star.
Also, his mic was trash the whole time, but
GP's underneath the star. You motherfucker, dude. Oh.
Okay. Jeez.
Well, what is the GP? I don't understand this.
What is the GP?
Like, because either he was too stupid and didn't understand, or these people know more than they're getting on and they know how to divert you away from the point. Because the point that I was going to make is that if you're talking about seeing the sun from everywhere on Earth, no, the zero angle is the fucking equator, which means beyond there you can't see that. Now that's a fixed star. However, the sun moves. So when the sun moves away from you, it eventually gets to a zero angle. You can't see it anymore. But we couldn't get to that point. So I don't know.
There's a little bit more context.
Stars. JP is underneath that star. Well, if we go to the other side of GP, and he looks up.
Yeah. He's. I'm detecting bullshit.
He fucking knows. And you should find where he just finished saying, like, not so long ago, that he doesn't know what it is. What's the GP?
Yeah, I need to get my clipboard on and get that part.
Did we catch him live in a lie? Why would he lie? Why would he lie?
Why would he lie? Why would he lie?
Is he still here? Yeah, ask him. Why would you lie, bro?
Yeah, let me ask him. Look, so why are you going to be lying in this chat, man? We got you on tape lying. Why are you lying, bro?
I messaged you guys both the picture that I was talking to and in the chat.
So why are you lying, bro? Answer my question. Why are you lying?
I was talking about the image.
No, answer my question.
Does fucking points on a disc. I'm answering your question. I don't know what GP was. I was just referring to the diagram.
My question is not like a flat earther, like a listener on YouTube. Why you lied? That's my question. Not like a flat earther, like a person who are listening this show.
You think I'm lying? But I knew
because he asked me, am I talking about the diagram or am I talking I said, no, I'm talking about in real life Polaris. So the GP of Polaris, you already know what the GP of a star is because you explained it in what we just played. See, but this is what I mean. This is I'm sorry. It's not your time to speak. Somebody mute him or something. Like this is what I mean by Globers. Like what's wrong with them is they are able to intake information, but because they're retarded, context doesn't even exist. So they can make an argument using words in some area, and you're like, but that contradicts this area. They're like, I don't get what you mean, because you don't fucking understand the words that you're using. That's crazy. Well, gravity, let me just use it's like the guy yesterday. He's like, I just, I got a good idea of how gravity works. So define it then. Well, I don't know if I do well with defining it. How the fuck are you using a word that you don't know how to define it?
You even explained what it was underneath the star, Luxo. And now you're coming back and saying, well, I don't know what you're talking about. So you're trying to make fools of the whole panel here just to make it seem like we're going to okay, Luxo, you don't know.
GP is literally under the star.
You just
but
thank you for saying that. What the fuck?
It's in the image. I didn't come up with that before. I only say that because I saw the image. I was just trying to talk around like.
But if you understood that back then, why did you ask what it is later on the discussion?
I don't know.
You already understood
that was GP. I did not understand that.
Is a GP somewhere? Yes or no? I don't know.
I don't know what GP is.
I don't know what a GP is.
Why are you lying?
Yeah, you're fucking lying, dude. You're busting. You're caught red-handed, bro.
People come here asking why the globe is lying. Why the globe is lying? Why are you lying?
Why do you think I'm lying?
Well, we got you on tape.
We caught you in.
My God.
Got you in a fucking lie, bro. What the fuck?
You don't read the letters. Read the letters GP. Does that mean I know what GP is?
Okay, underneath the star, there's two letters, G and P. What the fuck do you think that means?
I didn't think about it.
What do you think? Well, think about it right now. What do you think? It means?
Well, I know now. You told
What do you know? What do you know?
fucking global position or some shit.
Global positioning? Dude,
what is it?
What's
It's in the fucking chat, dude.
Is that what we said? Did we say global positioning?
Globe position.
Yeah, is that what we said?
Ground position. Ground position.
Oh,
India. Okay, well that means.
But if
what?
it
That I
was,
lying
listen,
about it.
no, it's not. You're lying because you said it was underneath the star.
What does that mean?
Yeah, in the image, that's true. I was describing the image.
So what does that mean?
Is that not true in the image?
What does that mean?
It
And
means I didn't know what
any
GP
lower than
was,
this,
dude.
if I have to talk any slower than I just did,
It means
you
I
not to
didn't
interrupt.
know what GP was.
Somebody mute him.
I just did. Go ahead.
Yeah. Anyway, so again, now that you know what GP is, right? When you can't see something in the sky, like the sun or the stars, it's because it's beyond the minimum angle that you can view it based on perspective, which is how we see through our eyeballs.
Hallelujah.
Oh my God! Stop your fucking lying.
Yeah, look, I don't know what a zero angle is. I don't think you want to explain it.
Well, Google it. Google it. No, I'm dead ass. Google it, then post it in the chat.
Call a friend, ask the audience.
He's having an hour-long discussion and then just now feigning ignorance. Amazing. He didn't stop and
Yeah,
say,
can we
"Hey,
remind you, this was
can you explain me what the zero angle? What is that?" Like he didn't stop and ask you that, like as somebody who is inquisitive about what you're saying. No, he went ahead and just like started to make his own examples and talk about somebody in daytime and nighttime without ever going back and saying, "Hey, I don't know what zero angle is," or telling you, at least being honest, right? Right, Luxo? You could have done that at any
It's
point.
the first. I just brought it up. It's the first time I brought it up because we didn't even get to. We didn't even.
Yeah.
We were just talking about the attenuation of light. We didn't even get to the reason that you can't see things forever. Like, cause
Yeah,
here
so
on Earth,
I haven't heard.
here on
I haven't
Earth,
heard zero
oh
angle.
God, bro, I don't know how fast you want to get banned out of here, but you're on a quick path, bullet train to that location. So I asked you to Google zero angle and post what you found in the chat. That's what you're supposed to be doing, not saying words that you don't understand, trying to have a conversation that you clearly can't measure up to.
What a guy.
Here's the sun over here where I'm at. There you are over there on a flat earth. Well, why do we have time zones? Because the sun is over there and it can't be at 90 degrees for everyone on earth. I mean, that's fucking obvious. So when it moves away from you, it gets to a point where it's at the minimum angle that your eyeballs can observe.
Okay, so the sun disappears from view.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
It's unresolvable by your eyes. Can't see it no more.
It's behind something, or it's too far.
It's unresolvable by your eyes. I think I just stated that.
I don't know. Can you explain that?
No, we can't.
It's not doing what you think it's doing.
Go research.
Is there another way you can reword that?
Go do more research.
We've already answered this in many different ways.
What's a zero angle?
It's angle with measure of stereo units.
Excuse me? What's a zero angle?
A zero angle is an angle with a measure of 0 units.
What does that mean?
Typically, these units are degrees of radians.
So if it's at 0 degrees in the vertical plane, what is it?
I don't understand the question.
It's a fucking line. So if it's a fucking line, what is the resolution of your eyeball?
If it's a line, what is the resolution of my?
Is 0 less than the resolution limit of your eyeball? You think?
Right. These terms are not. You're gonna have to maybe dumb it down for me.
I can't. I don't know what else to do for you, fam. I mean, I don't know what else to do. You know what an angle is. I'm telling you that all optical equipment, including our eyeballs, have an angular resolution limit. You don't know what that is. Why don't you go do some reading?
Well, since you know about it, maybe you can explain it in different words, in simple language.
Well, guess what? Whatever the resolution limit of your eyeball is, whatever the resolution limit of your eyeball is, I guarantee that it's higher than 0.
Is that a distance? I don't know what a resolution.
Fuck off, dude. Hey, no, hang on, dude. He's saying, explain it to me and use better English, dude. He's fucking mocking you, Eli. Like this fucker is like, I mean, unless you want him to just continue to keep telling you to explain it better, like
0 angle. Well, I'll use geeksforgeeks.org. If you don't like them, I don't know what to tell you. What is a 0 angle? An angle that does not form a vertex, which is 2 lines meeting at a single point. It is also called 0 radians. A 0 angle is formed when both the rays or arms of the angle are pointing towards the same direction. It's just a line. It's just a line with 2 points. That's it. So the point is, right? If you're looking up directly up vertically, that's 90 degrees. Then you move that object further and further away from you. Eventually it's at 0, which means you don't have an angle to resolve because the angle is 0.
But the sun's traveled from directly above to the horizon.
I just got out the shower. I can't open my phone with my fingerprint thing. The moment that I can, he's getting the red gavel, guys. I'm just letting you know now. So you better have fun while you can.
Well, I'm sure you guys got a lot.
Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Yeah, what the hell was that, man?
He was just about to swear us up and down and leave the server, and you had to kick him.
No, I disconnected him. He'll probably be back, but fuck him.
Yeah, they come in 3s, bro. That was number 3.
Well, yeah, they were in a group.
The units are in degrees, so is that like distance?
Use better English to tell me. Like, fuck off, dude.
That's how you know they're trolling, Eli. He was like, he wasn't even answering your question. You're like, so what is a 0? He's like, well, angles are in degrees. Cool, that's not what we're asking. Then he turns around and goes, well, so are you talking like distance? Like, bro, you 2 seconds ago, you just brought up degrees, dummy. Holy smokes.
If something is more than 0, is that less than or greater than 0? I don't know.
I don't know what this means.
Use better English. No understanding you right now. Fuck off, dude.
Fuck.
And let it be known, this was his. He brought all this up. This was his question, and it led absolutely nowhere. Like, pro tip for Globers out there: if you want to make an example or raise a point, at least be able to cash it in somewhere. Why would you make? What's the point of going through all this if you can't deposit it back to your claim?
It's annoying to hear.
They've been in. Man, it's so sad though. It's so sad when a child comes in here and uses the tactics of an adult. You're like, you little snot, you little shit. But really, it's like, damn, somebody taught you how to be that way. And when you look at like, you know, the people in university, the way they are, the story that the young woman just told the other day, was that, oh, was it a guy? I can't remember. It's so many people come in, but it's like they were talking about how they had asked their professor a question, and the professor was just like, well, learn it or get the fuck out. Right. And so what they're doing is mimicking us, because we're like, learn what the fuck you believe in or get the fuck out. We're not saying you don't have a place here. We're saying, well, you're being obnoxious, because the clip that Creation Bear plays when the guy's saying, you can't reason with these people. You can't, these flat earthers. So what you have to do is get them to realize, or whatever the fuck he was saying. And I think that's what they think they're doing. That's what they think they're doing. Like, but see, when I'm doing that, I'm actually literally able to lead you. It's like, oh, you don't understand this? Here's the citation. Here's the definition. Okay, moving forward. You know, like I'm literally like taking them like a baby, and I'm just like picking them up, bringing them to the ABC blocks. Okay, that's great. Picking them up, taking them to their little chair to get the little juicy sip, because they be thirsty sometimes. They need a little drink and some food. So then you got to pick them up. You take them over here. Look at this. And it's like, they're not doing that. They're just like saying things that they don't understand. And they don't know that. And it's crazy as fuck. It's insane what he just did.
Yeah, I agree with you there. How they think they're trying to do that what you were describing. They're trying to lead you down a path. But the problem is that's why I called him out. I said, all right, put it into a statement then. And he couldn't. That just shows how ineffective him trying to lead us down this path that he doesn't even know where it leads, bro. He doesn't have a point. He never had a point.
Hey, remember the other guy, CV? I tangle these guys. I love doing it, dude. I tangle them up so badly in their own rhetoric. They don't even know which way is up. He's just doubting the globe model. It was amazing. Like how he's just like, science, moon phases? No moon phases. He's like trying to figure out you can just hear the gears turning in his mind, and him trying to read like, oh shit, what can I use here? What's scientific? Shit. Like he couldn't come up with something. Well, it's predictable. Okay, well, fine. What kind of prediction? Well, moon phases.
Yeah, that was
wow. Cute. Yeah, it was amazing. Moon phases.
You know what will be funny in this server? Like if you had like levels of rooms, not only like live stream. So levels of room, like let's say like this live stream, which is level 1. So if someone is like lagging a bit, you send them to the QE go lag, okay? He was just like smack them like, okay, define that. What do you mean? It's just like destroy them, and don't worry, like they will not like remain so much at level 2, because level 3 is directly ban them. So
well, I mean, it's just these buzzwords, man, that they come in here with. They think they know what they're talking about. They know there's a model. There's just like a lot of things that their head's filled with. When you just start to ask them, oh, what do you mean? Like, what do you have to present to us? Well, you know that thing. You know the thing with the Earth, the globe, the model. You know that thing, and you're like, no, I really don't. What are you talking about? Go ahead and tell me. Come on, you guys know. Like they go through this like process where they think it's a foregone conclusion. We should all be already talking about what they mean. It's like, no, you're presenting something, present it in a way that you're going to give evidence to whatever you're saying. And when that can't be done, it's going to be now evident to you that you don't have information like you thought you did. Which then, of course, it's everyone's journey, to process that.
They've been trying really hard to take us down the path, but because of your modus operandi, they couldn't.
Yeah, it's difficult. There was a group of them, 3 of them.
Yeah,
but he didn't chime in.
Well, the first one, if the sun is directly above me and I shoot straight up while I hit the sun, my spider sense started going off straight away. Then that was fucking about 2 hours ago.
Yeah,
they're just distractors, wasters, having fun or whatever, But
it helps. It helps build content too, PMAC. Because
Sorry,
people don't
Maggie.
know what we deal with on the whole of it. They don't know what we deal with. Like, come on, why didn't you just if you would have allowed him to speak, maybe perhaps you would have learned what he wanted to say. But then it's see, it's evident to us from the jump, but we have to kind of sometimes take people through it so that we can get to the point where people are now realizing that, it's not.
He could speak for 3 hours and say absolutely fuck all.
Yeah.
Which is the whole point of their exercise, I believe.
I agree, yeah.
And they think they're wasting our time, but they're just keeping us sharp. They're keeping us on our toes.
Yeah.
Bring it
The
on, bro.
audience thinks it's entertaining. Fuck.
And some of the audience, I believe, after what they just heard, might possibly come over to the globe.
Freaking one pond.
Sorry, the globe.
One pond wanted to go fisticuffs with Busta earlier. He's like, "You tell me where you at right now, mate." And I was like, "Oh shit, don't do that, man.
Man,
We
I
don't
had
want-
it all.
You'd have to find that guy. Fucking head him off at."
I should have. Hey, Busta, 2000 called. They're looking for their keyboard warrior back. Nobody does that anymore, bro. You don't,
Yeah, it's like you don't gotta tell somebody, meet me over by the overpass. We're gonna deal with this like men. Like, no, this is the battleground. We settle things right here. We don't gotta go fisticuffs and showing whose weenie's bigger than the other. Like, you don't need to do that. Like, it's just basically you have the information to support the evidence or the claim or not. You can't do it, then sit in silence and wait till somebody does.
This is what I like about this server. It's really hard for somebody to break in and start talking about refraction and mathematics and stuff that they would take you round and round and round for years and years and years talking about. But there's there's logic, there's all the kinds of things. Yeah, that's why they find it so hard to break in here. They just not buying the bullshit, like.
But they use the idea that it's you guys don't want to debate. Well, because it ain't a fucking debate. If it was, then we would be talking about your favorite colors. Purple, mine is orange. Like, then we'd be debating. That's a fucking debate, right? Like, this ain't a debate. Like,
well, what do you want to debate about? Prove it. Show me proof. Just give me some kind of proof. Anything.
Now, you think it's a debate, right? Flat and globe. Like, that's what you're perceiving. I'm just talking about reality in that it's demonstrated self-evidently to us as a non-rotating flat plane.
Yeah, hang on. You said it earlier. I remember it now. Jesus, about 3 hours ago. It's not a debate. I know what you said, but it was good. It's like something about reality or something like that there. But yeah, I enjoyed that.
Well, I mean, they're going to continue to come in here and do their old 23 skidoo, the old cha-cha. And they think that we're going to be like, okay, let's, you got your points, I got mine. No, fuck that, man. You said you have a globe Earth model. Present that shit right now. That's all. If you don't got that, then forget about it. All right, we got Logicool that just joined our chat. Logicool, I just unmuted you. Welcome to the chat. Are you there? Logicool. I hear you breathing. Yeah. What's up, dude?
Yeah, how's it going, man?
Pretty good. You're a part of that group that just left? Or no?
Nah.
Don't lie to me, Logi. Don't lie to me. Don't fucking lie to me, Logi.
The lag happened, like him answering the question, like what?
Yeah.
What?
What group?
No.
What group?
Sniff a liar, but nah, that's cool.
What group?
All right, that's cool. Man. What brought you here to this server? What link did you click on? Or
I think I joined the Nathan Oakley's got his channel, so I think I joined from a link from there somehow on my way.
All right. So, what is your
He's
position?
legit. Don't ask him no more questions. That's my boy. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Yeah. What is your position for the topic of the server, Logi?
Yeah, I'd say we're on a horizontal plane. It's pretty obvious, isn't it?
Well,
That's it.
finally a guy with reason and logic about it. So yeah, I do actually. But
Yeah, cool,
welcome
yeah.
to the server. If however you got here, and hopefully you can stick around and ask some questions or just kind of identify the culture that's here. As you maybe, I saw your name in here earlier, so you're probably hearing how we do things around here.
Yeah, I was hearing you were trying to get something out of that border. He seemed a bit dodgy, didn't he?
Yeah,
Wishing
we
you
fuck
guys
them
around.
up, dude. Don't worry about it. Yeah, we do that. and if you stick
No.
around, possibly you can, put your gloves on and go to work. Because
Yeah, no, you guys carry on, man. I'm listening in. I like listening because there's a lot of intelligent people on these servers. You learn a bit.
well,
So, yeah.
we'd like you to be a part of that. How about that? Is that
Yeah,
fair
sounds
enough?
good.
Yeah, just if there's conversations happening, go ahead and chime in, or if you have any questions about our culture here or whatever. Oh, by the way, we're streaming on 2 platforms, YouTube and Rumble. Helioskeptic is the guy that's behind Rumble and YouTube, and I'm on behind Rumble right now currently, and I have a YouTube as well. But we're streaming on both platforms, and there's a lot of good stuff. But the live stream voice text, which is above the voice channel that you're in right now, because I gave you VC verified. So just go there, and we'll post relevant information there for you to get kind of acclimated with the server.
Shameful self-promotion there. I'm just kidding. Mate.
All right, cheers, guys. I'm gonna unmute myself and listen in. But yeah, thanks
no
for
worries,
welcome.
bro. Thanks for hanging out.
Cheers, man.
So we got a good group of people. We had a nice panel this morning. Elijah's kicking it with us. CB, Cole Murray. Who else has been chiming in? I've heard PMAC in here. Sasha's been on. Fuck, dude. We had let's see, Old Dude in the morning. Old Dude was on in the morning. We got, I think Ethergrass was in there at some point. As far as the panel goes, the ones who've been chiming in. Oh yeah. Let's get down to business. But we're busting up the globe every day, but we welcome the challenge. People think that there's a debate. We're like, come on in, man. There's a debate happening here. Oh shit. Oh yeah, I got 616 hits. Yeah. I'm gonna probably do it tonight. Probably get on.
Really? That's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm on TikTok doing the damn thing. Elijah gave me a really awesome tip, a pro tip. So I've really benefited from it thus far. Increasing the followers on my channel.
What was that? Pay the money?
Nah, it's just you go to these channels where people follow each other, and they're specifically created to kind of increase your follower capacity.
Yeah, I've heard about that. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, basically.
See that? I posted in the live stream. You went from 76 followers, and that first I don't even know if it's a picture. The sound doesn't even work. It's like why but with it being as basic as it is, it went from 51 to 616, and he has 171 followers now. Imagine that was a flat Earth video, or imagine that was a some sort of ad built for the Rumble, because really all you need to use this for is a funnel back to whatever, unless we're being mad disrespectful, not putting respect on TikTok's name.
Oh yeah, but I mean, I like the fact that it can be a funnel. Which what I'm gonna do on TikTok is just kind of advertise, hey, join me on Rumble, blah 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 blah, and then hopefully I get the.
Yep.
But dude, I'm still kind of amazed that them guys doing follow train channels are getting mad loot, bro. We're missing out. I think.
They just showed mad love last night.
How is it possible that these guys are getting he's just saying, okay, another person dropped me a galaxy, and the galaxies basically you can drop these little gifts on a channel, and these gifts that you can purchase basically you just buy coins or whatever for TikTok. and with those coins, you can buy certain things like different types of like animation gifts. And so with these animation gifts, you can donate to the stream that you're on, and it'll go to the streamer. Well, some of it will. I think 50% goes to TikTok, and the other 50. But still, like even if whatever percentage it is, it's still money in the bank that just hanging out and hyping up a chat and shit. That's it. And for you doing that, you get paid, son. It's like, who doesn't want that? I'm just saying, bro. Like that's fucking.
Well, you just got another follower.
Shout out to Lloyd. Lloyd's also increased his following from 1,514 to 1,640. And this was like what, like 2-3 hours worth of pump it up. You got to pump it up. Pump it up. Yo, the DJ was killing it.
The chat was hype, dude. Everybody was dropping, and people were dropping some money in there, dude. Them galaxies that you drop in there were like $15 a pop. So those galaxy animations are expensive. Like for somebody to just drop $15 just like that. So imagine somebody just handing you $15 just because you're hyping up a chat. Like that's what it was in that channel, that TikTok channel I was watching. I was like, no fucking way. Like how are these people coming away like this? Like that's money for nothing and you're chicks for free, bro. Like that's the way you do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, them some dire straits, bro.
That's some dire straits, man.
Yeah, they give you like because there are other channels, and like in other channels you like you go in the like there's a tag you're in. I don't know. I don't see. I don't know if he lost his following, but anyway, like he'll bring up like 6 people, like in the video feed on his live, and he's like, all right, come on, you know what it is, gift them, follow them, whatever. These people are getting money just cause it's like, well, when you gift, you're gonna get a gift when you come in here, so we all help each other out, blah 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 blah. It's a pretty cool situation, man. Like you could most definitely get the numbers to start, whatever online business you have or whatever you need is there.
My mind's blown, Eli. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. Last night when I was witness, I just like, what the fuck? How, dude? Like, just hyping people up and like that's good energy. You know what I'm saying? Just everyone's having fun and
yeah.
I was like, I want a little bit I want a piece of that somehow. I don't know. Maybe in the future I'll be like, you gotta pump it up, and I'll be seeing me in there, just pumping my fist, but like, let's go.
Yo, you 100% can most definitely be one of them. Like, come on, man.
I tasted that, dude. It was like a fucking dog tasting chicken blood, dude. I got to have me some more chicken. Like that.
Be in your mankini, chicken that ass.
If I have to, bro, let's go, mankini. Let's go.
We need to feed Mayhem. We gotta feed him.
Dude, it's gonna say Thug Life on the back side, like what I do. I don't give a shit, dude. It's like, throw them dollars, man. But yeah, it was a guy, and then remember that one guy, Eli? He left the chat, and then it was like his wife came in because he had to go do something, and then I don't know. It's just like keeping the party going,
Yep, that's yeah. Because usually, like everybody who was asking for Heidi, that's her name. Like when she gets on, like I saw her first, right, and then he came. I was like, oh shit, like they're a unit. They're doing this together, and it's like they each got like their own fans in a sense, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and usually the numbers go up. I don't know why they went down, but then again, the way that they shut the live down, they restarted it, and somehow that shit skyrocketed to 1,000. I don't even understand what happened. I never saw that before.
It's really cool. But I think the most important part about this whole takeaway of it is that I know he made a grip last night, at least a good grip. And so for me, that was just like, I can't even like, what? The man's getting paid, dude, to just come on here and hype up a chat, and then he might be just doing
every day. Because they're like the front door. It's like, hey, if you're trying to get on, this is the front door. We can get you live stream access. Like they're like, oh, what you got? You got 300? Oh no, we got to get them to 1,000. Come on, let's go. Like like. And so everyone needs you at that point. Everybody that's new and then the people that you already have rapport with, well, they come in, they drop like galaxies and shit. Like it's they're in a good position.
How much are galaxies worth?
They're dropping chocolate
$15 a
bars.
piece. $15 a piece.
So did you get anything that's worth like 0.07 cents? How much money have you made on it?
Money? I gave money, dude, because I wanted to get recognized, get more followers. So like, I was dropping roses and shit. So I put like, like $6 in there just to kind of like.
So when you created your account, you got to put a credit card in or something?
Nah, it's just like I think Apple Pay for me.
Oh, Apple Pay. Okay.
Yeah, and then I just used that, and then I got my
Google Pay for me.
So I'll have to get my 28-year-old over here so she can set me up and get me like a whole bunch of followers, and I'll stream my own.
Yo, Radwin, man, like,
I'm
dude,
telling you how to do it, man. I'm the man with the plan, bro.
Look, follow Eli. Look, I'm gonna just say this, man. We all just need to shut up. Follow Eli on when we do this, because I think we should do it tonight too. I'm just saying.
If you do it tonight, I'll join you.
Okay.
Yo, look. Flat Lloyd. He got over 100 extra people yesterday. I got, I think about 50, 60. I can't remember what my numbers were, but what do I got?
170, bro. 170 followers. Well, no, granted there was some in here, so let's take away like 20 from there. But last night was a good night, bro.
But Miggy started his channel yesterday night. Like that's the thing. He just fucking started. He just like, what? TikTok? Let me download TikTok. Let me sign up. Like that was yesterday.
I'm all about results, bro. So like, if you say something in some way, I'm just like, this is too good to be true somehow. But if you can, the evidence is in the pudding, right? Like proof of the evidence, shit, like we say, the proof is in the pudding. So if you're gonna show me something and it actually works, fuck it, it works. Like, why are we saying that this is a method? Some fucking method, like. So all of this could be a great revenue stream for anybody, dude. It's like, this is your opportunity. So if you want to get that brass ring, that gold nugget, it's basically Elijah's like, I'm trying to show you, but you don't want to do it. Like, it's up to you. You don't want to cash in, man.
Okay, give me another chance. I'll take a second look.
Right.
You got TikTok?
No, but I'll get TikTok, and I'm willing to take suggestions. I have a lot of music inside of me, and I think TikTok would be a great place to show.
Yeah, man, for sure.
Yeah.
I need to start. Go ahead.
Okay, so are you just texting on TikTok at first?
At first? Well, yeah, obviously.
What do you mean?
I never used it, so I wouldn't know.
Well, no, you just post videos, either cool videos that you can capture, like if you know how to produce videos, make them look nifty, then there's that, or you can use somebody else's content and just post. That's what I did. I posted other people's content.
Elijah, can I go in my studio here in my computer? Make a video and get it on TikTok that's on my phone, or is there a TikTok on the PC?
Yeah, no, you can do that. Radwin, so basically when you get 1,000 followers, right, that's like the standard for live streaming. You can fucking live stream yourself actually playing shit in your house, like, showing people, like, just, you could talk about your day, like, just do whatever you want, and people will gift you things. And you'll have like a community of people that subscribe to you. I'm not even kidding, bro. Like, I'm like straight up.
And I use this for my business because I'm going to, because there's the online portion of it. And look at what Flat Lloyd said. He said, made a sale today on Etsy from the TikTok shit we did last night.
Yeah,
that is proof. It works,
evidence, bro.
Look, it also Miggy's Rumble was jumping.
Yeah, it was, bro. I had 20 viewers last night from the time that I started, because I put the Rumble on my bio on the TikTok, so people were looking at that and going to the my viewership shot up to like 25 people last night, when it was like right now hanging at about 8 or 9 people. So they're looking at the links that you put in your bio. So make sure. All right. So here's the thing. But when we start this, when you make your account, a pro tip, Elijah told me, and I didn't follow through with the video because I was too excited to kind of see how this went. But today, in a little bit, I'm going to put a couple of videos, like short videos, something that's digestible, like no longer than a minute. So somebody can look at and then comment or whatever. But those videos that you put are going to get viewership. You can put a link in those videos leading to a web page that you have. There's so much you can do when you start doing these follow trains. These follow trains are a great way for you to get a lot of optics on anything that you want, like buy for your your website, like on Etsy, or them to look at what the possibilities are endless. I would say.
And I don't know how you would be able to find these follow trains, because if you try to type it in and you look for one, it's nah.
Yeah.
That's not what I. Well, I'm not. Someone. My peoples, they gave me specifically the channels that I gave to some of the guys in here. Without that, I don't even know if you'd be able to find where they are, how they. I don't know. I don't know how other people do it. I just know I was given.
So Eli, so one thing I was paying attention to is that the guy who we're looking at last night. I'm gonna look for his name right now that I'm talking about him. The one with his
Decker wife? No, the other guy. Team something.
Yeah, team guy. What he was saying was he pointed upward and he said, "Look, these guys right here, you follow them and their channels are just like my channel." Like he started going on about pointing upwards.
I got that. Remember the 80 something guy?
Yeah,
80. And he was on this morning with 200 people.
Bro, I didn't get him, but that he was mentioning that guy. What was his name? ADHD, but it's spelled with the number 80. It was ADHD. I didn't put him down. I'm going to now that you mentioned it. Yeah, he was one of the channels that he was pointing to. He was like, "Hey, check out ADHD's channel, whatever." Shit, you got it.
All the channels I have, obviously I'll share with you guys. If you guys miss it, then because this, like I said, this is a group effort. Because what are we really trying to do here? We're number one, we're trying to get us straight. But number two, the main goal is, like Creation Bear said, the lane is wide fucking open. There are no flat earthers that go live on TikTok. None. The flat earthers on TikTok, their arguments are trash. Let me not say I don't want to offend you guys if you guys eventually hear this. It is what it is, right? I'm just saying the lane is open for guys like us to dominate and not be. We can't be mean, and we gotta be we gotta be people that people like. Just to.
I was going to ask you that. So we can't go on. We have to pretend that we're fruity too.
We need to get a
fruity.
We need to sharpen them.
Fucking rad with
their arguments are sharp.
I didn't go full mayhem today on some of these guys, but I could have. And that's kind of like you got to just hold back your inner mayhem, dude. Don't tear them to shreds. Just tie them in knots. Don't tear them to shreds, tie them in knots. That's because that's another way to win, when they just run out of their excuses and shit. Or you can bash them over the head or whatever, but that's really not going to be conducive for somebody watching your channel.
Tie them in knots, and then bash them in the head.
All right, we got Jock Cron. Jock is in the chat right now. I'm going to mute Jock. And he dipped. Of course he dipped. When do you want to do that today, Elijah? A couple hours from now? I'm excited, dude. It's I got to find a video and shit, just kind of dress up my channel a little more.
I know a video I'm going to shoot for later, but I got to get my GoPro charged, my new GoPro. I'm doing it for this group too. And I'm going to do the video of the sunken egg rising to the top when salt water changes the density of water.
Anthony Parker Fitness is another one, Elijah. I just opened up TikTok and it said follow train on his thing. I don't know if it's true or not because he can't do a follow train. He's only got 858 followers. You need to have 1,000 plus in order to go live.
Okay, I got a TikTok account now. Yeah. I better set up how the payments are going to come in.
You always have to have your avenue. Yep.
I'm Sonny's first follower.
Yeah, I'll probably go on there around. Oh, yeah, it's basically around 7 because I may as well try to get up to 2,000 while you guys are going to 1.
That's a good time for me.
Yep. 7 o'clock.
Because
6
I'm,
a.m. or 6
yeah, I'm technically working, so I can't really be.
I followed you back. Oh, sorry. I followed you back, bro.
All right, no doubt, no doubt.
Oh yeah. Get down, let's get down.
Personality. As long as you put one cat video up a month, funny cats, I'll keep following you, bro. But I need at least one cat video a month.
So check this out. Also, when you're following people back, look, this is how I get the followers. You tag them you click them in the chat, the ones that are in the chat that are active, that they tell you to. Because it's like, well, at least I know that person is actually not a bot. Some person in like Nigeria somewhere is doing some fuck shit. You know, the people that are giving gifts and all that, you add them because remember, you have a limited amount of people that you can add before you get flagged. So you're adding those people, right? Then people, when you respond to them saying, I got you, that's when other people see you, they'll add you. Now, after the night is over, you go to the people that followed you. Now, this is also like a job. It takes like 15 minutes to do, depending on how many you have. And you click on each and every single person that followed you. If they're private, don't follow them. If they don't have any videos up, I don't care how many followers they have, don't follow them. If they're not doing something productive, don't follow them because you still want real followers. You know what I'm saying?
I know that was the last thing. I used to do this with Facebook accounts. I would blow them up to 5,000 users in 2 weeks and then just mass flat earth them.
You just dirty Joe, Monica.
Yeah, I'm gonna get like I'm gonna be working on that one video that a couple of videos, short ones, so I can put on my TikTok. I shall return.
Girl. Yo. Yo. Give me high five. Yo. This little girl is schooling the fuck out of her older sister or whoever that is.
The reason I keep pressing the follow thing is because one, you want to follow the right people, but two, you can't not following them. Remember what the girl said. If they're looking through you don't want to be blacklisted by this community, like the community, not TikTok, but the people itself. You want to give good energy. You want to do what you said you were going to do. You want to follow people because they'll look and they'll be like, oh, this person's not following nothing. Nah, get out of here.
Yeah, it's like listen to a masterclass in social media. Realize you're one of these guys that you know, I give you $5, I'm gonna come back at the end of the week, you've turned it into 50, right? You're one of them guys. Maybe.
It's my video. Somebody on my TikTok. Hey, leave a like.
I thought PMAC was actually bumping some Boosie there for a second. I'm like, okay, PMAC, I see you, bro. That's funny.
I was getting down with Elijah's TikTok. I mean, you have 2 weeks, right, to give the job notice if you want to go on holiday. So I gave him 2 weeks. My buddy's paid for a hotel in Belfast and the Belsonic. He's paid for the tickets, 45 quid a piece. He's taking me down, it's all paid for. And they've refused me the time off. Bastards. Like, I also booked off a week in October. I'm going to Mallorca, fucking España. Español. But they refused me, not this weekend, but next weekend. They said, no, sorry, we can't cover that. That's crazy, man. I'm going to make a stink. I've been working there for months, doing 1 day overtime every week because they asked me to. And then when I asked for a weekend off, suddenly they can't cover it. I have to stay and work a weekend. When somebody's already paid for my weekend away. Bastards.
Are you still streaming? I guess not. We're getting all kinds of action in the lobby.
Sounds like you're having fun. Hey, Sonny. Sonny.
Welcome, Sonderando. Welcome.
Don't everybody all talk at once now.
I think dealing with trolls is much more exciting.
Yeah, listening to those trolls this morning, that was interesting. But I had to go to work and take a phone call, and when I came back here, it was dead silent. I thought my speakers were broken.
Bring in the trolls.
Good morning, Sonny.
The clowns.
Sonny!
Good morning, Alex.
Used to think my life was being pain. You came along and washed away the rain. The electric bicycle. What'd you say, Sasha?
All we are saying, give level chance.
So, Sonny, am I going to see you Saturday?
Sonny, you've been addressed. How rude. How rude.
Say what?
I was just wondering if I was going to see you on Saturday.
Take your time. No pressure.
I was kind of hoping that you'd show up and lead everybody into a round of happy birthday to Wave Mixer.
Today your birthday?
No, it's on Sunday, but we're having the meetup on Saturday, so we could start a little early.
Happy birthday.
Right, I know how to stir up some excitement here. So on Sunday, I will successfully have completed another trip around the sun. Now I'm going to duck and cover.
Well done. You know, if it takes no effort.
Congratulations to the Globe Earth.
Yeah, well done, Earth.
They managed to convince everybody on the flat plane almost that they're moving when clearly you can sit here at on a chair on a solid floor and know you're not moving. You know if you're moving. That's how you know if you've moved. That's you're moving. You can. What did they think that people were going to do? Just go along with, oh, okay, I'm going to just believe you when you tell me I'm moving, when clearly I don't experience any motion, and I know every other motion that I am experiencing. I know those things.
Yeah, I can't math, but my 5 senses are telling me, shut up, brain.
I mean, like they're basically saying, okay, Johnny, don't worry about you not feeling the motion. Just believe us that you are moving. We're the experts.
Yeah.
You can't trust your senses, so you might as well not trust anything that comes out of your little pea brain and just rely on the freaking experts all the time for everything.
Men in white coats fallacy, whatever the fuck that is. Appeal to authority fallacy? Yeah, Jesus. No, I'm getting caught up. That's getting clever, Sasha. And English isn't even your first language. That's pretty good.
I did it on purpose.
I noticed. Shouldn't that be conservative? Oh, wait a minute. He did it on purpose. Bastard.
Yeah. If you speak about momentum, then it's conversation about. Yeah.
So, do my eyes deceive me, or has God joined us here on the panel?
Your eyes deceive you.
Okay, there's no God 01 here?
Yeah, there is.
Well, I can't really start a conversation with him right now because I'm working and my phone's going to ring any second. But I'm listening in if anybody wants to have a talk with God.
Hey, God. What's the point, bro? You know, it's not so much that if God doesn't... You see, when God does talk back, then you know you're in trouble. You gotta follow him, bro.
Fuck the senses. You're moving and that's it. That's the fact.
Yeah, it's really strange, right? Mathematics and trust your brain, and trust what people tell you, blah, blah, blah. It's all in the brain. But your eyes, your ears, your nose, everything's just, your senses, everything's just telling you bullshit. You know, I don't know.
Hey, I got a question. To you guys who do video recording, what's your favorite program? And is OBS Studio, is that a good one to do recordings with? Just throwing it out there. I suppose I can just...
For live streaming, I would say yeah, but if you want to do video editing, no. You want to use something like maybe Final Cut Pro or something.
Oh, sweaters, man.
Hey, what's going on, people?
Nazar.
How do you do that voice anyway? I guess you kind of do like this.
Dude, I can do American accents better than you fuckers.
I know you can because you've like studied it or something.
It's been a part of the. You know what? I grew up with UK TV, and like the American stuff is just like all over UK TV. So I must have been influenced by that, and that voice is so stereotypical. It's such a cliche, right? It's like, hey, mate. It's just like it's not normal. It's just so comedic, but it's it served a purpose.
That's great, fantastic, man. I swear to God, the whole time I thought you were an American. That's all right, mama. That's all right for you. That's all right, my mama. Anything you do, but that's all right.
It's all right.
That's all right. That's all right, my mama.
Wherever you choose. Hey. Even your guitar sounds American.
Yeah, I got Americana coming out of this guitar, that's for sure.
Music Guru, I didn't even see you coming, man.
What's going on, man? You sound Irish, bro.
Somebody finally got it right.
So Irish. It's so Irish over there.
Well, he finally got it right.
Over there.
Is it you Northern Ireland, Belfast, maybe around there somewhere?
Hey, you're not far off now, Northern Ireland, eh? Northern Ireland, sir.
Hey, Northern Ireland, not Northern Ireland.
He being daddy. You know, daddy.
I love accents, man. I love accents. I love regional accents, man. I say, Northern Ireland.
But you're the first one. Even people from here don't get that right. Where are you from? Ballymena.
What they said it to you? Where are you from? Or you're asking me where I'm from?
No, people actually sometimes out in the bar because I don't sound like a proper Derry person because this is what happens when you mix South African with Irish. You get me. So even my daughter says, "Why do you sound so Scottish?" Oh, I know.
Well, do you know what? It's very unique. You got to be proud of that.
Oh, I tell you what, there's nothing like it. That's
Nothing
a
like
first. Don't like it.
I don't like it.
I tell you now, I know you can sing in the Northern accent.
I probably could give it enough practice. I'm a very good mimic. If I hear something enough, I can mimic it. I've got good ears, and I can, I'm good at accents and impressions and stuff like that. So if I heard you talk enough, I could probably, by the end of the day, I could probably, make a song.
Like me.
Yeah, exactly.
But everybody sings in American, so there's no point.
They do, don't they? That's. I mean, there's a lot of there's a lot of rap artists that are coming out now that are rapping in their regional accents. It's quite unique. But it's like people are singing in their or rapping in their London accent or their Northern accent or whether it sounds a bit weird, but it is unique. I would much rather hear that because everybody defaults to an American accent. I don't know why that is.
Hi, what do you call him? The big rapper, Gemsy, or what's his name? It's just that one word.
Which one?
Oh, jeez, he's massive. Like, shit. I wouldn't be big into rap. I mean, I like everything from classical to Bob Marley, but what do you call them? And they're rapping in the London accent, and it's working. It's.
Yeah. I mean, there's all that urban stuff, the rap stuff, it really comes from the street. And if the London rap, the urban rap, and the trap music and all that sort of stuff, it all stems from the street. And I kind of like it in a way because it's kind of real. But I don't know. There's nothing that conscious coming out of the urban and the rap scene that really. Obviously, I like the conscious stuff. I like stuff that gets people questioning their reality. I don't see a lot of that going on. I wish there was more of it. But all the rap and urban stuff that's coming, all of that sort of shit, all of it really is just they're all talking about in the club and, with the women and the tits and the ass and the pussy and all that. It's like fucking vile, most of it.
Yeah, well, okay. Nah, you're right. Stormzy,
yeah.
He's pretty good.
But what's he rapping about? Is he giving you some conscious stuff to really get your mind working, or is he just singing about the normal shit that everybody else does?
Yeah. What was the one he said? Heavy is the crown. That was, kind of meaningful lyrics, but I don't know. It's probably a normal show again.
I just want to see more conscious stuff out there. That the mainstream music is just awash with so much tripe and shit. They're all singing about love and breakups and fucking just nothing that really matters, really. It's just like, I've seen how music can move minds if you just, put some inquisitive lyrics in there. But like the stuff that you hear on the mainstream is like just utter shit. Shame, really.
No, I agree. Like Morrissey he's kind of like a modern day poet, isn't he? The Cure was pretty modern day.
Yeah, I don't think all of that stuff he's doing. You could call him a poet. You could call fucking what's his name? Bob Dylan a poet, right? But when you really analyse those lyrics, they're not really that meaningful. You could they're kind of like horoscope lyrics, You can take what you want from it and make your own kind of reality with it. But there's nothing really empowering or any information there. It's all kind of a much of nothing, really. It's kind of you make your own world from it. I don't know. I'm obviously biased because I woke up to some of these realizations of the earth and shit and what's really going on in the world, and of course I want to put that into music. I don't really see the mainstream doing that. It's all like fucking Dylan really never he sung there was a lot of lyrics there, but he really didn't sing about anything in my opinion, but a lot of people will call him a genius.
No, you're right, because I never took them. But the Boss, on the other hand.
I'm going to have to disagree with you there, bro.
I know, but I know what you're saying. It's not really.
I can't find anything in the mainstream that really resonates with me these days. Yeah, back in the day, I used to love all that stuff. I used to love all the rock stuff and the heavy stuff, but now I see it for what it is. It's just like there's agendas written all over it, and it really doesn't empower it, in any way, shape, or form. It's music, you can listen to it, you can enjoy it, but it's not really advancing you in any way spiritually, I don't think. But I think there's massive agendas behind the music industry, and people like the boss. There's so many artists that are just agenda driven, and they probably don't even know what they're really doing. I think some of them started waking up to it, like Michael Jackson and John Lennon. They started realizing, holy shit, we're fucking pushing agendas here, and that's why they're not around anymore. But
Prince.
And Prince, exactly. He started talking about chemtrails and shit, and George Michael started speaking out about his record label, and started realising he was a bit of a slave to it. And I don't know, if you keep your mouth shut and you're a good boy, you just sing about love and breakups and all that tepid, just bullshit.
Yeah, like Elton John, you'll be grand.
Yeah,
just don't start mentioning conspiracy theories or you're gone.
Oh God, no! If you're someone like Sir Elton John, right, you've got to make a little 30-second video of how important it is to take the vaccine, right? They're sirs for a reason, because they're all part of the establishment, right? Sir Paul McCartney, you look into Paul McCartney, fucking hell, you find some dark stuff about him.
Yeah, the whole thing. Movies, TV programs, advertisements, music, it's all just propaganda, really, in my eyes. Yeah. It's all a fugazi. I mean, yeah, I believe that. I think 98% of shit what we're told is not true.
If it's in front of you, if you can see it, if it's on the television, if it's on the news, if it's in the charts or whatever, it's there for a reason, right? It's not there for your entertainment. Well, it is there for your entertainment if you understand what the word entertainment means, right? Entertain, retain, hold the mind, right? Entertainment. So it's there for a reason. None of it is there for your spiritual growth, in my opinion.
Hey, since you guys are talking about that, there's a podcast about to start. It's live at 1. It's called No Agenda with John C. Dvorak and Adam Curry. They basically just shit on the propaganda. It's a pretty good podcast. I'll drop a link to it if you guys are interested.
Yeah, thanks. I like anything anti-propaganda, to be honest.
Yeah, I specifically like people shitting on propaganda. That sounds great.
So how have things been? What's your first name? Tony, is it? Or?
My name is Alex. 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 I mean, my online handle is like Conspiracy Music Guru, or some people know me as the Flat Earth Man because I did that voice, and that's kind of how I started. Because I made a song called Flat Earth Man, and everybody started in that voice, and everyone started calling me Flat Earth Man. It kind of stuck, really. I kind of like it in a way. But yeah, my name's Alex. I'm originally from the UK, Essex boy. Got fed up with the UK, moved to Spain about 10 years ago. Just loved the scenery here, loved the weather. And
so you're still in Spain?
Yeah. I'm never, ever going back to the UK, bro. I mean,
you're an expat.
Well, yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a patriot. I'm not an expatriate. I mean, I'm not. You know what I mean? I'm just on another landmass that happens to be a lot sunnier. I mean, there's still the same amount of tyranny here. It's just you can deal with it with a bit nicer weather, right?
How is it like? Do you have to learn Spanish there, or you can manage with English?
Well, that depends if you want to integrate into society. I've found that society is not a place that I want to integrate into, right? But, I mean, when I first came here, I had 2 years of Spanish lessons. So I know the basics and I could get by. But to have a real, conversation in Spanish, no, I can't do that. But I have enough to get by, which you said, because I don't integrate into the society. Once after the COVID nonsense, and I saw how compliant the Spanish people were, it was really fucking disappointing for me. It's like, oh my god, they're very. It's quite backward here. It's good in a way because it's quite behind, and I kind of like that. But I don't know. It's very very compliant here. Very very. They acquiesce a lot. You got police with guns and shit. So there's quite a military presence here. If you don't toe the line, so there's a lot of tyranny here. I don't know. I don't like that. I'm here for the weather. I'm here for the scenery. I've got a nice little clique of friends here that are aware of what's going on, like mostly English, some American, and some Swedish, and some French. We've got there's maybe about 10 or 15 of us that are aware of what's going on. We don't really integrate into Spanish society too much because who wants to integrate into that level of fucking just sheepism or whatever you want to call it. I don't know, but I can get by Spanish wise, but just being here, you kind of learn by default. You kind of learn the language just slowly but surely. But yeah, it's a lovely life here, man. I keep myself to myself. I'm kind of I wouldn't say I'm a recluse, but I just I like my own little villa here. I'm doing my music and that sort of stuff, and that's kind of how I live. In the sunshine, making some music. It's not a bad way to live.
Yeah, I agree. Like, sadly nowadays, the community or society is like so brainwashed to a degree that, like, you are putting yourself in a lot of danger if you want to wake people up. So you just leave them where they are, as sheeple, and go on with your life.
Yeah, the same thing happened here. Same thing happened in Ireland, UK. Everybody just acquiesced, and we couldn't believe it. I never took a jabba dabba doo.
Oh, the compliance here was incredible. You just you couldn't go anywhere without someone wearing a mask. They even made you wearing masks if you were jogging, if you were on a bike. I mean, they had, as soon as you walked out the door, they had literally armed guards, like the civil guard here. They're part of the military. They got fucking guns. So if you're not wearing a mask, it's like Nazi Germany, show us your papers. There was even a point where you could only have 2 people in a car, and if you had more than that, they would stop you. And because of COVID, you can't have 4 people in a car. Only 2 is allowed. And if you have 4 people in a car, then you must pay us money. Then it's okay. It's nothing to do with
the virus doesn't spread for 25 euros.
It's you pay us money and the COVID goes away. It's like, fuck off, man. It's like the tyranny is, you can't escape it. We've spoken, me and the wife have spoken many times, where can we go to escape this tyranny? You can't. It's everywhere, right? You
Antarctica?
Yeah, man. I've just wrote a song about Antarctica today, actually, funny enough.
Did you really?
Yeah. What's funny? What's funny about the human Trojan thing that started 2019? At the beginning of it, I were in Sweden, and in Sweden, if you go outside, unless you are riding buses or whatever, those places, or on the supermarket near cashiers, they have put some transparent shield or something, just to make sure no things passing by. Nobody really cared about wearing masks or doing anything. All people were against the human Trojan, injecting themselves. Even doctors, I spoken to doctors, I straight to the face. I asked somebody, a couple of them actually, are you going to take it? They said no. Yeah. So, and this is from the medical society. Now imagine.
Sweden was the one country that didn't acquiesce, and there was placards everywhere about how it was spreading through everywhere, but Sweden didn't bother, and they had the less spread of this so-called thing. Sweden was a was kind of a leader.
Yeah, I really respected them for because they had a thing previously with swine fever or something. I don't remember what
swine flu. Yeah,
swine flu. Yeah. So when they took the human Trojan for that nasty stuff, basically a lot of people got fucked up, even from the medical community. So they realized like some of them really got damaged so badly that they couldn't practice what they used to work or do before. Some of them, their driving license got taken from them. So they learned the lesson the hard way. So when the stupidity of 2019 came to them, like they said, no, thank you, we don't believe this nonsense.
Yeah, and fair play to them. Over here, you couldn't get into a hotel unless you had your vaccine passport. You couldn't go sit in a restaurant unless you had your vaccine passport. And the same thing in Australia, they arrested people on beaches. A couple sitting on a beach, nobody else around, because they were sitting on the beach. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. It was just an exercise of control.
It was
Yeah, I literally agree with you. They have this stuff. They had a human Trojan program, something nasty. We are about to discover what they did to the blood, and but also they practiced a lot of control methods, and also
you can't talk about that on the live. You're being mad over, just so you know.
All right, sorry. People were talking about it last night. I thought it was okay to do it. Sorry.
That hasn't changed. Just if it happens to be in a point that you're making, at least speak in a little bit of code, the cocoa, the juice, or whatever. You don't have to be so obvious.
The jabba jabba do.
But yeah, you guys should know by now. If we're on YouTube, we don't do that here. So.
Yeah, that's why guys the guys who use the actual name, don't do some code much better. So
that's okay. It's just
you just don't talk about it in the live stream, guys. It's really not that hard. It's a big server. There's lots of rooms. Problems everybody's had hassles, but yeah, the deal that the live streams for Flat Earth, and if you want to talk about something else, then use a different room or DMs. Hello.
What a fucking shame that it's come to this, huh?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Isn't it just? It's life, and it pisses us all off, and I fucking hate being the guy to have to say this all the time, and I'm normally the one that gets angry about having to say it too, because I'm sitting amongst friends and family, and we've all been through the same hell. But yeah, it wanders too deep into the subject, and it's just a pain in the arse.
Yeah, I don't know. I was listening last night. I didn't speak at all, hardly. I think I spoke one sentence. I listened for about 3 hours, and I heard the V word mentioned multiple times, and nobody.
Well, you also got to pay attention, P-Mac. The YouTube was down for a little bit. But
okay.
All right. You've been here for quite a while, so.
I'm sorry. Let's talk about music. So,
I think
Alex,
this is what I hate, that we have to hold our tongue because of YouTube, right? We can't say this.
Goes on in this show by now. I don't even know what to tell you. What do you not understand about that?
All right, calm your tits, bro. Calm your tits. What's the song about Antarctica? Let's hear about that. Calm your tits.
I mean, it's just a friend of mine came round today, and he's a really loud American guy. Like when he comes around for 3 or 4 hours, he brings so much energy. He's so loud, and when he leaves, I'm fucking exhausted. But it's so. It's so much fun for those 3 or 4 hours, and he's like, "Come on, dude, let's make a song, dude." And he's very, very awake. So we was just going through topics and that, and Antarctica popped up, and Antarctica's definitely a song I wanted to make for fucking ages because it's such an anomaly, right? And so we were talking about how to make it work, and I said, the best thing to do is to make it comedic and funny and really simple, because the comedic stuff travels further. If you make it funny, people want to share it. If you make the chords really simple, it sticks in your head. So we was just going for really sort of simple cowboy chords, almost bluegrass, really, really simple 3-chord stuff. And we was coming up with the chorus about penguins, about that's the reason they don't want to go, penguins. And it's funny, mate. It's really difficult to get across what happened in the studio today, but when it's finished, you're going to be like, yeah, it's funny as fuck. But it's about basically the joke that you can't go to Antarctica because of penguins, right?
with guns.
Yeah, yeah, it's going to be funny. It's going to be, if we pull it off, it's going to be really funny and really catchy. But yeah, that's what happened today. We had a glass of cognac or two, which was quite nice as well. The song's called "Protect the Penguins." You had to be there, obviously.
It sounded like a moment. Great moment. I have a friend like that too. He is so loud, but he is the funniest man I ever met in my life. He has me in stitches every time I'm with him. You know what I mean? He's not short of people asking for his company, but he has really low self-esteem for some reason, and I keep telling him, you know, he's just so funny. He's the funniest man I ever met. And he's really, really loud.
Yeah, when he comes round, my buddy, I have to shut the windows and the doors and shit. Like, I've got neighbours, and like my wife would like be walking up the road like from shopping, and she'll go, "I can hear you like half a mile down the road," because me and him are belly laughing, and he's American and he's loud. He's like, "Yeah, bro, man, that's so fucking funny, man." Really, if he speaks not from his throat but from his gut, and it's like, fuck. It's so funny, but I really love his company. He's so fucking cool, but he's just so loud.
No, man, we have the same friend. I swear to God, it's the same friend. I went and got a couple of packets of cigarettes tonight to go back to his house, and I could hear him 6 houses away, and I walked in and I said, "Sal, you won't believe this, but what? I could hear you. Do you know that house down the road there, number 26? I could hear you from there."
Yeah.
You're that fucking loud, bro. Fuck off. Why did you anyway? Get in my house. Yo. Humor travels far. Humor travels far. Like Alex.
Yeah.
I know 2 facts about koala bears in Australia. You want to hear them?
Go for it.
All right. Fact number 1. You can get chlamydia if a koala bear scratches you.
Bollocks.
And no, that's a fact. Fact number 2. Your wife won't believe you.
Nice. Oh, nice. I'll use that one.
It's a cracker.
That's a cracker.
That's a cracker. That's the way I tell him.
Who was that? That's a cracker. That's the way I tell him. That was what's his fucking name?
That guy with glasses came in.
Yeah, what was his name, bro? Fuck. That's a cracker. Jimmy, not was it Jimmy something fucking... Oh, it's like in the 70s when that's cracker.
Frank Carson.
Frank Carson. Fuck, you know, that was it. Frank Carson, well done. My God, that's going back a bit.
Thanks, Google.
So we tell him. That's a cracker.
I'd make shit up too. I'd make shit up too. Like, Alex, you know this one. Do you ever watch the Harry Potter films?
The what?
Harry Potter films.
Oh, God, no.
Oh, no? Okay. Well, you probably wouldn't get the joke, then.
Try me.
I'll just stop right there.
Try me. Go on. I'll probably know the reference, but try.
Right. You know how J.K. Rowling, she's very opposed to LGBTQ and men thinking that they're women and they're men. You know,
yeah, I know she's been quite outspoken about it. I know that.
Yeah. I also think she was anti-Republican because I've watched the Harry Potter films, right? And the first 6 films of that series, there's a wee Irishman that keeps blowing himself up.
What, did I miss a joke there?
Well, you see, there's a wee Irishman. He's got a wee Irish accent in the Harry Potter films at the start, and every time he hocus pocus, he blows himself up. His face is always full of soot, you know, and his hair standing on the edge. Every time he tries something, he blows himself up.
Right.
For the first 6 films. So I think she's not only anti-LGBTQ and pronouns, she's also anti-Republican. Because in the first 6 films that she made, there's a wee Irishman that keeps blowing himself up.
So you would think there's some sort of IRA symbology there or something?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I suppose you'd have to know the Harry Potter films and
the IRA.
Yeah. Fuck the Queen and the... No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, dude, I agree with you there, man. Fucking hell.
I'm a wee bit anti-establishment in any shape or form. A wee bit anti-government.
Yeah, man. I'm with you there, man.
So just a wee bit of an anarchist. But that won't work if we have no rules. We eat each other. Fuck off.
We'd have no roads without authority.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well,
you know, it's funny. This saying that if you have no government, people will kill themselves. This is the exact what is it called?
Reflex response to conditioning.
Yeah, not only that, but also this is the method they use to brainwash people and ensuring their control over the people. You know, like, hey, if we are as if they are saying, if we don't exist, you kill yourselves.
Yeah, exactly. It's that deep.
Yeah, I mean, even the Bible says to go against government is to go against God, right?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, give unto Caesar what is Caesar's, and give unto God.
Oh, don't even fucking get me started on that, bro. I've been arguing with my friend about that all day.
I feel your pain. Yeah, it's deeply, deeply ingrained, in people. Anyway, Bill Clinton came out. We're really sorry. We admit we hold our hands up. We did unauthorized experiments upon the American public with drugs that they were unaware of. Sorry about that. They were okay. Go away to McDonald's. And then Obama came out. Okay, listen, we're also sorry. We've been listening to everything. Your texts, your phone calls, your emails, everything. We're reading everything. Sorry about that. Everybody went, okay. Like it was nothing. Like if that happened back in the 1920s, it'd be a revolution. Like they would probably hang the entire government from the fucking nearest tree.
Well, that's what needs to happen today, in my opinion.
Yeah, unfortunately.
We need some accountability. We need people to drag these people out into the street and hang them from the lampposts. You know, just kidding, of course.
Yeah, just kidding, bro. But only after they've seen the light.
The light of the flat Earth.
The light. Neil deGrasse. What a man. Pre-globes. And round we go. It's Easter again. Oh, it's Halloween again. Oh, it's Christmas again. The same thing year after year after year after year. It's just so monotonous.
Big wheel in the sky keeps on turning.
Wheel in the sky keep on turning. I don't know where I'll be tomorrow. I don't know. It was really terrible. I apologize.
Yeah, that was pretty bad, bro, but it's cool.
It wasn't my best moment. I'm going around these parts karaoke king. But sometimes I just let slip, you know.
It was like a really bad X Factor audition.
Simon Coulson, do you honestly think you could sing? Do you honestly think you could sing? Do you think I was good? Nah, bro, I agree. It was absolutely terrible. I'll get my coat. Well, we just, two fish bowls, something in a fish bowl year after year, like.
We all live in a yellow submarine.
Yeah, public air. Ugh, that's horrible.
Everything the Beatles ever put out was utter fucking tripe, in my opinion.
They were just screaming for help. It's been a long day's night. I need some help.
So, Alex, if I'm not mistaken, you believe in the Fall McCartney? Fall?
Yeah, I do. I do believe he was replaced. I do believe that the guy that we're seeing now, the Paul McCartney, is a guy by the name of Billy Shears. There's a book, isn't there, called The Memoirs of Billy Shears, where he kind of basically admits it. It's supposed to be a work of fiction, but it's basically, that kind of revelation of the method hidden in plain sight kind of book. It's the Beatles are really a cult. There's some dark shit there when you look into the Beatles. It's not just a catchy chorus. There's way more to it than that. So, yeah, I do believe he was replaced for sure.
But what was the album cover where they were all doing the 666 sign and had Alistair Crowley on and all that there? Is that Strawberry Fields Forever or something?
I'm sure. The Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, that had twice.
That was really occultic, right?
I think they all are, really. I mean, you've got the album Help. I think they're all doing Masonic signs on that. There's also some photo shoots of them with fucking decapitated babies and meat all over them and that sort of shit. So it's dark, man. It's dark.
Oh, that's a bit dark.
Yeah.
So Paul would have been replaced early in his career. I find it kind of interesting that they'd have somebody that would look so much like him and sound so much like him.
It is interesting, and a lot of people can't believe that is impossible to find. That is possible to find somebody that looks so much and sounds so much like him. But when you compare the old Paul to the new Paul, there's clearly differences in just the facial structure. One's got a much longer face than the other one. They're difference in height. I mean, if you gave me 6 months, I could look and sound like Paul McCartney. I'm pretty good with impressions. I'm quite a good mimic. I could sound like Paul McCartney. If you gave me a month, I could sound like Paul McCartney. Now, to look like him would be a different matter, obviously, but I don't know.
A little bit of plastic surgery.
Well, perhaps if cloning's been around a lot longer than what we've been led to believe.
Yeah, maybe. Could be, but there's plastic, so there's things you can do, but You know, even there's a guy that lives in the house that Paul McCartney used to own. Right, back in he lives in the original Paul McCartney house in Liverpool somewhere, and the guy that is looking after this house is a fucking spitting image of Paul McCartney, the very first Paul McCartney, the one with slightly rounder face. It's so bizarre. There's a video on YouTube of him talking to people that are tourists that want to see where Paul McCartney, originally lived, and he's the custodian of this particular house. And he looks exactly and sounds exactly like the very first Paul McCartney. So how many of them were there? I mean, how can you get someone that looks so similar? And it's deeper than we know. I mean, State of Quake, Mike Williams does some really good work on that. If you really want to dig deep into that rabbit hole, then bring food and water. He just Christ, there's so much to it.
Well, Saddam Hussein had about 6, right?
Kind of like the space shuttle that crashed, and all those astronauts that have people that look identical. A lot of them have the same names.
Yeah.
3 of them were twins.
Yeah, some weird stuff, man.
I remember you've seen this one, Alex, when David Bowie died. Some guy showed up on Good Morning TV.
Oh, I know exactly. Yeah, exactly. He was supposed to be like the A&R manager of David Bowie, but he had the exact face, the exact bone structure, the exact teeth. It was so in your face. It was just because it's so in your face. When you present someone with that kind of evidence, they go, "No, it cannot be," because people are confronted with a conspiracy so ridiculous or so monstrous that they cannot believe it exists.
They can't bridge the gap.
Yeah.
It's the same with the flat Earth.
Yeah. I think his name was Stephen something, like he was supposed to be Bowie's AR manager, and he talked fondly about Bowie and what an inspiration he was and blah, blah, blah.
For years. Yeah, and people were like, fuck me, you look exactly like Bowie, bro.
Yeah. Did he have one blue eye and one green eye?
That's a good point. I don't remember that.
Yeah. I don't know.
There's a word for that.
I didn't even know Bowie had one blue eye and one green eye. That's interesting.
Yeah, what do you call it? I have to go to Google again. Pretend I'm smart.
I mean, what are the chances of someone appearing like a couple of days after or a day after Bowie's death, purporting to be Bowie's A&R manager, and on Sky News or wherever it was, looks exactly like him, just a little bit more. Perhaps he put on a little bit more weight. It's just
nobody's seen him before. Yeah, nobody's seen him before, and he shows up and looks exactly like Bowie.
Yeah, it's not right. There's something very, 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 very fishy there. In my eyes, in my mind, in my heart, that's Bowie. That's because I know these kind of sick, twisted games that the industry likes to play. But I'm just a tinfoil hat wearing crazy conspiracy theorist.
Well, and so am I. Yeah, no. It's all a fugazi. That's what I think, bro. It's a fugazi. Anything that the mainstream tells you, it's either a lie or it's fake. One or two.
Just take what they say and invert it. You'll be way closer to the truth.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Oh, heterochromia. Heterochromia? Yeah.
And Michelle Obama has a penis. Just saying.
And it's bigger than mine.
Yeah. Fuck.
Wang.
Oh, Mr. Music Guru.
Ding dong.
Yeah, we both have a common interest in frequencies and the Rife frequencies, Schumann frequencies. And I've been doing work with binaural beats. And what that is like if you take the 428's tone and you record that on one channel and then you can drop it down a few hertz, like within 6 hertz or so, and on second channel. And when you put stereo headphones on, instead of hearing the 2 separate tones in each individual ear, it kind of makes a wow, 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 wow type sound.
Yeah.
And depending on the difference on the frequency, you can actually get yourself into the different stages of sleep. So one of the things that I've been doing is I've been making some binaural beats. I have them start off at around 15 hertz difference. And then as they gradually get closer down to 1 or 0.05 hertz difference, that takes you down into a deeper stage of sleep. So what I've been doing is I've been playing like background sounds of rivers and natural sounds and stuff, have the binaural beats going. Then I've done something really interesting. I'm taking affirmations, recorded them down. When I recorded it, it was at 44,100, which is the CD quality.
Yeah, standard, yeah.
Right. And so I can actually use, what's that called? That audio thing. It's a free audio program for PCs.
Audacity?
Can't think of Audacity. And I can change the sample rate down to like 16,500. What's interesting, I can play it back and I can see the VU meters going, but I can't hear anything. So that transforms it into a subliminal message. And I'm thinking, I can do this very easy where you can't notice it. Makes me wonder, number one, how often this has been used in the music that we listen to today and the TV shows that we watch. And I'm using it just to try to reprogram my subconscious to be my life in more of a direction that I would like it to go. I was wondering, have you ever looked into the binaural beats?
Oh, he knows all about it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm aware of it. I know exactly what binaural is. It's like one frequency in one ear and one frequency in the other ear. But you have to be careful because, like with everything, like with all truths, there's so much misinformation out there. Like there's a lot of people harping on the 528 being the DNA repairing frequency, blah, 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 blah. And when you go to YouTube and you search 528, you will find tons of videos with millions of views on 528 hertz. That alone makes me very fucking skeptical about 528, let alone it not having any relationships to 432 hertz. If you want to, for instance, you tune a keyboard to 432 hertz, the middle A 432, then the C above that is 512 hertz, which a lot of people profess to be the heart chakra frequency. But in order to get 528 hertz on a keyboard, you have to tune the middle A to 444 hertz. So I don't know. It's so difficult. I mean, I would love to see what 528 hertz looks like cymatically. I mean, that will be the key for me. When you see 440 hertz cymatically, it's cloudy, it's not so coherent, it's a bit messy. 432 is beautiful, very cymatic, very just sort of beautiful, coherent geometric patterns. I think cymatics is the key. So we've got to stop believing YouTube. This is the DNA healing frequency. It's this frequency. It's that frequency. People say 111. All these numbers are thrown at us. These are the frequencies that you've got to use. These are the real solfeggio frequencies. Blah blah blah. No, I would say let's look at them all cymatically, and because I think that's really an indication of what's going on a cellular, biological level. Because if we are to believe that we're all, 80% water or whatever it is, we want that structure to be, structured water. And I think, good frequencies can do that, and we can get an indication from cymatics. So show me 528 hertz on a cymatic plate, and then I'll kind of make my mind up with that. But I haven't seen it so far.
Well, I'm not going by what YouTube says, but I'm going by the right frequencies. I believe I sent you a copy of that if you didn't already have it.
I've got it, yeah. I have got it.
Yeah, I'm specifying specific frequencies, like number one, I'm diabetic, so I've got one that's specifically for diabetes and healing. And so what I do is I went ahead and had that frequency, and then I started off with, I don't remember what the number was offhand, but I've got a list that shows you how to get into the gamma, beta, theta, all the different stages of sleep to drop down into the deepest conscious. What I've done is I take and have it start off at a wider frequency difference. So that's your more conscious, and then get it closer and closer as I go into the subconscious. And then I've got the subconscious subliminal messages that I want to go for my affirmations that I'm trying to do while having the binaural beats designated towards my pancreas and doing healing on it. But yeah, you can't believe what you see on the internet. I do believe what I saw in that Rife frequency book, though.
Also, I want to bring to your attention anything you see on YouTube, it's like decompressed and recombined again and with different methods. So even if like the uploader of the video claimed to be like 432 frequency, YouTube might even change it and wouldn't be 432 anymore.
No, as far as I'm aware, they don't change the frequency. They compress, absolutely. They will compress because of, they need to compress because of, in terms of, the amount of space that something takes up. But they will not change the frequency. I mean, my stuff is uploaded all in 432 hertz. I've tested the tuning. It still remains in 432 hertz. So they don't change the frequency, but they will compress. So they will take a lot of information out of the original recording in the name of, sort of saving space. But as far as I'm aware, I'm pretty sure they don't change the frequency of the original recording yet.
Wait, what are you guys talking about?
Frequencies?
Music.
Frequencies?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you listen to let's say Spotify or YouTube, the same things, same song or same music, you will actually find difference. You can actually hear it. Someone is better than the other. Most of the time, Spotify is like richer sound. So from that only,
less like compression, right?
Sorry?
Less compression?
Yeah.
I mean, the only way you're going to hear something the way it was intended, is to listen to the uncompressed WAV files or a CD, for instance.
Yeah.
But you're never going to get that on Spotify or iTunes or YouTube. They have to compress it. They have to compress it to, about 10 times. So you're getting it's really ripping so much information, ripping the soul out of the, and they say that the human ear can't really detect that compression, but I beg to differ.
What exactly does the compression do? Does it just like knock off the high and low end, or is it the frequencies in between as well?
They say that it takes out the
quality
that the human ear cannot hear. But I don't believe that.
Yeah, like above 20,000, right? And below.
But even in a soundtrack, you're not getting anything above 20,000 or below 30 hertz because you wouldn't hear that anyway. So what is it taking out in compression? It's taking out a bunch of frequencies because it has to in order to make it such a smaller file. You're taking something that's, a gigabyte and compressing it down to something that's 100 megabytes. So you're taking 10 times of the information that's out of that song. So what are they taking out? So they're taking out a lot of soul. I don't know. It's a bit freaky, really, but they're certainly taking some of the spirit out of it.
It kind of makes sense if we can't hear it, if it's just purely for listening. If it's out of the human ear range, then I get it. But yeah, I mean, like we know that frequencies can affect not just our hearing, but like just the way. It can affect things in different ways. So yeah, I think you got a point there. Like if you're knocking out certain frequencies, like you might be knocking out some stuff that like might affect you in certain ways.
Yeah, totally. I mean, if I'm recording a guitar in the studio or recording a song, and there's some certain breathy stuff there that it's there, but the human ear doesn't really hear it. There's some soul there. There's some depth there. There's some ambience to it. And you take that out, you're taking out what's not, I intend it to sound a certain way. When it leaves my studio, I want people to hear it in that way. The only way you can hear it in that way is by downloading the full quality lossless WAV files or a CD. And then
and not to mention like how the sound is reproduced as well, like your headphones and what kind of equalizers you have that'll tweak the frequencies and
exactly. So, you start listening to shit on you start listening to an MP3 on a phone, you might as well fucking give up. Like that's not the way the producer intended it to be, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to say exactly that. I actually, like, anyone can experiment with. If you have, like, let's say, birds outside of the window early morning, like singing or whatever. So it's, especially when it's so nice, like recorded with your, like, even your basic mobile phone voice recorder, and then imported into Odyssey, the original file usually, like my phone record in .wave, so it's 32 megabytes, the 5 minutes only 32 megabytes of data. So when I it's still low, but I'm just giving you the example of .wave 32 megabytes compared to .mp3, which is 4 or 5 megabytes. Man, it
knocks off so much.
MP3, MP3 just kills it, man. It's nothing anymore. When you hear it in wave, you hear it so alive that you think the birds is actually I had tricked my friend one time and played the a bird singing from my phone, and it's not that loud of a speaker, and he started wondering where is the sound coming from. It was so alive, and this is like basic recording, not really professional or anything.
Yeah. You can't record a sound in its purity and then remove 10 times as much as the information and then tell me it's the same fucking sound. It does. The compression is killing it in some way. In some way that most people can't hear, but you're taking away the original quality of the sound. You're taking away a part of how it's intended. That it's really is the bastardization of music. Compression is the bastardization of music. This is what big companies like Apple are, iTunes. For convenience, you can get 4,000 albums on your phone, but they all sound like fucking shit.
Same thing with video. I do video production for a living. And when you spend a bunch of time tweaking, color grading, in a precise way, and then when you go to compress it and it looks totally different, or if you export it in a certain codec and then phones or something reproduce it in a totally different way, you're like, what the fuck what is this shit?
That's not how you intended it, right? That's not how I intended it to look, right?
Especially iPhone. iPhone, they use .h265, which is a new compression format for MP4s or MOVs, and it changes your colors. It just makes your colors look muddy and weird, and it'll make things more red or green depending on how you colored it. It's just annoying.
As soon as you hand your work to another platform, upload it somewhere, it bastardizes it. You can't get away from it unless you're offering that your original file from your studio, as you intended it, as you made it, the lossless, uncompressed. Then if they're getting it from another platform, that platform will bastardize it.
The only platform that I found is good for video is Vimeo. They do no compression. Yeah,
I didn't know that.
None.
Yeah, no compression.
Wow,
cool.
Have you tried Blender video editing?
Within Blender? Damn, that sounds like a nightmare.
It's not so convenient, but I think it gives you much more control than other programs.
Yeah, I've edited scenes with cameras and movements within Blender, but not whole importing video files and then just editing within Blender. I've never tried that.
Okay, thank you.
Huh? Oh, do you use Blender?
It's
I CAD and 3D animation.
Cool. I don't really use it too much. I need to learn it. I use primarily After Effects for compositing.
Yeah.
Going back to what that guy was saying earlier about the binaural beats and that, and he wonders what kind of the frequencies people would be, the mainstream media would be the mainstream music industry would be putting into music. And I don't put it past them at all. I'm sure there's some subliminal stuff and frequencies that they're putting in there. I mean, I've done the polar opposite of that. I put frequencies into an album called True Solfeggio, which is solfeggio healing frequencies. You can barely hear they're there, but every song has 3 frequencies, and they're healing frequencies if you want to get a bit new age about it. But the feedback that I've got is incredible what he's doing. It's all in 4/3/2, so it's kind of like the polar opposite of what they're doing musically. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's some binaural stuff going on, or some dark frequencies going on in the music industry that are obviously done with bad intent. I bet that shit's going on.
Yeah, but that was a big mixer.
Well, I was thinking more subliminal messages. So like I said, how I could record my audio voice at 44,100 and then I could go ahead and resample it back to 16,500. You play it back, you cannot hear a thing. When you look at the VU meters, they'll show it. And so that's what I was thinking, not so much of the separate frequencies, but actually sending audio messages that you can only perceive subconsciously.
Oh, I'm sure of it. Sorry, Alex. I was going to ask you earlier, Wave, for a sample, but I was unsure if I could hear it or not.
I just sent Music Guru a link. One of the things I did, it's at 465 hertz with the binaural beats, and 465 is supposed to be helpful for diabetes, so I put this up here for other diabetics. But if you've got access to Creation Bear's Den, look in there for Wave Freak, FREQ, and then right up at the top I've got a link to the one that I did for diabetes.
Nah, I'm just kidding.
CB, everybody, breaker, good buddy.
10-4, Roger.
Yes, it's fascinating stuff. The frequency stuff. I don't know. It's something I want to see cymatically. I mean, the Rife frequency list is all well and good, but I mean, he knew what he was doing, didn't he, Rife? I guess, but I don't know how much of that do you take as gospel. I don't know.
Those frequency affecting humans in a healing way or like destructive way has been before the rock of fuckers, with their pharmaceutical stuff, poisoning everyone. They basically, there were many studies and experimentation with frequencies curing cancer and a lot of interesting stuff. So it showed many promises. And also, I think on TEDx on YouTube, you can find someone expert on the subject using frequencies to actually target specific cells, harmful cells. Yeah, and break it.
Yeah, he's targeting cancer cells, isn't he? About 100,000 hertz or something. Really high.
Yeah, and the amazing thing in the video on YouTube, he will put the cell under a microscope and show you that everything surrounding it is not affected, but the cancer cell or whatever that cell is being destroyed and torn apart.
It's interesting. It's a double-edged sword, isn't it? Because what kind of frequencies can also destroy the biology, it could be, anti-bio in a way. So we've got to really kind of come to a conclusion of what frequencies are good and what are bad, looking microscopically, cymatically, because, at the moment it's just kind of guesswork, really, isn't it?
There's certain frequencies that also make certain organisms more aggressive, and specifically some people might have parasitic infections, and frequencies can make them more infectious. So there is a spectrum of what you're talking about healing frequencies, and also other frequencies that, like I'm saying, make the disease more aggressive.
Yeah, it's the yin and yang, and I believe 440 is that. The 440 hertz is our tuning standard now. I think it's more of an aggressive frequency. It causes more dis-ease. This is why we have more dis-ease in the world. And you've got teenagers that are listening to this 440 hertz music for 8 hours a day, and we wonder why they're fucking sick and grumpy and they, and pissed off all the time. So I think that's why the rock of fuckers, by the way, which I love, rock of fuckers. I think that's why. They financed this change to 440 because it wasn't for our health. Let's be honest.
100%. And I want to also bring to your attention that, we are surrounded by storms of radio waves and frequencies from all different aspects and multitude and what have you. So imagine. All the experiments done with microwave, even the devices we use to reheat the dinner or whatever. So every tower cell, around us where we live, is actually a huge microwave antenna. So those frequencies. I always imagine. I don't want to give any ideas to this rockfuckers stuff, people, but or monsters, but I always think about, imagine one day those like what we think as communication antennas are actually weapons. Like with a push of a button, it will start like frying everyone. At least like not 100%. I don't think they have the power to do it, but at least like the brain cell, or they cause some cancer, like skin cancer, or disturb the nervous system. You know.
I'm so with you on that. I am so with you on that. I mean, if you take the example of like putting some aluminium in a microwave, right? You turn the microwave on, you put some aluminium in the microwave, it's going to spark, it's going to catch fire and everything. Now, what do you think they're spraying from the planes, right? There's these heavy metals that they're aluminium, provably. People have done air samples, soil samples. There's definitely aluminium in the fucking air, in the soil, everywhere. Now you turn on those 5G towers. What do you think is going to happen? It's inside us at this point, right? What do you think is going to happen there? I mean, call me a crazy tinfoil hat wearing conspiracy theorist, but you know, there's a there, isn't there?
Oh, let me tell you. Actually, people laugh about the tin hat. People laugh about the tin hat.
I know.
Let me tell you. Actually, the tin hat does protect your brain from waves.
There's the irony.
Frequencies.
Right?
What is the tinfoil made out of?
A silver-lined hat. It's got silver threads on the inside. Oh, it looks like a baseball hat normally, but inside it's protected. I've actually taken a RF meter and pointed it towards the cell tower, and then put my hat right over the RF meter, and then you can see where it's blocking it. And I got a call. Gotta go.
Yeah, 100%. You know, like Chippy, you say like, okay, you don't believe it. It's so much of a conspiracy or whatever you want to call it. It's okay. It's fine. But man, the evidence is out there, and a lot of people have like actually used equipment to measure stuff and to experiment with and to show the results. So
can you point me to the resource? I'm just curious.
I mean,
what I know is like it's harmless.
5G is technically millimeter waves, right? It's you know, there are studies out there that show that 60 gigahertz, which is a 5G frequency, actually causes oxygen derivation, right? So it's actually, I mean, I made a fucking video about this, a music video about this, and put my sources up on the screen. It actually got pulled down from YouTube at one point, but there's millimeter frequencies are microwave frequencies. So 5G is using microwave millimeter frequency range, in that range from sort of, I think it's 30 gigahertz up to 90 gigahertz, and even 95 gigahertz used as a weapon in the military. They're pointing this frequency at people to disperse crowds. So it is a weapon if the amplitude is there, you know. So it's all a matter of power, what kind of power you put behind this frequency. So I don't think it is a conspiracy theory. I think the technology is there. I mean, it's millimeter.
Yeah, but it's I guess. But like you can argue that, like, you know, the sunlight frequency is smaller, right?
Okay,
it's like it's not as dangerous.
Chippy, there you go. Like I have seen this actually myself. This is not only a video. I have seen those things in my life. So once they start operating this 5G, like radio poisoning, you know, birds, insects, they just like paralyzed or dead, basically. And when you study or you look at the research, when they experiment with, for example, if you read the disclaimers and the license for your, let's say, Android phone or iOS phone, they actually, you have to agree that you are like relieving them from any damage done to you using this like radioactive machine like device. So and when they have done the study, sorry, I'm not finished.
Okay.
So when they have done the study on this, they actually measure how much millimeters or centimeters when you are putting the mobile phone on your ears, for example, or on your ear to do a like a call. How much of the radiation does like penetrate your skin and your bones and etc. It does like for like couple of centimeters. And now we are humans, and our skin and bones are much tougher than those like little birds. So now you can imagine what's happening to those birds, like especially flying in like clear line of sight with those like microwave towers, 5G towers. It's just like destroying everything. So, like, you are a globe earther. First of all, we don't even have to go that wild. We can start with flat Earth and globe
Can I just
Earth.
say something?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
That video, if you go to the end, it says that the post is fake.
I just gave you an example. There's many people have shot this. I have seen it myself. I have seen birds dead because of this after they
I've never
operated
seen
the
it.
5G.
And the video that you sent me says that it's a fake post. So, but
I'm just giving you an example.
Yeah. But you got to think like if it were to kill these birds like instantly, right? Because like, a bunch of like in the photo, it's like a bunch of dead birds, so they all like died at the same time. You would see that like everywhere else. You would see stories of birds just dying because of 5G exposure. And we've been exposed to 5G for how long? 10 years or something like that?
Not in what? 5G is not
new. We've
as a
had
mass.
3G and 4G for years, but 5G is relatively new.
Yeah.
Yeah, 5G about like 1 year, 2 years maximum. And
is it really? It seems like longer. When did 5G? I'm just gonna look it up. When did 5G?
It's not 5G that's it's all Gs. It's 1G, 2G, 3G, 4G. I mean, there's plenty of evidence for cancer clusters that these people that live around 4G towers they're experiencing. They're putting it in schools, and kids are getting cancer from these cell towers. So that's just 4G. Let alone
you know your wireless router.
It's also messing with the bees.
Like you're getting radiation from your wireless router too.
Which is why I have everything hardwired in my house. I don't have any radiation in my house. I have an EMF meter, and I've gone around my house, and I've measured the radiation from my phone, from my router, from my computer, from my television, from my microwave, which I don't have anymore, from a hairdryer.
How about the like power line coming into your house? That radiates as well.
Yeah, but not so much that it's there's levels. I mean, we're surrounded by radiation. You can't really escape it. There's levels to this, right?
Yeah. Yeah. It's we're constantly surrounded by radiation. That's
There's something about radiation that got my attention.
Which is not a bad thing.
Back.
It's not a bad thing. Radiation is not a bad thing.
No.
Well, I can give you an example. Like
nuclear radiation, yes, because
they call
that's different. But radiation in general is just it's not dangerous inherently.
Okay, show us how you know that. Please show us how you know that.
So they say a microwave is non-ionizing radiation, therefore it's safe. But you measure that.
Sorry, that nervous laughter wasn't an answer. Can you tell us how you know what you said about radiation? Please. Post it in the live stream.
All right.
Yeah, we really need that because, like, you sound like you know something. If you please, like, provide evidence. And when you ask me for evidence, if you paid attention to what I said, like, your microwave you use to reheat your dinner is a microwave producing machine. Similarly, those like telecommunication towers use the same frequencies to communicate, to send signals. And it's also dangerous. So the amount of exposure, you can use a lot of equipment to measure the amount of exposure you are getting from those like towers. And people have like sued telecommunication companies for cancer because they have like put a new tower above their building or next to their building. So there's a lot of like lawsuits against telecommunication companies. So just like laughing at it, and you are actually even in a worst position being a globe earther. So like you just like think you are living on a globe spinning like a monkey and stuff. It's like laughing at us with this. Like it's so disrespectful.
I wasn't laughing at you. Maybe that's where you're wrong. I wasn't trying to disparage you.
Yeah, can I just get in very quickly? I noticed that we've got Alex in the chat, Music Guru. So I just wanted to give him a shout out for all the amazing work he's done over the years. Carry on arguing with the Glober.
Thank you, bro.
Hello, Crypto. How are you?
I've heard of something a couple of years ago. No, I haven't really looked much into it, but now that we're talking about it, there's these women, these like older women, like in their 50s and 60s, that are living within the supposed radiation zone of Chernobyl, of where Chernobyl, the Chernobyl accident happened. And they've been there for, I can't remember how long, but they've been there for like several years. They like grow their own food, and like from what was understood, you know, they're fairly healthy. And that, you know, I thought that was pretty crazy because like in the plant life around there is thriving. The animals are doing good and stuff. Like, I don't know. I mean, like I said, I haven't looked much into it, but like that kind of started, you know, making me start question, you know, how much we actually understand about what radiation does. You know, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if anybody else has heard about that or looked into it or not, but I should.
Sorry for being a dick. I actually wanted to talk to Alex quickly if possible, and then I'll get out. The only reason I'm doing it now is because I'm currently driving and I don't want to lose reception. Alex, if you're listening, I'm going to shoot you a DM a little bit later if you wouldn't mind responding to it. My name's Ronnie Schlomoman. But would you mind just like, I'm going to send you a DM probably in about half an hour when I stop driving. Just wanted to mention that.
Yeah, sure, man. I'll take a look at it.
Thanks very much. Sorry, carry on, guys.
I mean,
that's basically all I had to say anyway.
Yeah, the video that I just posted it's my music video. It's very, very light-hearted. It's kind of comedic in a way, but at the end of that music video, just the last minute or so, I kind of show the experts talking about these frequencies, these 4G, 5G frequencies, and what it does to the body, and you know that it should be really classed as a carcinogen. These are the experts speaking on the news. This was on a Australian news article. So I put that in the music video just to show people that, you know, this is what the experts are saying about these frequencies, that they should really be classed as a carcinogen.
All right, I'm currently watching it. So
yeah, I mean, the whole
this is your video.
Yeah, this is my music video, but at the end is the most poignant, most kind of, you know, there's a lot of stuff in there, man. There's a lot of stuff in.
This is really well done.
Thanks, man. Yeah, when you get to the end of that video, the last minute, I would say you've got the expert speaking on a panel talking about these frequencies and what it does: damage to eyes, damage to throat, damage to the population, damage to bees, and damage to, you know, it just reels off a bunch of stuff. You know, these are the experts that are saying this on the news. This was put on Australian news, and I incorporated that into the song just to, you know, make people raise an eyebrow at the very least, or sow the seed.
Interesting.
I believe there's about 200 doctors and scientists that petitioned the United Nations about this. And I put that in the song as well. There's a lot there.
Very well done, man. I'm watching currently. It's like amazingly done.
It's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work. Trust me. It's a lot of work.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on, but I can't hear the video.
Just click the link in the voice.
Go to the link. Oh, okay.
You want to skip the first minute. It's just like an advertisement. So skip the first minute and then you'll get into the music video.
Oh my God. What? Hold up.
I'd be curious to know what kind of like amplifiers you use there, Alex. Things like that. But we don't have to clog up the live stream with it. But if you want to answer just briefly, like what your main, do you have a main amplifier? You prefer tube amplifiers or solid state?
Dude, I don't use any amplifiers. Everything I record just goes to my guitar. I put it into my sound interface. The computer does the rest. I've got virtual amplifiers in my Logic.
That's what I've heard Crypto saying also. Just do it all digitally.
Yeah.
Through the computer.
Yeah, it saves so much space. I mean, gone are the days of where you have like these rack mountable effects and everything. You don't need that anymore. You just need plugins. You know, that's all I use. I have a PC, I have a couple of speakers and a subwoofer, and I have some guitars and a MIDI keyboard. And it's very, very small, my studio. Very small. And I have an imagination as well and some creativity. That's the main thing. I've just got plug-in after plug-in after plug-in, you know, guitar, you know, processors and, you know, guitar rig I use. And that's got so many different, you know, amps within it. You could get lost in that for days just finding different sounds. So I don't need amps. I don't need effects. I don't need any of that. I need a computer.
Bit of a beard in you too there.
No, I grew that especially.
Yeah, I probably just need to complete my transition from analog to digital, which I'm kind of behind the times. I'm thinking I can kind of mix the two. And there is something about actual room recording that I find different, but, there's also background noise and things like that. So...
Well, you can recreate that. If you want to recreate room ambience, you just need a plug. There's plugins that come with Logic, which is what I use it's like $300 for the software. It's the most incredible software I've ever used. You can recreate anything. You can make anything with that. So if you want to create that room ambience, there's so many different ambience settings. You've got reverb plugins, ambience plugins, and also you can make it sound like you're in a cavern, in a cave, in a hall, in a small room, bathroom. There's just no limit to what you can process. It's just the only limitation is really your imagination.
Yeah, I'm going to look into more. I do have.
Wait a minute.
Sorry, Alex.
Go ahead.
The only limitation is your imagination.
Go ahead, Crypto.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that quickly. It's funny, Alex, because nowadays you don't even need a guitar. Like fake, MIDI guitars are so good now that they basically sound the same as the real thing.
Yeah, so I mean, some of the best producers in the world don't even know how to play a fucking instrument. You don't need to play an instrument because you can download sample packs that have all the guitarists doing everything you want, and most of the big producers probably don't play any instruments. So you don't really need to be a talented musician to be a producer. You just need to have an ear, really. And like you say, there's so many different software that can emulate these guitarists or basically. So it's going in a direction that scares me a little bit, and particularly with AI. You could tell AI exactly what you want for a track, and it will spit out a track that comes out of your brain. So it's kind of making us a bit lazy in a way, which is a bit frightening.
Yeah, what it sounds like to me. You know what I think of when you say, no, you don't need to play a guitar. I'm like, what? No fucking guitar? But
you really don't. If you know the software, if you can get guitar emulators or drum. I don't play drums. I play a bit, but I know that the drum software can play much better drums than I can. So I use drum software. I can do great fills and anything I want from drums. I can program the software to do that. So you don't need to be a drummer to have great drums on a track. Same with guitar. Same with harmonica. Yeah. And even if you wanted something really awesome, like a saxophone lead, you can go on Fiverr and get someone to do that for $30.
I'm sorry, Sonny, you are redundant.
So I see a time you say it's scary. Yeah, it's scary because I see a time when live music, I don't know, there'll be a time when there'll be less and less live music. Maybe not. I think people will always want to play live music, so I could be wrong.
Online, you won't see much. You won't see much.
Yeah. No, you're wrong. You're wrong.
Yeah, I think live music will always be something that people want to see. I mean, think about it now, right? We've had recorded music since the 60s. Earlier than that, people still go out for live shows 80 years later. So you're never, ever going to... Live music's never going to die, I don't think.
It may change the way live music is actually played. So the live music, like we just talked about, and you guys were speaking of, the digital music. And the first bit of that I heard in my entire life, well, not the first bit, but I saw Pink Floyd do Dark Side of the Moon in 1973 in St. Louis in a big, huge wooden arena. This thing was crazy. It was wild listening to what they had accomplished. And I believe all that stuff was analog back then. So amazing stuff to watch them at work playing that album. I think it was the second show of that tour. I got to see that as a 15-year-old.
Hello.
Guys, I want to ask you, hello, Big Mac.
Anybody out there?
So if anyone uses Audacity, when I record, for example, bird singing, they sing, it depends on the bird type, but they sing, let's say, around 4,000 hertz. So using Audacity, when I select the spectral selection tool or any program, so you select that, let's say, the 4,000 frequency, with a select box, is there any option? I have looked around, like in the manual online. I couldn't even like video tutorials. I didn't see anyone mentioning that you can only play what you are selecting with your spectral box tool. Is it possible in Audacity, or do you know any like open source program that can like play you only the frequency you have selected?
Oh, I'm not sure what you're asking, bro.
Yeah, you would just have to record that frequency and then play it back. You're not really going to be able to change that. Well, I suppose you could go. There's ways of adjusting all of that. Even the even graphic equalizer.
What? Yeah, if you're recording nature, the last thing you want to do is bastardize it. The last thing you want to do is change that frequency. Why would you want to change it in any way?
No, I'm not changing anything. I'm just like filtering it, like noise. Like there's a tool in Audacity called noise reduction in the effect tab, so I can select anything and train the program to like analyze that frequency, and then I can boost it up or like remove it. Just like to filter. Let's say if you are recording birds and there's like a truck suddenly use the horn or something. So using the Yeah.
So I mean, first of all, I wouldn't be using Audacity. I don't think that's these free programs are not great. I would be using something like Logic or Pro Tools or whatever, and a really good microphone. And the problem is when you ask the software to remove something you don't like, it might also be removing, like, when a bird tweets, there's also an element of breath to that. So the software might be interpreting the breath of the songbird and removing that and seeing that as something that it's an annoyance to you, but it's not really. So I would say get a purer sound right from the outset using a good microphone, good software, rather than getting the software to try and make it remove sounds that you don't want. Just record the purest sound that you can and don't remove anything.
I fully agree with you, man. I fully agree with you 100%. But sometimes, like if you are in the city, like sometimes, like not really inside the city, but like on the edge of the city, still not far from, like basically not off grid. So you need to walk hundreds of, like 10 kilometers very far away from the city to reach the pure nature, right? And that depends on where you are.
Yeah, so in that case, if you want to record nature, don't go into the city, because you're always going to have that interference. Go out in nature, go in the middle of fucking nowhere and record that pure nature with a good microphone, and then you don't have to remove anything. You're just getting that pure sound. You don't want to distort it. You don't want to compress it. You don't want to use software to remove some some sounds, because you just get that pure recording right from the start, and then you should be good. You shouldn't have to play. If that's what you're reaching for, you shouldn't have to touch it at all.
I agree with you.
Komori, how long have you been recording birds?
Not it's not even a hobby. Like sometimes I listen to birds, like especially when I were in Egypt, 3 a.m. when basically I wake up early. So 3 a.m. There's I don't know the English name of that bird, but like amazingly nice. I will actually post for you a sample of what I recorded. And it's very, very cool, man.
I would love to know, because I hear, and I haven't tested it for myself, but a lot of people say that, bird song is in 432 hertz. Apparently, allegedly. Now, I would love to hear a recording of birdsong, really put it into my digital audio workstation, really analyze the frequency and see if that's true or not, because that would be quite amazing to know that birdsong.
Isn't it the mourning dove you're talking about? Sorry.
No, it's the robin sings at night and the nightingale. I think that's basically it. But they're noisy bastards.
Here, I'm going to post a link inside the voice.
Morning dove, right? Okay, sorry, my bad.
Around 1:15. You can hear it.
I heard it there now. Why is it so nice?
Right?
I love it, man. I guess.
Okay, guys, I'm uploading. I am uploading it to you now, and this is the purest form I had, like straight from the microphone. So not edited, not anything. So like free to use for you if you like it.
So I can use it in a song. I'll be alright.
Up to you, man. Like yeah, it's in live text, live stream. Sorry, voice text.
Yeah, I mean, you just put that in some headphones in the evening when you're trying to sleep. I mean, that's just calming. That's just beautiful, right?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, that sounds nice. Although, do you use noise reduction, right?
Yeah, you reminded me. Actually, yeah, you're correct. Actually, I just filtered a couple of things from it, but like still not really doctored.
Like low pass.
Yeah, very little. Not a lot of it. Still like .wave, about like 6 minutes, 32 megabytes. Like a huge amount of data still there.
I feel like I'm part of the Birdwatching Society on Discord.
Sorry, I meant a high pass, not a low pass. Because you're going to get a lot of rumble, right? If you're just... Because the ambient sound.
If the Earth is flat like a bird's not flying to the moon.
Yeah.
Man.
It does sound nice, though. I like it. I'm stealing
it. Like, yeah, please, like, enjoy it. So basically... I used to listen to this. I used to live like in on top of a villa. I like rented a room, and it's like a very rural area on the edge of the city. And like 3 a.m., 4 a.m. When I wake up, like actually those birds wake me up. Basically, if I didn't wake up on myself, so amazing to hear, and like listening to it live. You just hear the echo, the breath, as like Music Guru said. You hear every little detail in it. Like, it's amazing. Especially the echo.
Have, echo. That's what I was going to say. Because it's bouncing off of like objects nearby. So you're getting that effect as well.
Yep. And you also listen to the other birds, like communicating with the bird next to me, which I'm recording. Like if you focus in the recording, you listen to them like communicating with each other.
Yeah, you recorded this with your phone?
Yep, just like my pure phone. Like it's a Samsung S something.
Yeah,
13.
That's
well,
nice.
Considering it's for a phone, it's bloody good. I mean, imagine what you could achieve with some really high quality microphones.
If you had like a Zoom H4n, those are pretty cheap. You could just drop that in. Records wave.
If you have these bird sounds like if you record it with an incredible microphone and lay that as a bed and then put a soundtrack over that in 432 hertz, man, that's going to be some powerful stuff.
100%, man. Like I give you this, like I really like. Please accept it as a gift, and if you want the like amazing experience, like early morning when you wake up and you are about like to take coffee, if you drink coffee, like play this, not really loud, just like if you play it from your phone and your phone doesn't have like a insanely loud speakers, like play it from your phone and put it away from you and let the sound like bounce off of the wall or something, and just like, man, you feel something amazing.
Yeah, I don't doubt it, man. I don't doubt it. There's something very powerful about the sound of nature. There's something very healing about it. I would love to put the sound of nature into an album of some kind, but really capturing the best quality you can, without any compression or whatsoever, without any, high passes or low passes. But if you can capture that great sound and put it and leave it as a bed for a track of some kind, it's then you're doing, some real healing with sound there, not like the shit that we have thrust upon us today.
Yep.
Correct.
Oh, speaking of microphones and audio, I found, so the Sennheiser MKH 416.
Oh yeah, I bought that yesterday.
So there's like a vintage one. It's like a longer one. I think it was the first one that introduced phantom power. I think was it MKH 818? One of those.
I'm not really familiar with it. Sorry.
I think it was the 815, 816. Fuck, I wish I knew it. I think it's the 815. So it's a really, really good microphone, and it's vintage. I found one at Goodwill.
For $5.
Yeah, the guy thought it was just like a metal pipe. I was like, oh, this is perfect. So I bought it for like $5, and it works beautifully. He didn't know it was a microphone because it was so long. I was like, this is perfect.
He's like, look at that sucker. He just bought a piece of metal for $5.
He bought a metal pipe. Meanwhile, like,
what a sucker.
It sells for $1,200 on eBay. Beautiful. I use it too on productions, and it sounds so like warm, crisp. I'm wondering why someone's like gave it a Goodwill, because it works perfectly fine.
Well, they just threw it out of their attic, not knowing what it was. That's another piece of metal.
Yeah, it could have been something like that. Some mistake.
Get rid of that.
Some sound engineer's like, where's my Sennheiser vintage mic? Oh, I threw charity to Goodwill. Oh my god.
He's like, well, at least it went to a good cause.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it when I found it.
Cheapy $5. Is that why they call you Cheapy?
No, it was a self-assigned name. But yeah, I am pretty cheap. I try to save money as much as I can.
It seems that way.
Bro, it's so funny. It's like, that was a beautiful find. That's why I go to I thrift shop, because it's just finding interesting things. Yeah.
Is that why you believe the globes? Because you don't have to think for yourself. I'm just joking.
That was a huge leap.
Holy shit, sorry.
Yeah, like the less.
And we're back.
Hold on, the less. Wait a minute.
I'm just trying to vibe, bro.
Hold on. The less thinking you do, the less calories you use. That's cheaper.
I'm trying to ease
or maybe I just reserve all my thinking for my job, and then.
Yo, Cheapy, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Are you actually involved in the music industry, or is it just like a hobby for you?
No, so I work for I direct for a small agency. So I kind of have to wear a lot of hats. So I have to do basically I know every step of production, from pre-production to post, and sound design, and just I know enough to get by. So
okay,
for producing a piece.
Are you bold?
Yeah, so I've got a follow-up question. Do you know any good Globe Earth rap?
Globe Earth rap?
Yeah.
That's just pop culture. I don't know. That's not anything to do with music or sound.
I mean,
sound music production.
Talks about the globe, right? Do you know any good Globe Earth rap?
No, that's not a genre that I listen to.
Yeah, that's because it doesn't exist. There's tons of good flat Earth rap, though. Just saying.
I don't think whether there's flat Earth rap or globe Earth rap or not has any implication on whether the Earth is actually a globe or not.
I never said it did. I'm just saying that
Okay.
the globe earthers are just sorely lacking in music. So you might want to give them a hand. Is all I'm saying.
I don't think people who believe the Earth is a globe, infuse that belief into their music. I think they just make music.
No, actually, there's like many songs which literally mention.
Yeah, it's kind of a point there.
That's true to an extent, but it's like, I mean, I make plenty of music, and most of it isn't flat Earth based, right? But I don't know any people who are making any music at all that's globe Earth based. Whereas there's tons of flat Earth music out there.
Maybe like, YouTube channels that are made for kids.
Well,
like teaching,
you should think about why that's the case then, shouldn't you? Why is globe Earth music aimed at 6-year-olds?
That's suspicious, don't you think?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm also not like. I'm not presupposing anything.
Apart from the globe.
Good one.
Here we go again.
I have been looking. I don't want to derail you, but like, I believe the bird singing is this one, and I would like to translate the name for you and post it as well.
Oh, is that a magpie? Yeah, magpie.
I don't know its English name, but I will translate it and like confirm for you or not.
Yeah, I think that's a magpie.
It is, yeah. It's part of the crow family.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, Bob.
I don't know why I know
exactly, that. Like magpie. I never know that like this bird has a amazing sound like this.
Looks cool too.
It's incredibly silent.
Yep. If you look at it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No. Is that what you were getting at? The magpie sounds like this?
Repeat, please. I didn't hear your question.
No, that's okay. I give up. Sorry. My bad.
No worries. So it's like the black magpie, and it's not like a small bird, and it's not like large. Between its size between the small birds and pigeons, and I only heard it singing in very early morning.
Sorry. Does I have lurks? Thinking about mornings, I got a question for PMAC. PMAC.
No.
PMAC, it's noon and you're already drunk, bro. Why? It's only noon. It's still early, PMAC.
It's
Come on, bro.
noon for him.
It's but it's still noon for me.
What is going on?
It's 8 o'clock over here. What are you talking about?
Yeah, cam your tits, bro. It's 7:30, bro.
Hey,
T-Mac has an alibi. It wasn't him.
It's still noon for me, so it's too early. PMAC, okay? For next time. Take care.
Jimsy, I like you, but don't fucking attack me like that, bro. Alright.
Messing with you, bro.
He'll drink you under the table, make a man out of you.
I'll punch him under the table. No, sorry.
Sounded pretty gay.
He'll take you.
He'll
have a drinking contest. Like each person, like one drink, and then the first person to pass out loses.
Right, so we went from magpies that were half the size of crows, a little bit more than ravens, to put PMAC, you're drunk, bro. It's half.
Conversation got hijacked.
Yeah, no, that's not right, bro.
We're trying to have wholesome conversation here.
Hey,
I think it wasn't PMAC you're drunk, it was PMAC hot mic.
Yeah, someone's got to do it, guys. Come on.
Yeah, So we're talking about PMAC, and then we're talking about drink, and drink makes me think about fluid, and then fluid makes me think about water, and then water is always level. Isn't that right, Cheapy?
Wait, sorry. What'd you say?
Water's always level, isn't it, Cheapy?
It's a trick question.
I'm just wondering, is it always level?
Yeah.
Okay, so how does that work on a globe?
Well, it's not always level, technically.
What do you mean not always?
Okay.
If you look at like at a small enough scale, like if you get surface tension, water curves.
Okay, so if we're ignoring meniscus, right? We know what meniscus is. So talking about large bodies.
Wait, meniscus? What the?
Yeah.
Hold on, I've never heard that term referred to for water.
Yeah, it's where there are certain fluids that will climb up.
Okay, meniscus is a curve in the surface of a molecular substance when it touches another material. Oh, wow, I've never heard that word. Thanks for teaching me something new.
There's always there's also a meniscus in your knee, which is completely different.
That's traditionally what I mean, that's what I knew meniscus as.
Fair enough. Well, there might be a link between the two. I don't know if there's a link between the two, but there might be. But the point is that some fluids will climb up the side of a wall, right? Up the side of the container, and others will they'll kind of hump in the middle, and they'll actually climb down the sides, right? But we know that that's not what we're talking about, so we ignore that because everyone knows that meniscus happens, and that's not what's claimed to be happening on large bodies of water anyway. So if large bodies of water are level, how does that happen on a globe?
Isn't like water just conforming to the shape of the Earth?
To what shape, though?
Shape of the container. Or not container, but...
Well, that's the point,
I guess technically, it's a container. The ocean. Like the landmass is the container, the water is within that container.
But the landmass isn't capable of forcing the water into a curve on the surface, because that's not the nature of water.
Well, I guess physics explains it as gravity keeping water.
Surface tension.
Well, no, he's not making that argument.
No, that's on a small scale, right?
Yeah, he says gravity.
Gravity on a bigger scale.
What the fuck is that?
Gravity is doing. So how do we test for that? How do we?
Mass
So it's been asserted, but then how do we attest that that's actually happening?
How do we test it?
Yeah, how do we? Because you're saying that the surface of water is curving, right? So how do we test for that?
I guess I don't know, just through observation.
So, but when I observe water, it looks flat to me.
Yeah.
Do you see curvature of water?
No, we're talking about gravity, right?
Well, no, you just said observation. So we're observing something. When do we observe curving water?
I'm sorry, Chippy.
I mean, I guess
to the land
on a big enough scale, you can't really observe it, right?
But then if you can't observe it, how do you know it's happening at all?
I mean, we can observe gravity, the effects of gravity.
No, you observe things falling down when you drop them. You don't observe. But how do you, so then how do you... so I just picked up a bottle, right, and I dropped it. So it went downwards. How does that equal curving water?
Well, we're explaining the force that keeps the water on the surface of the Earth. I'm trying to lead you down a certain path. If the Earth curved and gravity keeps the water on Earth, then the water would curve along with the Earth.
Right.
But it's on a big enough scale that we can't observe it with our naked eye.
Perfect. Okay, so that's what's called a begging the question fallacy, right? So what that means is that you've already had to assert that the Earth is curving to then use that effect to then come to the conclusion that the Earth is curving. So you've put the truth of the conclusion in the premise. Do you understand?
Yeah, I get it. I'm assuming that what science tells me is correct.
Well, no, it's not even about what science tells you. You have put into the premise, if the Earth is curving, then when I drop something, that effect can then be used to explain that water is curving without observing curving water.
No. So what we're saying is that water falls down because of gravity. Gravity keeps the water on the surface of the Earth, right?
Right.
Sorry, I had to clear my throat. And if gravity keeps water onto the surface of the Earth, and the surface of the Earth curves, then I guess you can. I don't know.
Even you don't believe that. Come on, now.
So that's begging the question, right? So if the Earth is flat,
why wouldn't I believe it?
Okay, so can I just explain that again? So you've got a specific effect where water is coming straight down. Yeah, that's not necessarily true, but it's close enough. The water goes straight down. Yeah.
Yeah.
What would happen if that effect was on a flat Earth? Would the water curve?
No.
So then, in order to get curving water, which is your evidence for a globe, you've had to assume a globe in the first place. So that's begging the question.
No, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's exactly what you've done, bro.
Yeah, that's making shit up, bro.
But all right. So how can you tell that water doesn't curve?
Because
I don't observe it to curve.
Because you can't observe it, right, with the naked eye.
Yeah, I don't observe it.
Yeah, but what if the Earth is too big to see it with your naked eye?
Well, that's whataboutism. That's not evidence. I mean, what if the Earth is a giant tortoise?
That's not what they're telling us, though. What the experts are saying is that they gave us the size. That means 16 feet of drop and 5 miles. This is easy to see with the naked eye.
Yeah, it would be, but let's stick to the philosophy just for a moment. Yeah. I mean, if you want to talk about whataboutism, you could say, well, what if the Earth is a tortoise, but it's just a really big tortoise, right? Well, yeah. I mean, using that argument, you couldn't prove that it wasn't a very, very large tortoise, could you?
Unless we had pictures of it.
Right, but then now you're appealing to evidence to go against my unfalsifiable.
Appealing to evidence?
Yeah, that's what you should be doing, is appealing to evidence, right? You're saying, well, if we had evidence, then we would know it's a tortoise. Okay, but that's the point, isn't it? Is that when you make an unfalsifiable claim, that's the problem. So I've made an unfalsifiable claim of the Earth being a tortoise. You've made an unfalsifiable claim of the water is curving at a scale that we don't observe.
How is the tortoise claim unfalsifiable?
Well, because I've said, oh, what if it's just really big?
What?
How are you not getting this?
It could be a tortoise.
But we can take photos of the Earth. That's the difference.
Go on, then. Go ahead.
Aha.
That's what NASA's for. But you don't But you don't think NASA is real?
No, we don't have any photos. It's not that they're not real. There's no photos. There's only supposed one, which is debatable.
Well, yeah. I mean, I guess technically speaking, right? There's no one single photo other than the blue marble. Everything else they're composites, right?
Well, the blue marble also isn't a photo, but it's the only claimed photo.
You're video experts. You're already halfway there, bro. You know they're faking it.
No.
Okay.
I like how Ronnie hijacked the conversation.
That was pretty good. Did you see that?
Did I?
Yeah, we were talking about songbirds and magpies.
Yes, right. Crows and things. And then James called me up. It was 5:30 in the morning. It's 8:30
Does anyone want to tell me what the name of the server is?
What?
Well, he has a point there.
Yeah,
okay, does it always have to devolve into a debate?
I know, right?
We just chill.
Can we just talk about shit?
We can chill, but do you remember what the conversation was immediately previous to that?
Songbirds.
Well, Gemsy and P-Mac were about to get in a bit of a scuffle, and I wanted to divert.
5G, 5G frequency.
Thank you, Ronnie. Appreciate
that. Anyway, whatever. I'm about to go, so you guys can pick up whatever.
Oh no, man! Really?
I have to go anyway. I'm about to start work.
You bastard! You work in the night shift?
Dude,
he works at NASA. It's all part of his experiment. He's trying to see how many people he can convert.
It's true. I'm a NASA bulltard.
No argument here.
Yeah, B-Mac, surely you know. I must have said this 100 times. I'm a professional DJ, right?
Sorry, I got it wrong. I thought professional bullshitter. Oh, sorry, DJ. I'm just kidding, bro.
When do you think DJs work, bro?
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, they work in the evening, so I'm setting up for my evening shift.
You're going to have a good time.
I hope so.
Ronnie, is it work? Is it even work?
Not really.
Yeah, you're getting paid for doing something that you love.
Yeah, it's not really work.
You lucky bastard.
But it's fun, isn't it? So, anyway, I better go because I got to my venue. Laters, guys.
Good times, Ronnie.
Take care, man.
That takes me back, fucking driving to a gig, and like I used to DJ as well, but I used to like play guitar and shit, or sing, or be a karaoke compere. Like it takes me back Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday lunchtime. Every weekend I was out there doing it, and I'm like in my 50s now, and I can't think of anything fucking worse than doing that.
Bro. Can I just get the one-hit song, right? That just rides and rides and rides, and the royalties, I can buy a mansion.
Man, when my music goes mainstream, because I believe I'm so far ahead of my time, right, with the flat earth music, when that shit goes mainstream and everyone's waking up to this, then I'm going to be a millionaire, bro.
Shit, we're going to come over and visit you. I'd be like, party over at Guru's place.
Oh, dude, I can't make any money off of this. It really is just a fucking hobby, and I love it. Don't get me wrong, but I can't make no money. This is like independent musicians. They can't make much money, let alone independent musicians that are singing about conspiracies, like especially stuff like a niche subject like flat earth that's getting censored as fuck on YouTube. Like I can't get any exposure, so it's a shame, but I'm hoping one day more and more people are going to wake up to it and realise the actual fucking genius of what I've done.
Yeah, we already.
I actually spent £2.50 on that bugger there one night. But it was worth every penny.
Well, let's just say the music that I've made like in 2017, 2018, when I was waking up to this stuff and I put on a hat and some shades and started singing in a funny voice and doing all that flat earth man stuff. Basically, that whole CD is my awakening from track 1 to track 10. You know, I'm hoping that one day, you know, when people start realizing, you know, what's going on with the deceptions and the globe and NASA, that whole album is a NASA bashing album, and I hope one day it actually gets the recognition that I do believe it deserves. But, you know, I would say that, wouldn't I? I'm going to be a little bit biased when it comes to that. But I believe there's some, you know, great stuff. I think it's ahead of its time. I just want it to be recognized, but I wonder if that's ever going to happen.
Well, you have probably at least a couple of thousand fans, man. I mean, at least.
Yeah, but I have 70,000 subscribers on my YouTube channel, and a lot of people think
that's a couple of them.
Yeah, they think that's a lot of people think that's a lot of subscribers, but really, they're just people that clicked a button and went, yeah, I like this guy's stuff. And they don't really, when I put out a video, only a few thousand people see it. It gets, I don't know. It's just, I want my stuff to have millions and millions and millions of views because I know I've seen the music really shatter paradigms and make people question, the stuff they're being told, especially when I couple it with the visuals that I'm putting in the music. The videos are more important than the music, in my opinion, because I'm really sort of showing, the fakery of NASA. So I don't know. One day I think it's going to be, I don't know. I think it's before its time. I don't know. I just hope that one day that I don't know. Who knows? When I'm 70 or 80, people will be going like, right, can you do a concert now? I'll be like, oh, fuck off. I'm too old for that shit.
Yeah, it's more the message. Like, your grandkids might benefit when it goes mainstream.
Yeah, I think that if it goes major, I don't know. I mean, it was a lot of fun making that stuff, and that stuff will always be there. That's what I love about it. It took so much work to do that album and the visuals and the videos and everything, but it's done now. That work is done, and I can look back fondly on it. It'll always be there for the next generation and the next generation, and that's what I love about it. I'm going to leave behind that work. That's what I love. I've left a mark. Let's put it that way.
I was talking about that the other day too with a friend of mine, where I showed like some of the body images you did, like the harness, like Scott Kelly. I showed the one where you're on the ISS and you're swimming with your dog and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, if I can do that in my tiny little studio, which my studio is 3 meters by 7 meters, it's not Abbey Road Studios by any stretch of the imagination. It's a tiny little space. It's like the size of a garage, a one-car garage, and I've got a green screen at one end and a computer at the other end, and I can simulate myself floating on the ISS. I have no budget. I don't have 70 million a day.
Wait, you weren't actually up in the ISS?
I hate to burst your bubble, bro. I'm sorry, but I've just really I'm sorry. You're going to be okay, bro. You're going to be okay.
I could have sworn you were up there.
No, I know. It's okay. Do you want a hug?
Before I go, guys. Before I go, I want to say it was nice speaking with you. Take care, guys.
You too, bro. Take care.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Shukra. Yeah, I need a hug as well too much, man. Somebody hug me. What do you call that Scottish guy? Open up your eyes and you will see it's only destiny where we're going this shit down, man. What do you call that? Bastard. Never mind, hang on.
I sent you a hug.
Whoa, thanks, bro. You know, I'm not a version to a hug. Even my mates give me hugs from now on. Oh, Jerry Sullivan.
So I got good news from my doctor yesterday. After my gallbladder being removed in April, my right now my liver enzymes are normal. Pretty wild.
Good job.
Because I'll be 65 next month. And my liver is normal. And my liver is normal.
You're like a dinosaur, bro.
I better just keep taking it easy, you know.
Nah, you're in your 40s. I don't believe it.
Oh, okay. If you say so. The globe ain't what it should. I'm gonna keep flat. Oh, that messed it up.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, nice start.
The globe ain't what it should. I'm gonna keep flat smacking. There. It don't curve like it should. I'm gonna keep flat smacking. Down. Water isn't curved. Gonna keep flat smacking. Gravity isn't proved.
Give me.
We're gonna have 2 songs.
Anything. I fuck up everything, but just give me. Bye. Well, there's time, love.
Mike.
Sorry.
Gravity isn't proof. Gonna keep flat smacking. Bump.
It don't matter.
The waves keep on crashing on me for some reason. Bump. That's because the waves move horizontally.
So catchy. I'm gonna wake up tomorrow singing that fucking tune there.
Keep flat smacking.
So catchy.
I just read Paraplegic Coffee's comment. When I first found out the dude with the hillbilly voice was actually from across the pond with a blimey blokey accent, I was like, what the fuck? Amazing, hilarious. Brilliant.
Yep, that was kind of my first reaction too. Where?
Fucking, that was Knight Rider. Dude, I just love that.
You got him, Mom.
Dude, that Knight Rider gift just brings back so many memories, man. What a great program that was. I used to love it.
I grew up in LA in my teens and in my mid 20s. And all those shows were being filmed in my backyard basically. I'd go out and I'd go like through Venice to get to Santa Monica or something like that, and through the canals, and they'd always be filming these shows. Starsky and Hutch, freaking the A-Team. Like all these shows were always filming. I could have been a movie star.
If we just found with the movie.
That gift that you just posted in that David Hasselhoff stare.
Oh,
that's some freaky gay shit right there.
Change it.
Get rid of that. Delete that shit. That's awful.
Some I have to scroll away from. Scroll away. Don't look any longer. You'll
ban the bastard. Ban him. Whoever posted that, fucking ban him. Alex.
Yeah, man.
Nice to meet you, man.
And you, bro.
Thank you very much. Sonny, good to see you again, bro. I'm going to disappear very shortly.
Have a good day, P-Mac.
I love you guys.
Up the
Irish. Thank you, Alex. You're good people, man. Good people. You have to stop playing. I can't leave if you don't stop playing, man.
Oh, that's bluesy.
Yeah, Chippy.
Yeah.
Woke up this morning. Guess what they said? No birthday glow, birth is dead. No. Oh yeah, she's nice to meet you, bro. Good luck. Come back anytime.
See you later, P-Mac. Next time, bro.
That's funny. Bravo. That's wonderful. We might not agree on the shape of the earth, but we can both agree that sounds nice.
What shape is flat?
The shape of blues, baby.
Do you see flat as an adjective or a noun?
I see flat as something to be avoided. I want my women to have curves. Wait, we're... Oh no, here comes the soundboard. Who was that? Creation Bear?
Put some respect on my name.
Okay.
You guys can't help but troll the topic. It's like you can't get serious. Y'all aren't sincere about this.
Who's y'all?
You, ding dong.
I don't represent the globe earthers.
You represent
About
yourself.
you directly. You're one of the less sincere people that come through here.
I'm one of the least sincere.
Yes, that's what I just said. Holy smoke, dude.
Yeah, okay.
Wait, are you talking to me?
Yeah.
I haven't seen you get serious about the topic, even about your own worldview.
Okay.
Why is that?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No. Do you know?
I think I could probably guess why someone wouldn't be very sincere about this topic, regardless of which side of the fence they're on.
Okay.
I call it the snowball effect. So,
snowball
once the snowball gets rolling, what happens? It usually gains a little bit of steam, might even turn into an avalanche. There's a lot of people, they don't want that ball to get rolling. So you come here and goof off, oh yeah, flat, my curved women, blah, blah, blah. That's funny and all, like we've heard that a lot, but it's like,
okay.
Is there a time when you're gonna be able to get serious or, somewhat sincere?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Well, so right now, let's do it.
Let's do it.
So the Earth is a globe. What's that mean?
Could you, Cheapy, how about this? Could you give us
10 seconds?
It's about to be the top of the hour in 5 seconds. Do you think you could give us like 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes of sincerity, perhaps?
Yeah. I'll be sincere about me not wanting to get serious about the topic.
All right, dude. So lame. You guys are so lame, bro.
Your problem is you don't have one argument for what you believe in. That's why you walk around joking about everything, because that's the only thing you can do. Because the only thing that makes sense to you is ridicule, because the whole thing that you believe in is ridiculous.
Look, GP, it's not that we're like, we're not even picking on you. Like, we're picking on the information that you've chosen to take as your own. Like, we're from the same camp. We were just like you.
And like, look, we have a lot of fun here. We do music, we have jokes and stuff like that, but there's a time and a place to get serious as well. There's a time and a place for the jokes. If you're all jokes all the time, then what's the point? Why are you here? So how about one more shot? Do you think you could give us a few minutes of sincerity?
What's that?
He weren't even fucking listening.
Am I muted? Oh, I'm unmuted. Okay. No, it's
What did
like, here's a check. Could you find a topic?
I've been serious before.
That's meaningful to you.
I just wanted to hop in and
That we
vibe.
could
That's
stick
all.
on. Cheapy, listen. Do you think you could find a topic that's meaningful to you? Something that we could drill into, something we could talk about for a few minutes. Something that's relatable to the topic. Anything?
Sunset.
What?
Choose wisely.
What interests you? What's your interests? What's your interests outside of this internet thing? Like,
What are my interests, like personally?
yeah. Maybe we can relate that to something about the topic.
I got a good one. Running. I like to run.
We like to run.
Oh, we've seen that. We already know that.
See, there we go. I set it up for you. There we go.
Yeah, I mean,
All right.
that's what you guys trained to do.
Hiking, running.
Run from claims. Run from the argument.
Yeah, it's a good one.
I mean, we know how you fight at this point. We know what the plan is. Have you done anything differently in approaching this one?
Yeah, just I guess running a lot more.
Exactly. All right, Cheapy, seriously, bro, come on, dog. It's been 3 minutes past the hour. What is a topic that we can focus on for a few minutes? Something that's valuable or meaningful to you?
To me, as far as my view on whether the Earth is a globe or not.
Yes.
Exactly.
Sunset. Explain sunset.
Okay, cool. All right, so can we focus on sunsets for a few minutes?
Yeah.
You're not gonna run away from the sunsets claim.
No.
Okay. So why don't you make an argument or make a case why sunsets is valuable or meaningful to you?
Well, it's evidence of a globe.
Okay, go ahead and make an argument or make a case, my friend.
All right. The Earth rotates on its axis. And evidence for that is the sun setting and rising
Wait.
every day.
Real quick. That's the claim.
What do you observe?
We're all well aware of the claim. I'm asking
I
you
observe the sun setting and rising every day.
Sir, I'm asking you to make an argument or make a case, not just restate the claim. We know the claim, so repeating the claim isn't necessary. Can you make the argument, make a case?
Pretend you're in court, man. And you're trying to prove that the Earth is a globe by using sunsets. Go. Your time.
Well, I've heard it explained from you guys that the sun sets.
It's not about us.
Wait. You brought up sunsets in relation to a globe. So we all are well aware of the claim. It's not like you need to repeat it as if no one's heard the claim. So now I'm asking you, since you brought this up and you said this was meaningful to you, can you make the argument? What is the argument? Can you make the case? It shouldn't have anything to do with, well, flat earthers don't believe. That's not part of your argument. So
just you and the sunset. That's all you need. That's it. You, the sun, and the earth. Anyone else would be an uncontrolled variable. You wouldn't be able to use their input because if they change their mind, you would then have to change yours. See how that's an unworkable situation?
I think as a mediator, I can kind of be like that kind of person that I think what they're trying to ask you there is if you could now provide the evidence to back your claim, because like was said, we know what the claim is. Now you would, to make a case of it or to make an argument, think of it like as in a court of law. You would present the evidence along with your argument as to why this is a strong case to be made, right? So
no, not even evidence. You just got to give an argument. You don't have to give the evidence yet. Just for the next couple minutes, go. What is your argument?
We can observe the sun and the stars moving in the sky.
Yep.
Yeah.
So the sun and stars move in the sky.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you observe.
Yeah.
So how do you then equate that to the opposite? Say that the Earth is moving.
Yeah, like to provide a correlation between like the first part of the statement and as to why. So the sun, the moon, and the stars are moving through the sky. That makes a correlation that it is us that is moving and not the other way around. So you'd need to make a case for that or argument.
All right, so we can observe stars moving in the sky, right? But that doesn't inherently say whether the Earth or the sky is moving, right?
Correct.
But we can measure the rotation, right, with the folk.
Incorrect.
We can't. So we can't measure it.
Nope.
Why not?
Because what you're doing is you have a pendulum that just goes and does things. So first you need to observe the Earth spinning. Then you can say, okay, we see the Earth spin then you put the pendulum into place, and if it spins at the right rate, well, you can use that as evidence, but it's not really. You're trying to confirm the Earth spinning. Now, to use a pendulum as confirming the Earth is spinning, it doesn't work, because then everything on that Earth would have to rotate at the same rate as the pendulum. So therefore, put a helicopter in the sky, Earth rotates underneath like it does the pendulum. Therefore, you would not need to fly anywhere. You could just hover in the air. You understand what I mean?
Yeah, I'm sure I don't know enough about pendulum and the mechanics to actually argue.
Well, you don't need to know about pendulum mechanics, because the pendulum. So it says that the Earth is rotating underneath the pendulum. So if that is the case, then the Earth rotates underneath everything. Yeah?
The Earth rotates under everything.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if I can make that conclusion based off of that.
Well, that's the only conclusion you can make. Because that's the claim that they're using with the pendulum. This pendulum is not, it's attached to the frame, which is attached to the Earth anyway, so it's silly. But they say that it's on a free swinging, whatever, with hardly any friction. Yeah. So the claim is the Earth rotates underneath the pendulum. That's how we know the Earth rotates. If that were the case, the Earth would rotate underneath everything that is not attached to the Earth. Correct?
Yeah, I mean, I think it does.
Bruh. Does?
Yeah, I think so.
So planes, helicopters.
But there's also gravity that keeps the atmosphere in.
Okay,
which
so how do you
moves along
separate
with the
that
rotation
from
of the Earth.
pendulum?
What's that?
So that would affect everything then, wouldn't it? Even the pendulum. So gravity affects the planes and the helicopters from looking like they're not moving under, the Earth is not moving underneath them. So therefore, gravity would affect the pendulum to make it look like it's not moving underneath the pendulum. You can't just pick and choose, like, well, the pendulum says so. Oh, but what about planes and helicopters? Oh, well, it doesn't work with those. It can only be one thing.
Yeah, but also a plane
works
isn't
in
like
one way, it
swinging
has to
back and forth in place like a pendulum
Always.
does. I like I said, I'd have to look into it more.
Hold on.
Understand the mechanics
We
of the
can look
pendulum.
in the pendulum. Well, yeah. So pendulums don't freely swing for 24 hours. So they have a motor, which is magnetic motor, which swings the pendulum. Now, can that magnetic motor swing the pendulum in a wrong direction? Because first of all, you need to set the pendulum at 0. So what they have to do is they go, okay, well, we need to set the magnets so that it swings at 0. But 0 to them is 15 degrees per hour. So they have to set their magnets, what they think is 0, at 15 degrees per hour, because they say that the Earth spins at 15 degrees per hour. So how do you get 0? Yeah? You understand what I mean?
No, I don't, because I don't know.
Because
enough about
otherwise,
the
they
pendulum.
have a magnet either side. So if they set the magnets and it doesn't spin at all, then they say, oh, one magnet's stronger than the other because it's not letting it spin. So they weaken one till it spins 15 degrees per hour. They say, oh, okay, that's at 0 because the Earth is spinning at 15 degrees per hour. Do you understand the ludicrousy?
I got to look into it more.
You don't know how the pendulum... You don't know how the Foucault's pendulum works, do you?
No, so I don't want to waste your time on.
Okay,
I'll
you
have
just
to look it up.
you just used it as a
Brought
proof,
that up,
though.
right?
What?
Yeah.
You realize you presented the pendulum.
No, I realize I presented it, but
So, like,
Yeah,
why would you
I'm
present something
going-
you're not fully aware of? Like, why would you? What's the point?
because I trust the science that I've been taught.
That's not science.
You don't even know what to trust. You just told us you don't really know.
Why do you find that so funny?
You brought up something
Why?
like, what's the point of bringing up something that you're not fully versed on? Like, why bring it up, though? That's the question.
Why not?
Yeah, the question is, how do you know?
What rule says that I
You can
can?
actually back up. You said, well, we know X because of Y. And then we go, okay, so how do you know about Y? And you're like, well, I don't. So how do you know X then?
Yeah. Okay.
That's a question. You said we know the Earth moves because of pendulums. Then we ask you, okay, so what about pendulums? You're like, I don't know. Okay, then how do you know the Earth moves then?
Okay.
Or maybe you
point.
don't know. You just
That's a good
believe
point.
it. That's okay if you believe it. That's fine. But you
No,
did
I
say
do.
you know. So we're just holding you accountable to the things that you said. Sorry. My
I
bad.
believe what I've been taught.
What have you been taught?
Science.
That's what we're still waiting for.
It's not like you live in a vacuum, brother. We were all raised the same way as you.
Okay.
We're at the stage now where we're like done with just trusting people or just believe me, bro. We're at the point where we're testing things. Okay, they say it's a pendulum. What does the pendulum do? That's the point. We go into things
And
very
it's
specific.
okay. Like, it's okay to say, I believe what they taught me. But you have to actually add in there that they taught me this without any evidence. Because when they taught you that the Earth is a globe, the Earth is spinning, and we live in a vacuum, they actually didn't give you any evidence for that when they taught you that. Otherwise, you'd give us the evidence for it. Yeah?
Well, I'll tell you this. Maybe I can't personally reproduce that or produce the evidence for you.
Don't worry, no one can.
Yeah, I don't think that's true.
Yeah,
well, then Cheapy, instead of just believing that there's a vague entity out there somewhere with all the answers, we're telling you that doesn't exist. Instead of just believing that, why don't you go find the answers then?
You trying to get in, Hoss?
Yeah. What you've been led to believe is science is actually pseudoscience. It's not a big deal. I wouldn't take it personally. We were all duped.
I don't think it's pseudoscience.
Well, look into it, pal.
Well, I don't think you know what science is, bro. You kind of need to know what science is to know what pseudoscience is.
What is science?
Probably not what you think it is.
Well, asking you, what is science?
Just taught the science.
Yeah,
Science
what
is
science is it you're chanting about?
Science?
Yes.
Science is a method, right?
You should know this.
It's a method used to, I don't know, investigate, confirm natural phenomena.
Cause and effect.
Yeah. Okay.
So what is pseudoscience then?
Tell me where I'm wrong then.
Well, what is,
I heard
what
the
is
sound effect.
What is pseudoscience?
Anything that isn't that?
Anything that doesn't use the scientific method.
Yeah. I think that's.
So if something claims to be science, or you were given science, but it's not adhering to the scientific method, then what is it?
Pseudoscience.
Yeah, there you go. Because a couple minutes ago, you're like, "Well, I don't think that's pseudoscience." Well, you just answered your own self there.
No, you just asked me what the definition of pseudoscience was. Anything that isn't science.
That was prior to you saying, "Well, I was given the science," and someone said, "Well, maybe
Yeah,
you
it
were
doesn't
given
mean just because, like I said, I can't produce the evidence for you. Doesn't mean that whatever the subject is pseudoscience. It's just
worry,
me
man.
personally can't give you that information.
Don't worry. We're trying to tell you that entity that you think exists that has the answers. They don't. They simply don't.
Scientists, people who do it for a living.
Yeah,
Yes, I know. Again,
Listen, the people that you're bowing down to are admitted
Bowing down.
pseudos. Listen,
bowing
they're
down to
admitted.
anyone.
They're admitted pseudos. That you're whatever you want to call it. They're admitted pseudoscientists.
I'm trusting. Yeah, that's
Yes,
different.
whoever the people you are trusting are admitted pseudoscientists.
Who, for
In their
example?
own words.
I can
Bring
play
in
the
Neil
clip.
deGrasse Tyson because he's just a science communicator.
No. How about?
Yeah, they all are.
Oh, boy. See, this is what's funny.
Science.
I'm
In
looking
one
at
breath,
the memes in the chat. That's why.
hold on. In one breath, you'll say that you trust these entities, and then when we present those entities, you're like, "Oh, well, not that guy." You guys do
No,
this.
he's a science
all-
communicator.
No,
A
well, don't worry. No one presented.
pseudo-science
We're not talking about Neil
communicator.
deGrasse. I can play a clip. I have a clip for you that clearly lays out not Neil deGrasse Tyson telling you that these scientists that you're talking about are doing this is pseudoscience.
All right, let's see it. Curious.
Yeah, why does science need to be communicated, GP?
Why does anything need to be communicated?
Because
why are you communicating? Why are you communicating your stance?
Well, because people like you remain vastly confused.
So that's the reason why.
Yeah, but he doesn't.
For you,
Koch
yes.
doesn't have a title.
So
flat Earth communicator.
So why do
Yeah?
teachers communicate information to students?
Because they have a job, and they're just as duped as you are.
Yeah. So
let's hear the
teachers
clip.
think Spanish has an agenda.
Holy smokes, dude! Hold on. Let's play the clip first before we move on. Is that okay, Cheapy?
Hey, listen, there's three other people talking to me, so I'm sorry.
Yes, Chiefy, I'll answer your question. The introduction of insisting everyone speaks Spanish is an agenda. Now, are you ready to listen to the clip?
Wait, say that again. The insistence of what?
The insistence of everyone taking Spanish as a second language for the last 2 decades it definitely is part of a program. Now, listen to the clip.
What? That's a crazy claim.
Yeah, so are some of the claims that you're saying here as well. But here you go.
In science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
That's it? Is there no more context?
Isn't that
what does that prove?
What did you
Astro?
Holy shit, man! Go ahead.
Can I get the rest of the clip? Where'd you get this from?
Look,
that's Michio Kaku. Do you know who that is?
I know Michio Kaku. Yes, he's a theoretical physicist.
The people you trust,
throw him under the bus.
Huh?
Oh my god! Right, 2 minutes ago you said that you trust the scientists, you trust the experts.
Yeah, no, I know. I just wanted to get more.
But now that we're presenting those people to you, you're like, oh, well, not them. I don't trust them.
You presented a soundbite. I'm asking for the clip so I can get more context.
Well, what do you think? Based off of what you heard,
I'm not going to think. I want to know.
Hey, GP, pertaining to what we're talking about. GP, pertaining to what...
I just want to hear the rest of the clip.
Holy smokes.
Hey, GP, pertaining to what pertaining to what we're talking about, that's plenty of context. That's all the context you need.
No, it's not. It's just a soundbite.
Yeah, it is. Well,
I don't know what the context was. What was the end? I need some context.
Guys, hold on. GP, what did you hear?
In the clip, Michio Kaku was basically saying, we don't utilize the scientific method. We just fly by the seat of our pants. We just make leaps of logic.
Okay,
so I need to hear the rest of that clip.
I'll pull up the interview for you. But what is the missing context here?
I don't know. I can't tell you what the missing context is.
But how do you know there's extra context? That's what I'm asking.
Exactly. I want to know if there is.
He prefaced it with, in my field, comma.
Yes. And what field is that?
His astrophysics dream world.
No. What? Quantum physics, right?
That you are referring to, Cheapy.
Huh?
Oh my god, bro.
I know, but I just need more context.
This is what happens. you guys prop up these entities, this vague entity, this panel of experts and scientists over there.
Can I get the rest of the clip?
Just hold on. You guys put up this vague panel of people that you trust in, and then when we actually go to those people, you're like, well, you throw them under the bus. I'll get you the clip, but...
I didn't throw them under the bus. I just asked for more context.
You threw Neil deGrasse Tyson under the bus before we even presented anything.
He's a science communicator.
Yeah.
What does that imply? What does that imply? What's the implication of him being a science communicator?
Everybody just stop.
Pseudoscience.
Yeah. That's your label.
In this mindset, you're going to throw him under the bus. I guarantee you. Even though I'm telling you this, you will still throw him under the bus, even when you hear more information. Guaranteed. I would bet
Michio Kaku?
In your mindset, no. In your mindset,
Listen,
I guarantee you will throw this person under the bus just like everyone else does without regret.
No.
Here's the thing, though. It's not just because Michio Kaku said it, or it's not just him. The point is, this applies across the board, bro. People use science like a buzzword, a Boy Scout badge they have pinned to their chest. It's not that. It's a very strict method, and if you're not adhering to that, then you're dealing with pseudoscience. Period. So you didn't need to hear this from Michio Kaku. It's just
so every scientist doesn't adhere to the scientific method.
This is the problem. But you're talking about this vague entity again. Oh, every scientist?
I'm just saying. Is that like the case?
Let's start with something specific. Who?
Only scientists adhere to the scientific method.
If you're not dealing with the scientific method, then you're not dealing with science. Period.
It's a verb. Science is a verb, not a noun. You guys turned it into a noun to make it seem like that person over there, with identity, their identity being scientist, can be trusted because of who they are, not what they do. It's what they do that can be trusted because it's repeatable. I can watch that person do something, follow their method, and if what they said is true, I should get the same result. And then you could do it, and your neighbor could do it, and someone else could do it, and everyone keeps getting the same result. Then you compare the results and say, look, this is most likely the cause of this effect. It doesn't need trust. Trust is built. A lack of trust is built into the system. Because if you just trust somebody, then what's the point of science? Why would you have to do it? Why would you have to repeat it? If they just do it once and they get a result, and you say, I trust it, that's the most anti-science thing you can say, is that you trust the science. It's a complete contradiction.
I don't think most people have the capacity to, do these experiments.
You're selling people short.
What?
You're selling people short.
And I think that's just objectively true. There's a lot of science that we can't do.
Thank you for
money or the equipment or the time.
You're speaking in such vague terms. All the scientists, all the science. Bro, if you got to be a little bit more specific. I also posted the interview for you. It's a 3-hour interview, so have fun with that.
You know where that soundbite is?
Hold on, GP. You just told us that sunsets prove the globe. Well, now why are you talking about time and money and all this expertise? Where is the science in sunsets proving that the Earth is a spheroid?
What's the flat Earth model?
No, I'm asking where is the you said sunset.
What is the explanation for a sunset on a flat Earth?
Hold on, bro.
Pump those brakes, homie. Calm down.
I mean, you guys are asking all these questions. Can I ask a question?
Well, why are we trying to get? Remember, I said we're going to try to stick to something, and then instead of you running away from the thing you brought up, let's try to stick to it.
Yeah, no. We're talking about the sun. Yeah. What is the alternate explanation for the sunset?
There is no
the globe model.
You said it yourself.
Explain how the sun sets on a flat Earth.
The term sunset's a misnomer. Now, how is a sunset proof of a globe?
Right.
Because the sun dips below the horizon. On a flat Earth?
That's begging the question fallacy. You assume that it's going down. You're not looking at a lot of different variables like perspective and the vanishing point and the mirroring and all the other effects that happen at the place of the horizon.
If it was a vanishing point, the sun would never dip below the horizon, but we see it dip below.
Listen, you're just reifying what you just said before. You're begging the question that it's going down below the horizon when it's never going down below the horizon.
So what happens to it then?
You said it yourself.
Why does it go away?
Listen, what do you experience when you see it?
I see the sun going away.
You see the sun. During the day, what do you see the sun doing?
I see it move across the sky.
Move across the sky. Okay, great.
And then eventually,
hold on.
Eventually,
wait, I don't want any more. Wait. Just relax. Now, when the moon, what does the moon do in your experience?
What does the moon do?
Yeah, like I asked about the sun. What does it actually do in your experience?
From what I've observed,
of the
travels
moon.
across the sky.
Yeah, it travels across the sky. And what about the stars? What did they do in your experience?
They travel across the sky.
Right, in a perfect circular pattern over our head, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, do you sense any of this motion at all?
No.
Okay. There you go. You know why you don't listen. Oh, don't laugh. Wait a second. You know why you don't sense? You know why you don't feel any movement? And how you know that?
Why?
Your vestibular system. That's why. Yeah. It's set as a balancing system for your body, and it's using liquid at level inside your ear. This endolymph that is in your inner ear goes through semicircular canals, and it also has other places, one called a cupula, which is a piece of gelatin-like substance with nerve endings all the way around it and different places, specific site locations of these nerves. Whenever anything is moved, that liquid moves over to the left, right, back, forward, and any other angle. It knows that you're not still anymore. It knows that you moved your head in like very minute degrees of a degree. Like,
but isn't it detecting like it's not detecting the speed, right? Because speed is relative. It's detecting rate of change.
No, that's not true. That's not true. I just told you. Your inner ear detects complete inertia, no movement.
It's the change. It's the change of movement.
No,
it's the change of movement.
Wrong.
No.
I studied this for 10 years.
You studied this for 10 years where?
Yeah, I worked in a hospital for 13 and a half years. I've studied the vestibular system for about 10 years. Myself.
At what capacity?
So listen, as somebody that's interested in anatomy, biology, and the human system. So anyway, I digress. So it knows when you're sitting still.
Yeah, but what does still mean?
Still means no motion. And also, guess what?
No motion?
Yeah, it's your vestibular system senses
like absolute motion?
Complete inertia. Stillness.
Okay. What is inertia?
Hold on. Guess what? Tied into this, it's tied into your optical nerve system, into your brain and the optical nerve. So it's tied to your eyesight as well.
Yeah.
So while you're conscious, you know by your eyes and your vestibular system, and it's tied into all of your musculature, all the nerve systems, goes to your balancing system of your body. So it knows when certain muscles need to be activated to stay balanced.
I get
Otherwise
that.
you topple over, right? So this
That
part
makes-
of your vestibular system, huh?
I get all that.
So guess what? That means that you can feel every other, not only motion, angular change in your head. Any angular motion from stillness, your vestibular system detects this, all of it. So you would have to describe how this magical gravity is affecting the endolymph in your ear, which is set at level, just like all the other liquids on Earth.
We're talking about the sun.
And how something is affecting this system to not do it. Wait, I'm not even done. You need to tell me how your magical gravity is affecting the vestibular system to not do its job. Go.
Because down, right?
What?
Down is the same everywhere.
What?
Down is the same everywhere.
What the fuck does that have to do with what I just said about the vestibular system? By the way,
By the way, weren't we talking about the sun and how it dips below the horizon?
You got to pay attention, bro. Wow. You brought up the sun as to say that that's evidence for the Earth moving.
Dude, you're
now
bricked right now.
Movement has to do with the sun. This was your example, Ding Dong. Pay attention, bro.
Ding Dong. That's cute.
Yeah, pay attention. You know what's cute? What's not cute is just not following along.
Yeah,
this was your example. Cheapy, bro.
I get it.
I asked you, what is something that is valuable to you? You said sunsets. Then we asked you, okay, make a case. You said, well, sunsets equals Earth moving. Now you've tried to flip it on us. Okay, you guys explain it. Sonny went into the vestibular system and explained why you detect
Am I
movement.
not
You're
allowed
like,
to ask
what does it have to do
questions?
with sunsets?
Am I not allowed to ask questions? Because you guys have just been asking me questions this whole time.
Just make your
Can I
argument.
ask any questions about your model?
There is no model, dude.
There is no
you're just
model.
not
So
paying
how do you
attention at
explain these natural phenomena?
Holy smokes, bro. Just chill out for a second. Because you're all over the place. Sonny gave you a proper rebuttal, and you're like, but down. Then you're like, but what does it have to do with the Earth moving? Yeah, you got to pay attention, bro. This was your claim that you brought up. Now we're offering you a rebuttal, and you're asking, what does it have to do with my original claim? Focus.
All right, so the reason why I said down is because no matter where you are on the Earth, down is the same for everyone.
Not for me and you. If you think it's a globe, that's not true.
But listen,
No, it is true.
You have to show
No, it's not.
specifically.
For me,
you
it
have to
is.
show specific-
No,
Hold on.
if we live on a globe and you point up, and I'm on antipodal to you, and I point up, we're not pointing in the same direction.
When
Facts.
I jump, right? When I jump off of something,
Well,
I
do
go
you
down.
understand what I'm saying, though?
What?
There's a difference in direction. If we live on a globe.
Okay. Yes. Right. Absolute direction. Right. I get that, but I'm saying we feel down the same everywhere on Earth. Right.
What do you mean feel down?
Like when you jump and you fall down. That's the same for anyone on Earth.
Well, yeah, what happens when you drop a helium balloon?
It goes up.
So what's your argument here? Because I thought we were talking about the sun, right?
Yeah, it goes up. Uh-oh.
Yeah. Well,
So
what I'm saying is,
what are you trying to tie this to?
all right. So he was talking about the vestibular system.
Yep.
Right. So
yeah.
So I get that, right? It detects like angular change and also like any change in rate, right? I get that, but it's all relative. Like for example, if
What? Wait, relative to what?
to whatever reference point, isn't it?
The reference point is
So, like-
level water in your ear.
What's-
fluid in your ear? That's what the reference point is. What else? Okay, go ahead.
All right. So for example, like if you have two cars driving on the road and they're both
No, we're not going to cars. No, not even in
no. So
You already said that you don't know how the Earth is moving. So
cars are closed systems. Your earth is supposed to be open. Please do not digress like that.
you would have to go back. Then we'd have to go back to you saying you know that the Earth is moving, and then we'd ask you how.
Yeah. And then I'll ask you how you
know
don't
the
know
example of
it's-
two cars moving in relative. We know how relative motion works. That's fine, but you'd have to prove that the
Okay.
Earth is.
But it
All right.
doesn't apply to the ear, the inner ear. It doesn't.
All right, that's fine.
So listen.
All right. So all right.
Listen,
All right.
Hold on.
Can I ask?
Stop. Hold on.
Can I speak, bro?
Oh, no. Wait a second. When I say wait a second, just wait a second. It's okay.
You're not here in good faith, bro.
You'll be able to say whatever you want to when I'm done. So in order to counter my claim about the vestibular system, you would specifically have to show exactly how gravity affects the ear to not do its job. So do you have that information?
What was that again?
You would have to
Vestibular system.
listen, you would have to counter what I said about the vestibular.
Focus, bird brain.
You would have to counter it with.
Why do you got to insult me? Does that make
Hold
you
on.
feel good?
Just relax.
Wait, what? What did you say?
Hold on. You would have to show specifically how gravity affects the inner ear to not do its job. Do you understand that? To not do it, that it would have a way of preventing the ear from doing its job. And you would have to provide that information. So do you have that information? No, you don't. Otherwise, you would have been.
Well,
able
I'm not an expert on the vestibular system, so sorry, I
listen.
can't provide any information on that.
I know
or
that.
rebuttal.
I know that. because you would have it though if this thing was true, because you would be able to show exactly how gravity affects the inner ear, but it does not affect it at all. And NASA will tell you so themselves.
Okay.
So you don't have that information. So all you have is your own experience that you're either moving or you're not, and you know you are, and don't let anyone tell you that you don't know, because your inner ear is the most precise. Those double gyroscopes you have in your head are the most precise instruments that it far surpasses any kind of instruments that a human could even possibly make. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
It controls everything we do about balance and our eyesight, if we're level, if we're in motion of any kind. So you would have to provide evidence against that to show that something else is preventing your inner ear from doing what it does. That's what you would have to provide. And yeah, you don't have it. I know.
All right, that's fine. Oh, by the way, I'm not here on bad faith, Creation Bear. I was just chilling with everyone before you came.
Yeah, it's okay, man. Don't get excited. Like, I get a little
I don't know if I agree with that, because Sonny was like, "Hey, give me a moment."
Fine.
Like,
You don't need to. You don't need to. You don't need to. Agree. Listen, I was vibing here with Sonny. I was listening to his blues. Awesome.
It's not sick.
Chilling.
You're not slick, dude.
What do you mean? Why is?
I asked you to pick a moment to get serious, and this is what happens. You get exposed. That's probably why you don't want to get very serious.
Okay.
Yeah, Cheapy, you were confused about why it was funny. Now it should be clear to you.
What?
Exactly. Wait, what? This is what I'm saying.
You're giggling too.
Sonny will give you a nice rebuttal. We all heard it, and you go, "Wait, what? Are you talking to me?" Yeah, the person we've been talking to the last 15, 20 minutes. Yes, you. That's why you're not here in good faith, in my opinion.
In your opinion.
You're kind of fading in and out of good faith.
Cool.
I would say maybe that's a better way to rephrase that. But it's just part of this globy tactic.
Maybe I just don't agree with you, and that's what you don't like.
I'm so sorry. I don't speak English.
That's fine.
Yeah, not only do we not do I not agree, I know you're completely lost.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. Okay.
You got the answers, right?
What's your question?
You can save me.
What's your question? No, you're gonna have to save yourself, pal. What's your question?
What?
Wait, the what? Somebody speaking to me? Come on, dude. It's not even. It's so obvious about it.
Goofball. That works here in this Discord, but in real life, that wouldn't work. I'm sorry.
People are taking IRL as well, pal.
I would love to have a conversation IRL, bro. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
I know, for real.
Yeah, because in real life,
you think there's no
more sincere in person?
People are using hundreds of fallacies like a day, like out in real life. Yeah, people are confused, just like yourself.
What would change if we were in person, Cheapy?
Huh? I'm just saying that's not
Wait,
that's
what?
not a good way to communicate.
What?
The way you communicate.
Via Discord? What are you talking about?
You mean being honest?
Oh, we already
every fifth statement is an insult.
Let's be clear.
Your feelings is a concession that you don't have anything to back. You're scared. That's all.
Chibi, let it be known that I was the one who tried to break bread with you. Hey,
you didn't try to break bread. It was immediate. It was immediate.
So I was the one who said, "Hey, man, welcome. Like, do you think we can actually get serious? Let's break bread and start an argument." So this didn't start with insults. You started clowning, and that's what it's turned into. So this wasn't a joking fest to start with, but it's turned into that.
So this isn't what you wanted?
No, bro.
Your goal?
No,
what was your
told
goal?
You.
What was your goal?
This is what I'm saying, Cheapy. You're not listening. I asked you, why don't you find a topic that's valuable to you? That was the goal. And the fact that you're asking me again, well, what is your goal? Shows that you're not here in good faith. I've stated out very clear. Find a topic that's meaningful to you, and we'll stick to that for a little while. Because you don't like to be very serious or sincere when you're in here. So let's start off on a good foot. Pick a topic, and let's go into it.
So everything that goes on in this voice chat has to be exclusively for debate whether the Earth is globe or not, or flat.
I don't know where you're getting that. It's a random rebuttal that has nothing to do with what
that's what you're making it seem like.
There isn't a debate.
Debate's over.
All right, cool. Move on.
It's an educational stage at this point.
Cool.
You're like, well, I think the Earth moves. How? Well, I don't know. Okay, well, Sonny's telling you about the vestibular system. You're like, well, I don't know. So how could this be?
I don't know. I'm not going to be dishonest and say I know every little aspect of the vestibular system and what that implies on whether the Earth is a globe or not.
It's fine. It's not a requirement to know.
Yeah, so I say I don't know.
That's
but
fine.
You literally just brought that up as a point for me being in bad faith.
No, I've already explained why you've been here in bad faith. I've already explained that. So
yeah, and part of the explanation was me saying I don't know once people bring up certain points. And I'm okay to concede that I don't know.
You're being disingenuous.
What does that say, man? Okay.
Yet you cannot carry that over to the shape of the Earth. Hello?
All right, we're just going to go in circles.
No, Chibi. What I'm saying is, why don't you stay consistent? If you can say I don't know about the vestibular system, why do you have to say, yeah, well, but scientists, and I trust the science? Why don't you say, I don't know?
I do trust scientists. I don't know.
Yet, but at the same time,
I cannot know something and also trust scientists. I don't think those are not mutually exclusive.
Why do we have to trust scientists?
Like, I go to the doctor when I'm sick because I trust the doctor to treat me.
Non sequitur.
Pseudoscience. All right.
Okay, here we go. There's your automatic response.
Now you're off the rails. You're off the rails now.
All right, cool. Let's stay off the rails.
I'll say it. No, on the rails, genius.
No, I know. I want to stay off of it.
Yeah, that's
so
why you're not.
Why can't you keep? Yeah, why can't you keep consistent? When we start talking about the globe, why can't you drop an IDK? Too proud?
IDK. I trust the scientists.
There you go. Yay! Honesty.
But I said that already.
What's the debate then?
I don't know. You're the one who wanted to start this. You're the one who started this, right?
I'm not allowed to debate. So what's the debate? If you don't know, if you just trust the scientist and you're not allowed to debate, apparently we're not allowed.
I say you leave the server.
What is debate?
Who said that?
Sorry, Clipper, do you want to say that again, brother?
I think you should leave the server, man.
Cool, we got you. I can help you with that.
All right, let's do it. Well,
so
he's looking for.
So what's the debate?
Wait, you kicked him?
Oh, he said he wanted to leave the server.
No, he wanted me to leave the server.
Oh wait, what? Are you talking to me? So I kind of went over there.
Why would we want such a contributor?
What's that?
So I kind of went over there for a moment. I kind of glitched out. I thought I know speak English. So sorry.
Yeah.
You've done this at least a few times in this discussion. Sonny gave you a nice rebuttal. You're like, wait, what? Are you talking to me?
To be honest, I'm multitasking. I'm doing like.
Okay. Well, so was I. I didn't hear what he said. I heard him say that he wanted to be removed from the server, so I helped him out with that. That's fine.
Yeah, you can scratch this task off the list of multi because you're out to lunch. Try singular tasking, TP.
This is what happens, bro. Do you have another topic? Maybe we could get back on track. So sunsets. Do you feel like we've wrapped that up, or do you still have questions about that, or what?
I think you should find another globe earther to talk to. There's Brian here. He's a globe earther.
Oh, he doesn't know either.
I'll find out.
Who else? Where are the globe earthers? How many globe earthers are in here?
Like
Well, they
you're
come and go.
demonstrating
Come and go.
exactly how scientific your science is. You're demonstrating it right now. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, you have nothing at all to back
Yeah.
your religion of this spinning space monkey ball. Like
Spinning
literally-
space monkey ball.
Yeah,
Where did you get that?
exactly.
This
You think
All right,
you're a
Chief, relax, dude. Chief,
space
relax.
monkey. You think you're going to evolve to a space monkey. You think you're a monkey right now, don't you? Like your ancestors were monkeys and now they're going to space, right? Isn't that correct? Why do you laugh? Tell me. What is like?
fake
It's wrong. Tell me I'm wrong.
he muted me. I couldn't speak.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
yeah,
just yeah. Anyway, so
whole fake nice guy. I don't.
sorry, CB. Go ahead.
I don't know if there's a lag or what. I'm not sure if you guys can hear me or not. But
No,
this
I
whole fake nice guy, I don't know what's going on act is just getting old, Cheapy. That's why I called you out to find a topic that's valuable to you, and maybe we can discuss it. So we made it. I don't know what. I don't know, 10 minutes perhaps. So props to you. But let's get back on track, man. If you can. If not, we'll just move on.
Let's move on.
You said you were here in good faith, right?
Yeah, I'm not trying. I don't have an agenda.
Okay.
Like, I don't know. I'm just chilling.
Okay.
So we can move on.
Give an argument for why you should trust a scientist when the scientist tells you not to trust them. Verify what they say. So the scientist, so right there you've got a contradiction in your worldview. You said you want to trust a scientist. The scientist told you, okay, don't trust me. Listen carefully. Here's my method. Here's my practices. Here's my results. Verify it. And then you're like, okay, I'll just trust you. They're like, what the fuck? Are you brain dead? Like, even inside your paradigm of trust, you shouldn't trust a scientist. And if you trust a scientist, that they're telling you the right stuff, they told you not to trust them. So, I mean, how are you holding this together, this massive house of cards? That everything is built on a system of trust that tells you don't trust it. Just explain it. Just how do you do that? Like, because are you atheist or you got some other side hustle going on that allows you to deal with contradictions?
No, I'm not a physicist. I don't understand the depth of physics. So I trust physicists to give me the right information.
But you don't trust you.
I don't have the time to become a physicist.
Dude, you do physics. You do physics every day of your life. Like right now, if you get up and walk to the bathroom to go or whatever to go to the bath, or to get a drink or to water your garden or whatever you do, everything you do is moving through space.
Yeah, but can you
Your
explain
body's constantly
every
calculating.
variable? Can you explain
You don't
every
need
variable?
to. Your body's built into it to adjust to these things.
That's what a physicist does.
How do you know that? You said you just trust them.
They
You don't
don't
know what
And I took physics in high school.
Listen, they don't explain anything. We've had them in here, and you know just as much
Really?
as they.
Who have you had in here?
We've had physicists, we've had cosmologists, we've had astronomers, we've had PhDs in all different levels, master degree people from their students, like teachers, professors. We've had them all in here, and we've asked them the same question. They don't have an answer for curvature, rotation, or the vacuum of space. They don't have it. So I don't know who you're expecting
those
to give answers.
Those aspects of the globe specifically?
Yes, you're trusting in these people.
How about everything else in science?
Is a blind belief. It's a faith. It's a religion.
How about everything else in science?
That's extremely vague.
Everything else? I don't know. But germ theory. Germ theory.
All or nothing fallacy.
Only if
Germ
somebody's
theory.
doing the
I'm
scientific
not saying it's all or
method.
nothing. I'm just saying that
What's the science? Or you're just painting a
theory.
broad brush. All the science. Be specific.
Yeah, what science are you talking about, Cheapy? What science?
Do you trust that a doctor can treat you for a certain?
That's got nothing to do with the server topic.
Yeah. Focus, bird brain. We're talking about the Earth here.
Oh, you see, there you go. Fifth statement, an insult. Nice.
There you go.
Dude.
It's your behavior. Sorry, my bad.
Oh, it's my behavior. Yeah, clearly.
Yeah, your lack
my
of
brain is literally a bird brain.
Yeah, there you go again, trying to avoid the server topic any way possible. You're probably glad that he insulted you so that you can talk about that instead of your globe proof, which doesn't exist.
Why? Just explain it. Why do you trust science when science says, in your own paradigm here, your own worldview? Okay, science doesn't talk. Okay, but if it did, because you think it does, if science is telling you don't trust it, verify it, and you say you don't know it,
I don't have
if
the
you
energy
don't
for
know
this,
it,
dude. Can we just move on? Someone else talk.
just think it out, dude. Follow your thought to a full logical conclusion and see where you end up. Think about your ideas and go step by step by step until you get to a conclusion. Then use your education and articulate your point of view. Tell your story. No one's going to tell your story but you. Here's your chance. Hey, dude, let's see what happens. Speak. Go ahead, dude.
Cheapy has come into a Flat Earth server.
Fine.
And he's clearly abdicated his ability to think to other people, and so he comes into a Flat Earth server, not knowing anything about his ball, his globe, but he's here anyway, and he says he's not smart enough to think for himself. He's abdicated the ability to think to other people. Thanks for playing.
Yeah, because the globe is all there is in life, right?
So JP, let me ask you a question. Do authorities have to prove their contentions just like everybody else?
Yeah.
Okay. So dealing with scientists or anything like that, it doesn't really matter, right? They need the evidence just like everybody else.
Oh my god, dude.
And what we're trying to tell you is, what we're trying to tell you
is this turning into a thing?
No, listen, dude. Listen, just settle down. I've been listening on the live stream. I've been listening on YouTube. So I heard some of what you said, and you think there's evidence out there somewhere, and we're just telling you there isn't. A lot of people believe this. Tons of people come in here and say, yes, I can't figure it out, but a scientist somewhere at some time, they figured it out, and I just trust that they did because my teachers told me they did. Your teachers, I hate to tell you, don't know any more than you do. They're like you. Somebody told them when they were younger that the evidence is out there somewhere, and they believe them, and it's just a perpetuated myth that's passed on like a tradition, right? Like Santa Claus or anything else. Believe me, we've looked for the evidence. Almost everybody in here, what they tried to do is prove Flat Earth wrong, and they looked for the evidence in the globe model. And then, like, okay, the globe says this, right? Like the Foucault's pendulum. The Foucault's pendulum precesses at some certain rate. Then you look into it, and that's actually not what's observed, right? So there's for instance, there's something called the Elias effect. So the Elias effect is this weird thing where the Foucault's pendulum swings backwards or goes too fast during a solar eclipse. Now, why does that happen? You'd have to reach the conclusion, right? If the Foucault's pendulum is if the rotation of the Earth is making what's the Foucault's pendulum precess, then during a solar eclipse, the Earth spins backwards or spins faster. Right? That's the logical consequence of the first logical statement. Right? So this is just an example I'm using. So you can look in each globe claim one by one by one. You can check them off. Coriolis effect, great circle routes from airplanes, greater than 180 degree angle triangles. You can just go up one by one. Then when you look into it, there's actually no evidence for any of it. To the point where it's almost scary.
Okay.
And that's all we're trying to tell you. We're not trying to convince you the Earth is flat. Like that's not what we're telling you at all. Okay. We're trying to brainwash you to think for yourself.
That's fine. I can accept that. Are we done now?
Yeah, I just want to, I know we come off like a little aggressive, but that's just because we get a lot of trolls. We get a lot of assholes in here.
I'm not trying to troll anyone.
Well, yeah, I know, but like we have a certain attitude to us, right? We have a certain attitude to us because our guard is up, because we've been called retards, stupid, don't reproduce, drink bleach. I used to get freaking. I know, not you, right?
Anyone, yeah.
I know. I'm not saying you. I'm saying that we have a experience of dealing with people that come into this that isn't always pleasant. So our guard is up, right? Just like you had like 13 girlfriends in a row cheat on you. Your next girlfriend, you're going to be suspicious every time her goddamn phone beeps, right?
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
Indio, how did you know? How did you know my girlfriend history? How did you know that?
Damn.
Well, you got to stop picking up the girls at the strip club, man.
Or at the local bar, right? There you go.
Or church.
Church. Yeah.
Damn, that happened at church? What kind of church you go to?
Look, you're only getting the smoke because I don't think you're being sincere.
Yeah, you can claim that, but
I think it's a fake.
Whose word are you going to take for that?
It's a fake nice guy act. That's why you laugh.
No, I don't think I've disparaged anyone in here.
Okay.
It's not fake.
Wait, what were you saying? Yeah, dude.
I don't boil anyone down to their belief on whether the globe is flat or not.
People are talking is another good example of why you're not very sincere when you're here.
All right, that's fine. That's what you believe.
It's not fine.
I haven't really had any issues with anyone except for you.
Okay, well, that's why you're getting the smoke, bro.
He's the person that's
you got called out.
Interacted with you. So.
What's that?
He's the person that primarily interacted with you. So I mean,
no,
it is what it is.
I was chilling here with Sonny. I was listening to him play, and then there was another. We were talking about audio stuff earlier. I was talking about frequencies and stuff. There was
You know what we're here for? You said you were here in good faith. So then, like, if that's true, then why are you here? Is it just to goof off and talk about things that have nothing to do with why we're all here?
This is not my job.
That's why you're getting the smoke, bro, because I know how you are.
I think this is just, isn't it a hobby for you guys?
I've called you out.
Is it a hobby for anyone in Discord? This is not my job. I just do it because I have time to do it. Just to hop in and talk to people.
Let's just be real.
I wouldn't classify it as a hobby.
Discord. I mean, like the whole Discord aspect of it. I'm not saying the belief in.
No, I'm just saying I wouldn't classify being on Discord, doing anything as a hobby. Hobby to me is like collecting stamps or making like model airplanes or something.
Or a pastime. Sorry, that's what I'm.
Yeah, that.
But I mean, I think the definitions are interchangeable.
I think the globe is like a hobby. Actually, it's something that you do. That
it is a hobby for some, right?
Doesn't deal with reality at all, and so it's just separate.
Well, I could see how this topic would make people uncomfortable or make you uncomfortable, Cheapy. When we start getting into the foundation of how some of these things work, we start to poke holes in perhaps your worldview a little bit. You're like, well, I'm not sure about that. When previously you said it was something that you know. So I could see why that would be a little uncomfortable and why you wouldn't want to engage in such a conversation. But that's what we do here. We drill into the foundational claims.
Okay. That's fine.
Well, I mean, it was our worldview too, and we're just asking those questions because those are what we asked ourselves, right? To challenge this worldview that we all have had, right? So,
and like that's the other thing is like we spend a lot of time shooting the breeze and goofing off and having fun. That's great, but we also spend a lot of time trying to get down to business, if you will. So if you're only in goof mode only, then it's like you might need to switch it up a little bit and find something that's valuable to you, as I requested, that we could discuss. That's why people are here. People tune into the YouTube to hear a discussion about flat Earth. We get on each other for not talking about that. When we go into long lengths of shooting the breeze about random stuff, people will start to chime in. Hey, get back to the topic. So we're requesting you to just find something that's valuable to you and stick to it, man. I'm not sure why that's so difficult.
It's not difficult.
Okay, well then, if it's not difficult, then do it.
Let's leave it at that then.
Well, that's where it starts. We don't leave it there. We start there. So, do you have something else?
Okay.
Besides sunsets?
All right, so I can't just sit. All right, here. I'll just be a listener. How about that?
I want to ask you a question.
Says the guy
you
here.
knew that you were miseducated, right? But that miseducation would advance you in life, right? Climb the corporate ladder, whatever it is, whatever you want to do to help you, because everybody else is similarly miseducated. Versus, realizing that you were miseducated and correcting the thoughts that you, the ideas that were put in your head that are incorrect, right? So, which would you choose? Would you choose to be miseducated because it gave you an advantage in life, or would you choose to know the truth?
I don't think anyone reasonable would choose to be uneducated. I think most.
Well, I mean, if it has a practical result, right? Because that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying just being miseducated. Miseducated has a practical advantage.
Yeah, I guess it's not.
I mean,
possible.
say you wanted to be a school teacher, right? You couldn't run around saying you're a flat earther. You're probably not going to get hired.
Yeah, no, you're right. I would say you're right.
So there's a social stigma to flat earth, which makes some people not even consider it, right? They'll only take it into their mind so far, but there's like a wall that says, shit, I don't want to be a flat earther. And they think of all the consequences of it, right? All the social consequences. Does that sound scientific? Like that whole scenario? And that anyone can recognize, right? That anyone that is publicly says that they're a flat earther is going to get social shaming and ridicule.
Yeah, I was going to say that's just like a social thing. I think that it's like.
It's like coming out as a heretic and
emotional.
Well, my point is, if there was science and truth behind it, why does this social shaming and ridicule exist? Right? Why wouldn't it just be like, oh, dude, like this is, here's our evidence. Because we deal with this all the time. We have a name. We've dubbed them anti-flat earthers, right? They come in here and they don't try to prove the globe at this point. They just try to they don't talk about flat earth. They talk about flat earthers. Oh, all you guys think this and all you guys think that. And oh, you guys just deny this. And they talk about us. They don't talk about the issues, right? And they're in our YouTube chat. They're saying the same things. Like so you have all these these tactics that have nothing to do with the underlying truth of the claim that the Earth's a globe of 3,959 mile radius. It's all this other stuff, this sociological nonsense that will never get to the truth of the matter. Like, why does this even exist? Because it doesn't exist in other, say, like, okay, I don't believe in atoms. No one's going to freak out. No one's going to haha, there's a guy that don't believe in atoms. Right? So, in other scientific, ideas, let's call it a scientific idea, even though it's really a geometric idea, but in other scientific ideas, you don't experience this. There's got to be a reason for that, right?
Yeah,
you think that there's something beyond
you're going against the grain. That's just the nature of doing it.
Yeah, but you can go against the grain in other topics, and it's not like this. Look, I can talk about 9/11 conspiracy, and people will be like, "No, you just don't this happened." There's thousands of witnesses, and they'll come up with all sorts of reasons, right? But it's not at the level of flat Earth. No one's telling me to drink bleach because I think I think Osama bin Laden didn't cause planes to smash into a building. No one's in my DMs sending me autopsy photographs. Okay.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
no, I think that's just the nature
the type of shit that happens.
I just because are you in do you believe that 9/11 was a conspiracy?
Everybody does. Well, everybody believes 9/11 was a conspiracy. Well, do you think one person did it?
No, I don't. Well,
let me ask you: did one person do 9/11? A single person?
I don't know.
Was it a solo job? Was it a lone wolf nutter? Was it Lee Harvey Oswald? Just one person?
No, wasn't it like 2 pilots?
Well, if there's listen, a conspiracy is anything involving more than one.
More than 2 people. I'm sure.
Okay,
But
there's more than one person. So Cheapy, a conspiracy is anything involving more than one person.
No, I know. The point that I was going to try to make was that, like, I think it's your perception of like the pushback is amplified because, like, you're not in a server that discusses 9/11 conspiracy. You're in a flat Earth server.
I mean, we've talked about it here.
It's called the world, bro. It's called the world when you go outside and discuss this topic. This whole 9/11 thing is,
dude. I should give you that video of that dude going spaz.
I'm just saying, like, because you a lot of your focus is in flat Earth, it's gonna amplify whatever response you get from people.
Look, so, I've been involved in other topics before flat Earth.
Okay.
9/11 since the beginning, right? So I'm just saying I was involved in the whole 9/11s and inside job shit since November of 2001. It was almost immediate because there was an article on the internet called "Muslims Suspend Laws of Physics." It was published by a person named Webb Perry, and so I'm totally versed in that entire debate, dialogue, everything that happened. Beginning, and I followed the whole thing all the way to the point it is now, and it's nothing like this. It's not even remotely similar to what we go through here. I'm serious. I know, like, because you're not familiar, into this topic. You don't know from your own experience, but it's nothing similar. Legit, they've tried to get people fired, lose their job, their professional licenses taken away.
I don't agree with that. That's terrible.
Yeah, it is terrible. Well, I mean, I'm just saying that is like, so Richard Gage, architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth, no one went and tried to take away his professional license. No one tried to get him fired from his job. Or any of the other architects or engineers that are signed on to in his little group there. Right? There was a mechanical architectural engineer named Brian Mullen, and he did a series on Flat Earth. It was called Balls Out Physics. And he just made a couple arguments about how you can't land planes on a spinning ball, and just a couple. He made like 5 videos. People went and tried complain to his licensing board, because you got to have a professional license to do engineering for architecture. Tried to do that. Tried to get him fired. He basically had to disappear himself off the internet in order not to lose his job.
Yeah, that's shitty.
Yeah, and that's just one example. I have more examples. So the point is that this topic has a particular stigma to it that's way beyond you're just science deniers.
All right, I understand that, and maybe it's just not my place. Maybe I just, want to gauge.
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to
that behavior is not cool. So
yeah, it's not cool. But I'm just saying is that it's like a red flag, right? There's just like all these little red flags, like that. This is like not a normal topic compared to other ones. So the head of YouTube, right? The head of YouTube, Susan, wherever her name is, she went and testified before Congress. Want to know what they talked about banning? Flat Earth. Not the fucking goddamn, the borderline child porn they got on there. They talked about banning flat Earth.
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
Yeah, it's very bizarre, right? So you can post shit about fairies, Bigfoot, aliens, sea monsters at the bottom of the ocean, no problem. Even though it's ridiculous, right? Flat Earth? Oh, that's ridiculous. Don't you dare talk about it. It's really strange. Anyway, it's kind of like all I have to say, man. It's beyond just like, This topic is very. It's like an octopus, man. It's literally has its tentacles going everywhere, going back to the beginning of the concept of the globe. The history, Galileo, Rheticus, freaking Copernicus, Kepler, like that whole crew of people, Eratosthenes, like, and these are like the people that supposedly proved the Earth is a ball, and all these people have these weird checkered pasts, like. It's very strange. In and of itself, they don't mean anything, but like it's like the totality of the circumstances. When you look at the big picture view of everything, you're like, "What the hell is going on here? This is a train wreck." It's just like a little clip. I'll give you a quick. You know who Joe Rogan is, right? So he interviewed a guy named Colin Brady. Now, Colin Brady claimed that he traversed Antarctica on foot from one side of the continent to the other. Right? So, the thing about Antarctica is there's no water. There's no food. So, he has to lug everything with him. But the thing is, all the thing about Antarctica is it's extremely dry. It's what they consider the world's largest desert. The relative humidity is about 20 to 30%. In a desert, you need to consume 1.5 gallons of water per day. So he had to lug up. Yeah, something like 1.5, like 8 liters or something. So he had to lug all this water with him. He would have had to. So he tells this Joe Rogan this whole story about how he did this trek. But if you do the calculation of what he would have needed to actually do it, there's no way he could have carried that stuff. But that's not the big tell. The big tell is that he was like, because it was like, he was sponsored and stuff. So they had like a GPS tracker telling you his progress. But eventually he disappeared. And his excuse was, my GPS tracker stopped working. So I navigated with a compass. Well, here's the weird thing about Antarctica. There's actually 2 South Poles in Antarctica, and if you bring a compass here, it just spins in a circle. And this is easily demonstrable. There's plenty of videos of it on the internet. People just whipping out their compass in McMurdo Station and just spinning in a circle. So now this guy is 100% lying. There's no doubt he's lying. Can't navigate with a compass in Antarctica. It's not possible. Okay? He can't navigate with the stars because it's 24-hour daylight, right? He said his GPS was broken, so how did he navigate? Now, you got to remember, Antarctica is basically a giant ice sheet. There's no features. There's no trees. There's no, mountains. It just basically looks like a giant sheet of ice at 9,000 foot above sea level. So almost 2 miles above sea level. So why does this whole story exist? It's a complete bullshit story.
What episode was that? I'm curious.
I don't know what the episode number is, but it's Joe Rogan and Colin Brady. COLINBRADY.
Colin Brady. Okay. Yeah, no, it's interesting. I gotta listen to that one because I do listen to JRE once in a while, but I haven't heard this one.
Yeah, so these little discrepancies, they pile up. So there's 24-hour sun videos, right, of Antarctica. This proves the Earth's the globe. There's 5 of them. 5. So, Antarctica's supposed to be a scientific station. You're not supposed to go there because it's dedicated to research. But there's thousands, and I'm not shitting, thousands of 24-hour sun videos from the Arctic. There's 5 from Antarctica. In every single one, I shit you not, has some fucked up thing in it. One where the watch, they filmed the watch at the same time, and then the whole line of the watch just loses its pixels. It squishes and then pops back up. Same clouds repeat. People walking backwards. Freaking, every single one has some weird fucking problem with it. And you're going, why? You could be a flat earther and say, well, it's a fake or whatever. But every single one has something demonstrably fake. It's not like we're just it must be a fake video. There's something demonstrably fake. We can literally superimpose one of the videos, the sun. It's filming the sun, and the sun doesn't twinkle, man. It's like rays. It looks like someone copy-pasted the sun with the rays shooting off it, and it's just static the entire time. Even though clouds are going in front of it, and like they're all messed up. When you but the point is that there's so many of these little teeny just innocuous. They don't seem like they mean anything in and of themselves, but when you look at all of them together, you're like, what the hell is going on? Because Captain Cook said that when he tried to circumnavigate Antarctica, he traveled 60,000 miles. The problem with that is the circumference of the Earth is supposed to be 25,000 miles. So how do you do that?
I don't know much about that.
And if I can piggyback on that, I think Captain Cook also said that his charts were off, that he always found himself off miles, maybe per day, where he thought he would be. So he was assuming a ball, but he was traveling a stationary plane. So not only did he go 60,000 miles, he was off from what his charts said they were supposed to be.
Also, he never got further south than 70 degrees south. Rarely got past actually 50 or 60. Those are rare occasions, and he never found a way through the ice.
You just remind me of another one. So they have a race around Antarctica. The record for this race, the record travel time, around Antarctica, it's supposed to be 14,000 nautical mile trip. The record is 101 days in a carbon fiber racing yacht. Right? That's the record. Well, in the 18th century, the Thermopylae raced, what was the name of the other ship? I can't remember. So they raced from Shanghai to the United Kingdom, which is also 14,000 nautical miles. It only took, and they were fully loaded with cargo. Now I'm talking about a wooden clipper ship in the 1900s, or in the 19th century. So in the 1800s, they raced. It only took them 69 days. So how in the hell does it 19th century clipper ship loaded with cargo go faster than a modern carbon fiber racing yacht?
Yeah, I don't know. I gotta look into it.
Yeah, they're just all these little teeny, like I said, none of them in and of themselves are definitive. But the totality of the evidence, any reasonable person has to at least say, there's something suspicious here.
Sorry, I was watching the video that Creation Bear posted.
It's really, I think it is somewhat of a tough. I think it is somewhat of a tough deal when you don't have a catalyst or something emotional that shows you that maybe you've been lied to your whole life. If it wasn't for what happened the last 39 months, when I realized that was all a joke, I would never be on the stationary or flat Earth side of things. I would still believe we lived on a globe. I wouldn't be advocating for it, but I would still believe we lived on a globe. So a lot of people like myself, we had to have a catalyst. We had to have something come into our lives that made us realize we were lied to about something. And then when we found out we were lied to about that, we decided to look at other things we were lied to, and the Earth came up, and that was actually real easy because you never experience curvature. You never see 8-inch drop rate. You never see any of that crap. So that was relatively easy. The virology one was harder. The cosmology thing was quite a bit easier.
Gotcha. Yeah, all right. I'll look into the Antarctic thing. That's interesting because I don't know much about it.
Yeah, Antarctica is a weird place, man. You know what the greatest danger is there? Dying of dehydration.
Which is pretty ironic, huh?
Yeah, it is strange. There's officially 4 rivers in Antarctica, and the longest one is 1.6 miles long.
What?
Yeah, or no, 1.6 kilometers. Sorry, not even miles.
That's funny. On it, yeah. Let me see.
And contrary to popular belief, it doesn't snow there. I think the average snowfall total is like 8 millimeters per year.
What?
It's basically just a big chunk of ice.
Well, yeah, because it's so big, right? Like,
Yeah,
you're not
it's
gonna
just
have.
it's just a big chunk of ice at a very high elevation. Now think, low humidity, high elevation, 9,000 feet is the average. The average temperature, the average yearly temperature is negative 50 degrees Celsius. You think how fucked up of a place this is, right? Just from what I'm telling you. And do you know why you can't go there? Because they're protecting the environment.
That is kind of funny.
That environment is so it's so.
Bro, we need
pristine.
protection
It
from
needs-
Antarctica. Shit.
No, that's what I'm saying, man. That's exactly what I'm saying. That place does not need protection. Like, how are you going to make it worse than it already is? You can't. There's nothing you can do to make it worse. So you can make it colder. Like, I mean,
Yeah, that's funny. No, I agree. That's weird. Yeah, like what are humans going to do to disrupt that environment? We're going to drill for oil?
good luck. I remember when I was a kid, right? They had like documentaries, like the science documentaries. I might have saw it in school or on TV. Back then, they said it was about like McMurdo Station. They'd landed a plane there, right? And it would the plane would come twice a year because they only had like 4 or 5 people there. And they said that if they shut the engines off on the plane, they would never get it started again because it was so cold. Because the pistons would freeze in the chambers, because they were using like a B-2 military plane, and they also showed a plane that had gotten shut off and it never took off, and it was just parked there forever.
See,
you can't work on it, right? You're gonna have to. What are you gonna do? Fly in an entire freaking aircraft mechanic freaking facility to unseize the motor?
See, I think the highest it's ever gotten in the Antarctic region as far as the temperature, the highest is 9 degrees Fahrenheit, and the lowest it's gotten is 135 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit. And the Arctic region, the lowest it's ever got recorded is negative 89 degrees. That's 46 degrees difference, and we live on a ball, and we're supposed to get the same amount of sunlight north and south on the ball. That there just tells you, and when your average temperature is negative 50 centigrade, that is not even close to what it is in the Arctic, because there is vegetation in the Arctic region where there is none in the Antarctic region. The eyes are useless when the mind is blind. We are all born into a prison system we cannot see, but once the veil is lifted, there's no turning back.
Listen, 1.4 million people live in the Arctic Circle. None live in the Antarctic Circle. Not a single human being has ever been born in the Antarctic Circle. And people have lived in the Arctic Circle for like thousands of years. There's a huge asymmetry. Like, right, it's supposed to be a globe, it's supposed to be a ball, it's supposed to be symmetric, right? And everything like top should be like the bottom. So above the so-called equator in the northern part of the world is something like 89% of all the life, the species variations in human beings are in the north. In the south, it's like 11%.
Yeah.
So you got the entire so-called bottom of the globe has 11% of everything. As far as the life goes, we're talking flora, fauna, human beings.
Is that because of landmass? Like the majority of landmass is north?
I mean, I guess you could make that argument, but I guess.
I'm just looking at the map right now.
Well, because the thing about the southern part of the world is that there's a lot of desert. And Australia's a giant desert. Frickin' Chile and Peru are giant deserts, right? Antarctica is supposed to be a giant desert. Like, it's just desert.
Yeah. Because I'm just looking at a map, and most landmass is north. And then you have the equator, and then you have South America, Africa. part of Africa,
Yeah.
then Australia.
But it's really weird because see those continents, they look like they're close to Antarctica, but they're actually pretty far away.
Yeah.
They go close. They're like thousands of miles away. Just from like the Arctic Circle, never mind Antarctica.
Yeah.
Even that landmass argument, I mean, if it was symmetrical in terms of its biodiversity, you would still expect the same biodiversity, but just on a lesser scale, if there's less space for it.
Or in the ocean, right?
They say Antarctica.
Because if it's more water, then you should have more biodiversity in the water, right?
No, I just purely off of landmass. Like if you just look at a map. I'm not saying based off of.
It's more climate based, right? Because the climate's so different. It just doesn't have the biodiversity. It's different conditions, very harsh conditions, where basically nothing grows and nothing lives. But we can't go there because we need to protect the nothing that grows or lives.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
And where nothing can grow.
Australia is pretty shitty, right?
Yeah.
And it's south of the equator, so.
Well, yeah,
got everything there that wants to kill you.
Yeah, like Antarctica's a different ballgame entirely, right? That's like 100-mile-an-hour winds, minus 80 Celsius temperatures. I mean, it's like if someone was designing a game and they were making an out-of-bounds zone that was just going to pretty much kill you instantly. That's kind of what they would make.
That's funny.
Yeah, like when you drown in Minecraft, you just like flash and you saw your hearts just drop.
Yeah. You got like 10 seconds to go back.
You get hit by a basic enemy, but they're like...
Yeah, you just die instantly.
Yeah.
That's like what it's like.
I think the thing that I've learned recently is, a couple centuries ago, they didn't call them maps. They called them charts. And charts back then were considered estimations of where you were. And so for some reason, we start calling them maps and they're correct and we can, rely on them. That's another lie that we've been told. And the thing that gets me about the southern latitudes is if we do live on a stationary plane, you have very few reference points that you can go by in the southern latitudes. So the southern latitudes, there's just no way of going, well, we know exactly how far it is, because you have so few reference points, where in the northern latitudes, you have a lot more of the land where 90% of people live. You have a lot more reference points, so you can be more accurate. But you cannot be accurate in the southern part of this world we live in. It's impossible. So I refuse to go by a map. If you want to call it a chart, great, but it's an estimation. So just remember, when you look at a map, that's not written in stone. That's an estimation.
Yeah, I mean, as far as the Antarctic stuff, I gotta look into that.
Yeah, so something else about that too. Well, two things. Well, the Captain Cook thing, he tried to use celestial navigation and it didn't work, and he got his distance from dead reckoning, which is where you measure your speed and your time, and you dead reckon how far you've traveled. Celestial navigation was making him off by 50 to 60 miles per day. So it wasn't working for him, basically.
Yeah.
And the Southern Ocean is crazy just as it is. We're talking like 60-foot swells. I mean, there's plenty of videos. Just go on YouTube, type sailing on the Southern Ocean and watch the madness. Because it literally is madness.
So what should I look up to look more into this Antarctic? Is it you said Captain Cook? Is it the second voyage of James Cook?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a channel on the server, the Antarctica channel. I don't know if you've seen that. I'll link it to you. It's in the live stream voice text. There's a bunch of links and resources in there. Same with there's resource channels for loads of different topics. Curvature, gravity, astronauts, NASA. Because there's loads of stuff you need to look into to sort of start piecing this together. Antarctica is just one of them, but yeah, it's an interesting piece.
Okay. Yeah, I'll read about this because I don't know anything about it. So
Yeah,
This is a good
there's a
video as
treaty,
well.
man. There's an Antarctic treaty, man. The only thing the world powers can seem to agree on. Even North Korea is a signatory to it. And they don't even have boats.
So here, whoever we're just
They have
listening
nuclear
to-
weapons. They have nuclear weapons, but they got no boats, right?
Pretty
If you
much,
listen to
man.
the live stream voice text, I just posted a video called Antarctica, Sorry We're Closed. You should watch that. That goes through the treaty and explains what you can do, what you can't do. Pretty much explains why it's impossible for any independent people to go and explore the area. Just quickly, Obvious is asking to explain the censorship, which we're pretty much saying that on Google and YouTube, if you type in flat Earth, you type in Antarctica, closed, any of this stuff, they'll just give you nonsense, right? It'll just give you hit pieces. So the algorithms are something that you need to get around, which is why we save all this stuff here on the server, so that you can kind of find it, because otherwise it gets all hidden. So you should definitely look at the resource channels, and if you've got particular questions, ask around here for what to look at and that kind of thing.
If you want to get, if you can find an honest appraisal of the Antarctic Treaty, December 1959 went into effect June of 1961. If you can get a good rendition of it, it's Article 6, paragraph 1 through 6, which talks about freely and privately exploring Antarctica and what you can do. So, some places have watered it down so much that they make you feel like, I can go visit anytime I want to. No, you can't. If you get the original documents, you'll see that Article 6, paragraph 1 through 6 says you can't freely and privately go. You can go, but you can't freely and privately go.
Yeah. So the Antarctic
Article 6, chapter 1 through 6?
Article 6, paragraph 1 through 6.
Paragraph, sorry.
Yeah. So the Antarctica Treaty is enforced through domestic laws. So the countries that signed the treaty have all passed laws within their countries that make it illegal for citizens to freely go there. So in America, it's called the Antarctica Protection Act or something. Right, and the fine for going there is something like 20 years in prison and $200,000, some ridiculous thing. So to get actual permission to go there, this is what I want to say. You have to bag out your own poop. Can't leave anything there. Like if you piss on the ice and you turn it yellow, you gotta chip that ice out, man, and bring it out with you. Take shit, you gotta bring that out with you.
Yeah, they say
anything there.
You can't take vehicles, you can't take animals, which would rule out sled dogs. You can't take fuel. They judge your application, and if they think there's a risk to, if I remember the quote right, it's disturbance of flora or fauna. So, like, if you are potentially tread on a fungus on your trip, they can deny your application, right? So there's really no way you can apply that they couldn't interpret as potentially interfering with flora and fauna. So even though essentially they tell us none exist there, other than some penguins, they can pretty much deny you any opportunity. You have to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to make the application, and then when they deny you, you're not getting the money back. So, I mean, the process is so extreme, and the conditions are so prohibitive of any movement or exploration. It just essentially can't be done legally.
Yeah, and there's another caveat to that. Whenever a particular country approves somebody to go there, they have to notify all the other treaty member nations, and they have a right to say no. That's going to do whatever. Every single one, they have to know. It's just a piece of mail or whatever, right? Go to the United Nations and you hand, hey, this is our list of people that are going there this month. I'll exchange lists. I think they actually maintain a database, probably. There's actually I remember the Antarctica Conservation Act, the Antarctica Conservation and Protection Act. That's in the United States. So if you want to go there from the United States, you need an EPA assessment. That's the Environmental Protection Agency. You need approval from the State Department. You need approval from the Antarctica Polar Program, which is run by the National Oceanographic Atmospheric Administration. And then they have to notify all the other treaty nations. and any of those other treaty nations can protest your trip.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
Yeah, so when people are like, oh, why don't flat earthers just go to Antarctica, blah, 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 you see why that's a ridiculous proposition.
Someone tried. And caveat that, again, someone tried. There was a Norwegian named Jarl Anderhoy. He just tried to sail there. What ended up happening is he had a crew of 5. So him and another guy got on their 4-wheelers and drove around on the ice. When they came back, their boat was gone. It was sunk to the bottom of the ocean.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
What's this guy's name?
Jarl Anderhoy. I'll post a link in the chat to the story. Yeah, they tried to go back and he never even made it. They arrested him. Somehow they were monitoring his communication in New Zealand, and before he got there, the Chilean Navy picked him up.
Yeah,
Jarl Anderhoy. Okay, I found him.
That's a pretty famous one. And there's one other person, a celebrity, that went and got their yacht taken away and paid tens of thousands of dollars in fines. So when they say, when Loon McToon and FTFE said, you can go visit anytime you want to. Yeah, right. Okay. It's okay. It's great to lie. It's great to lie to protect your globe lie.
And there's
it has to be approved. That's the thing. We did it all over on a different server. We checked it all out. You can actually get a cruise. You can get a cruise. It's quite expensive. It's like $10,000 a ticket, but you don't get off the boat. So
and if they do take you off the boat, they're just taking you into a little kind of shoreline bay area on the outskirts. They're not taking you onto the shelf.
It's around McMurdo Station. And McMurdo Station isn't even in the Antarctica Circle. So part of Antarctica is not even in the Antarctica Circle.
So one of the points
that's where they take you.
One of the points they'll take you to on one of the guided tours is a place called Deception Island.
Deception Island?
Deception Island. Funny name, right?
All the islands out there got weird names, man.
Yeah, like Rothschild Island, Deception Island, and shit like that. Might as well call one.
Is that literally the name?
Yeah. You can Google Deception Island.
That is fucking wild.
The one of the videos as well is a bunch of fishermen who just, I guess, go too far south, and they just seem like a bunch of normal guys, probably half cut. And this massive battleship destroyer ends up pulling next to them and is like, if you just don't turn around, we're going to destroy your vessel. And they're like, oh shit, okay. And they're like, sounding alarms at them, going on a loudspeaker. So people are like, oh, you can go there. Nah,
Oh, here's another weird thing. So there's a website. I didn't realize there's so much on Antarctica. So there's a website called marinetraffic.com. It shows the positions of boats, right, in the ocean, all over the world, right?
Yeah.
Go on there. You'll see boats inland in Antarctica, something like 500 miles. So if you look on the map, it'll be Antarctica, and you'll see a boat there.
Yeah, so it looks like they're just sitting on the ice.
Oh yeah, I think I've seen that. I bet I can't remember where. I think it was in here. I think it was someone in here was doing a live stream of their screen.
Yeah, so I don't know how you sail a boat uphill inland on ice 500 miles.
That doesn't make any sense.
Onto a 200-meter shelf, yeah. I mean, that's the other thing. You try and get there independently. There's a reason it took, the power of the U.S. Navy until the 1950s to even go and explore it. Because even if you sail out there, you're going to have to get up a shelf of, 200 feet or something like that. So you pull up on a boat, you're just coming face to face with this giant wall of ice, essentially. You do start to capture your way up.
Ha ha.
Yeah, it's a crazy one.
Well, anyways, I gotta get going. Yeah, I'm not here on bad faith.
That's all right. Go check out the information. Yeah. Come back when you got
I'm gonna look up Captain Cook. James Cook, right?
Yeah.
The second voyage of James Cook. So I'm gonna look into that. And also the Antarctic Treaty. You said Article 6, paragraph 1 through 6?
Yes.
Okay.
The video I posted goes through a lot of the sections and gives you the references to the sections. I'll tag you. I'll reply to it and tag you. So save it and watch it in your own time. Because that'll give you references.
The GPS.
When you come back, we want you to go. The spinning space ball and the vacuum of outer space is BS, and I'm never going back. That's what we want you to say.
Well, I'm not going to say it because you want me to. If I reach that conclusion, then
just do your own research and go where the evidence is.
I know.
As long as you're honest. I mean, that's all. Look at that boat out there. Look at that crazy shit. What dude?
Thing is, this isn't a one-off either. Antonio Subaretz first noticed these like 2 years ago, 3 years ago now.
What was the website for that data?
Marinetraffic.com.
Marine traffic, okay.
It's also great for doing observations of ships at sea. You're going to do your own observation on the ocean or whatever. That way you can know, like, if you're observing a boat, you can know exactly how far away it is.
Gotcha.
Because it'll give you its position, right? You can calculate based upon its longitude and latitude what its position is relative to you. I've done this to myself. I observed a boat 30 miles away from me, from 15 feet above sea level. So it's supposed to be 400 feet under the curve of the Earth.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at it now, and there's a few points inland on Antarctica, a few fishing boats.
Yeah, they're not in their boats. They don't say buoys or anything like that because it'll designate whether it's a buoy or not, or some other structure.
To piggyback what Indio says, you don't need 616 miles and 700 miles of observations to prove we don't live on a spinning space ball. You only need, some people will say, with the frozen lake that Indio talked about, where the guy was 8 miles away from the furthest one, he was using a P900 at 12 inches observation height and then 6 inches observation height. That can prove it real easily. The Utah laser test in 2021 from 18.8 miles definitely proves it. But if you get out to 28, 30 miles and your observation height is relatively low, and you should have 400 feet, gone, and it's there. I mean, my friend, you don't live on it. You don't live on a ball. I'm sorry.
I don't know. I'm just fascinated by this data. All these boats. Holy shit. I didn't realize there were so many. The fuck? Looks like insects. But yeah, like I said, I gotta go. I'm gonna look into that stuff that you guys talked about as far as like Antarctica. Curious. But yeah, hope you guys have a good night.
You too.
Take care.
Yeah. Oh yeah. If you guys haven't looked at what Indio talked about, the frozen lake, I believe it was in Wisconsin, where the guy put 4 lights out there and he used his truck to get like 5, 6, 7, 8 miles away, and his P900 was at 12 inches, and then he moved it down to 6 inches, and you could still see the 8-inch, the red light. I think it was red light from 8 miles away. And then you go to 2021 and go to the Utah test, 18.8 miles, 5 feet observation height on both lasers. There should be 149 feet where the curve, they can see each other. It was 34 degrees, water temperature 34 degrees, air temperature, perfect conditions, no ball. And with me, I just go to Indiana Dunes. From 28 miles away, you go right down on the sea, right down on the Lake Michigan. So I'm 8 feet observation. I can go right down to the water, and I can see Chicago. And there should be 401 feet of hidden height, and that's basically a 40-story building. And I can see all of Chicago. And those smaller buildings should be gone, and they aren't. It's like you don't need 616 miles or 700 miles. You just need very little, and you can prove it.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I've stressed myself out a little bit just arguing with them over at Geo's Indio. Fucking Bob the Science Guy's over there, that Flat Earth Math guy, he's over there. Fucking Zanuck and Nick Gator, they're all fucking over there. It's like, I don't know, just like, why do we even argue with these guys? I just don't, it's ridiculous. I feel like I need a rest. I can feel it in me, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, I can see why normally I just talk past them. So I think I'm just going to go back to that. I don't know.
The other night, they had Bob, Not the Science Guy. You know, he goes by Bob the Science Guy, but he's Bob, Not the Science Guy. Was given a live presentation, and in that group at the time was Arma, Glober, Bacon, Glober, Extremis, Glober, Jesse Gordon, Glober.
Get the idea.
Left Lane, Glober, Mailman, Glober, Matthew, we know Matthew, Glober, Mayock Man, Glober. We had, and then Zanuck was there too. So they had, you know, so not only did that server, Earth Awakenings, give Bob the Science Guy a live video presentation. I have no idea because I don't want to go in there. A live video presentation. They had the assortment of Discord Globers in there that I just named off. That it's just like, guys, I'm not wasting. I don't know how many days. I'm definitely hours. I don't know how many days in the last year I've wasted in ADL, Earth Awakenings, and Tartaria, talking and listening to these people. I'll never get those days back. And it annoys me no end that we even give those people the time of day.
Well, look, my issue is I've just said to Gio, I just said, look, when they get caught in a lie like Negator did yesterday, he should be booted, I think, because he didn't even, if he'd said, okay, I'm wrong, that's one thing, but nothing. They just come back, respawn next day like nothing happened, and it's just frustrating. So you can't talk to them. I don't know.
I mean, if you go in there, Andy, and you want to work on your debating skills, I think Austin goes in there because he enjoys keeping his debating skills fresh outside of modern day debate YouTube. So I think he goes in there to keep his debating skills, good. And I can see the argument for going in there so you can debate these people back and forth. But when they're given a presentation and you got to listen to it because you're a polite flat earther, and when you got to do that, and then there's 10 or 12 other people that believe like the person is doing the presentation. It's just like they give Ruhef time in there, they give Jesse time in there, they gave Bob the Science Guy time in there. It's like, and Tartaria did this about 2 months ago. They let Loon McToon in there from 9 to 12 at night for 3 hours, and then Tony PhD, Tony Psycho, pseudoscience Tony, took over for the next 2 hours. So for 5 hours, from 9 p.m. to 2 a.m. on that one night, you had Loon McToon and PhD Tony or pseudoscience Tony in there, dominating 5 hours. I just can't. I'm sorry, guys. I'm done.
Some of the sophists come in here to try and do other speed runs on getting banned as fast as possible, or kind of survival mode, lasting as long as possible without getting banned. They play games like that.
So Timbo, it's 7:52 a.m. in Australia. Are you there? Timbo. Maybe he stepped away. Anyway.
Was that the last man of the wave? Been a steady stream of Globers in here today.
Well, here's the thing. I'm happy to talk to honest people, right? If they be honest, I'll talk to them. But I just don't think I'm going to talk to them people anymore. I just don't think I can do it. I genuinely mean that.
What's been happening today? What's been happening today? We saw people from down and under coming invading the server.
I haven't been in here all day. I only got in here like an hour ago, an hour and a half maybe. Popped in.
Well, in the morning you were here.
Yeah, for like 20 minutes, something like that.
Yeah, I think we have some characters joining, and they were like from that region of the world, right? Down and under.
Yeah.
I mean, they all have the same accent.
Upside downers.
Yeah, upside downers.
Down and out.
Maybe a resurgence of
Globers. Called me a cunt.
Good.
Remember that? He called me a cunt. I'm offended.
You know what's fascinating about Down Under? With on the bottom of the ball. We're told once the Earth reached a certain mass, then gravity kicked in, so everything was towards the center of the ball. So people on the bottom of the ball would still be standing upright. Okay, so the ball is 8,000 miles in diameter. The moon is 2,100 miles in diameter. We were told, but they could be on the side of it. All Apollo 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, and 17 could be on the side of it, looking at us, and on Earth, and they were standing straight up. So the ball in the moon with 1/6 less gravity was 1/4 the size, and they were on the side of the ball, and they were staying upright. So I guess the ball doesn't have to be very big for gravity to kick in, so everything makes you stand upright no matter where you are on the ball. I love it. Don't you just love it?
They don't say ball anymore, Jim. They say it's pear-shaped.
Wait. Oscillating spheroid. I like that one. Oh my goodness! You go to these people and you go, your sphere, your planet, your globe, your ball. No, you're wrong. It's an oblate spheroid. Well, excuse me. Oh my goodness! As if they're correcting. These people are correcting me on their fairy tale. It's kind of like saying Santa Claus, but Santa Claus with his beard clipped so he looks more presentable. That's all it is. It's the same difference.
Santa Claus in a suit.
Anyway, I bought this. I bought these two fly swatters off of, Amazon, and they're both maybe 9 inches long, but they both expand. And they go out so I can reach those pesky flies, and they expand out to about a yard, and so I can reach those pesky flies. So I have, in honor of Hubble, I have an ever expanding fly swatter. that can expand out and do what I want it to do, because that's what the ever-expanding universe does. But at the same time, I can make it from 36 inches back to 9 inches, and I demonstrate Lorentz contraction because I can contract it. I can contract the apparatus, my fly swatter, to make it do whatever I want it to do. So I have an ever-expanding fly swatter and a fly swatter that contracts. Lorentz, Hubble, thank you very much.
I went and seen, Kim Hopkins, who comes in this server. She's on YouTube, Flatsy Klein. I was just looking at her YouTube channel today. She is so talented, dude. Honestly, she is crazy. Her voice is awesome. So, yeah, go and subscribe. I should post that.
Motion.
Yeah, I should post that, actually. She was doing a Hank Williams song in the last video, so I left a comment underneath saying, "That ain't no Hank Williams song." I don't think she quite understood that it was a reference from Shawshank Redemption, because I'm a bit of a movie nerd. But, yeah, she's got an awesome voice.
Indio, I have a request for you and Mayhem. He's not here right now, so here's my request for you as being, one of the leaders of the server here. When somebody comes in, we ask them 3 questions. We ask them agents per mile squared or drop over distance. We ask them to prove the rotation of the Earth, and we ask them about gas pressure without a container. I want to bring forth the 4th question, and you guys can vote on it when you want to. But I want them to explain to me a massless photon in space-time. So I want that to be the 4th question. The massless photon in space-time. So if you can take that up with your other mods, that would be great. Thanks.
It's not really the Earth, though, is it?
Sorry. I'm sorry. I had to say it. I'm sorry.
The massless photon.
It's the most stupid thing I've heard.
Well, it has a rest mass, right? So
I have no clue.
I'll tell you where it comes from, is because electromagnetic radiation has a momentum, has inertia. It'll actually move shit.
Okay.
It's called radiation pressure. There's an actual measurable pressure that you can get from electromagnetic radiation, and that's where the so-called mass comes from. Now, whether it's been measured to the degree of, this wavelength, because wavelength and frequencies related to the energy of the photon in the model, right? I don't know if they actually differentiated at that level, right? All I know is that they can measure this radiation pressure, and actually, in some applications of radio, they have to actually take it into account, though they use a slightly different model. It's a different model than the mainstream physics model, but it's the same. It's the same concept, basically. They call it radiation resistance. I don't know if you ever heard of that.
I'm writing it down right now so I can. I'm saying this in jest. Radiation what?
Radiation resistance.
Radiation resistance. So I will find out what it means because I'm going to Google it, and Google will never lie to me, right?
Well, of course not. Neither will Wikipedia. ChatGPT definitely not. You see, I asked him, "Would you ever lie to me?" He said, "No, I wouldn't." Scout's honor.
You ever debate somebody or talk to somebody who's on the other end, and they have their camera on, and you can literally see when they're on their computer Googling something because their face lights up because the computer lights up and it shines on their glasses or their face. Yeah. So,
you can read what they're reading off their glasses.
Hey, if I wanted to discuss something with a Glober or debate, just give me Google, Wikipedia. I don't need you.
That's why I totally don't really ask them anything, because they don't know anything to begin with. And sometimes the best you'll get is a very poor read of a Google it or a Wikipedia it. And they won't even really know what they're saying. And they'll forget it right after they say it.
It will.
You'd be like, dude, you just said X, Y, and Z. No, I didn't. What are you talking about? You just read this.
They went to a different page and they forgot.
8 second attention span.
I made Troubling Tribune, who comes in here, I think once in a while. He does four shows in a week now, with a family, children and a wife, and I suggested to him, because Monday nights is debate panel night. And I suggested to him, I said, hey, instead of having Globers come on, why don't we just do Chat GPT one night and just, debate that, and it's just like, he said, that's a good idea. We don't need Globers anymore. Oh, my goodness. The only thing about Globers, obviously, especially here in 24/7 Discord, is you get the opportunity to record their insanity and play it back.
It would be kind of fun to route a ChatGPT thing through a text-to-speech program and then have it so that we can chat with it. And it would be kind of like...
That's kind of interesting, Crit. You posted there in Rank Rolls chat.
Oh, yeah.
But Demon's tried. Oh, my God. I mean, this guy's happy to play like controlled opposition, right? Do you remember when they did the 9/11 thing?
Yeah.
I jumped all over him. I was like, God, what kind of piece of shit do you do that? And he's like, well, I was just playing a character. I'm like, I know exactly what you're fucking doing. But, geez, what does that say about you?
See, their main goal at the end of the day is to shut Flat Earth down, which is kind of hilarious because they'll tell you the breath that Flat Earthers are stupid and it's fun to laugh at idiots. I'm like, well, if you think it's fun and you're engaging with Flat Earth because you want to, why do you want to shut it down? Or because it's harmful misinformation.
Yeah,
you just contradicted yourself. And you see it right there with the screenshot I posted. And that's why it's good to go to their servers. because they feel safe enough to actually express some of their you see the dark side of what atheism does to their mind. It rots their brain.
Yeah, that's basically what I just said to him over there. I was just like, why? I don't even know why we talk to you guys. It's just a waste of time. So I think I'm just going to talk past him like I was doing before, instead of engaging with him, to be honest. But I'll put it in the chat, like, if you thought somebody was like mentally deficient in some way, I wouldn't, me personally, I wouldn't be pointing and calling him an idiot and like, it's fucking psychotic. That's what I'm putting in chat. I'm like, why are you even here? It's weird. It's weird as fuck. So I don't know. Yeah, that's a red flag in itself, in my opinion. And the thing is, they know it's weird too. And this is why we get this whole, in the last couple of years, we get the fake flat earther. They come in, they say, oh yeah, I'm flat earther. And you're like, really? Why? Water's its level? Any more? No, that's all they know. It's like, that's how they play the game, though, isn't it? They fucking worm their way and destroy from inside out. Yeah, I weren't fooling myself. I knew that just coming here and talking, and believe me, I don't care. But you've made a list. You come into here and you're talking openly in public like that. You're on a list. Make no mistake. But somebody's got to speak out, and not just on this topic, on many topics. So, yeah, 3 years ago, whatever it was, I was like, that's enough. I'm done. I got to speak out. I don't care.
Yeah, so, if you haven't participated in the last 39 months in any way, they know who you are.
Yeah, I have no doubt about that. I don't give a shit. Come and knock on my door. Yeah. This is a bit of a dark thought, though. Sometimes maybe it's just when I'm low energy or something, because I definitely don't agree with it. And obviously we've got to skirt around the topic a little bit, but you look at 1920 or whatever it was, and they did the same thing. I don't know. There's some part of me that's like, I kind of get it as well. I don't know. It's weird. I was trying to explain it to my brother, where I was just like, I kind of get it though as well. I don't know. Especially when you live in a little island. It's different for you guys in America. You've got so much bloody space. And Australia. You've got a lot of room. Not here.
Spanish flu is a very interesting topic. Obviously, we can't talk about it in voice chat, but it's a very, very interesting topic. So maybe someday.
Yeah, maybe when we go into the chill and do that thing on Rumble, whatever it was.
We got a little downtime. Indio, are you there? I got a couple questions for you. I can always catch you on the flip side some other time.
Question for the panel and all the listeners. Here it is. How can you have a model of something that doesn't have a shape? Thank you. The opinions expressed were only those of Sonny and do not necessarily go in line with the 24/7 Discord. Turn off the flat earth information if you feel nauseous, dizzy, flatulence, arm twitching, feet stomping, or computer breaking. See your physician and ask him when it's okay to think for yourself.
Well, the physician will say never, because if you get a sniffle, they'll go, take this.
Yeah, I'll have to work on my disclaimer.
I think that we should come up with things that the mainstream narrative or TV or whatever tells us that we can think about for ourselves. What things do they allow us other than maybe, and even lunch, dinner, and breakfast, they tell you where to go eat McDonald's. They tell you to, go get their Big Mac and whatever. So what does the mainstream narrative allow us to go do and think for ourselves? I just kind of makes you wonder, are we just puppets and they tell us what to do, what to watch, what to eat? I don't know. Maybe we could take a nap when we want to, but anyway.
You're free to do what we tell you.
All right, what's up?
I actually thought it was Friday today, all day. I'm like, this doesn't feel like Friday. Yeah, because it's Thursday, you joker.
You got that deja vu Australia down under feeling right now.
I don't know. No, I felt like this week like I lost a day or something, because one day I tried to sleep all day because I really needed a rest. That kind of backfired because it throws off my whole system, and then I'm not sleeping at night either. Finally got that under control now. So I'm thinking I thought I lost a day. Oh, it was later than I thought. No.
What if I told you had to learn a topic before you have the ability to agree or disagree with it?
Hey, I think that's an awesome idea. Actually, that should be mandatory, right? People don't like that term, though. They think someone's telling them what to do. No one likes to be told what to do. No one actually likes to be told what to think either. And we were all told what to think, not how to think. But as for the spinning ball in the vacuum of the non-existent void that can't exist in reality.
Think about all those parents who send their children to private Christian schools because they don't want them to send them to public schools, which my mother was like that, because they didn't want to expose us to the drinking and the sex of the dorm rooms and the guys and girls sleeping together in the dorm room. So they sent us to private Christian schools.
All the best stuff about school.
Yes, and you go there, and of course the parents or whatever, you or a grant or a scholarship pays for your way there, right? And you leave there after 4 years, You went in thinking you lived on a globe, and you left thinking you lived on a globe. So what did you get? You just got, I don't know what you got. You got a little bit of expertise that you could get a job in afterwards, right? But you still believed in the ball. You still believed in the virology lie, the cosmology lie, and it didn't change whether you went to a public or a Christian school. It didn't matter.
Didn't, yep. Because they're all hijacked.
I saw Mike Huckabee on Newsmax a couple days ago. You know, he used to be governor of Arkansas. Now his daughter, who used to be Trump's press secretary, is now governor of Arkansas. And you know, he comes across as this guy. Don't listen to the mainstream narrative. Think for yourself. Blah 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 blah. But he's as much into the globe and the cosmology and the nuclear weapons and the virology thing as anybody is. And his daughter, I actually on March 1st, before this thing started, March 1st, 2020, when I was in Dallas, they had Huckabee's daughter, Trump's press secretary, I forget her first name. She was at Trump's church in Dallas, Texas, the First Baptist Church with Robert Jeffries. And so I went there. My wife didn't go. I went there. I sat like in the fourth, fifth row so I could see the whites of her eyes when she was on stage with Jeffries being interviewed. And I thought it was so cool. Here I am next to, Trump's press secretary and stuff like that. And it's really cool. I'm here with a bunch of Christians and all that stuff. And then they closed the state down 16 days later. And so that church in Dallas, First Baptist Church, I call it Trump's church because big conservative. My wife and I went there for July 4th, 2019, and Oliver North spoke there, for both services, and it was packed, and everybody had an American flag, and they were, they had the all the services come out except for Space Force, which I don't think was formed yet, or maybe it was. And singing all the songs and everybody being patriotic, and Oliver North is up there, the big Iran Contra guy. And I'm sitting there going, this is so cool, man. I'm in Trump's church on July 4th. It was so cool. I tell you what, I tell you what, this indoctrination from birth or from whatever, this is bad stuff, man. Gotta get over it. Somehow you gotta get out of it. Sarah Huckabee Sanders. That's her name. Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Okay, I remember.
Okay, where's everybody at?
Moment of silence for the globe.
Oh man, rest in peace, globe.
I'm sure you guys have heard now about the deep water submarine that went down to Titanic.
Yeah, I just finished reading that a few minutes ago.
Yeah, it was made by NASA, believe it or not. NASA, yeah.
Well, I guess they've got a lot of experience with underwater craft.
Yeah, it's pretty hilarious. I mean, not hilarious in the sense, that people are missing or presumed dead at this point. I think they ran out of air like 2 hours ago or something like that. I guess their air timer.
Yeah, but they found the thing exploded or imploded.
Yeah, this is the current guess, right? They'll never know what happened to it because it's in a million pieces. It really just kind of hit all the bells and whistles for the 24-hour news cycle. Like, pay attention, everybody. You got a bunch of rich people missing. They're in NASA technology, diving down to Titanic. They're using software developed to use in video games. So all you gamer kids out there, when you sit there and play video games all day, you could pilot a submarine someday on Mars or wherever, on Europa, with that water moon. These things they cared about. And really, my take is, just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. If you think going down to Titanic is a good idea, maybe rethink that. Because why not just keep that place as a disaster site, a graveyard? How many tours do you get people going to graveyards and taking pictures and snapping, some sort of thing off their bucket list?
Well, I think that company is probably going to be out of business.
Oh, yeah, the conspiracy stuff is already rolling in. Apparently, there's been whistleblowers since 2018 that they say, hey, this isn't right. Something's going on here. And this isn't safe. There's going to be a catastrophic failure. And they just fired them. Like, in the government, you've got whistleblower protections, but you don't have that in the civilian world. You can get fired at any time for any reason, for any purpose. So someone in the civilian, sometimes they've got non-disclosure, clauses and non-compete. So, like, if they quit that job, they have to get something completely different. Hey, someone's hot micing pretty severe.
That might be me.
Oh, okay. Well, I wasn't sure. I was tapped out looking at the news here.
Yeah, I was opening up my lunchbox and pulling out a nice ice cold water to drink on my voyage home.
Oh, yeah. I just wasn't sure if it was someone else,
So is that conspiracy I'm talking to?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm getting the voices down slowly but surely. So I was kind of bummed. Music Guru was on earlier today, and I started to speak with him a little bit, and then my phone started ringing at work, so I had to go ahead and mute the computer, go on the phone, and talk for a while, and call after call came in. By the time I was able to come back, he had left already.
Oh, yeah, it was really good. He talked about, one of my most biggest takeaways was, I had noticed a lot of the imagery in his music videos, and he had talked about how, the creative license or creative artistic expression, he wanted to make sure that these images were captured, for the future. To know that, hey, these were the talking points. Like the one of this where he's on the he pretends like he's on the harness. The ISS video.
Yeah, and it's amazing how he can go ahead and make those videos actually look like he's flying and doing all that kind of stuff, and NASA screws up. So that's where I think that they're doing that on purpose because they want to go ahead and relay that information out that it's fake.
Yeah, that was the best. That's he did say that too. He goes, "Look, I got this very small studio, and I can produce better content than they do."
And I have enjoyed his content for several years now. His music, along with B.O.B. and the Flat Earth Clues and Rob Skiba are the ones that actually opened my eyes to say, hey, there's something going on here. So I'm grateful to all of those people for doing that. It took me a few years. I had a 3-year court battle I was going on, and I couldn't really get involved with social media and talking with anybody. But I did have some, private emails with Mark Sargent just telling him, man, I need to find somebody else around my area, about this, and it's driving me crazy. And my court case is over, and I'm free to go on social media now. So here I am. And the last thing I wanted it to do is to come out in the court case, oh, yeah, this guy's a flat earther. So
you don't think if a guy and a girl get divorced at 35, 40 years old and they have 10, 15-year-old children, that the Glober wouldn't bring up to the judge that my husband or wife's a flat earther, that's the reason I want to say goodbye to him or her, that the judge wouldn't the judge would look at the flat earther favorably?
Well, I don't believe so. This wasn't a divorce case. It's another issue. I won the case, but my wife is blue pill. She gets really upset. The cog dis runs very high in her, and I don't know whether she thinks that she's lost her smart husband and I've gone crazy, or she's worried that if I open my mouth too much, it's going to end up getting shut. Not unlike JFK. So I've been following conspiracy theories for several years, and I told her, almost a decade ago that they're going to try to come out with some kind of virus, and all of a sudden you're going to have a vaccine for it, and blah blah blah. And
make sure you use some code words there, brother.
Yeah, I'm sorry. But when the planes hit buildings, I knew from day one that was all controlled. And all this stuff, I've been telling her for years, and she sees it. But when it comes to FE, she just totally loses it. She doesn't want to hear it.
What you do is you go tell your lovely wife when you see her, I don't know where you live at, but when you see her, say, honey, hate to tell you this, but the conspiracy theory is that we live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space, and I'm the sane one, and you're the insane one. Now, you don't have to say that, obviously, but do tell her the conspiracy theory is that we live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space,